Chapter 1. Son, do you want a wife? Son, do you want a wife? If you want a wife, I can have one brought to you immediately. In Lin City at the Luo family estate, Luo Xinghe was still lying in bed when he received a call from his father. He felt utterly bewildered. I am merely an aspiring university student, and you dare to inquire if I want a wife? Well, bring her over then. Luo Xinghe thought his father was jesting. Feeling irritable after just waking, he retorted out of spite. Hoping to dismiss his father's words to his surprise, his father earnestly insisted that Luo Xinghe rise promptly and prepare his identification card, claiming he would take him to obtain a marriage certificate. Shortly, Luo Xinghe promptly hung up the phone, convinced that his father had lost his senses. Was a wife something one could simply summon at will? After disconnecting, Luo Xinghe drew back the curtains of his bedroom, and the radiant sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his disheveled hair. Luo Xinghe, the younger son of Luo Jiang, a male heir of the Luo family. He had been burdened with high expectations since childhood, with hopes that he would one day inherit the family business. However, Luo Xinghe had a natural inclination for leisure, reveling in idleness, and exhibited no interest in the family legacy. With a nonchalant attitude towards academics, he had recently completed the college entrance examination, scoring a mere 460 points, just enough to barely pass the undergraduate threshold in Shanna province, allowing him admission to a private university. Although Luo Jiang possessed the means to maneuver his son into a prestigious institution through alternative channels, Luo Xinghe was entirely uninterested. To him, it mattered little where he drifted through life. Prestigious universities were no easier to navigate. He would rather spend 4 years in a private school. This attitude nearly drove Luo Jiang to despair over his unambitious son. Xinghe! Xinghe! As Luo Xinghe was brushing his teeth in the washroom, the housekeeper, Wang Ma, unexpectedly sought him out. Wang Ma, what is it? Luo Xinghe inquired. Wang Ma grasped Luo Xinghe's arm, saying, Xinghe, your father has returned. He wants you to come down right away. All right. Luo Xinghe rinsed his mouth, wiped his face with a towel, and was about to head downstairs when Wang Ma added, Xinghe, I believe your father has brought back a young woman. Could she possibly be your stepmother? What? He dares. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe was immediately incensed. His mother had passed away only 3 years ago. How could his father seek a new partner so soon? Luo Xinghe flung open the door and hurried down to the living room on the first floor to take tea. That moment, he clearly saw a stunning woman seated opposite his father, Luo Jiang. She possessed striking features, bold brows, large eyes, a high nose, and delicate lips, complemented by enviably fair skin. She wore a white blouse, the collar slightly open, revealing her graceful neck and exquisite collarbone. Further down, her alluring figure was accentuated by a curvaceous waist and shapely hips, barely concealed beneath a skirt, while her long, voluptuous legs were enveloped in black stockings, ending in sleek black high heels. Luo Xinghe found himself captivated by her beauty, unable to divert his gaze. Soon, the woman turned her head and locked eyes with him, her piercing and resolute gaze compelling him to avert his own. Luo Xinghe averted his gaze, casting another glance at his jovial father, and could not help but clench his fists. This woman appeared to be merely in her 20s, while his father was already in his 50s, truly a case of an old bull courting tender grass. Adding to the shock was the fact that his mother had only passed away 3 years prior, rendering this scene utterly unacceptable to him. Luo Jiang, you're quite the player, Luo Xinghe shouted. Luo Jiang, puzzled, turned his head. You little rascal, who gave you the right to call me by my full name? I called you by your full name, Luo Xinghe retorted, pulling out his phone. You've already brought her home, and you blame me for calling you by your full name? Tell me, when did you two start this affair? If you don't come clean, they'll be calling my second sister to let her know what kind of person you are. Luo Jiang was a loss. What on earth are you talking about? I told you, your sister is busy with work. Don't call her. I will call. As Luo Xinghe spoke, he began fiddling with his phone, muttering, well, my mother's remains are barely cold, and you've already brought someone home. I must consult my sister. If necessary, they'll call my elder brother back too. From Luo Xinghe's outburst, Luo Jiang grasped that his son had misconstrued the situation. He turned to the woman seated beside him, explaining, Qingyan, forgive me, I need to discipline my wayward son for a moment. The woman merely smiled, not offering any further comment. Luo Jiang then stepped forward to snatch the phone from Luo Xing's grasp. This is utter nonsense. Give it back. I'm going to consult my elder brother and sister to see if what you've done is acceptable. Luo Xinghe protested, attempting to reclaim his phone. Luo Jiang countered, what is there to consult about? You've brought your wife home. What is there to discuss? That's your wife. Luo Jiang shouted. Luo Xinghe was momentarily stunned. My wife? Luo Jiang's frustration was palpable. Observing his son's sudden calmness, he gestured for the woman on the sofa to approach. This is Gu Qingyan, the daughter of your Uncle Gu. Hello, Gu Qingyan said gently, smiling as she extended her delicate, fair hand out. You. Hello, Luo Xinghe stammered, scratching his head awkwardly as he shook her hand. My wife. What an absurd joke. He stole another glance at Gu Qingyan, his heart racing at her exquisite features and bright, expressive eyes. Yet, he quickly pulled his father aside, seeking clarification. What is going on? Luo Jiang leaned closer to Luo Xing's ear. You know, your Uncle Gu has passed away. His final wish was to see Qingyan married soon. She is a dutiful daughter and is seeking to fulfill your uncle's last wish by finding someone to marry. And you chose me? Luo Xinghe exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide. Luo Jiang patted his son's chest reassuringly. Can your old man harm you? Just tell me, how does Qingyan look? Luo Xinghe turned to glance at Gu Qingyan once more, instinctively nodding. She's beautiful. And by the way, with your Uncle Gu gone, Qingyan is now managing his estate. This girl is quite capable. If she were to marry into our family, I could die in peace. Luo Xinghe. As Gu Qingyan gently approached the father and son, Luo Jiang and Luo Xinghe, she found herself standing behind them. Uncle Luo, how are you? Luo Xinghe turned his head, still shy to meet Gu Qingyan's gaze. Observing her youthful brother, Gu Qingyan affectionately ruffled his hair and said, allow me to share my thoughts. If you wish to marry me, I have no objection should you seek companionship with other girls. As long as they are not brought home, we can simply remain as ordinary individuals who hold a marriage certificate. However, should you desire me to fulfill the responsibilities of a wife, I am prepared to do so. But in that case, you must refrain from pursuing other romantic interests. Of course, if this does not align with your wishes, I shall not impose. After all, this situation has arisen unexpectedly, and you may not be mentally prepared. Luo Xinghe kept his head bowed in silence, while Luo Jiang incessantly poked his son. Hoping for some reaction, Jiu Qingyan waited patiently for a moment, but upon realizing that Luo Xinghe remained unresponsive, she sighed softly and remarked, then I comprehend your stance. With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, Luo Xinghe grasped her arm. Chapter 2. A joyful certificate 2 hours later, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. How delightful to obtain the certificate, my dear husband. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. We have exchanged WeChat earlier. I will transfer you 100,000. Spend my money freely. Do not use our father's. Gu Qingyan declared, planting a kiss on Luo Xinghe's cheek before driving off in a striking red Ferrari, leaving him momentarily dazed. Holding a little red booklet, he absent-mindedly touched the spot where Gu Qingyan had kissed him, suddenly feeling as though the world had lost its authenticity. Just that morning, he was a bachelor, and by afternoon, he had acquired a marriage certificate. While Luo Xinghe was lost in thought, a notification pinged on his phone. Upon checking, he saw that Gu Qingyan's transfer had arrived, accompanied by a message. There is no need to be frugal with me. Spend it as you wish. He neither replied nor accepted the funds, instead opting to drive home in the BMW his father had recently gifted him. At the Luo family estate. Excellent, 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 Luo Jiang exclaimed, reclining on the sofa as he gazed at the little red booklet Luo Xinghe had brought back, repeating the word excellent thrice. Yet, Luo Xinghe remained somewhat bewildered. With Qingyan's assistance, I shall soon be able to lighten my burdens. At that time, you can give me a grandson with Qingyan, and I shall truly enjoy my golden years. Luo Jiang mused joyfully about the future. Noticing Luo Xinghe's silence, Luo Jiang furrowed his brow and asked, Son, are you listening? Huh? Luo Xinghe snapped back to reality. What is it? I said, you and Qingyan should have a grandson for me soon. Luo Jiang reiterated loudly. This child. Always lost in thought. Luo Xinghe, blushing, scratched his head. Dad, I sent it a bit early to discuss this. Early? Luo Jiang waved his hand dismissively. I think it's quite timely. A man must marry, a woman must wed. I remember when your mother and I. Father, Please spare me those ancient tales. My ears are already weary of them. Luo Xinghe interjected, feigning impatience. Has this rascal begun to find his old man bothersome? Truly. One forgets their father upon finding a wife. Luo Jiang chuckled. Now, go tidy up. I will have the driver take you to school tomorrow. Meanwhile, at Lynching Academy, in the office of the chairman and principal. Principal Gu, tomorrow marks the beginning of the new semester, and you are required to speak at the welcome assembly tomorrow night. I have prepared the speech for you and placed it on your desk, the secretary informed. Gu Qingyan nodded gently. The secretary continued, additionally, regarding the new student information you requested, I have indeed discovered the files you were seeking, and they have been sent to your computer. Understood, Gu Qingyan replied impassively, waving her hand. You may leave. I have no further matters. Do not forget your meeting with the other school leaders at 4 o'clock. The secretary reminded her before exiting the office and shutting the door behind her. With a click, Gu Qingyan finally opened Luo Xinghe's personal file on her computer. Name, Luo Xinghe. Age, 19 years. Graduating from Huqing High School, beside which is a photograph of Luo Xinghe. Gu Qingyan lifted her coffee cup, her eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, Luo Xinghe is the son of Luo Jiang and the same individual she hastily wed. Now, her husband has transformed into her student, and Gu Qingyan suddenly found the situation rather intriguing. On September 1st, Master Lu, the driver for Luo Jiang, escorted Luo Xinghe to the school gates. Luo Xinghe declined Luo's kind offer to accompany him for registration, opting instead to enter the school alone. He dragged his suitcase and completed a series of signing procedures in front of the small plaza at the entrance, finally obtaining the key to his dormitory, room 603 in Building 5. This dormitory would serve as his abode for the next 4 years, although considering the distance from home, it was likely he would frequently return home. After all, nothing could compare to the comfort of one's own home. Perhaps he might even visit his sister Qingyan's residence. Luo Xinghe's thoughts meandered as he soon found himself before the door of room 603. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered that 2 individuals were already present in the dormitory. One was a crew-cut fellow, clad only in a gray tank top, lifting a pair of 5-kilogram dumbbells. The other was a chubby boy with a round face, whose bedside was piled high with an assortment of snack packages. When they noticed someone entering, they both halted their activities and turned their heads. Ah, a newcomer. The chubby boy exclaimed first. Hello, I'm Jiang Chuan. Lu Ziming, added the crew-cut boy, setting down his dumbbells. Luo Xinghe smiled at them while dragging his suitcase. Hello, I'm Luo Xinghe. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 resumed their respective activities, engaging in light conversation. Jiang Chuan, sitting at the bedside with a bag of Lay's potato chips, remarked while munching, Have you guys heard? Our school has a new principal. What is odd about changing principals? Lu Ziming responded, continuing his workout. This time is different, Jiang Chuan replied. The new principal is a woman, reportedly quite young, around 25 or 26, and exceptionally beautiful. They say she resembles Lu Yifei. Really? Upon hearing the mention of Lu Yifei, Lu Ziming abandoned his weights, wiped his sweat, and rushed over to Jiang Chuan's bedside to inquire, Do you have a photo? Indeed. Jiang Chuan pulled up an article from Baidu entitled, Gu Corporation Changes Leadership. Gu Qilong's daughter inherits chairmanship. However, Luo Xinghe found little interest in these matters. A female principal is merely a female principal. Her beauty held no significance for him. After all, a beautiful principal was simply more pleasing to the eye. Luo Xinghe busied himself making his bed and seated himself on the edge of it when suddenly, a notification from WeChat rang out. He took out his phone and was greeted by a message from his sister Qingyan. Gu Qingyan, have you arrived at school? Luo Xinghe picked up his phone and replied, Yes. Gu Qingyan, have you thought about the 2 options I gave you yesterday? Which one do you wish to choose? What options? Luo Xinghe furrowed his brow, diligently reminiscing, when suddenly he recalled Gu Qingyan's proposition to choose between being a stranger bound by a certificate or to become a genuine couple. After contemplating for a moment, he felt indifferent. It was not that he lacked interest in women, but he simply could not summon the desire to engage in a romantic relationship, perceiving it as a frivolous use of time. Moreover, considering Gu Qingyan's stunning beauty, he deemed it unnecessary to opt for the first choice. Resolute in his decision, he chose the second option and responded to Gu Qingyan on WeChat. All right, he thought, having chosen the second option, I must refrain from indulging in distractions. A simple affirmation followed. After sending the message, he noticed that there was no immediate response from her, prompting him to set his phone aside. Upon glancing back, He observed Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming already engaged in a debate over which female celebrity they deemed their goddess. Jiang Chuan named Yang Mi, while Lu Ziming professed his admiration for Lu Tianshan. They urged Luo Xinghe to make a selection, but he merely shook his head. Once, he had admired Lu Tianshan. Yet now he found himself thinking that Gu Qingyan was quite remarkable as well. After all, she was the most beautiful girl he had encountered in reality. Chapter 3. Father understands. The three of them had been chatting in the dormitory for half an hour, and the initial awkwardness had dissipated somewhat, with a more vibrant atmosphere enveloping the room. At that moment, the last member of their group arrived. He donned a white short-sleeve shirt, with a bag of urea slung over his shoulder and a battered suitcase in tow. The trio exchanged glances and hurried to offer assistance. As they tidied up, they learned his name was Zhao Jiaxing, hailing from a mountainous village in a neighboring province. Zhao expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their help and pulled out a bag of muddy peanuts to share with them. They accepted the peanuts with a hint of embarrassment. When Luo Xinghe took a bite, the moisture and aroma burst forth in his mouth, a stark contrast to the dry peanuts he was accustomed to. Just as they were savoring the peanuts, Luo's phone suddenly chimed. It was evidently a mass message from their class group. Everyone, there will be a welcome party for new students tonight at 7 p.m. in the auditorium. All freshmen must attend, as the principal and several leaders will be present. Please do not be late. Below, a dozen or so individuals had responded with acknowledgement. Jiang Chuan exclaimed with excitement, "We must secure front row seats tonight. I'm curious to see if the beautiful principal lives up to her reputation." Lu Ziming nodded in agreement. The four of them lingered in the dormitory for a while longer before heading to the cafeteria for dinner, with the clock now striking 6. The majority of new students had already gathered, many of whom had finished their meals and were making their way to the auditorium. Luo Xinghe and his friends were no exception, and along the way, they could overhear discussions among the crowd about the new principal. Some upperclassmen from the second and third years even came to attend the welcome party, eager to catch a glimpse of the principal's true appearance. Is she really that stunning? Luo pondered inwardly. Upon their arrival at the auditorium, they found the first 2 rows completely occupied, fortunately. There were still seats available in the third row, and Jiang Chuan promptly led the group to sit down. It was now 6:30, leaving only half an hour until the welcome party commenced. Ding! With the notification sound from his phone, Luo Xinghe opened WeChat once more, noticing a message from Gu Qingyan. "Are you staying in the dorm tonight? Would you like to come sleep at my place?" Reading this, Luo felt a flicker of confusion. Although they had officially become a couple the previous day, he had yet to fully grasp the implications emotionally. Instinctively, he considered rejecting Gu Qingyan's invitation. However, before he could type his response, another message from her arrived. "All right, I'll pick you up at 8:30. Taken aback, Luo momentarily paused before erasing the message he had nearly sent. Instead, he texted his father, "Dad, I want to be coming home tonight." Luo Jiang did not reply, likely preoccupied with something. Luo Xinghe continued, "I want to be sleeping in the dorm either. I'm going to stay at Sister Qingyan's place." Luo Jiang responded almost instantly, "Good boy, Dad understands. Keep it up." Luo Xinghe, "Understands what? I haven't said anything." Luo Jiang added another remark, "Hurry up and let me hold my grandchild. Don't follow the example of your elder brother and second sister." Luo Xinghe replied, "I merely went to their home to sleep, not sharing the same room." Luo Jiang responded incredulously, "You are both legally married, and yet you wish to sleep separately? If you dare to do so, I shall break your legs." Luo Xinghe was rendered speechless and promptly exited the chat with Luo Jiang. He then noticed a message from Gu Qingyan. "You are hosting the freshman gala tonight, are you not? I have prepared a surprise for you." "A surprise? What kind of surprise?" Luo Xinghe scratched his head, unable to fathom what kind of surprise could be arranged for the freshman gala. Unbeknownst to him, in the administrative building of the school, Gu Qingyan was diligently preparing her speech at her desk. For Gu Qingyan, she intended to convey more than just the cliché S in her speech. She had a substantial first task she was determined to undertake, known only to her. Time passed swiftly. At 7 p.m., the host took to the stage with a microphone, announcing the commencement of the freshman gala and the first item on the agenda, the principal's address. This statement stirred excitement among the students seated below, some of whom had already taken out their cameras, eager to capture the moment. Even Jiang Chuan raised his phone. "Is it really necessary?" Luo Xinghe muttered softly. Jiang Chuan turned to him and said, "You didn't want to see the photos earlier. Don't regret it later when I've taken them." Luo Xinghe fell silent, pondering why, if he truly desired photos of beautiful women, he could find countless online without the hassle of taking his own. Amidst Luo Xinghe's confusion, A woman clad in professional attire ascended the stage. The spotlight illuminated her, accentuating her already striking figure. Oh, the audience was aware that the new principal was attractive, yet they were unprepared for her extraordinary beauty. Beneath a subtle makeup application, her fair, smooth skin contrasted vividly with her luscious, crimson lips, leaving some students utterly speechless. Those unaware might have mistaken her for a star attending a press conference. Wow, she is even more stunning than the pictures online, Jiang Chuan exclaimed, snapping away with his phone. Particularly captivating was Gu Qingyan in her black miniskirt, her shapely, alluring legs drawing attention. At that moment, upon recognizing Gu Qingyan, Luo Xinghe instinctively straightened in his seat. Is that Sister Qingyan? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, hoping he was mistaken. But the figure on stage only became clearer with each rub. It was indeed Gu Qingyan. Luo Xinghe slumped back in his chair, stunned to realize that Gu Qingyan was the principal, meaning the university he attended was, in fact, his wife's institution. Could anything be more absurd than this? Hey. Jiang Chuan, assuming Luo Xinghe was awestruck by Gu Qingyan's appearance, was momentarily speechless. He urged him, you still have time to take pictures. Luo Xinghe disregarded his suggestion. At that moment, Gu Qingyan had already taken the microphone from the host. Yet she remained silent for an extended period, her gaze continually sweeping downward, as if searching for someone. Is the principal watching me? Lu Ziming exclaimed excitedly. Is she looking in my direction? Jiang Chuan retorted. You must be joking. Clearly. She is gazing at me. Damn it. What is there to look at? What is there to admire? The two engaged in a playful quarrel. While Luo Xinghe discreetly exchanged a glance with Gu Qingyan, he witnessed Gu Qingyan wink at him, leaving him with an awkward smile. Subsequently, Gu Qingyan picked up the microphone, cleared her throat, and addressed the audience. Dear students and esteemed colleagues, I am the new principal of Huqing Academy, and my name is Gu Qingyan. However, Luo Xinghe, lost in his thoughts, absorbed none of the ensuing words. He merely gazed dreamily at Gu Qingyan on the stage, watching her delicate lips move, his mind buzzing. Why is my wife the principal of my university? Why is my university principal my wife? These two questions spun endlessly in his mind. Chapter 4. A kiss from me and a demonstration of the school's unwavering commitment to serving its students. A unanimous decision was reached among the school leadership to appoint a student secretary for each administrator. The primary responsibility of the student secretary is to relay the opinions of students to the school leaders in a timely manner. As for the remuneration of the student secretary, a formal announcement will be made, ensuring that no one is expected to serve without compensation. As the principal of the school, I have decided to appoint a temporary student secretary to test the efficacy of this reform. Gu Qingyan unexpectedly deviated from the script and proposed the establishment of this position, catching some leaders off guard. This initiative had not undergone the thorough discussion of the school leadership, leaving them entirely in the dark. Once Gu Qingyan concluded her speech, chatter filled the room. Many had never heard of a student secretary position at any university. They were unaware of the specific duties associated with such a role. Yet captivated by Gu Qingyan's beauty, numerous students eagerly raised their hands to express their interest in becoming the temporary secretary. For them, the title mattered less than the opportunity to interact closely with Gu Qingyan, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. At that moment, some leaders of administrative associations, particularly from the student council, began to sense the underlying significance of this temporary position. They instinctively felt that this role was more than it appeared, having read their fair share of political novels. The principal's secretary, while serving in the office, transforms into an influential figure upon stepping outside. Moreover, with a new principal as stunning as Gu Qingyan, it was a position worth vying for. Thus, they too raised their hands. As the number of raised hands increased, even Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming, sitting beside Luo Xinghe, joined in. Very few remained seated. Gu Qingyan, however, hesitated to make her choice, patiently waiting for Luo Xinghe to raise his hand. This reform was not instituted solely for him, yet the position of temporary secretary seemed destined for Luo Xinghe. Gu Qingyan wished to be closer to him, perhaps driven by a personal desire that couples ought to be near each other. Finally, after a prolonged pause, Luo Xinghe raised his hand. Gu Qingyan's eyes sparkled as she took the microphone and pointed. That student, me, Jiang Chuan, seated next to Luo Xinghe, mistakenly thought she was referring to him, his eyes wide with excitement. The student in the fifth seat of the third row. As the audience silently counted, Luo Xinghe felt the weight of many gazes upon him. He lowered his head and stood. Yes, you. Come here, I would like to speak with you. In an instant, envious and jealous glances turned toward Luo Xinghe. making him feel somewhat bashful. Jiang Chuan, still exhilarated, patted Luo Xinghe on the back. Luo Xinghe, stay sharp. Don't embarrass us. The glory of our dormitory rests on your shoulders. As Luo Xinghe rose from his seat, he slowly made his way toward the stage, where the lighting technician had thoughtfully directed a portion of the lights upon him. However, Gu Qingyan discerned Luo Xinghe's discomfort. She returned the microphone to the host and led him backstage. The auditorium was filled with a cacophony of noise, yet the backstage area was surprisingly tranquil. There were several makeshift offices. Gu Qingyan gently pushed Luo Xinghe into one of the rooms and closed the door before beginning to speak. How do you feel? Surprised? Gu Qingyan poured a glass of water from the water dispenser and handed it to Luo Xinghe. He accepted the glass, lifting his gaze as if to say something. But the words remained unspoken. What do you wish to express? Please, do tell. Gu Qingyan settled onto the leather sofa, holding Luo Xinghe's hand and inviting him to sit beside her. Sister Qingyan, Luo Xinghe was at a loss for words. His emotions swirling in a peculiar manner, his heart racing. Observing his endearing demeanor, Gu Qingyan felt a flutter in her heart. She smiled and suddenly puckered her lips, planting a gentle kiss on his left cheek. A faint lipstick mark was left on his face. This was the only method Gu Qingyan could conceive to alleviate Luo Xinghe's tension. Are you still nervous? Luo Xinghe incredulously touched his cheek. This was the second time Gu Qingyan had initiated such a kiss. The fleeting nature of the kiss sent his heart racing even faster. I'm even more nervous, Luo Xinghe admitted. Gu Qingyan chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. It's all right. We rarely meet. Once you become my secretary, we can see each other freely at school. Luo Xinghe looked up at Gu Qingyan once more, scratching his head as he asked, Sister Qingyan, did you establish this system just for me to become your secretary? Gu Qingyan lightly tapped the top of his head with her knuckles. How childish. How could I create a system just for one person? Luo Xinghe rubbed his forehead, pondering her words. Gu Qingyan stood and began to pace slowly around the office, her arms crossed, and a hint of sorrow glimmering in her large eyes. My father has passed away, and I promised him I would manage the Gu group well. However, such a massive enterprise will undoubtedly attract numerous watchful eyes, especially those uncles and relatives who once collaborated with my father to build this business. They wish to undermine me. Establishing this system is merely a small test. I want to gauge the board's reaction. Of course, it also fulfills a small wish of mine from my school days. I always felt that the lofty school leaders were too distant from the students, unable to hear their voices. Moreover, the existing student organizations are far too rigid, failing to represent the students' opinions. As Gu Qingyan spoke eloquently, Luo Xinghe, a newcomer to university, nodded, somewhat understanding yet still bewildered. He had not anticipated that Gu Qingyan's decision was rooted in such profound considerations. But why did you hesitate for so long before raising your hand? Do you not support me? Gu Qingyan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Luo Xinghe. Huh? No, Luo Xinghe hastily shook his head. It is not that I do not support you. I merely failed to react in time. Moreover, my sole ambition in university is to obtain a diploma, hence. Is that truly the case? Gu Qingyan leaned slightly, her hands resting on her knees, the unbuttoned collar of her shirt revealing more than just her collarbone. However, upon catching a glimpse, Luo Xinghe's face flushed crimson. Indeed, he earnestly assured. Well, Gu Qingyan replied, since you support me, then prove it through action. Give me a kiss. Huh? Luo Xinghe exclaimed, taken aback by Gu Qingyan's unexpected boldness. What? Are you unwilling to kiss me? Or do you not support me? No, Luo Xinghe scratched his head, having never kissed another girl in his life. Then just kiss me. A real man should not be so hesitant. Gu Qingyan turned her face aside. At that moment, Luo Xinghe felt an unusual silence envelop the room, with only the frantic beating of his heart resonating in the stillness. Chapter 5. Tenderness and smoothness. Luo Xinghe swallowed hard, gradually leaning closer to Gu Qingyan's face. In that fleeting moment, he inhaled a fragrance that penetrated deeply, emanating from Gu Qingyan herself. Mimicking the gestures he'd seen in television dramas, he gently puckered his lips and, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, bestowed a soft kiss upon Gu Qingyan's smooth cheek. In that instant, an indescribable current surged through his body. So tender, so smooth. After kissing Gu Qingyan, Luo Xinghe remained momentarily dazed, lost in the reverberation of that feeling. Sensing the lingering warmth on her cheek, Gu Qingyan playfully pinched Luo Xinghe's earlobe and remarked, Well, since you've kissed me, I shall take that as a sign of your support. She then patted his shoulder, urging, You may head out now. Wait for me in the parking lot after the event concludes. and I will take you home. Luo Xinghe nodded in a daze before exiting the office, closing the door behind him, and making his way back to his seat through the corridor. At that moment, the vice principal was providing supplementary commentary on Gu Qingyin's earlier speech. Seated beside Luo Xinghe, Jiang Chuan eagerly inquired upon his return, "So, what did my goddess say to you?" Lu Ziming leaned in curiously, his eyes fixed on Luo Xinghe. Recalling the kiss he had just shared with Qingyin, Luo Xinghe felt his ears gradually redden as he mumbled. "She didn't say much, just. Luo Xinghe struggled to articulate, as the words exchanged between him and Gu Qingyin were far too intimate for such a public setting. Moreover, they were not the only ones listening. Even those seated behind him leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse of what had transpired between Gu Qingyin and Luo Xinghe. "What do you mean? Just say it," Jiang Chuan urged, growing impatient. Seeing Luo Xinghe's hesitation, Lu Ziming prodded, "Isn't the principal forbidding you from disclosing this?" Luo Xinghe merely smiled in response. All right. Then what do you think of the principal's looks up close? Is she beautiful?" "That's nonsense," Lu Ziming interrupted, nudging Jiang Chuan. "Does the principal's beauty even need to be questioned? You should be asking about her figure." "Now that's nonsense," Jiang Chuan retorted. "Did you not see the principal's figure just now? Surely, it cannot be fabricated." "Why not?" As Luo Xinghe observed the two squabbling yet again, he interjected, "Enough. The principal is indeed beautiful, and her figure is genuine." "How do you know it's real?" Lu Ziming pressed. Because I. Luo Xinghe recalled the moment when Qingyin had bent over, revealing a breathtaking sight, causing a rush of blood to surge through him, leading to an unexpected nosebleed. Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming stared in wide-eyed astonishment, while Luo Xinghe hastily rose and dashed towards the restroom. "What happened to him?" Jiang Chuan asked Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming shook his head. He merely mentioned the principal's figure, and then this occurred. "Could it be? You're talking nonsense. Do not tarnish my goddess's name." In the restroom, Luo Xinghe turned on the faucet, diligently washing his face for quite some time until he finally managed to stop the nosebleed. He lifted his head and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, taking a moment to steady his breath. Why did his heart race at the mere thought of Sister Qingyin? Why did he miss her face after such a brief absence? Could this be love? Albeit arriving a tad too swiftly? Luo Xinghe lost himself in reverie before the mirror, accompanied by the gentle sound of running water. He again calmed his breath, turned off the faucet, and departed. At that moment, the freshman welcome party was reaching its final moments. In truth, the freshman welcome party on the first night of school should not be called a welcome party. It ought to be termed an address by the leaders. It was merely the school officials congratulating everyone on their admission to university and urging them to study diligently and not waste time. Such events have never been particularly popular among students. Yet this year, the grand auditorium was filled to capacity, with not only first-year students present, but even some second- and third-year students came to join the festivities. This was all due to the school's newly appointed beautiful principal. Xinghe, let us go." Upon returning to his seat, Luo Xinghe was lost in thought until Jiang Chuan pulled him up. Lu Ziming said he is going out for a late-night snack. "Are you coming?" Jiang Chuan inquired. Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing were already walking ahead. Luo Xinghe recalled Sister Qingyin's earlier words about coming to fetch him and immediately shook his head. Jiang Chuan wrapped an arm around Luo Xinghe's shoulder, surprised, and said, "Come on, buddy, it's our first gathering of the 603 dorms since the school year began. You're not going?" Luo Xinghe scratched his head, apologizing, "Sorry. I have something to attend to." Jiang Chuan frowned, scrutinizing Luo Xinghe's face, and exclaimed, "You little rascal, you don't have a girlfriend, do you?" "Huh? Who has a girlfriend?" Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing, who had been chatting ahead, immediately turned to fixate on Luo Xinghe. "Who has a girlfriend?" "Xiao Luo, you've got a girlfriend?" Luo Xinghe paused for a moment. "Wife, girlfriend." Thus, claiming to have a girlfriend seemed acceptable. "I suppose you could say that." Luo Xinghe replied with an awkward smile. "What do you mean, you could say that? It's either yes or no." "Yes," Luo Xinghe affirmed definitively this time. "What the heck? When did this happen? You're in a relationship?" The three cast envious and jealous glances. Luo Xinghe shook his head. "No. It was during the summer vacation. My father helped me find one." "Your father helped you find one?" Upon hearing this, the three were instantly bewildered. They had not anticipated that arranged marriages still existed in this modern era. The trio had a flurry of questions, but before they could inquire further, Luo Xinghe's phone rang. "Sorry, I have to leave. I'll treat you guys another day." Luo Xinghe waved his phone and hurriedly departed, leaving Jiang Chuan and the others in stunned silence. Was Xinghe somewhat pitiable? His parents' controlling nature seemed a bit excessive. Indeed, Zhao Jiaxing remarked, in our village, free love is already the norm. Who would have thought Xinghe was still caught in an arranged marriage? When he returns, we must encourage him to bravely pursue his own love. The three unanimously nodded in agreement. Beneath the administrative building, in the parking lot, before making any decisions, Gu should consult with us. How can the appointment of a student secretary be determined unilaterally? Indeed, in the past, when old Gu was in charge, he always sought our counsel. Qingtian, your actions are rather unorthodox. Before Gu Qingtian could even step into the vehicle, a host of school leaders had encircled her, chattering incessantly. In the presence of these elder figures, Gu Qingtian merely smiled and nodded, listening attentively, offering nothing but apologies. In truth, this matter does not adhere to regulations. Yet it was merely a small test orchestrated by Gu Qingtian. She intended to observe how these elders would respond. Chapter 6. I fear you may reside in another room soon. The school leaders who had vented their grievances departed in their vehicles. It seemed they had nothing more to say beyond their reproaches directed at Gu Qingyan. However, Gu Qingyan understood that the situation was far more intricate. The city college was merely a small fragment of the Gu Corporation. Logically, it should not necessitate direct oversight from the chairman. The primary reason why the venerable chairman Gu Qilong insisted on personally overseeing the city college was to safeguard this pristine realm of education. Chairman Gu had no intention of profiting from the institution. His foray into education was a means of giving back to society, inspired by the presence of his daughter, Gu Qingyan. Thus, he would never permit anyone beneath him to exploit the college as a vehicle for profit. While Gu Qilong was alive, these individuals remained compliant. But following his passing, their loyalty could not be assured. This uncertainty was one of the motivations behind Gu Qingyan's decision to establish student secretaries. With students present, their genuine voices could be heard, preventing a disconnect from the realities of the institution. As for another reason, Qingyan. Gu Qingyan donned her coat and was about to enter the vehicle when one of the remaining school leaders called out to her. Uncle Hua, what is it? Hua Jie, a longtime subordinate of Gu Qilong, had resigned from his position as deputy chairman of the group to dedicate himself entirely to the field of education since Gu Qilong's engagement in it. He was one of the few elders Gu Qingyan trusted. Hua Jie approached slowly and placed a hand on Gu Qingyan's shoulder. Do not rush your endeavors. When the time is right, be patient and wait for the opportunity, understand? Are you implying that I am being too hasty? Hua Jie shook his head. I am growing old. I can no longer manage your affairs or those of my wayward son. I merely wish to excel in education, which I believe is the least I can do to honor my late brother. Gu Qingyan nodded, somewhat understanding. By the way, I heard you have registered your marriage? Gu Qingyan nodded again. Whose child is it? It is my uncle Luo's, Gu Qingyan replied candidly. Your uncle Luo? Luo Jiang? The younger son of Luo Jiang? Yes. Gu Qingyan confirmed. Just as Hua Jie was about to say more, Luo Xinghe approached along the narrow path. It was a commendable feat for him to find the administrative building so soon after arriving at the school. Xinghe. Gu Qingyan waved, and Luo Xinghe rushed over. Uncle Hua. Luo Xinghe called out. Hua Jie, being a friend of Luo Jiang, naturally recognized Luo Xinghe. You two have registered your marriage? Upon seeing the youthful countenance of Luo Xinghe, Hua Jie could not help but be taken aback. Yet, the matter was settled. Hua Jie promptly produced a card from his pocket. Xinghe, take this. Gu Qingyan immediately grasped Hua Jie's intention and attempted to decline the card. No, Uncle Hua, it's not necessary. Take it. Given the relationship between your families, how can you refuse your Uncle Hua's generosity? It's not a substantial amount. Refusing it would be a slight to your Uncle Hua. Hua Jie spoke with fervor, and Gu Qingyan felt compelled to accept, expressing gratitude alongside Luo Xinghe. Hua Jie nodded and, recognizing the moment, bid farewell to the two before turning to leave. In the depths of the night, a cool breeze wafted through the air. Laughter from nearby university students echoed, vibrant and carefree. Gu Qingyan patted her sports car and beckoned to Luo Xinghe. Get in. Cautiously, Luo Xinghe settled into the passenger seat, intending to hand over the card to Gu Qingyan. However, she pushed the card back towards him, saying, It's for you. Go ahead and spend it. Isn't it meant for both of us? Luo Xinghe questioned, bewildered. I don't need the money. Neither do I. Just as Luo Xinghe began to voice his thoughts, Gu Qingyan suggested he take a moment to check the balance on the card. Intrigued, he accepted it. Gu Qingyan instructed Luo Xinghe to fasten his seatbelt, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Ferrari roared to life, surging forward like a swift arrow. As the night deepened, the tranquility of his city enveloped them. Gu Qingyan pondered over what Huijie meant by acting too hastily. Could it imply the student secretary role was merely a guise for her to monitor the actions of the school leaders? As a newcomer, how could she dismantle the entrenched interests? The solution lay within the student body. Was this indeed what he meant by acting too hastily? Upon arriving home, Luo Xinghe had already succumbed to slumber in the passenger seat. Clearly, the day's events had been exhausting. Especially lugging luggage up 6 flights of stairs, a veritable ordeal for a university student. Gu Qingyan unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to rouse him when she caught sight of his serene face illuminated by the moonlight. She gently brushed his cheek with her delicate fingers and whispered, "Your face is rather handsome, little brother." Unable to resist, she placed a soft kiss on his cheek, unaware that she had left a lipstick mark behind. "Xinghe, Xinghe." Gu Qingyan gently nudged him awake. Luo Xinghe stirred, blinking sleepily. "Have we arrived?" Gu Qingyan attentively released his seatbelt and nodded. "Yes, we have." As he stepped out of the car, he gazed up at the expansive villa. At least 200 square meters in size, marveling that it was larger than his own home, a standalone structure nestled in the tranquil outskirts of his city, unmistakably the Yunhao Daijing. "Let's go," Gu Qingyan said, parking the car in the garage. With an affectionate arm around Luo Xinghe's shoulders, she led him into the villa. Upon entering the living room, he was struck by the grandeur of the high ceiling, where a magnificent crystal chandelier cascaded like a waterfall, illuminating the entire space with brilliance. The floor was adorned with intricately patterned marble tiles, and at the heart of the living area rested a set of oversized, cream-colored leather sofas. A minimalist glass coffee table sat before them, while the television wall was crafted from a single slab of natural jade, exuding an air of understated luxury. In one corner of the room stood a sleek black grand piano. "Qingyan, you're back." The housekeeper greeted her warmly upon her return. "Would you like something to eat?" Gu Qingyan shook her head and turned to look at Luo Xinghe. "What about you? Do you wish to have something to eat?" Luo Xinghe also shook his head. Noticing a hint of fatigue in him, Gu Qingyan inquired, "And Zhao, is the bathwater ready?" And Zhao nodded. "It is prepared." Gu Qingyan then embraced Luo Xinghe and slowly ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor. She brought him to a white double-door room and asked, "Would you like to bathe first, or shall I?" Luo Xinghe appeared somewhat bewildered. "Can't we bathe together?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan's expression turned peculiar. "You wish to bathe with me?" No. What I meant was, with so many rooms, is there only one with a bathroom?" After hearing Luo Xinghe's clarification, Gu Qingyan finally relaxed. "Of course not. I only had Aunt Zhao prepare the master bedroom's bath. I was worried that if you stayed in another room, you wouldn't share the same space with me," Gu Qingyan explained. Chapter 7. Although the younger brother is young, he has needs. Despite the chaotic speculation swirling in Luo Xinghe's mind, hearing those words spoken by Gu Qingyan imbued him with an undeniable sense of surrealism. "What?" Noticing Luo Xinghe's astonishment, Gu Qingyan slowly leaned her face closer to his cheek. "It seems that my younger brother Xinghe is truly reluctant to share a room with me." No. Being this close to Sister Qingyan made Luo Xinghe acutely aware that his heart was nearly leaping from his throat. "What I mean is, Luo Xinghe stammered for quite some time without managing to articulate a complete thought. "All right, let us discuss this inside," Gu Qingyan interjected, gently pushing him forward and ushering him into the room while simultaneously locking the main bedroom door. Upon entering the master bedroom, Luo Xinghe was enveloped by the rich fragrance of lavender. His eyes were drawn to the centerpiece of the room, a European-style four-poster bed, draped with delicate pink silk curtains that cascaded gracefully. Atop the bed lay a duvet embroidered with exquisite patterns, accompanied by dozens of plush pillows, while at the foot of the bed stood a grand projection wall. Beneath the projection wall was a low coffee table with a surface of white marble, adorned with an elegant English afternoon tea set, delicately crafted with vibrant rose motifs. To one side, near the floor-to-ceiling windows, was a cozy reading nook featuring a cream-colored French armchair, beside which stood a uniquely designed floor lamp. In another corner of the room was a walk-in closet, showcasing 2 tall, spacious wardrobes made of deep brown walnut wood, their doors embellished with transparent glass, revealing an array of garments hung neatly within. From lavish evening gowns to simple, everyday jeans and cotton t-shirts, each piece was meticulously arranged. On the central island of the wardrobe, various jewelry boxes were displayed. Though Luo Xinghe hailed from a wealthy background, he had never encountered such opulence in a master bedroom. The sheer size and decor likely surpassed the total worth of an average family's home. "Please, have a seat." I'll find you some clothes and slippers. Gu Qingyan said, noticing Luo Xinghe's evident discomfort, and she gently pressed him down onto the edge of the bed. Luo Xinghe sat uneasily, his gaze resembling that of a startled rabbit, his hands tightly entwined. As Gu Qingyan entered the closet and opened the corner wardrobe, Luo Xinghe could clearly see that it contained very few garments. However, it was the sheer size of Gu Qingyan's wardrobe that made the limited clothing appear sparse. A frown creased Luo Xinghe's brow as he observed the mint sleepwear, pajama pants, and even undergarments inside. Sister Qingyan has other men? Why, then, did she marry me? Could it be that Sister Qingyan is a femme fatale, marrying me merely as a facade? Luo Xinghe rose, intending to voice his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. What's the matter? Gu Qingyan turned her head, noticing Luo Xinghe standing up. Is the mattress uncomfortable? Luo Xinghe shook his head and, in a direct manner, asked, Sister Qingyan, why are there men's clothes in your home? Men's clothes? Gu Qingyan gazed at the visibly jealous Luo Xinghe, momentarily taken aback. Then, her eyes fell upon the set of pajamas in her hands, and a smile broke across her face. Xinghe, are you feeling jealous? I am not. I was merely asking, Luo Xinghe stammered, realizing his emotional lapse as he retreated to the edge of the bed. Gu Qingyan clarified, these pajamas were purchased by my personal assistant. They arrived just yesterday, and the wardrobe was delivered today. If you don't believe me, give it a whiff. She presented the pajamas to Luo Xinghe, who inhaled deeply, immediately detecting the distinct aroma of new fabric, lingering even after a wash. Ah, so that's the case. Luo Xinghe's furrowed brow relaxed. Gu Qingyan tossed the fresh pajamas onto the bed, urging, here, stop overthinking and go take a shower and change. Oh, right. I also have slippers, she exclaimed, darting to the shoe cabinet at the main bedroom entrance to retrieve a pair of black slippers. Should I go first? Luo Xinghe inquired. Indeed, Gu Qingyan teased. Do you expect me to join you? In that case, I'll begin undressing. No. Luo Xinghe quickly grasped the pajamas, donned the slippers, and dashed to the bathroom. If he were to bathe alongside Sister Qingyan, it would transcend mere washing. With a clatter, Luo Xinghe entered the bathroom and shut the door, and Gu Qingyan could faintly hear the sound of running water. She chuckled helplessly. Indeed, her younger brother remained quite innocent. Subsequently, she picked up the slippers that Luo Xinghe had discarded, sprayed them with antibacterial spray, and placed them back in the cabinet. Once she completed these tasks, her heart began to race. Although her brother was still naive, he certainly had his needs. Gu Qingyan had never engaged in such matters, at most, during her school days. She had shared blushing moments with her roommates while secretly watching risque content. She slowly approached the table where her bag rested, retrieving 2 small squares from the innermost compartment and discreetly slipping them beneath her pillow. Since Luo Xinghe was unprepared for such things, she deemed it her responsibility to prepare. After all, with the stability of the company still uncertain, contemplating motherhood was not an option. Once she had completed her preparations, she settled into the chaise lounge by the floor-to-ceiling window and opened WeChat on her work phone. As soon as she did, she was greeted by a flurry of messages in her university dormitory group chat. Pigeon doesn't kiss the crow. Qingyan, how's it going? Please respond. Happiness and joy. Did you manage to snag someone? Our Qingyan isn't an unwanted girl after all. First to eat. Stop calling her. She's busy. There's no way she has time to chat with us. Eyebrow raise. JPG. Seeing the increasingly frivolous banner, Gu Qingyan felt compelled to interject. Qingyan, who is spreading rumors about me? First to eat. Whoa, who is speaking? Pigeon doesn't kiss the crow. Oh my. Qingyan, are you done? Happiness and joy. Your brother's combat skills seem lacking. Qingyan, go away. What are you all thinking? It's not what you imagine. First to eat. Really not? I don't believe it. Pigeon doesn't kiss the crow. Count me in for disbelief. Happiness and joy, what's going on? Are you feeling shy? Qingyan, we have just returned. He has gone to take a shower. All right, I shall not trouble you further. Wait, please tell us more. Ignoring the lamentations echoing in the group chat, Gu Qingyan promptly shut her phone. Within the confines of the bathroom, Luo Xinghe was applying shower gel. Typically, he would indulge in a melody while bathing, yet now, in his sister Qingyan's home, he felt too bashful to hum. Moreover, accustomed to showers at home, the sudden transition to a bathtub left him somewhat uncomfortable. The primary issue was that Aunt Zhao had set the water temperature too high. While it might be pleasant for a woman, he found it rather scorching. After rinsing off the foam from the shower gel, Luo Xinghe exited the bathtub, intending to retrieve a towel. Unexpectedly, he stepped on a slippery bubble that had fallen on the floor, causing him to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. Chapter 8. The impatient youth. A resounding crash startled Gu Tingyan, who was outside attending to her tasks. Inside the bathroom, Luo Xinghe grimaced as he attempted to rise, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain radiating from his ankle. "Damn it! I twisted my ankle," he muttered as he half sat on the floor. "Knock, knock, knock." Hearing the commotion, Gu Tingyan gently rapped on the bathroom door. "Xinghe, Xinghe, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Luo Xinghe called back. "Just slipped and twisted my ankle." "Twisted your ankle?" Gu Tingyan's heart raced with concern. In a moment of urgency, she opened the bathroom door to find Luo Xinghe, unadorned, sitting on the floor. "Sister Tingyan, what are you doing here?" Luo Xinghe exclaimed, taken aback. Gu Tingyan swiftly grabbed a towel from the rack, draping one over his legs and using the other to dry his hair. "We're already married. Why should you be shy?" As she attentively dried his hair, she inquired. "Does it hurt? Can you walk?" Luo Xinghe applied slight pressure on his foot, only to be met with intense pain. He shook his head in response. Gu Tingyan examined his ankle, then proceeded to wipe the droplets of water from his body, encouraging him to finish drying himself. She stepped outside to call for a doctor. During this time, Luo Xinghe struggled to don his pajama pants, feeling a wave of shyness at sitting before Sister Tingyan in his natural state. Once the call was complete, Gu Tingyan returned, squatting beside him. "The doctor will be here shortly. Just hang in there." She grasped his arm, saying, "I'll help you to the bed." Nodding, Luo Xinghe pressed his hand against the edge of the bathtub, and with a collective effort, he finally managed to stand. However, he could not put weight on his injured foot, so Gu Tingyan supported him as they carefully made their way out of the bathroom. She gently laid him on the bed, but the force of gravity caused her to tumble beside him. Their faces were mere inches apart, breaths mingling in the air. Luo Xinghe blinked, taking in the softness of Gu Tingyan beside him. She quickly sat up, brushing her tousled hair aside, and couldn't he help but laugh at the dazed expression on his face. "Sister Tingyan, what are you laughing at? At how adorably clumsy you are. Managing to twist your ankle while bathing." Luo Xinghe felt a flush of embarrassment. "That was an accident. I lost my balance." 10 minutes later, the doctor arrived to assess Luo Xinghe's injury. Fortunately, it was merely a mild sprain. The doctor prescribed some medication for bruising and advised him not to walk for 3 days unless absolutely necessary, and importantly, to avoid any strenuous activities such as running or basketball. Fortunately, Luo Xinghe was rather lazy and had little interest in sports, so the restrictions posed no significant hindrance to him. However, being confined to bed for 3 days proved to be a challenge, especially since school had just commenced and numerous matters awaited his attention. Gu Tingyan dismissed the doctor with a wave of her hand, then retrieved the medical kit from her home, carefully extracting a cotton swab. "I'll take care of it myself," she said, as Luo Xinghe, noticing her intention to apply the medicine, interjected. Gu Tingyan shook her head gently, instructing, "Just sit still." She picked up the cotton swab, unscrewed the cap of the ointment for bruises, saturating the swab thoroughly before delicately applying it to Luo Xinghe's swollen ankle in gentle circular motions. Sitting on the bed, Luo Xinghe felt a refreshing coolness emanating from the treatment. "Am I applying enough pressure?" Gu Tingyan inquired softly. "It feels quite comfortable," Luo Xinghe replied. Gu Tingyan nodded, continuing to dab the ointment meticulously on his ankle. Luo Xinghe gazed at Gu Tingyan, captivated by her unwavering focus as she attended to his injury, her long, dark hair cascading behind her. At that moment, he found her even more beautiful. Overcome by an impulse, he leaned closer and pecked her cheek. Gu Tingyan, feeling the warmth on her face, turned to him and asked, "Did you just kiss me?" Luo Xinghe's cheeks flushed. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Gu Tingyan chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. "Xinghe, there is no need to be shy with me. If you want to kiss, just do it. We are perfectly entitled to." Luo Xinghe remained silent. In response, Gu Tingyan set aside the cotton swab, gently lifting his chin with her fingers, urging him to meet her gaze. Luo Xinghe's heart raced inexplicably. "Do you like your sister?" Gu Tingyan asked softly. He nodded, whispering, "I do." "Then kiss me," she commanded gently, closing her eyes in anticipation of his lips. As Luo Xinghe beheld Gu Tingyan's porcelain complexion and delicate, rosy lips, he swallowed hard, his breaths coming in quick gasps. In a surge of emotion, he leaned in and kissed her. The instant their lips met, it felt as though his heart had skipped a beat. As warmth enveloped their lips, an overwhelming tide of affection surged within him. His arms instinctively encircled Gu Tingyan's waist, pulling her into his embrace. She shivered, and 2 tears escaped her eyes unbidden. Her mother had passed away when she was very young, and her father, Gu Qilong, was often preoccupied with work, leaving her in the care of a nanny. Gu Qingyan had always been understanding, never interfering with her father's duties. It was only after entering university, and with the advent of video calls, that she began to cultivate a closer bond with him. She never anticipated her father's premature departure. With little time to mourn, she adhered to his final wishes, inheriting the family business. Yet, since her father's death, her heart felt as if it had turned to stone, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Until just moments ago, when Luo Xinghe's kiss ignited a fierce flutter within her chest, serving as the most profound affirmation of her vitality. She had initially intended to marry someone at random, but now everything seemed to have transformed. Indeed, once Luo Xinghe kissed her, his hands instinctively began to explore, one ascending and the other descending. Just as his hands approached a critical point, Gu Qingyan firmly grasped Luo Xinghe's hand, her eyes flickering with a hint of anxiety. The young man, filled with fervor, was impatient. Gu Qingyan softly inquired, "Are your feet all right?" Luo Xinghe shook his head, quickly wrapping his arms around Gu Qingyan's shoulders once more. Amidst the fervor, Gu Qingyan called out, "Wait a moment. Sister Qingyan, what is it now?" Gu Qingyan emerged from beneath the covers, reaching beneath her pillow to retrieve 2 small squares, which he then offered to Luo Xinghe. "Here, take this." Chapter 9, 100,000, spent before dinner 9. 2 at 6:30 in the morning, the weather transitioned from cloudy to clear. Beep, beep. Gu Qingyan, cradling Luo Xinghe in her slumber, reached for her phone placed by the bedside. After a series of actions to silence the device, she yawned softly, gently removing Luo Xinghe's hand from her abdomen, and slowly sat up. Subsequently, she retrieved a white hair tie from the nightstand and gathered her hair into a ponytail. Slipping on her slippers, she quietly made her way to the bathroom for her morning routine before softly opening the door to descend the stairs. Downstairs, Zhao Ma had already prepared breakfast and laid it out on the table. She was in front of the large windows on the first floor, stretching her body. "Good morning, Zhao Ma," Gu Qingyan called out, prompting Zhao Ma to halt her exercises and turn her head, inquiring, "Qingyan, who was that you went upstairs with last night?" Gu Qingyan shot Zhao Ma a glance. Zhao Ma had been working for their family for about 5 years. Diligent and straightforward, she had become like family over time. However, her incessant curiosity about others' private affairs was a notable flaw. Upon noticing Gu Qingyan's expression, Zhao Ma wisely recognized that her question was inappropriate. Seeing Zhao Ma grasp the situation, Gu Qingyan offered, "Zhao Ma, why don't you sit down and have something to eat?" No, Zhao Ma declined. "I've already eaten. The vegetables at home are running low, so I'm going to the morning market to buy some." Gu Qingyan nodded, advising Zhao Ma to return early, before lowering her head to sip her porridge. 10 minutes later, with a bowl of plain porridge and a few small side dishes consumed, Gu Qingyan felt satiated. Although she had indulged in lavish meals, she found the simplicity of a bowl of porridge in the morning to be most comforting. Leaning back in her chair, she took out her work phone, located her secretary on WeChat, and messaged, "Please find out who Xinghe's advisor is and send it to me in 5 minutes." A few seconds later, her secretary replied with a confirmation. Gu Qingyan's marriage was known to only a select few, including her close classmates and her secretary. Even Zhao Ma was oblivious to it. She preferred to keep it under wraps for now, as she did not wish to involve Luo Xinghe in the complexities of the corporation. After all, she was uncertain of the schemes that the older gentleman might concoct. Ding dong. Within 2 minutes, her secretary had located Luo Xinghe's advisor. Such information could be easily accessed through the backend. "Principal Gu, here are the personal details and contact information of Luo Xinghe's advisor." "Good," Gu Qingyan replied. "Please inform her that Luo Xinghe is injured and unable to attend school for the next 3 days." After a moment of hesitation, her secretary cautiously responded, "Principal Gu, are you certain you want me to convey this? Might she not deduce your relationship with Luo Xinghe?" Gu Qingyan reassured her, "It's all right. She won't figure it out." Secretary, understood. Gu Qingyan continued, "Also, please delegate today's routine school affairs to Vice Principal Hua. I will not be going to school as I need to visit the headquarters." Secretary, got it, Principal Gu. Rest assured. After concluding her work-related matters, Gu Qingyan turned off her phone and emerged from the kitchen with a tray. She served a generous bowl of white porridge for Luo Xinghe, accompanied by a small plate of side dishes, and cautiously carried them upstairs. Upon entering the bedroom, she discovered that Luo Xinghe was still soundly asleep. She placed the tray on the table and gently lifted the corner of the blanket to examine the swelling around Luo Xinghe's ankle. Although the swelling had diminished considerably, it remained somewhat pronounced. Gu Qingyan opened the ointment, took a cotton swab, and began to meticulously apply the medicine to Luo Xinghe's ankle. In the midst of his dreams, Luo Xinghe suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his foot. Instinctively, he reached down to cover himself with the blanket, but found it impossible to do so, as it seemed someone was persistently pulling it away. Alarmed, he opened his eyes wide. Sitting up, he finally noticed Gu Qingyan tending to his ankle. Glancing around, he recalled that he had spent the night at his sister Qingyan's home, and the memory of their shared intimacy made his cheeks flush slightly. Awake? Gu Qingyan inquired. As if nothing had transpired, she pointed to the bowl of porridge on the table. You should eat something soon. I've already informed your counselor that you can take 3 days off from school. There's a crutch in the guest room that my father used when he had a fracture. I'll fetch it for you shortly. If you need anything else, just call for Aunt Zhao. Here's the remote for the television. Feel free to turn it on if you wish to watch. Oh, Luo Xinghe murmured, still drowsy as he absorbed her words. All done with the medication, Gu Qingyan announced, rising to retrieve a light blue shirt and tailored trousers from the wardrobe. After dressing, she cinched a designer belt around her waist, and without the loose pajamas to conceal her figure, her exquisite physique became apparent. I must head to work now, Gu Qingyan said, slipping on a pair of moderately high heels. Luo Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. She planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, bid him farewell, and closed the bedroom door as she descended the stairs. In an instant, the spacious room was left in solitude with Luo Xinghe. He peeled back the blanket and gazed at his ankle, noting how evenly Gu Qingyan had applied the ointment. It was evident that each stroke was executed with care. Reclining against the bed, he stared at the ceiling, pondering his extraordinary fortune in having acquired such a remarkable partner as Gu Qingyan. She was not only beautiful and possessed an enviable figure, but her gentle and considerate nature was complemented by her affluent status. The most significant aspect was that she had taken the initiative. Luo Xinghe smiled to himself. Just then Gu Qingyan re-entered the room, crutch in hand, pushing open the door. What are you smiling about? She asked. Nothing, nothing. Luo Xinghe hastily tucked away his grin. Gu Qingyan leaned the crutch against the wall. I forgot to bring this for you earlier. Use it if you need to get out of bed. Don't put too much weight on your injured foot. If all is well, it's best to remain in bed for now, play on your phone or sleep, whatever you prefer. Do you have money? If you wish to spend while gaming, then do so. After all, happiness is paramount. Ah, indeed, I do, Luo Xinghe replied awkwardly. Although he had never lacked for funds throughout his life, the very idea of spending money in a game would undoubtedly invite a scolding from his father. Now, to his astonishment, Sister Qi Tian allowed him to spend, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound freedom. Yu Qi Tian pulled out her phone from the pocket of her tailored trousers and promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to Luo Xinghe. You didn't spend the money I gave you last time, so this time, I will ensure you utilize it. Make sure to spend it all before I return tonight, regardless of where or how you choose to spend it. If I find that you have not spent it all, Gu Qingtian raised her fist in a playful yet serious gesture. Chapter 10. The woes of spending money. Sister Qingyan has gone to work, and it seems that Aunt Zhao is also not at home, leaving Luoxing alone in the house. He opened WeChat and discovered a new contact requesting to add him. Upon clicking, he saw the note, I am your counselor. Luoxing hurriedly accepted the request, realizing that he had forgotten to add his counselor's WeChat yesterday amidst his busyness. Counselor Zhou, I heard you sprained your ankle. Are you all right? Luoxing replied, I'm fine, counselor. A couple of days of rest, and I will be back at school. Counselor Zhou, no rush. Rest well before returning. I'll have Jiang Chuan and the others keep an eye on things for you at school. Luoxing, thank you, teacher. After a brief silence, Counselor Zhou cautiously inquired, what is your relationship with the principal? Me and the principal? Luoxing was taken aback, unsure how the counselor had obtained this information. Not wanting to speak out of turn, especially concerning Sister Qingyan's thoughts, he hesitated and lied. There's no relationship, counselor. Counselor Zhou, Xinghe, do you not consider me one of your own? Do you think I am foolish? If you had no ties to the principal, would she send her secretary to request leave for you at 7 in the morning? So it was Sister Qingyan who had asked her secretary to request leave on his behalf? Luoxing was unaware of these intricacies and momentarily found himself at a loss for how to respond. To his surprise, the counselor continued speculating. Is Gu Qingyan your sister, cousin, or something of that sort? Luoxing, It was impossible to assert that he had no connection to Sister Qingyan now, especially since the counselor had just provided the rationale. If there were no ties, would she have her secretary request leave for him so early in the morning? Yet, he could not state it outright. as he was uncertain if doing so would place Sister Qingyan in an awkward position. Thus, he simply sent a noncommittal "huh?" From that point onward. Regardless of how the counselor speculated or questioned, Luoxing chose not to respond. He closed the chat with the counselor and messaged Gu Qingyan, Sister Qingyan. My counselor is asking about our relationship. How should I respond? Unexpectedly, Gu Qingyan, who was at work, replied almost instantly. No need to answer. Someone will handle it. Feeling reassured, Luoxing set the counselor's messages to mute, so he would no longer be bothered by the irritating red notifications. How much have you spent of the money I gave you? Gu Qingyan continued to message. I haven't started drawing yet, he replied, feeling a bit wronged. Spend it quickly. She insisted, conveying her impatience. Sighing, Luoxing lamented that spending money had unexpectedly become a problem. After some thought, he added Jiang Chuan, Lu Ziming, and Zhao Jiaxing to a dormitory group chat, naming it Daddy and his sons. Jiang Chuan, Zhao Jiaxing, Lu Ziming. I have an 8 a.m. class. Who the hell came up with this name? Soon after, Luoxing sent a 200 yuan lucky red envelope in the group. Within a second, all three had snatched the money. Lu Ziming, 101. 43 yuan, best luck. Zhao Jiaxing, 92. 11 yuan. Jiang Chuan, 6. 46 yuan. Jiang Chuan. Lu Ziming, Dad. Zhao Jiaxing, Dad 1. Witnessing the rapid change of expressions on the faces of the three, Luo Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Chuan, there's a hidden agenda. Lu Ziming, what can I say? My luck is simply extraordinary. Luo Xinghe, brothers, I've sprained my ankle. I'll rely on you for school matters these next few days. Zhao Jiaxing, how did you sprain your ankle? Jiang Chuan, the military training uniforms will be distributed shortly. I'll fetch yours. Lu Ziming, Jiang Chuan, how can you speak like that? Please bring back my dad's military training uniform. Jiang Chuan, Lu Ziming, what a petty person. Is this the face you make for 100 yuan? Luo Xinghe, designated red envelope for Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan has received the designated red envelope, containing 100 yuan. Jiang Chuan, Dad. Leaning against the cushion, Luo Xinghe laughed heartily. With school matters no longer a concern, he quickly exited the chat with his roommates. After all, one cannot send too many red envelopes. After some contemplation, Luo Xinghe opened the game again. His high school buddy, Li Feiping, had dreamed of obtaining a glory crystal to exchange for an infinite hurricane. Unfortunately, his luck was rather poor. Every time he saved up for a meal and tried to draw, he ended up empty-handed. This aspiration had remained unfulfilled until now. Hence, Luo Xinghe directly entered Li Feiping's account credentials, unexpectedly ranking him higher. Li Feiping immediately bombarded him on WeChat. It's the password. This building is sheltered from the wind. You beast. My rank. Luo Xinghe ignored him entirely, clicked to surrender, and topped up his account with 2,000 yuan worth of in-game currency. Luo Xinghe, I'm logging in. Li Feiping, I logged in early. I was so close to leveling up to king. You push my rank up? Luo Xinghe, you log in first. Li Feiping, what if I log in first? If I log in, I 1T scold you. At another university, upon noticing the addition of 20,000 in-game currency to his account, Li Feiping was momentarily stunned. He counted the numbers 3 times before daring to confirm. Li Feiping, Xinghe, didn't your father prohibit you from spending money on games? Luo Xinghe, just do it. Li Feiping, if you don't abandon me, I would like to take you as my foster father. Luo Xinghe exited the chat and spent another 2,000. The thrill of spending money was exhilarating. However, it still felt rather slow to him. Moreover, to be honest, Luo Xinghe did not have the habit of investing money in games himself. Thus, he turned to an online shopping platform. He entered the keyword, women's jewelry. He began to sift through a plethora of beautiful accessories. Luo Xinghe knew that Sister Qingyan certainly did not lack jewelry. Yet, he believed that the significance of his purchase differed from what she would acquire herself. Although he was spending Sister Qingyan's money, it was also a token of his affection. With this mindset, he browsed for quite a while before finally selecting a necklace priced at 69,999. Without hesitation, he placed the order, and shortly thereafter, the merchant surprisingly called him. Greetings. Is the gemstone necklace you ordered on the platform not a mistaken click? This is a customized piece. If it was indeed an error, you may cancel the order now. Once customization begins, we cannot accommodate cancellations. Luo Xinghe replied, it is not a mistake. Please expedite the process, as I am in urgent need. Very well. We shall prioritize your customization. Luo Xinghe acknowledged with a sound and then hung up the phone. In his mind, he was calculating that he had already spent 72,300. leaving 27,700 yet to be spent. Alas, when did spending money become such a source of distress? Luo Xinghe reclined on Gu Qingyan's large bed, pondering how to proceed with his remaining expenditure. Chapter 11. Assisting Sister Qingyan in disrobing. However, the money ultimately ran out. With the remaining funds, Luo Xinghe promptly subscribed to annual VIP memberships for all video platforms. He even indulged in a yearly subscription for the childhood classic, Sailor's Quest. What was left was transformed entirely into gold bricks, seizing the opportunity presented by the return of the Eternal Calamity boxes, resulting in the acquisition of 5 red skins. After this series of expenditures, he successfully completed his spending spree by 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Stretching languidly on the bed, Luo Xinghe ambled to the restroom with the aid of his crutch, just as Aunt Zhao brought in a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao," he expressed gratefully, to which she responded with a smile, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. "Xiaohe," Aunt Zhao inquired, "what is your relationship with Qingyan?" "Why do you ask that, Aunt Zhao?" Luo Xinghe replied, shoveling noodles into his mouth. "Oh, I'm merely curious." Aunt Zhao raised her head and spoke slowly. "This child, Qingyan, may appear quite domineering, but she is genuinely a good person. Look." She pulled out her phone and displayed a photograph. "This is the stroller of my grandson, which Qingyan brought back from abroad. She treats me well, considers me family, so naturally, I care for her. She has never brought a man home before. When she introduced you yesterday, I was puzzled, as I had never heard of Qingyan having a younger brother. But when I saw you two in the same bedroom, it all made sense." "Aunt Zhao," Luo Xinghe was at a loss for words. "It's all right," Aunt Zhao continued. "I simply wish to convey that Qingyan is a good child, and I see you are also a good person, so treat her well." Luo Xinghe remained silent, merely sipping his soup. After a while, once he had finished the soup, Aunt Zhao took the bowl and descended the stairs. Another 2 hours passed before Luo Xinghe heard the sound of a door opening, followed by the distinct sound of high heels ascending the stairs. "Xinghe?" Gu Qingyan opened the master bedroom door and smiled at Luo Xinghe. The moment he beheld Gu Qingyan's flushed cheeks, he realized she had been drinking. "Sister Qingyan, are you all right?" Gu Qingyan shook her head and waved her hand at Luo Xinghe. "Xinghe, come here." Luo Xinghe gently settled beside Gu Qingyan, who leaned her head against his shoulder. Her voice, now sweetened by intoxication, inquired, "Do you regret marrying your sister?" Luo Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. In truth, there was nothing to regret. Before meeting Gu Qingyan, there had indeed been moments of infatuation, but those feelings had remained just that, fleeting infatuations. He believed in love, but did not believe it would be his destiny. Although he had experienced moments of yearning, he had never acted upon them, thinking he would continue in this manner indefinitely until Sister Qingyan's arrival. With this thought, Luo Xinghe resolutely shook his head. "Sister Qingyan, I do not regret it. But I am 7 years older than you. Yet I cannot tell." "What do you mean you cannot tell?" "I cannot tell that you are 7 years my senior. I find you more attractive than my classmates." Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingyan smiled softly, lifting her head to pinch Luo Xinghe's cheek. "You little trickster. Always trying to deceive your sister, aren't you?" Observing Gu Qingyan's fair and rosy complexion, Luo Xinghe shook his head. "No, I speak from the heart." Suddenly, Gu Qingyan gazed into Luo Xinghe's eyes and kissed him directly. Caught off guard, Luo Xinghe quickly reciprocated. The two savored the warmth of each other's lips, reluctant to part for what seemed like an eternity. It was not until Zhao Ma prepared the hangover soup and knocked on the door that Gu Qingyan finally released her embrace. Opening the door, she brought in the soup and, with a hint of pride, handed the bowl and spoon to Luo Xinghe. "You feed me." "All right," he replied, balancing the bowl in one hand and the spoon in the other, feeding Gu Qingyan bit by bit. As she sipped the hangover soup, she occasionally smiled at him. Luo Xinghe thought that Gu Qingyan seemed even more adorable after drinking. After he finished feeding her the soup, Gu Qingyan, on her own accord, slipped off her high heels and flopped onto the large bed. Luo Xinghe quickly set the bowl aside and gently shook Gu Qingyan. "Qingyan, you need to take off your clothes to sleep." Gu Qingyan playfully swayed her body, the effects of the alcohol peaking, and said directly, "Xinghe, help me take them off." "I help you take them off? That's not quite appropriate." Luo Xinghe hesitated. Gu Qingyan immediately exposed him. "Last night, you and I." "Why are you hesitating now?" "No, I just swallowed hard," Luo Xinghe stammered. "I meant I was afraid." "Afraid of what?" Gu Qingyan opened her eyes, her silky hair cascading like blooming flowers across the bed. She reached out and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her light blue shirt, revealing the black straps teasingly visible against her collarbone. See, just like this. With that, Gu Qingyan demonstrated for Luo Xinghe, who, seeing her nonchalance, felt emboldened. He swiftly unfastened the remaining buttons of her shirt, gently cradling her neck as he removed it. At that moment, Gu Qingyan suddenly placed her delicate hand over Luo Xinghe's heart. "Qingyan, what are you doing?" he asked, bewildered. With her other hand to her lips, she gestured for silence. "Shoo, don't make a sound. I'm listening to see if your heart is racing." Why do you want to listen to that?" Luo Xinghe was acutely aware that his heart was pounding, especially with a beauty like Gu Qingyan before him. "Silly. It's to see if you have feelings for your sister." Gu Qingyan, now seated in her black lingerie, revealed her defined waistline and remarked, "Words can deceive, but the heartbeat cannot lie. Thankfully, you have not deceived me." She then picked up a hair tie from the bedside table and, under Luo Xinghe's gaze, tied her hair up. Subsequently, she slipped into some slippers and gracefully walked to the wardrobe, emerging clad in a sleek black nightgown. Luo Xinghe observed Gu Qingyan's lively footsteps and clear thoughts, which hardly suggested intoxication. However, the unmistakable scent of alcohol emanating from Gu Qingyan confirmed that she had indeed been drinking. She settled back onto the edge of the bed and gently remarked, "Oh, silly one, do you think such a trivial amount of alcohol could possibly intoxicate your elder sister? If one cannot handle their drink in business, success becomes elusive." Luo Xinghe nodded, somewhat understanding. "So how about it? Have you exhausted the 100,000 I gave you?" "Yes," Luo Xinghe replied. Gu Qingyan affectionately ruffled Luo Xinghe's hair and said, "Tomorrow, I shall gift you another 100,000 to spend." No. Luo Xinghe protested, "Sister Qingyan, I do not possess such a strong desire to spend money. You needn't do this." Gu Qingyan shook her head firmly. "That won't do. A man must learn to manage his finances. Our Xinghe must master the art of spending. Money is merely a tool for you to realize your aspirations. Do you understand? My aim is to ensure your happiness. How could I possibly allow my husband to be less fortunate than others?" Chapter 12. Returned to school in the subsequent 2 days. Luo Xinghe indulged in a rather monotonous spree of expenditure. He had nearly acquired every skin available for his numerous gaming accounts, and with the added advantage of financial investment, his performance in games soared to remarkable heights. Luo Xinghe couldn't help but reflect on the significant impact that skins had on gaming experiences. He even logged onto Steam and impulsively ordered every game that piqued his interest, including titles like Black Myth, 3 Men and a Dog, and Red Dead Redemption, among others. At the moment of confirming his purchases, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for it was in the act of buying games that true joy resided. However, such a lifestyle proved to be rather tedious over time. Fortunately, his foot gradually regained its strength. Although he still limped, by the evening of the following day, he was able to walk unaided. By the end of the 3rd day, his foot had nearly healed, and despite a lingering discomfort, it was nothing serious. Thus, on the morning of the 4th day, he prepared to return to school. Having missed the first 3 days of classes, a sense of anxiety crept over him. Coincidentally, it was also the day that military training for freshmen commenced, an event that a dutiful student like Luo Xinghe could not afford to miss. After enjoying breakfast at Sister Qingyan's home, he boarded the car driven by the chauffeur and set off for school. Gu Qingyan did not accompany him to school, as she had to attend to matters at the company, but she reminded Luo Xinghe to refrain from strenuous activities, as his foot had not fully healed. She also mentioned that he could call her if necessary, and that participating in military training was not mandatory. Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, the driver brought Luo Xinghe to the entrance of Hicheng College. Just as he was preparing to disembark, to his surprise, the driver drove straight through the gates. The security guard not only refrained from stopping them, but even greeted the driver with a smile. Unbeknownst to the guard, the passenger was not the principal, but rather Luo Xinghe. The driver skillfully navigated to the dormitory building before finally departing. After expressing his gratitude multiple times, Luo Xinghe made his way back to his dormitory. Upon arriving at the dormitory door and pushing it open, he found Jiang Chuan still asleep. Zhao Jiaxing was already seated at the table, diligently studying from the textbooks for their first semester. As for Lu Ziming, he must have gone for his morning run, as he had previously informed them of his habit of jogging in the mornings. Jiang Chuan, still groggy from sleep, lifted his head upon seeing Luo Xinghe enter and immediately became alert. "Oh, you're back. How's your foot? Is it better?" "It's fine," Luo Xinghe replied as he slowly walked further into the dormitory, clearly noticing 2 sets of brand new military training uniforms neatly stacked on his bed. Oh, Jiang Chuan explained while getting dressed. I brought them back for you. We have military training at 8 this morning, so make sure to change into them. All right. Luo Xinghe said, sitting on the edge of his bed and preparing to change into the training uniform. Jiang Chuan then inquired, Xinghe, do you have some sort of special relationship with our counselor? Ah, the counselor? Luo Xinghe pondered for a moment, recalling the conversation he had with Counselor Zhou that day. What kind of relationship could they possibly have? No, he replied succinctly. Jiang Chuan scratched his head. Really? None at all. On the day I went to collect my military training uniform, the counselor, appearing quite concerned, asked various questions. Is that so? Perhaps our counselor is simply kind-hearted. Luo Xinghe replied dismissively. Just as Jiang Chuan was about to inquire further, Lu Ziming, returning from his morning run with breakfast in hand, kicked open the dormitory door and exclaimed, Boys, your godfather has returned. Upon entering, Lu Ziming spotted Luo Xinghe and said, Xinghe, you're back. I brought an extra portion. Come and eat breakfast. Luo Xinghe waved his hand, saying, You all go ahead. I've already eaten. Already eaten? Zhao Jiaxing, removing his headphones, exclaimed in surprise. Did your girlfriend make you breakfast? Xinghe, what luck you have finding such a girlfriend. Luo Xinghe smiled slightly, thinking to himself that it wasn't exactly his girlfriend who prepared the meal, but it was indeed at his wife's family's home, which could be considered akin to her cooking. At this moment, the three who had initially intended to encourage Luo Xinghe to pursue romantic freedom felt a twinge of jealousy. Jiang Chuan, while unwrapping his century egg and lean meat porridge, asked, Is your girlfriend from our school? Where did your dad's uncle find her? Can you help me find one? I wouldn't mind an arranged marriage. Nonsense, Lu Ziming interjected immediately. What do you mean by arranged marriage? This is about listening to one's parents. Xinghe, have our uncle help me find one as well. Zhao Jiaxing raised his hand. Count me in. Luo Xinghe, unsure of how to respond, could only say, Let's eat. We can discuss this after the meal. Hey, don't rush through breakfast. Jiang Chuan clearly had more questions. Xinghe, let us see a picture of your girlfriend. Yes, we'll help you vet her. Luo Xinghe thought to himself that he could not allow Jiang Chuan and the others to see her. It wasn't a matter of distrust. It was simply that announcing his relationship with Sister Qingyan now could stir unforeseen complications, especially since Sister Qingyan was still establishing herself at her company. It would be prudent to wait a while before making their relationship public. Thus, Luo Xinghe declined, saying, She is a bit shy. Let us wait a couple of days. And I'll bring her out to have a meal with everyone. Oh, that works too. The three did not press further, and as the time for military training approached, they eagerly devoured their meals. Half an hour later, the four were dressed and ready, heading together toward the playground. On the grassy field, a group of first-year students already clad in camouflage sat in clusters, chattering away. The military training instructors and some officials were making final preparations on the distant podium. At that moment, a girl in the architecture class sent a message in their group chat. Students of architecture class, hurry to gather here. Who is lagging behind? The group paused, somewhat taken aback. Who is this girl, so domineering? Jiang Chuan explained. She probably wants to run for class president and is trying to make her presence known early. Lu Ziming objected. She hasn't even been elected class president yet. And she is already showing her temper. In my opinion, Luo Xinghe should be the class president. After all, he was selected as the secretary by our beautiful principal. Zhao Jiaxing nodded in agreement. I concur. Having Xinghe as class president would be beneficial for our dormitory. No, Luo Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. He merely wished to languish through university life. The responsibilities of being class monitor were far too cumbersome. All right, enough of this. We shall discuss it later. Our immediate priority is to locate that girl and prevent her from calling out in the group, Jiang Chuan remarked. The three nodded in agreement and hurried towards the lawn opposite the track to join their peers. At that moment, other classes were still seated on the grass, while only Class 1 of Architecture stood in formation on the lawn. Upon spotting the four, the commanding girl called out, Why are you all so slow? You've kept our entire class waiting. Chapter 13. How dare you upon uttering those words? The gaze of every classmate turned toward Luo Xinghe and his three companions. Lu Ziming, unable to tolerate such insolence, retorted sharply, What do you think you're doing? Just look at the playground. Is anyone else in line apart from our class? A girl interjected, Who are you insulting? The instructor just instructed us to line up. Are we to disregard it just because other classes are not? Did the instructor specifically tell you to line up? Lu Ziming continued his rebuttal. Luo Xinghe and Jiang Chuan pulled him back, but Lu Ziming, consumed by his anger, paid them no heed. With her hands on her hips and a furrowed brow, the girl replied, The instructor said the temporary leader should organize the lineup. If you arrive late, kindly refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. They said the temporary leader should line up. Are you the temporary leader? Who appointed you? Did you self-proclaim that title? Upon hearing this, the girl momentarily faltered and, after a lengthy pause, could only manage to utter a single word. You. Seeing this, Luo Xinghe and the others immediately urged Lu Ziming. All right. All right, let it go. Lu Ziming despised individuals who fancied themselves leaders, arrogantly directing others. Just as Luo Xinghe and the others pulled him back into line, the assigned instructor descended from the podium. Zhou Ling, what's the matter? Zhou Ling was the girl who had just argued with Lu Ziming. Instructor. Upon noticing the instructor's return, Zhou Ling's tone became decidedly firmer. These four arrived late and even dared to challenge me. They refused to follow instructions. I defy your absurdity. Lu Ziming, undaunted even in the presence of the instructor, fired back. You're a total joke. Do you really think you're qualified to discipline us? If one didn't know better, they might think we are the delinquents. Instructor, look. With Lu Ziming's outburst, Zhou Ling needed no embellishment. The instructor pointed sharply at Lu Ziming. You, come here. Lu Ziming complied without hesitation, standing before the instructor, towering even above him. I ask you, why did you not line up promptly upon your late arrival? Why confront the leader, as if it elevates your status? We arrived before 8, and other classes were resting. Why must our class line up so much earlier? Lu Ziming countered. Moreover, who declared her the temporary leader? Instructor, can you confirm if anyone in our class recognizes her as such? Lu Ziming turned his head, and silence enveloped the class. All right, you think you're tough? Run 10 laps. Fine, I'll run. Lu Ziming, an athlete accustomed to training and often participating in half marathons, regarded the 10 laps with indifference. You've crossed the line. The instructor, still seething, pointed at Luo Xinghe and the others. And you three, you were late too. You will run as well? Fine, we'll run. As Lu Ziming's roommate, Zhang Chuan naturally stood alongside him. Luo Xinghe and Zhao Jiaxing exchanged glances, resolutely stepping onto the track as well. At that moment, Lu Ziming had just completed a lap. Why are you all joining me? He asked while running. We came together. If you're penalized, can we escape unscathed? Zhang Chuan replied. Lu Ziming declared, I cannot abide such individuals. It is quite early for assembly. We have yet to reach the designated time. Furthermore, no one appointed her as the temporary leader. It is simply that others have chosen to remain silent. While you have voiced it, Zhang Chuan consoled Lu Ziming. Luo Xinghe added, let them run. Consider it a form of physical exercise. Zhao Jiaxing chimed in, indeed. In our class 603, we must always maintain order. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziming's eyes glistened with determination. Very well, if that is the case. Let us showcase the brilliance of 603 upon the track. With that, he surged ahead, leaving Luo Xinghe and the others far behind. Goodness, he runs so swiftly. I believe our pace is more suitable, one remarked. Agreed, let us maintain a leisurely jog. Regrettably, Luo Xinghe, after completing a single lap, felt a burning sensation in his ankle, followed by a creeping pain. In that moment, he momentarily forgot about his sprained ankle and recalled that he had been advised against vigorous exercise during this period. After all, he was merely capable of walking, not yet fully recovered from his injury. Consequently, he halted abruptly after his lap, prompting Zhang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing to stop alongside him. What is it? Is your foot bothering you? They inquired. Luo Xinghe nodded. A bit. Then you should not run. Your foot is more important. Thus, Zhang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing supported Luo Xinghe back to the front of the line. At that moment, the instructor was instructing the entire class to perform push-ups, under the guise of discipline, to eradicate any improper behavior. Only the instructor and Zhou Ling remained standing, with Zhou feigning assistance as she corrected her classmates' postures. Instructor, Luo Xinghe called out. The instructor turned, and upon seeing the trio, immediately retorted, Did I tell you to stop? Add 10 more laps. Instructor, my ankle is injured. May I rest for a moment? Luo Xinghe bypassed the instructor's comment and directly stated his need. The instructor glanced down at Luo Xinghe's foot and replied, You boys are quite adept at evading responsibility, are you not? You've only completed 1 lap and already your foot is injured? If you do not wish to run, then do squats, 200 each. Instructor, I cannot perform squats due to my injury. Luo Xinghe's tone grew slightly more assertive. To his surprise, the instructor stepped closer, nearly pressing against him, and locked eyes with Luo Xinghe. I have seen many who attempt to evade military training in this manner. Luo Xinghe furrowed his brow slowly. He was indeed injured, So how is this an evasion of military training? Instructor, I am not lying. Luo Xinghe exclaimed. Moreover, Lu Ziming was correct. Our class assembles much earlier than the others. Although it is morning, the sun is already blazing. Do you not see? If this were necessary for training, we could endure the sun, but the training time has yet to commence. Why must we stand in formation under the sun? Furthermore, our class is not engaged in any activity. Why are they also required to do push-ups? The instructor was left bewildered by Luo Xinghe's fervent rebuttal. He pointed at Luo Xinghe and remarked, You are unwilling to participate in military training, are you? Very well, be on your way. When the time comes, I shall duly annotate your military training evaluation manual to reflect your evasion. Is it truly avoidance on my part? Luo Xinghe felt that reasoning with this instructor was akin to playing a lute to a cow. At that moment, Zhou Ling approached the instructor and reported, Report, instructor. There is another individual in our dormitory who is shirking training, claiming she is on her period. Being her dorm mate, I am well aware of her cycle. Chapter 14. The arrival of the principal. Upon hearing those words, even the usually mild-mannered Luo Xinghe was ignited with indignation. He strode directly to the pale-faced girl, grasping her and lifting her up. Luo Xinghe exclaimed, Fellow students, we are here to learn. We are willing to endure the typical military training. But can you accept such an unreasonable instructor? And what of this temporary leader? If she were to become our class monitor, would we have any good days ahead? At this, several male students, unable to contain themselves, rose to their feet. I object. I believe the student who was just punished with running is right. Why must our class assemble so early, baking under the sun? Indeed, instructor, have you not noticed how other classes are mocking us? Although this is military training, we are still your soldiers. If we are ridiculed, does it bring you honor? Exactly. That girl was visibly unwell, her face pale. You claim she is not on her period. Let me ask you, have you acquainted yourself with every girl's cycle in your dormitory since the semester just began? If you had any compassion, you would not have acted so thoughtlessly. What are you shouting about? Zhou Ling, noticing the situation spiraling out of control, attempted to regain authority. Is there no sense of collective awareness? Shouldn't one be punished for their mistakes? As soon as she uttered these words, nearly all the students stood up, many shouting, Why don't you do push-ups alongside us? Aren't you part of class 1? Right. When it comes time to vote for class monitor, I will not cast my vote for you. Neither will I. Me neither. Let us go to the authorities together. I refuse to believe that they will not listen to so many of us. With that, the collective fury of the students surged, and the expressions of Zhou Ling and the instructor shifted from condescension to sheer terror. Zhou Ling had been class monitor for 3 years in high school, and her classmates had never dared to confront her in such a manner. The instructor had guided students on multiple occasions, yet had never witnessed such vehement outrage from a class. Thus, while the instructor urged Zhou Ling to stabilize the situation, he sought out the commander of the military training regiment. Observing his classmates' rise, Luo Xinghe's eyes moistened with emotion. He assisted the pale-faced girl to a grassy patch to sit, and immediately, another student volunteered to fetch the school nurse. United in their shared indignation, the students ignored Zhou Ling's commands. Meanwhile, Lu Ziming, who had been running with his head down, was bewildered to see his classmates gathered together, the instructor absent. What on earth happened? He exclaimed, pushing through the encircled group. In the center, he found a girl with tear-streaked eyes and pale lips. Xinghe, I saw you at the freshman gala the day before yesterday. You are the principal's secretary. We support you as class monitor. I concur. Based solely on Luo's words just now, I stand with him. I agree. I too. Amidst the lively discussions, they had inadvertently cast Zhou Ling as an outsider. Instead, the pioneer Lu Ziming was taken aback. Wasn't I the one who rebelled first? Why aren't you pushing me to be the class leader? No worries. Xinghe will be the class leader, and you will be the vice leader, without allowing Luo Xinghe to voice a rebuttal. The others had already determined his position in class 1. Although Luo Xinghe's earlier outburst was merely a reaction to the intolerable situation as the crowd formed a circle, the head of the military training regiment, the director of the architecture department, and the instructor of class 1 approached. The director's face was ominously dark. He believed that no matter the circumstances, one must never confront the instructor, nor allow a collective incident to transpire. What are you all gathered here for? Who instigated this? As the director could not penalize all the students, he was compelled to select a few of the ringleaders, fearing that Lu Ziming might step forward. Luo Xinghe bravely took a step forward to shield him. The other students, upon seeing the director, felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, they had come to university not to cause trouble, but to earn their diplomas. Unexpectedly, Lu Ziming still shouted, and Jiang Chuan immediately followed suit. I count as one too. Zhao Jiaxing hesitated. He had always been a diligent student, too afraid to confront a teacher. He feared repercussions. Knowing that his admission to university was a collective effort of his family, the thought of receiving any punishment filled him with dread, as he did not wish to disappoint his parents. After some contemplation, Zhao Jiaxing ultimately refrained from stepping forward, choosing to stand with Luo Xinghe and the others. So, you three think it's acceptable to disrupt military training, do you? You're all disqualified from this year's training, treated as absentees. Furthermore, for instigating your classmates to confront the instructor, each of you will receive a demerit and must write a 5,000-word reflection. But, teacher, don't you want to hear our side of the story? What side of the story? The director retorted, arms crossed. Confronting the instructor is simply wrong. What do you wish to argue? You, Zhou Yuan, what do you say? The director turned to the instructor who was hiding in the back. Zhou Yuan believed there must be a reason behind the student's actions, and unlike others, he was aware of Luo Xinghe's connection to the new principal, despite Luo Xinghe's adamant denial of being her brother. The principal's secretary had come to persuade Zhou Yuan to keep it a secret. However, the more the secretary insisted, the more Zhou Yuan felt his suspicions were confirmed. Thus, he beckoned the director and the head of the military training regiment aside. Gentlemen, I advise you not to provoke our classes, Luo Xinghe. The director was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yuan, what are you implying? Zhou Yuan glanced at Luo Xinghe before lowering his voice. Luo Xinghe is the brother of the new principal. Moreover, it appears the principal holds this brother in high regard, even sending a secretary to inform me to keep it confidential. The director was surprised by this connection. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Regret washed over the director as he turned back to say, well, after some discussions among the faculty regarding the situation, we collectively believe that Luo Xinghe's actions were entirely justified. Upon the utterance of these words, the students present were rendered utterly bewildered. In mere minutes, the director's stance had shifted a complete 180 degrees. Furthermore, he had neither consulted the instructor nor gathered insights from the students. How, then, could he possess such precise knowledge of the circumstances? No, Commander, how could he possibly be right? The instructor of the architecture class was equally taken aback by this revelation. If Luo Xinghe is correct, does that imply my own position is erroneous? What, then, was the purpose of my earlier exuberant antics? Merely the joker in a deck of cards. Silence. The commander barked sharply, causing the instructor to instantly refrain from further comment. Who was to be silenced? At that moment, across the playground, Principal Gu Qingyan and Vice Principal Hu Jie arrived to oversee the new students' military training. Chapter 15. Gu Qingyan Strikes Back. Gu Qingyan arrived from the group. Fortunate that Gu Qilong had laid a solid foundation, the group could ensure the stable operation of various project teams without the constant presence of the chairman. This allowed Gu Qingyan to devote more time to the school, especially since Gu Qilong's greatest concerns before his departure were her unmarried status and the development of Qing College. Principal, it's nothing serious. We are just addressing a few issues. The director, upon noticing both the principal and vice principal's arrival, immediately downplayed the situation. Unfortunately, Gu Qingyan did not catch the director's words. Her attention fixated on Luo Xinghe's feet. Furrowing her brow, Gu Qingyan noted that Luo Xinghe's feet had seemingly healed. So why was he being supported now? Just as she was about to speak, Luo Xinghe called out, Principal, we request a change of instructor. A change of instructor? Gu Qingyan narrowed her eyes at Luo Xinghe and asked, why? This instructor lacks empathy for the students and shows no humanitarian concern. Even when we were all resting, he demanded we assemble early. When we voiced our objections, we were punished with laughs, and our classmates faced collective punishment, forced to do push-ups. Moreover, there was a girl who clearly was on her menstrual cycle, yet he denied her a break. Luo Xinghe recounted the events with precision, earning silent admiration from his classmates. Although they might not dare to complain to the principal, Luo Xinghe had the courage to do so, thus elevating his standing among his peers. After all, true character emerges in times of adversity. Jiang Chuan added. Despite his injury, the instructor would not allow him to rest. If Luo Xinghe continues to run like this, it could lead to serious consequences. Upon hearing Luo Xinghe's words, Gu Qingyan's expression turned icy. She would not permit anyone to undermine the fruits of her father's years of hard work, nor allow anyone to persecute students under her watch. While she wholeheartedly supported the normal military training that could hone college students' character, she could not accept an instructor who flaunted his authority and disregarded students' legitimate requests. With Jiang Chuan revealing Luo Xinghe's foot injury, Gu Qingyin's expression grew even colder. Thankfully, Luo Xinghe had not continued running. Had his condition worsened, it would have broken her heart. Despite the student's multiple grievances igniting her fury, Gu Qingyin maintained her composure. Approaching the instructor, she coldly inquired, "Are you the instructor responsible for Luo Xinghe's class?" The instructor, increasingly anxious, nodded. "Do you have any explanation regarding the student's complaints?" The instructor glanced at the military training team leader, who ignored him entirely. At that moment, facing the principal, the instructor felt a surge of fear. His name was Xiaofeng, a third-year student who had joined the National Guard, thus qualifying him to be an instructor, having led freshmen the previous year. He recalled that such incidents had never occurred before. In the classroom filled with such rebellious spirits, the entire class still stood united against a common adversary. How could this be? No. Zhuo Xiaofeng defended himself, saying, "Principal, my actions are intended to temper their resolve. Furthermore, the early assembly was proposed not by me, but by the temporary leader of their class. I merely acquiesced." Who is the temporary leader? Gu Qingyin turned her head, her gaze still icy, exuding an air of determination to resolve the matter. Seeing this, Zhou Ling timidly stepped forward, stammering, "Principal, it's me." Gu Qingyin did not press the girl further, but called out, "Where is their class counselor? Has he arrived?" Yes. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and stepped forward, declaring, "Principal, I am their counselor." Gu Qingyin interrogated, "Are you certain that you are the temporary leader of their class?" To her surprise, Zhou Yuan appeared equally perplexed. "I didn't designate a temporary leader. My intention was to have the students cast preliminary votes tonight to determine that." Zhou Ling. "Who appointed you as the temporary leader?" Zhou Ling lowered her head, her hands trembling. "I thought you had approved it in the office." The office? Zhou Yuan pondered. Indeed, Zhou Ling had visited his office a day prior. However, he had merely suggested to discuss it later without assigning her the role. Once the situation was clarified, Gu Qingyin entrusted the girl to Zhou Yuan, believing it best for the counselor to handle such matters. She then turned her attention back to Zhuo Xiaofeng. "Since you are an instructor, let me ask you, during military training, did your instructors treat you in the same manner? Did you have to run even with a sprained ankle? Did you have to crawl if your leg was broken?" "No, my leg was broken," Zhuo Xiaofeng protested. "Not broken?" Gu Qingyin's temper flared as she exclaimed, "It will be too late once it is." She continued, "If you sprain your ankle, would you like me to make you run 10 laps on the playground?" Zhuo Xiaofeng fell silent. "You should cease your role as an instructor and await your punishment," Gu Qingyin declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiaofeng felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Yet, Gu Qingyin was not finished. She summoned the commander of the military training group, instructing, "Do you have a backup instructor? Call him over. Let Luo Xinghe select. Only when he is satisfied can the instructor teach their class. Otherwise, they shall continue to be replaced." Yes, the commander, a senior student, dared not defy Gu Qingyin's words. After addressing these matters, Gu Qingyin approached Luo Xinghe and, in front of all present, astonishingly crouched down to inspect his camouflage pants, personally checking his foot injury. This scene left everyone in attendance utterly astounded. The beautiful principal displayed such compassion for her students. One must wonder, which university president could match such empathy? The director adjusted his glasses, thinking to himself how fortunate he was not to have troubled Luo Xinghe earlier, lest he too face reprimand. It now seemed plausible that Luo Xinghe's connection to the principal could indeed be substantiated. Further investigation might be warranted later. "It appears somewhat swollen," Gu Qingyin remarked. "It's nothing, Sister Qingyin." No, Luo Xinghe realized her mistake and quickly corrected herself. "Principal, I am fine." However, the words Sister Qingyin had already distinctly reached the ears of those present. "No, you should suspend training for the morning." Gu Qingyin stood up, her concern for Luo Xinghe's injury leaving her little room to mask the finer details. And for that girl on her menstrual cycle, she must learn to take care of herself. Gu Qingyin turned to Zhou Yuan and said, "Please issue them a leave note for the morning, allowing them to halt training. Whether they can train in the afternoon will depend on the circumstances." All right, Zhou Yuan quickly agreed. "Then let's proceed this way. I'll take you to see the school doctor." Gu Qingyin, stepping in for Jiang Chuan, supported Luo Xinghe. Chapter 16. A luxurious buffet treat for the next half hour. Gu Qingyin accompanied Luo Xinghe to see the school doctor. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Hui Jie took Gu Qingyan's place, touring the new students' military training with the director and others. The doctor assessed that there was no significant issue with her foot, but advised against high-intensity exercise. He concluded that the young lady was likely experiencing dysmenorrhea due to irregular lifestyle habits and a preference for cold foods. He recommended more rest, using a heating pad, and drinking some brown sugar water. Upon hearing the doctor's assessment, Gu Qingyan felt a sense of relief. Upon exiting, the secretary was responsible for escorting the young woman back to her dormitory, while Gu Qingyan led Luo Xinghe towards the playground. Along the way, several individuals greeted Gu Qingyan, and although she responded to each one, her focus remained on Luo Xinghe. Since your father entrusted you to me, I shall take good care of you. Once we return to the playground, I will arrange for them to issue you an internship certificate. You can simply sit on the lawn, she said. Luo Xinghe shook her head. No, Sister Qingyan, I wish to train with them. At this, Gu Qingyan halted, grasping the back of Luo Xinghe's collar. Xinghe, will you heed your sister's advice? Luo Xinghe looked up at her, her delicate brows furrowed, and her gaze fierce, clearly a bit agitated. Very well. I have a small request, if I may. You may. Gu Qingyan released her hold on Luo Xinghe's collar and crossed her arms. I would like to gauge my own limits. If I feel overwhelmed, I can step back, yes? Luo Xinghe spoke earnestly. Gu Qingyan pondered for a moment. The military training was a unique experience during their 4 years of university. Allowing her to sit out entirely might lead to future regret. Moreover, military training was also a crucial opportunity for classmates to bond, and her complete absence would be rather unfortunate. Agreed, but you must exercise caution. It is better to take it easy than to overstrain your foot, Gu Qingyan said, half admonishingly, half commandingly. Luo Xinghe nodded, and Gu Qingyan smiled, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before she took his hand. Luo Xinghe felt that Sister Qingyan's hand was soft, warm, and delicate. In the ensuing time, Captain Wang astutely assigned a more suitable instructor to Class 1 of Architecture, allowing their progress to gradually catch up. Luo Xinghe participated in some lighter training, but when it came to more intense drills, even his desire to join was met with resistance from his classmates. On the first day of military training, under the leadership of Luo Xinghe and Lu Ziming, Class 1 of Architecture demonstrated remarkable cohesion. The day passed swiftly, and once military training concluded, it was barely past 8 o'clock. Thus, Jiang Chuan proposed a group outing for Class 603. This time, Luo Xinghe had no reason to decline, for he could not sit out every gathering. He messaged Gu Qingyan on WeChat, Sister Qingyan, our dormitory plans to go out for dinner tonight. It might be quite late. Should I just stay in the dorm? After sending the message, Gu Qingyan did not respond immediately. She might be preoccupied with work. For as Luo Xinghe passed by the administrative building, he noticed that the lights in the principal's office were still aglow. Let us go. I've just updated my partner, Luo Xinghe declared. Jiang Chuan patted him on the shoulder, remarking, our Xinghe is truly a man, even remembering to inform his partner before going out to have fun. Luo Xinghe detected the playful sarcasm in Jiang Chuan's words and retorted, well, you, a lifelong singleton, probably wouldn't he understand. You scoundrel. Jiang Chuan was deeply wounded by this remark, feeling a chill in his heart on that balmy summer night. All right, where do you all want to eat? It's on me. Luo Xinghe generously waved his hand. Really? The trio sensed Luo Xinghe's extraordinary financial means. After all, he had previously sent a generous red envelope of 300 in their group chat and was now offering to treat them again. Just days prior, when Jiang Chuan and the others had dined out, they had split the bill. Then we shan't hold back. Lu Ximing rubbed his hands together. I know a buffet where it's only 79 for each person. Let us indulge Luo Xinghe this time. Luo Xinghe remained silent. He typically dined at buffets costing 588. As his father insisted, he avoid such inexpensive options, deeming them unhealthy. He shook his head, about to speak to the trio when his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a string of messages from Sister Qingyan. No way, you must return home tonight. After dinner, send me your address, and I'll have the driver pick you up. Where are you planning to eat? What type of cuisine? I have a good relationship with the owner of Tianmu. I can arrange a private room for you if you'd like. Tianmu? Luo Xinghe pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that this was the finest buffet in the city, only accessible to select patrons. Private rooms were never open to the public and could only be booked by esteemed guests or business associates. The cost at Tianmu was 3,888 per person. Yet, the ingredients were remarkably fresh, the meat of superior quality, and the chef's skills unparalleled. Thus, Despite its exorbitant prices, Tianmu was perpetually bustling with patrons. To be honest, even Luo Xinghe's father might not be able to secure a reservation at Tianmu's private rooms. We can just grab a bite. Luo Xinghe, wishing to avoid causing any inconvenience to Gu Qingyan, was prepared to decline. Gu Qingyan responded, "Be obedient. I've already reserved a room for you. Just go and eat. You must return home tonight. I'll send someone to pick you up shortly." Faced with no way to refuse, Luo Xinghe reluctantly agreed. Deep down, he was also curious to experience just how exquisite Tianmu could be. After all, how could a buffet, especially one at such a staggering price, maintain constant full occupancy? Luo Xinghe was intrigued. At that moment, Jiang Chuan, already salivating at the thought of the buffet, tapped Luo Xinghe on the shoulder. "So, what do you think, Xinghe?" In Jiang Chuan's view, an average cost of 80 had already reached a high price point. Given that Luo Xinghe was treating them, the four of them would spend 320 altogether. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan's monthly allowance barely reached 1,500. Therefore, if Luo Xinghe were to change his mind, they would easily understand. Perhaps we should consider a different restaurant. After reading Sister Qingyan's message, Luo Xinghe began to speak. However, Jiang Chuan and the others mistakenly believed that Luo Xinghe thought the price was too steep. Thus, they remarked, "No problem. In fact, whether we eat at the buffet or not is irrelevant. The four of us can simply enjoy a bowl of lamb soup together." "What lamb soup?" Luo Xinghe inquired, puzzled. "Let us go for the buffet. The restaurant has already been reserved. We can take a taxi now." "Reserved?" The three exchanged glances, wondering if Luo Xinghe had indeed chosen the budget-friendly hot pot buffet priced at an average of 29. Jiang Chuan, filled with curiosity, asked, "Xinghe, which restaurant did you book?" "Tianmu," Luo Xinghe responded. "Tianmu?" Zhao Jiaxing clearly had never heard of this establishment. He rarely indulged in buffets himself. Jiang Chuan was also unfamiliar with Tianmu, assuming it was merely an ordinary restaurant. However, at that moment, Lu Ziming's expression changed dramatically. "Are you referring to the Tianmu buffet restaurant in the city center?" Luo Xinghe nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's the one." Chapter 17. The buffet with an average cost of 3,888. Goodness. "Xinghe, is your family really this affluent?" Lu Ziming couldn't help his curiosity. Unlike Jiang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing, Lu Ziming was a genuine local from Huqing, possessing a profound understanding of the city's nuances. In Huqing, particularly among the youth, Tianmu Buffet represented the pinnacle of dining experiences. Although few had dined there, those who had raved about it. In fact, during Lu Ziming's last high school reunion, classmates expressed a desire to treat one another at Tianmu once someone struck it rich. Unaware of the situation, Jiang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing, noticing Lu Ziming's excitement, naturally deduced that the restaurant's prices were steep. How much? How much? It can't possibly be over 200, can it? Lu Ziming shook his head. At Tianmu, there's no way a meal costs that little. 500? Surely it can't be 1,000. The thought of spending 1,000 per meal was far beyond Zhao Jiaxing's comprehension. At that moment, Jiang Chuan had already discovered the price on Douyin. 3,888 per person. My goodness! Jiang Chuan felt as though the world had spun around him. How can a meal be priced so exorbitantly? Are the chopsticks made of gold? Or is the bowl gilded? In astonishment, Jiang Chuan exclaimed, Xinghe, what does your family do to have such wealth? Luo Xinghe smiled. Knowing that his father's character would never allow him to dine at such an extravagant establishment. It's reserved by my partner. Your partner? The three gasped collectively. With such lavishness, Luo Xinghe's significant other must surely be a wealthy woman. Xinghe, does your partner have any sisters or younger siblings? Could you introduce me? Xinghe. I'm more handsome than him. I'd love to be a kept man. Bragging. Are you even taller than me? I say I'm more handsome. Who cares about height? All right. Luo Xinghe interrupted the playful banter of Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming as he opened the door of the recently arrived taxi. Half an hour later, the trio stood in front of the Tianmu restaurant, a wave of astonishment washing over them. The exterior of the establishment was fashioned from exquisite imported marble, exuding an understated luxury. Towering columns, 5 meters high, were intricately sculpted, adorned with elaborate Baroque patterns, while golden lines elegantly outlined their majestic forms, supporting the grand archway above. Let us go inside. Luo Xinghe confidently led the way as two attendants promptly opened the heavy, ornately carved wooden doors. The three exchanged glances, then cautiously stepped inside. The opulence of the restaurant was so overwhelming that they hardly dared to speak. Following Luo Xinghe through the archway, the interior of the restaurant unfolded before them. Beneath their feet lay a hand-woven silk carpet, its soft texture akin to walking on clouds, whispering tales of ancient and exotic charm. Above, a resplendent crystal chandelier hangs like a cascade of falling stars, its thousands of Swarovski crystals shimmering under the illumination, casting a dreamlike glow that dances across every corner of the dining area, imbuing the atmosphere with an air of solemn elegance. The restaurant's walls are adorned with the finest leather upholstery, whose intricate textures and warm essence not only elevate the decor, but also provide exceptional sound insulation, ensuring that diners may savor their culinary delights in a tranquil and intimate setting. Artistic masterpieces, ranging from classical to modern abstract, grace the walls in a carefully curated arrangement. Each piece a valuable testament to artistic prowess, enriching the establishment with a profound artistic ambience. Each dining table is set with exquisite Meissen porcelain tableware, whose delicate texture and intricate patterns radiate a soft luster under the lights, resembling works of art themselves, poised in anticipation of sumptuous dishes. The restaurant's display of ingredients resembles a miniature fresh produce museum, with misty showcases presenting top-tier ingredients from around the globe. The live geoduck from Canada boasts a shell that glimmers with a harsh sheen, while its tender flesh peeks through enticingly. The premium tuna from Hokkaido, Japan, exhibits a deep and alluring ruby hue, its fine marbling and even distribution of fat visibly attesting to its freshness. The Gina oysters from France, with tightly closed shells, when gently pried open, reveal plump, juicy meat, exuding a refreshing briny aroma. Additionally, the Australian M9 Wagyu, with its marbled fat seamlessly interspersed among the tender beef fibers, offers a texture so exquisite and a rich flavor so profound that it is utterly tantalizing. What astonished them further was the serene atmosphere of the restaurant. Buffets are seldom this quiet. Should they not be bustling with activity? Xinghe, perhaps we should consider another venue, Jiang Chuan suggested, feeling increasingly uneasy despite their brief stay. It felt as though dining here would lead to insurmountable debt. Indeed, this does not seem within our means, Zhao Jiaxing concurred. Lu Ziming remained silent, his gaze fixated on the M9 Wagyu on display, rumored to melt in the mouth, which piqued his curiosity immensely. Good evening, esteemed guests. May I inquire if you have a reservation? A staff member, quick to respond amidst their confusion, approached with polite inquiry. Luo Xinghe glanced at a message from his sister and replied to the attendant, "Yes, we have a reservation for roommate." "Ah, understood. The boss has informed us." The staff member promptly acknowledged and led the four patrons up the marble staircase to the second floor. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the first level, the second floor felt like a secluded sanctuary, completely devoid of sound. Even the quartet's footsteps were perfectly muffled by the plush carpeting beneath them. "Here we are. Roommate." The staff member guided them to a double-door private suite. Upon entering, the lavish decor of the room spoke for itself. And as they settled into the solid wooden chairs, each felt enveloped in an overwhelming sense of opulence. "The lady who reserved the private room has settled the bill and recommended several dishes for you. On the second floor, all dishes in the private rooms are unlimited, so feel free to place additional orders if desired." After the staff member spoke, they presented an electronic menu for Luo Xinghe to review the selections made in advance by Gu Qingyan. Taking the menu, Luo Xinghe glanced through it and found no issues, then handed it over to Jiang Chuan. The three of them huddled together, carefully examining the names of the dishes listed on the menu. Chapter 18. Xinghe, have you found yourself a wealthy companion? Gina's Oyster Tower. Select Gina oysters, freshly shucked, plump and juicy, paired with exquisite French champagne vinegar jelly, fresh lemon wedges, and caviar. Elegantly presented within a crystal-clear ice sculpture, allowing one to savor the freshness and luxury of the sea. 5J Iberico ham slices, crafted from the finest Iberico black pig ham. Meticulously sliced by a professional artisan, each piece boasts an even thinness, complemented by handmade crispy bread and a tomato basil sauce, with the rich aroma of the ham unfolding on the palate, lingering delightfully. M9 Wagyu Tomahawk Steak, pan-seared, weighing over 1 kilogram. The M9 Wagyu Tomahawk Steak is expertly cooked by a skilled chef, tailored to the guest preference, seared to a golden exterior while remaining tender and juicy within. Accompanied by black pepper sauce, French mustard, and roasted vegetables, the robust fragrance of the beef intoxicating. A 5 Wagyu Sukiyaki and Shabu Shabu, fresh lobster sashimi and charcoal grilled. Sturgeon caviar, ossetra caviar tasting. Each dish, some of which they had never even heard of before, others merely glimpsed in domineering novels or television dramas. The trio slightly perused the menu, then returned it to the staff, feigning a composed demeanor, as if they were regular patrons. In Jiang Chuan's mind, a single thought echoed persistently. Now that we are here, I must maintain my dignity. Seeing no objections from the others, the staff closed the door behind them, signaling the kitchen to begin preparing the dishes. Once the staff departed, the group immediately began to whisper among themselves. Lu Ziming remarked, "Xinghe, how did you manage to secure a private room at Tianmu? This venue is not open to the public." "Xinghe, you aren't involved with the CEO of some publicly listed group, are you? Have you found yourself a wealthy benefactor?" The trio bombarded him with questions, their curiosity insatiable. Yet, Luo Xinghe merely smiled without responding. After further inquiries, they reassured themselves that this outing would not bankrupt Luo Xinghe, allowing them to relax. "To be honest, I've never tasted M9 Wagyu," Jiang Chuan admitted, as if he had tasted it before. Lu Ziming drooled at the thought. "I've heard that it melts in your mouth, its aroma filling the entire palate." As they spoke, they found themselves salivating. At that moment, Lu Ziming suddenly pulled out his phone, exclaiming, "I must take some photos to post on social media before the dishes arrive. I might be the first among our high school classmates to dine at Tianmu, and in a private room no less." Indeed, Jiang Chuan took out his phone, ready to capture the moment. Among the four, only Luo Xinghe appeared relatively composed, although he had never dined at such a high-end establishment. His family background afforded him a degree of poise. At that instant, Luo Xinghe was engaged in conversation with Gu Qingyan. Since Luo Xinghe had not returned home, Gu Qingyan had also remained at the office, reviewing the daily reports from various project groups. "Sister Qingyan, we have arrived at the restaurant and will be dining shortly," Luo Xinghe communicated. Gu Qingyan replied, "Take your time, there is no rush. I will pick you up no matter how late it is. Once you finish your meal, we can explore other places. Do you have enough money?" After saying this, Gu Qingyan casually transferred 10,000 to Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe returned it, saying, "You'll cover the meal, sister, so I don't need it." "That's good," Gu Qingyan responded. "The sukiyaki at Tianmu is exquisite. You must try it later." Half an hour later, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The first to be presented was the French Gina de or oyster tower, with the succulent oyster meat appearing even more enticing against the backdrop of the ice sculpture. The oysters were plump and full-bodied, their edges slightly curled, resembling treasures freshly harvested from the depths of the sea amidst the delicate shards of ice. "Try this," Luo Xinghe smiled at the three others. To her surprise, they first took out their cameras to snap photos before they began to eat. Jiang Chuan hesitated momentarily, then picked up an oyster, squeezed a bit of lemon juice over it, and tilted his head back to swallow. Instantly, his eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth slightly agape as if he wished to utter something, yet the sudden burst of flavor left him speechless. After a while, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredible. How have I never tasted anything this delicious before?" Seeing his reaction, Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing eagerly grabbed oysters to taste. They nodded in agreement, mumbling indistinctly, "This flavor is so fresh, it's astonishing. It has completely redefined my understanding of gourmet cuisine." Shortly thereafter, the exquisite caviar tasting selection was served. The caviar, glistening like black pearls under the light, was plump and round. Luo Xinghe first scooped a small spoonful of caviar with a specially crafted spoon, placed it on a delicate pancake, added a dollop of sour cream and some finely chopped onions, and savored it. The caviar burst upon her tongue, releasing a rich flavor that enveloped her senses. As was customary, the group took photos before mirroring Luo Xinghe's actions. The tiny pearls of caviar exploded in their mouths, the robust, rich taste blossoming like fireworks, accompanied by subtle notes of cream and the sweetness of onion. Jiang Chuan immediately gave a thumbs up, while Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing could hardly stop eating. As time passed, more dishes continued to arrive, especially the M9 Wagyu beef, which vividly demonstrated to Lu Ziming what it meant for aroma to be overwhelming and for meat to melt in one's mouth. He hardly needed to chew. The meat glided effortlessly down his throat. The four of them indulged heartily, devouring every last morsel on their plates until they finally paused, feeling utterly satisfied yet still wanting more. However, their stomachs could hold no more, and they reluctantly conceded defeat. They slumped in their chairs like gluttons, with Jiang Chuan even patting his belly through his clothing. "I'm so full. I feel exhilarated. It's been ages since I've eaten like this," he said contentedly. "Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Xinghe. Without him, we might never have discovered such delightful culinary treasures." Zhao Jiaxing chimed in. Luo Xinghe smiled gently and remarked, "If thanks are to be given, let it be to my partner, for she is the one who treated us." Lu Ziming concurred, adding, "Let us express our gratitude to the affluent lady. A heartfelt thanks to our classmate Xinghe for having such a benefactor." The four shared a light-hearted laugh before resuming their conversation in their seats. After a while, a man clad in a tailored suit knocked and entered the room. "You must be Xinghe," he stated. "I am the owner of Tianmu, and you may call me Brother O." "Brother O," Luo Xinghe responded, rising to greet him. "No need for formality. I merely came to check on you. How are you finding the food? Is the taste satisfactory?" Luo Xinghe nodded. "It is delightful. All my classmates agree it is quite delicious." "That's wonderful to hear," exclaimed O Tianxin as he produced a black gold card from his pocket. "This is our VIP card. Whenever you wish to visit, simply present this card and enjoy a meal at your convenience." Chapter 19. A weekend return home to tease my second sister. No. This is not quite appropriate. Luo Xinghe declined. To his surprise, O Tianxin insisted, "I am good friends with Miss Gu. I've already informed her about this matter, so you can rest assured and take it." Upon realizing that his sister Qingyan was aware, Luo Xinghe accepted the card, saying, "Thank you, Brother O. It's nothing. You all sit for a while longer. I have matters to attend to." After delivering the card, O Tianxin closed the door and left the room. Holding the black gold card from Tianmu, Luo Xinghe sat back down, only to notice that Jiang Chuan and the others were gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Lu Ziming inquired, "Xinghe, just who is your partner? Even the boss of Tianmu personally delivered a card to you?" "Xinghe, just how wealthy is this lady you were with?" Luo Xinghe waved his hand, replying, "Brothers, it's perhaps better that you remain unaware of this. If it becomes necessary for you to know, you will find out in due course." Exchanging glances, Jiang Chuan and the others chose not to press further. Luo Xinghe's reticence might indicate some unspoken complexities. The four continued their conversation for a while longer in the private room, and when it approached 10 o'clock, signaling curfew at school, they hastily donned their clothes and headed out. Outside, an MPV awaited them. After instructing the driver to drop Jiang Chuan and his companions off first, Luo Xinghe then requested to be taken back to Yunhao Daijing. On the journey home, Luo Xinghe received a call from his father. "How is your foot?" Luo Jiang asked with a serious tone. "It's just a sprain, nothing to worry about," Luo Xinghe replied. Luo Jiang chuckled. "You little rascal, you've even started using idioms. How have you been spending time with Qingyan these past few days? When will your father be able to hold a grandchild?" "Father, you seem a bit too eager." Luo Xinghe thought to himself, considering that he and sister Qingyan had only been registered for 6 days. How could it happen so quickly? Did his father think he was some kind of breeding machine? Furthermore, their one encounter had been fully precautionary. Luo Jiang urged, "Hurry up. Your elder brother and second sister are both single. It's up to you and Qingyan to carry on the family line. Once Qingyan has some free time, let us arrange your wedding, and I can finally have a word with Brother Gu." Luo Xinghe felt speechless. It seemed as if his marriage was merely a task to be accomplished. "Father, do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up." "You little brat. Have you forgotten your father now that you have a wife?" Luo Jiang exclaimed. "Can I nag a bit? There is still serious business to discuss. Ask Qingyan if you can return this weekend. Your second sister will be back as well, and she is unaware of your situation. It'll be amusing to tease her." "This single dog," Luo Xinghe retorted, "with my second sister as temper, do I dare to provoke her? She would surely hang me up for a beating." Seemingly ignoring this remark, Luo Jiang concluded, "It's settled then. Remember to inform Qingyan." Shortly after, Luo Xinghe heard the busy tone on the line. "Goodness, that old man." Luo Xinghe was left speechless. 20 minutes after ending the call, the driver brought Luo Xinghe to his doorstep. He stepped out of the car and opened the door. It was already 10:40 in the evening. Aunt Zhao was still waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Luo Xinghe return, she approached and took his coat. "Xinghe, your timing is perfect. Qingyan seems to be a bit upset. You should go check on her." "Upset?" Luo Xinghe furrowed his brows and headed upstairs. Aunt Zhao held him back, lifting a cup of honey water from the table. "Give this to her. Sweets can help lift one's spirits. She's in the study on the second floor." "Thank you, Aunt Zhao," Luo Xinghe said as he ascended the stairs with the cup of honey water in hand. Arriving at the door of the study, he gently knocked. "Sister Qingyan, I'm back. The door isn't locked. Come in." Luo Xinghe turned the doorknob, and the first sight that greeted him was the nearly 2-meter-high bookshelf in the study, densely packed with books, some in disarray, clearly indicating frequent use. Gu Qingyan was seated at a solid wooden desk, engrossed in writing something. Luo Xinghe approached slowly, placing the honey water on the table, and softly said, "Sister Qingyan, this is honey water prepared by Aunt Zhao. She mentioned you weren't feeling well." Gu Qingyan paused in her writing, removed her gold-rimmed glasses, and set them on the desk. She turned her chair and gestured for Luo Xinghe to sit on the sofa opposite her. "It's nothing. Business rarely goes smoothly." Gu Qingyan possessed a resilient and rational mindset, capable of quickly regaining her composure even when feeling down. "How was dinner?" she inquired, shifting the topic to Luo Xinghe. "It was delicious. My roommate nearly licked the plates clean," he replied. "Pfft." Gu Qingyan chuckled, playfully protesting, "Is it really that exaggerated? You must be teasing me." No. Luo Xinghe insisted. "It's a pity I didn't take a photo. Otherwise, I would have shown you. It was truly spotless, and of course, I contributed as well." Gu Qingyan smiled as she took a sip of honey water, reminding Luo Xinghe, "If you get along well with your roommate, you'll become good friends. That will be very beneficial for you in the future." Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement. "How's your foot? Still painful?" Gu Qingyan inquired, as usual, about his ankle. He gave a symbolic twist of his foot, signaling, "It's much better. If I was keeping track, I would hardly remember that I had sprained it." "All right. I will help you apply the ointment again later. We can't neglect it just because it's healing," Gu Qingyan said. Luo Xinghe lowered his head. Gu Qingyan slid her chair closer to him, asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he replied. "I just feel that you are too good to me, Sister Qingyan." "Fool." Gu Qingyan affectionately patted his head. "You are one of the few people I care about in this world. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe leapt from his chair like a lion, enveloping Gu Qingyan in a tight embrace. Gu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to gently stroke his back. "As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything." Luo Xinghe's eyes grew misty. He felt fortunate, even though he had been reflecting on his thoughts during the past few nights. Despite the absence of any emotional foundation between him and Sister Qingyan, one cannot help but wonder why she holds such affection for him. Perhaps some connections are simply predestined by fate. There are individuals with whom, upon first encounter, one feels an unbreakable bond for a lifetime. The two embraced for a considerable time before reluctantly parting ways. Gu Qingyan gently caressed Luo Xinghe's face and remarked, "Father just sent me a WeChat message, stating that we are to return home this weekend. Are you aware of this?" "Oh, indeed." Luo Xinghe had been so absorbed in holding Gu Qingyan that he nearly forgot about this matter. "Father asked me to inquire if you are available this weekend." Gu Qingyan rose to her feet, taking Luo Xinghe's hand. "Let us check. If there are no pressing matters at the company, we shall return home." "Very well," Luo Xinghe replied, also rising. The two, hand in hand, turned off the study light before departing from the space. Chapter 20. Do not speak, just kiss me. In the bedroom, Gu Qingyan forcefully tossed Luo Xinghe onto the bed and knelt beside it. Her cheeks flushed with color, she gasped. "Father has urged me to have a grandchild soon." Luo Xinghe stammered, "Sister Qingyan, I believe there is no rush regarding this matter." Gu Qingyan nodded in agreement. "Indeed. You are still quite young, and I refer to your age. Additionally, I am unable to leave the company at the moment. It would be prudent to wait a couple of years before considering it." Lying on the bed, Luo Xinghe nodded in support. After all, he was merely 19, still indulging in pleasures of youth. How could he possibly be ready for the responsibilities of fatherhood? However, Gu Qingyan began to unbutton her shirt. "We may not need to have a child right away. Our relationship must first be nurtured." The fabric slid gently down her shoulders, revealing her fragrant skin and defined waistline. She took Luo Xinghe's hand and placed it on her soft waist, leaning forward until her delicate lips brushed against his. Luo Xinghe wished to say something, but Gu Qingyan softly urged, "Do not speak, just kiss me." After more than half an hour, Gu Qingyan emerged from the bathroom clad in a light golden nightgown, a soft satin belt tied in a bow at her waist. Her smooth thighs subtly visible beneath the hem. "Xinghe, would you like to wash up first?" she inquired. Luo Xinghe, lost in thought while lying on the bed, shook his head. "Then I shall go first," Gu Qingyan said as she gracefully walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind her, leaving Luo Xinghe alone. He propped himself up, exhaling deeply, reflecting inwardly, "No wonder they say women in their mid-20s are like wolves. Sister Qingyan is indeed quite assertive in this regard." Fortunately, Luo Xinghe was still young enough to withstand her advances. Another half hour passed before Gu Qingyan emerged from the bathroom with her hair cascading freely. Luo Xinghe then took his turn to bathe. The two engaged in playful banter until 11:30, when they finally turned off the lights and lay down in bed. Gu Qingyan's bed was spacious. Even with two people, there was ample room, and thus they lay somewhat apart. In the darkness, Luo Xinghe heard a rustling sound, followed by Gu Qingyan's voice. "Brother, why are you lying so far away from me?" He shifted his body closer to her. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingyan wrapped her arms around his waist and pulled him into her embrace. The strength she exhibited astonished Luo Xinghe. "Hold me," Gu Qingyan commanded. Luo Xinghe turned to face her and embraced her in return. Gu Qingyan nuzzled her hair against his chin, finally feeling at ease enough to drift into slumber. In the enveloping darkness, with such a captivating beauty nestled in his arms, her alluring thigh resting on him, sleep eluded Luo Xinghe. In desperation, he began to count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. He continued until he reached 998 sheep, at which point he finally felt the heaviness of his eyelids around midnight. Subsequently, he drifted into a light slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 6 o'clock the following morning. However, it was not the blaring alarm that roused Luo Xinghe, but rather a jolt of awakening. He had dreamt that his arm had been amputated, and his sister, Qingyan, wept sorrowfully. Upon waking, he discovered that Gu Qingyan was sleeping with her head resting on his arm, which he could barely control. Hastily, he lifted her head with his other hand, retrieved his arm, and gently placed it back on the pillow. A sharp sensation coursed through him as the compressed blood vessels resumed their normal flow, leaving him with an unbearable itch. Thus, Luo Xinghe squirmed on the bed like a worm. This movement promptly awakened the slumbering Gu Qingyan beside him. Gu Qingyan turned her head, observing Luo Xinghe's perplexing antics. In a sleepy voice, she inquired, "Xinghe, what's wrong?" Nothing. Luo Xinghe gritted his teeth. "My arm is a bit numb." "Why would your arm be numb?" Gu Qingyan questioned, puzzled. "Because it seems you fell asleep resting your head on my arm." Gu Qingyan expressed surprise. "I'm sorry, I must have been sleeping too soundly to notice." "It's all right," Luo Xinghe shrugged off, shaking his tingling arm. Gu Qingyan propped herself up, then smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Did I forget to apply the medicine for you last night?" Luo Xinghe considered this and realized that he had been preoccupied with other matters, completely neglecting the medication. He twisted his ankle and noted the absence of pain. "No need for that. I feel fine now." "Absolutely not," Gu Qingyan insisted, throwing off the covers and padding barefoot to the small cabinet beneath the television to retrieve the ointment. "The medicine must be applied." After securing the medication, she slipped on her slippers and squatted by the bedside, instructing Luo Xinghe, "Extend your foot." Luo Xinghe obediently presented his foot. Gu Qingyan poured a small amount of the ointment into her hands, rubbing them together until warm, then delicately applied it to his ankle. Sitting there, Luo Xinghe felt a comforting warmth emanate from his foot, while Gu Qingyan's hands were soft and gentle. With unwavering focus, she meticulously finished applying the ointment before capping the bottle. "All done," Gu Qingyan announced, rising. "Let us stick to the usual routine at school. You're not allowed to do any strenuous training. Don't think that just because it doesn't hurt, you're completely healed. Take care of yourself, understood?" Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement. Gu Qingyan smiled, instinctively reaching out to ruffle his hair, but reconsidering upon remembering the ointment on her hands, she abandoned the gesture. She turned and headed to the washroom to cleanse her hands and brush her teeth. Afterward, the two descended for breakfast before parting ways. Luo Xinghe headed to school, while Gu Qingyan made her usual rounds at the company. At 7:40 a.m., the playground of Cheng Academy was already bustling with students who had finished breakfast, leisurely chatting on the lawn. On the podium, Commander Wang of the military training team was delivering his customary address. However, the former instructor of class architecture, Left Xiaofeng, was no longer among the ranks of the instructors. Upon arriving at school, Luo Xinghe bypassed the dormitory and made his way directly to the playground. Earlier, during a chat in the group, Jiang Chuan mentioned that they had finished their meal and were heading towards the playground. Having participated in military training for an entire day yesterday, Luo Xinghe had memorized the layout and navigated effortlessly to the training area, reaching it in no time. Without the leadership of Zhu Xiaofeng, Class 1 of the architecture department did not need to assemble so early. Like everyone else, the classmates were squatting on the grass, engaging in lively conversation. The exception was Zhou Ling, who sat alone at a distance, engrossed in her phone. "Xinghe, you're here. Come over. Let us chat for a bit." After the events of yesterday, Luo Xinghe's name had become widely recognized within Class 1, and his classmates held him in high regard, appreciating the courage displayed by the 603 squad. Just as Luo Xinghe intended to strike up a conversation with the boys in his class, a girl from the female group stood up, holding a pink envelope, and swiftly handed it to Luo Xinghe. Chapter 21. Do you agree? In a moment of bewilderment, Luo Xinghe found himself suddenly handed an envelope. Upon glancing up, he recognized the girl who had given it to him, his classmate who had been pulled up by him the previous day due to the discomfort of her menstrual cramps. Coupled with the smirking expressions of the surrounding girls, even Luo Xinghe, no matter how naive, could surmise the contents of the envelope. "Xinghe, did you facilitate a confession?" shouted Jiang Chuan and others, teasingly. "Come on, hurry up. The girl has put her heart into this. Let's see what it says." Jiang Chuan, who had only ever written love letters to girls, was utterly eager to see what a girl's love letter to a boy looked like. Zhao Jiaxing interjected with a reminder, "Are you foolish? Xinghe has a girlfriend. Have you forgotten the luxurious buffet you enjoyed last night?" "Oh," with Zhao Jiaxing's prompt. Jiang Chuan quickly grasped the situation. "Right, Xinghe, you must remain loyal. Your sister-in-law treats you so well and even took us to that extravagant buffet. You can't possibly entertain two relationships. What nonsense." Luo Xinghe retorted while gently opening the envelope to retrieve the letter inside. However, out of respect for the girl's dignity, he turned away from Jiang Chuan and the others to read the letter himself. He needed to ascertain whether this was indeed a love letter. Should it truly be a confession of affection, he would have to return it immediately, for his heart was wholly devoted to one woman, Gu Qingyan. In the days since their spontaneous marriage, Gu Qingyan had overwhelmed Luo Xinghe with her fervent love and sincere care, completely conquering his heart as a university student. Yet, he could not be entirely certain. While the likelihood of it being a love letter was high, he worried about the potential embarrassment of mistaking a note of gratitude for a romantic confession. "Dear Xinghe, please allow me to address you as such. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude for what transpired yesterday." After skimming through the contents of the letter, confirming it was indeed a love letter, he slowly returned the paper to the envelope. Resolutely, he turned and approached the girl, squatting beside her, ready to speak. "Xinghe, do you have something to say to me?" The girl, confessing her feelings, appeared quite bashful, lowering her head slightly as she spoke, her hands clenched tightly together. "I'm sorry, Qingning, but I already have a girlfriend," Luo Xinghe replied, having seen Sun Qingning's name at the end of the letter. "Thank you for your affection. I would have acted the same way regardless of who it was." He gently placed the confession letter into Sun Qingning's hands. Without uttering another word, he stood up and began to walk back towards Jiang Chuan. Unexpectedly, Sun Qingning transformed from her shy demeanor, rising to her feet with the letter in hand, exclaiming loudly, "Xinghe, who is your girlfriend? I intend to compete with her openly. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself enamored. Yesterday, when you took my hand and lifted me from the ground, you had no idea how rapidly my heart raced. I truly adore you. And although our acquaintance has been brief, I firmly believe in the magic of love at first sight. I intend to compete fairly with your girlfriend." As soon as these words were uttered, the classmates in attendance erupted in a chorus of cheers. Jiang Chuan and his companions were envious to the point of their eyes turning red. She wore a long ponytail that gracefully cascaded over her fair neck. Resting upon her chest, the loose camouflage attire did little to conceal her voluptuous figure, and her heart-shaped face was accentuated by captivating peach blossom eyes. In Jiang Chuan's eyes, Sun Qingning was already quite beautiful. "Xinghe, though I am unaware of your girlfriend's identity, it seems to me that Qingning harbors a deeper affection for you." "Indeed. Given that Qingning has made such a bold declaration, Xinghe, why not grant her a chance?" "I concur, and besides, your girlfriend must be a high school classmate. Long-distance relationships are quite challenging." The crowd continued to cheer, drawing the attention of students from other classes. Just as Luo Xinghe was about to speak, a woman clad in high heels and a professional suit entered through the playground entrance. "Xinghe, what is happening here?" The newcomer was none other than Principal Gu Qingyan. After concluding her inspection of the group, her first order of business upon returning to the school was to visit the playground, ostensibly to assess the new students. However, it was uncommon for a principal to inspect military training more than once, yet Gu Qingyan had done so consecutively. It seemed as if she were clocking in. For Gu Qingyan, her frequent visits were primarily motivated by her desire to check on Luo Xinghe, as she felt the need to look after him given his youth. Additionally, Gu Qingyan not only observed the new students' military training daily, but she also frequently checked in on returning students during classes, engaging in friendly exchanges with them, all in an effort to foster goodwill. After all, a university exists to serve its students. Only by understanding their thoughts can it truly excel. Hearing that familiar voice, Luo Xinghe turned his head to see Gu Qingyan still adorned with her golden-rimmed glasses, holding a white handbag. A mere smile from her could turn countless heads. Upon noticing the principal's arrival, Sun Qingning immediately crouched down. Although the principal was exceptionally beautiful, there was an air of coolness about her that deterred many students from approaching her easily. "It's nothing, Principal," Luo Xinghe concealed the truth. "Is it truly nothing?" Gu Qingyan inquired with a slight furrow in her brow. "I just heard that young lady say she wants to compete with your girlfriend." "Huh?" Luo Xinghe was taken aback, realizing that Sister Qingyan had not only heard, but had also openly stated it in front of everyone. Now, even the previously bold Sun Qingning had lowered her head. Gu Qingyan, stepping gracefully in her high heels, approached Luo Xinghe and publicly embraced his shoulders, softly saying, "Xinghe, you are not seeing my sister, are you? If you dare betray her, I shall not let you off easily." "Sister Qingyan has a sister?" Luo Xinghe turned his head slightly, gazing at Gu Qingyan's somewhat enigmatic smile. Subsequently, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, a result of Gu Qingyan discreetly pinching him from behind. "Very well, Sister Qingyan, I understand." Luo Xinghe feigned nonchalance as he accepted the title of brother-in-law from Gu Qingyan, continuing to engage in their little charade. However, this declaration stirred tumultuous waves in the hearts of their classmates, particularly in the minds of Jiang Chuan, Lu Ziming, and Zhao Jiaxing. The three of them stood rooted to the spot, astonished by the proximity of Luo Xinghe to the principal. No wonder he had always been secretive when asked about his girlfriend. Chapter 22. The meeting. "Are you still intending to vie for my sister's boyfriend?" Gu Qingyan said with a cheerful smile while embracing Luo Xinghe. Sun Qingning remained silent, her head bowed even lower. Subsequently, Gu Qingyan took Luo Xinghe's hand and slipped a black hair tie from her wrist around his. "Since you are at my school, I shall keep an eye on you for my sister. When you see this hair tie, think of my sister. Do you understand?" Luo Xinghe nodded slightly, whispering, "I understand." "Qingyan's sister." Gu Qingyan smiled once more, instinctively ruffling Luo Xinghe's hair before departing from Class 1 of Architecture to inspect other classes. Once Gu Qingyan left, Jiang Chuan and the other boys from Class 1 of Architecture gathered around. They chattered excitedly. "Xinghe, are you dating the principal's sister? That's incredible! No wonder Principal Gu appointed you as her secretary. It seems there's a deeper connection. Principal Gu is the new heir of the Gu Group, you know? I've heard it's a colossal enterprise worth hundreds of billions. Does that mean Xinghe is dating a wealthy heiress? Hey, Xinghe, do you have any pictures? If Principal Gu is so beautiful, her sister must be stunning too." A throng of classmates surrounded Luo Xinghe, their voices overlapping, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, the hour of 8 soon arrived, and the coaches on the podium began to descend. "Xinghe, line up." The newly appointed Coach Gao is indeed tall, with sun-kissed skin and a booming voice. Following yesterday's events, he naturally designated Luo Xinghe as the temporary leader. Additionally, Luo Xinghe proved to be more effective than the usual leaders, as his classmates were inclined to follow his lead. "All right, everyone line up," Luo Xinghe directed. Alas, just as they were about to address the pivotal moment, military training commenced. The group, somewhat disheartened, reluctantly took their positions. Zhou Ling, who had been directing from outside yesterday, found herself without a place to stand and no classmates willing to join her, thus she had to take her position at the end of the line. Seeing the lineup form so swiftly, Coach Gao was immensely pleased, noting that they were far quicker than the adjacent class. Twirling his whistle with one hand and gesturing in the air with the other, he declared, "Students, our military training period is quite short, only a week. Moreover, there will be a final performance, so we must proceed expeditiously." Before commencing the day's training, the coach provided essential instructions and boosted morale. Officially beginning the training on the halt and turn method, Luo Xinghe trained alongside his classmates for the entire morning without pause, feeling no pain in his feet. This scene was observed by Gu Qingyan's personal secretary, who had come to gather information. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Gu Qingyan rested her forehead on one hand while twirling a pen with the other. "Are you certain he hasn't stopped all morning?" The secretary nodded, stating that she had witnessed it firsthand and even consulted with the esteemed instructor of the architecture class. Bang! How audacious! To disregard my instructions. Gu Qingyan suddenly struck the table, startling the secretary. In her eyes, Gu Qingyan was always rational and seldom displayed anger. "You go," Gu Qingyan commanded. Did not several vice principals also recruit student secretaries? "Notify all student secretaries that there will be a meeting this afternoon." The secretary adeptly exited the room to seek out the relevant authorities to implement this matter. In the office, Gu Qingyan took a moment to collect herself. She was not particularly upset when Luo Xinghe received a confession as she had confidence in her own allure. However, his lack of care for his own well-being troubled her. She had clearly informed him that participation in military training was permissible, but rest was equally essential, since he chose to ignore her advice. Gu Qingyan had no choice but to resort to unconventional methods. In the cafeteria, Luo Xinghe and his companions, having trained all morning, were ravenous, devouring their rice with the ferocity of wolves. Luo Xinghe was no exception, racing against his friends as their chopsticks moved with lightning speed. Just then, the phone in Luo Xinghe's pocket began to ring. He glanced at the progress of Jiang Chuan and the others, then, with one hand holding his phone and the other shoveling rice, he fumbled to retrieve his device. It was a WeChat call from the counselor, Zhou Yuan. Luo Xinghe answered, stuffing another mouthful of rice as he spoke, somewhat indistinctly. Hello, counselor, what is the matter? Well, Xinghe, Zhou Yuan replied politely. You need not attend the military training this afternoon. Luo Xinghe paused his meal and inquired, why, counselor? There's a meeting regarding the training of student secretaries. You have been designated by Principal Gu as a student secretary, so you should attend. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xinghe realized that supporting his sister Qingyan's work was indeed important, so he acquiesced. All right then. By the way, I have asked Zhou Ling to transfer the group leadership to you. Please inform your classmates that we will hold a class meeting at 7 p.m. in classroom 41 to confirm the temporary class committee members. Oh, understood. Luo Xinghe was no longer averse to the idea of being a temporary leader, as he felt that to effectively slack off, one must possess some degree of authority within the class. Otherwise, he would simply be at the mercy of others. Moreover, it was highly likely that the temporary class committee would become the official committee after the military training, as this group had established a rapport among the students. All right, that is settled. Zhou Yuan concluded the important matters before hanging up. As the busy tone echoed, Luo Xinghe placed his phone on the table, intending to focus on his meal, only to discover that Jiang Chuan and the others had already emptied their plates. Goodness, are you all beasts? Luo Xinghe exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Ziming, unfazed by the spectacle, inquired, Xinghe, what did the counselors say? Is it about selecting a temporary class committee? Luo Xinghe, not wishing to conceal anything, simply nodded. As he was about to announce this news in the group anyway, Lu Ziming exclaimed with excitement, Xinghe, may I serve as the vice monitor while you take on the role of the monitor? I wish to accompany you in your endeavors. Lu Ziming was acutely aware of the numerous advantages that come with being a class officer, which fueled his desire to partake in the experience. Luoxing furrowed her brow, responding, this decision is made by a vote among the classmates. It is not solely mine to make. You do not understand, Lu Ziming continued. The procedure for selecting temporary class officers at our school is that the temporary leader is elected by the students, while the temporary class committee is nominated by the temporary leader, and it is up to the classmates to either approve or disapprove of the nominations. Luoxing was taken aback. Is there really such a selection process? Lu Ziming elaborated, certainly. The school's intention is that since new students have just arrived, it is challenging to commence work. Thus, selecting individuals with whom one can easily collaborate will facilitate smoother operations. Chapter 23. I support you in the administrative building. Luo Xinghe finished his meal and took a brief respite in his dormitory before attending a meeting. The meeting room was modest in size, and upon his arrival, still 10 minutes before the scheduled start, it was devoid of any attendees. Thus, he contemplated settling down to peruse Douyin. However, before he could even launch the app, Gu Qingyan's secretary entered. Good day, young Master Xinghe, the secretary announced. Principal Gu requests your presence. Luo Xinghe was aware that the principal's office was nearby, yet he hesitated to intrude, fearing that Gu Qingyan might be resting. Little did he expect that the moment he took his seat, his presence had already been noted by Sister Qingyan. Reluctantly, Luo Xinghe vacated his seat and followed the secretary into the adjacent office. There, Gu Qingyan was reviewing several budget reports. The secretary knocked lightly on the door and softly proclaimed, Principal, young Master Luo has arrived. Very well, Gu Qingyan replied. Secretary Jean, from now on, please refer to Luo Xinghe as classmate while at school. It would not reflect well for other students to hear you address him as young master. Understood, Secretary Jean acknowledged, promptly closing the door behind her as she exited. Luo Xinghe stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. Sister Qingyan, what brings me here? Gu Qingyan diverted her gaze from the screen, lifting her water cup. Unconsciously, she glanced at Luo Xinghe's arm, relieved to see the small hair tie still in place. which uplifted her spirits slightly. She gestured towards the sofa opposite her, inviting Luo Xinghe to take a seat. Nodding, he settled onto the sofa. After taking a sip from her cup and placing it down, Gu Qingyan initiated the conversation. Do you know why I called you here? Luo Xinghe shook his head. I am uncertain, but I believe there is no need for a reason when Sister Qingyan summons me. Stop being cheeky. Gu Qingyan frowned. Didn't I issue you a training certificate? It's not that you cannot participate in military training. I merely intended for you to train for a while and then rest. Why did you not heed my advice? I must inform you that this meeting was arranged specifically for you. Gu Qingyan raised her voice slightly. You cannot very well attend a meeting while training, can you? Luo Xinghe had assumed the meeting was of significant importance, only to realize it was due to such trivial matters. He gently suggested, Sister Qingyan, shouldn't we separate personal and professional affairs? It seems unnecessary to make such a fuss over a minor issue. Is your foot a trivial matter? Gu Qingyan retorted. What if there are lingering repercussions? What if you end up with a limp? Luo Xinghe felt that Gu Qingyan was somewhat exaggerating. After all, he had merely sprained his foot and had rested for 3 days. It was no longer painful, so how could it be so severe? Yet, observing Gu Qingyan's serious demeanor, it was evident that she was not jesting. Moreover, she was concerned for his well-being. Thus, Luo Xinghe could only apologize. I'm sorry, Sister Qingyan. I was mistaken. I believe my foot had sufficiently healed, which is why I did not rest. I did not consider the consequences. Upon witnessing Luo Xinghe's sincere apology from across the desk, Gu Qingyan felt her irritation dissipate considerably. Countless words coalesce on the tip of the tongue, ultimately crystallizing into a single request. Kiss me. Luo Xinghe momentarily believed he had misheard. What is the matter? Gu Qingyan rose from her chair and declared, You made a mistake. Only by kissing me will I grant you forgiveness. Is my request truly excessive? Not at all. Luo Xinghe also stood, drawn in by the alluring fragrance that emanated from Gu Qingyan. Without further ado, he pressed his lips against her cheek. Satisfied, Gu Qingyan resumed her seat and stated, Now, let us address the matter at hand regarding this meeting. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe was taken aback once more. Was this meeting not convened due to his lack of rest? Was there, in fact, a substantive issue to discuss? Sister Qingyan, have you deceived me? He inquired as he took a seat beside her. Indeed, Gu Qingyan gracefully admitted, acknowledging her earlier ruse. Out of politeness, she bestowed a kiss upon his cheek, leaving a faint blush in its wake. With a playful tone, she added, But do keep this from my little sister. Luo Xinghe touched his cheek, clearly unsure of how to respond. Gu Qingyan, not lingering on the moment, drew him closer and opened several documents, saying, These are the decisions made by our school leaders following the meeting. Take a look. Standing beside Gu Qingyan, Luo Xinghe felt her gentle scent enveloping him, causing him to take a while to regain his focus and direct his attention to the screen. The notifications included a directive to enhance support for student success, a notice regarding the reform of the school cafeteria, an announcement concerning improvements to the school showers, a notice about replacing the drinking fountains, a proposal for constructing an indoor sports facility. This series of initiatives left Luo Xinghe astounded. It is often said that a new administrator brings 3 flames of reform. Yet Gu Qingyan seemed to wield an inferno of 30. This was nothing short of a significant overhaul for Hicheng College. He pondered the resources and financial implications required, as well as the inevitable resistance such changes would encounter. It is essential to remember that Hicheng College is a privately funded institution, which fundamentally operates with profit in mind. Would the board of directors acquiesce to Sister Qingyan's bold approach? Luo Xinghe's father was a businessman, well aware of the challenges associated with reforming profit distribution. Sister Qingyan, while I view this from a student's perspective and see immense benefits, might it be too radical from your family's standpoint? Perhaps, Gu Qingyan mused. When my father was alive, he often lamented the state of Hicheng College, desiring not merely a profitable institution, but one that genuinely contributed to education. Yet, his hands were tied by numerous constraints and pressures, preventing these changes from materializing. As she spoke, Gu Qingyan's gaze sharpened with resolve. Thus, I intend to act with unprecedented swiftness, to strike decisively and without prior notice. Only then might success be within reach. As he listened to Gu Qingyan's words, Luo Xinghe felt a sense of admiration swell within him. Initially, he had intended to caution Gu Qingyan against succumbing to idealism, but it now appeared unnecessary. Since Sister Qingyan possessed such determination, it signified that she was ready to embrace all challenges, regardless of the difficulties and obstacles that lay ahead. She was resolute in her mission. This, perhaps, illustrates a fundamental distinction between merchants and entrepreneurs. One seeks profit alone, while the other endeavors to enact change and enhance society. I stand with you, Luo Xinghe declared in conclusion. Chapter 24. Slander, Utter Slander. The clock struck 1:50. In the conference room, all the vice principals, department heads, and specialized directors had gathered. The appointed student secretaries, who largely met Gu Qingyin's criteria, being well acquainted with the student body, though not necessarily class leaders, were also seated. Their ability to promptly convey the students' situations was crucial to Gu Qingyin's reforms, which aimed to commence from the students' perspectives. The primary objective was to elevate both their material and spiritual standards, while relentlessly striving to facilitate their success. As the clock struck 2, Gu Qingyin entered the office, accompanied by Secretary Jin and Luo Xinghe. The gathered individuals, including the vice principals, straightened in their seats. Through their interactions, they had discerned that despite her youth and gender, Gu Qingyin was decisive and resolute in her actions. Although some of her decisions were audacious and unconventional, she consistently found ways to achieve her aims. Consequently, her esteem among the older leaders was steadily rising. Furthermore, as the chairperson of the Gu Corporation, she was, in essence, their ultimate superior. Take a seat there, Gu Qingyin instructed, pointing to a vacant bench against the wall, which had been specifically arranged for the student secretaries by the logistics team. Traditionally, students had no place in such high-level meetings, but it was Gu Qingyin's reforms that had led to the addition of these benches. Luo Xinghe nodded, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket and settling in, drawing the attention of the school leaders. They had heard rumors of a freshman who had a close relationship with the principal, possibly even as a relative. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, the newly enrolled Luo Xinghe could only manage a sheepish grin. Now let us begin. Gu Qingyin assertively took her seat at the head of the table, clapping her hands to redirect everyone's attention. I see all the leaders are present, and the student secretaries are here as well, so shall we commence our meeting? The leaders nodded in agreement. Bai Xingui, the vice chairman and assistant to the principal, glanced around before speaking first. Principal, we have all reviewed your reform proposal. Our consensus is that while your intentions are commendable, we believe the implementation presents significant challenges. There are several key issues to consider. First, the funding. How much financial support will be required to facilitate this series of reforms? Second, the manpower. Third, what will be the social response? Could we inadvertently cause more harm than good? I believe we should adopt the cautious approach, implementing changes incrementally to gauge their impact. Bai Xingui continued, articulating his central argument at length. No, I do not wish to engage, nor do I desire to bear responsibility. I hope the school continues along its current trajectory. Upon finishing his statement, Bai Xingui observed that all the other school leaders, with the exception of Hu Jie, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Principal, you are still young, and we understand your fervor for enacting change. After all, we have all traversed that path. However, we believe a more prudent approach is advisable. Agreed. Let us commence with modest adjustments. For instance, we could first address the water dispensers, nothing extravagant. I propose we start with the ones on the first to third floors of the main teaching building, especially since the one on the first floor is broken. This suggestion garnered affirmation from the majority present. Yet, throughout this discourse, Gu Qingyin remained silent, observing the proceedings with quiet intensity. She anticipated these obstacles. Is this the consensus among everyone? Once the discussions concluded, she finally inquired. Yes, that is indeed the prevailing sentiment. And what about you? Gu Qingyin turned her gaze toward the student secretaries. This question left them momentarily bewildered. They had assumed their role in such meetings was merely to assist, believing their responsibility was to listen attentively without contributing. They had not expected Gu Qingyin to invite their input. In truth, they had received the reform documents prior to the meeting. Frankly, they were quite exhilarated by the proposed changes, as Hu Wunti desire a more comfortable university experience. Yet, they lacked the courage to voice their thoughts, especially in front of the esteemed leaders. Observing their hesitance, Gu Qingyin chose not to press them further. Turning back to the leaders, she asserted, esteemed colleagues, this is precisely why I insist on reform. What was my father's purpose in founding this school? Profit? Surely. You are aware there are numerous industries more lucrative than education. Why, then, did he invest such effort into this field? It was because he believed that merely accumulating wealth lacks significance. Contributing to society and making a difference for our students is where true meaning lies. But do you truly comprehend the thoughts of these students? Gu Qingyin continued, which of you, esteemed leaders, can claim to have dined in the cafeteria with the students even once in a week, or better yet, in a month? Are you not all dining in the faculty-exclusive or even leadership-only cafeterias? We are meant to serve these students, yet we remain so distant from them. Does anyone find this reasonable? Her powerful rhetoric did not go unnoticed by Luo Xinghe, who observed her with admiration, feeling an overwhelming surge of respect for her at that moment. However, the leaders present were less receptive. Bai Shengue countered, "Principal Gu, your viewpoint seems rather one-sided. We understand the students, and it is not imperative that we share meals with them. There are myriad other ways to connect." Such as? Gu Qingyan promptly queried. Such as the daily work reports from the Student Affairs Department, which each of us leaders is required to review, Bai Shengue replied, after a moment of hesitation. The daily work report from the Student Affairs Department. Upon hearing Bai Shengue's words, Gu Qingyan could not contain her laughter. Bai Shengue, visibly displeased, remarked, "Principal Gu, what do you mean by that? It means nothing." Gu Qingyan signaled to Secretary Jean, who promptly handed over a document. Bai Shengue glanced at it, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is slander. Is it truly slander? Gu Qingyan reclined in her chair, her flowing hair cascading naturally around her. Let us await the results of the group's investigation. No, Principal Gu, you need not be so ruthless. Take care. Gu Qingyan replied with just 2 words, and Secretary Jean immediately understood. Assistant Bai, according to group regulations, individuals under investigation are temporarily prohibited from attending meetings. Please exit. Humph. Bai Shengue slammed the table before storming out in a huff. Chapter 25, Starry River, My Vice Class Leader. Gu Qingyan's sudden maneuver left the other leaders present utterly bewildered. It turned out that the heap of documents cradled in her secretary's arms contained incriminating evidence. After years of navigating the complexities of society, who could claim to be entirely unblemished? Was Gu Qingyan truly resorting to such a ruthless threat? How unforgiving her heart seemed. Is there anyone who still harbors objections? Gu Qingyan pressed her palms against the table, maintaining a serene smile as she awaited the leaders' responses. However, after witnessing the earlier exchange, none dared to voice their thoughts, fearful that a careless remark might provoke Secretary Jean to produce a damning review concerning their own conduct. Evidently, it appeared that there were no dissenters. Gu Qingyan, having patiently waited in silence, decided to call upon individuals directly. Vice Principal Qian, you oversee both student affairs and logistics. What is your perspective? Upon realizing he had been singled out, Qian Digeo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke cautiously. Well, I believe that although your proposal, Principal Gu, encompasses numerous aspects, its practicality remains quite strong. I think it is worth a try. Gu Qingyan nodded in satisfaction. Minister Zheng, you manage the finances. What do you think? Zhang Xiangdong hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns but feeling reluctant, as he suspected this endeavor would incur significant losses for the city college. Yet, he too was not without his own blemishes, and he feared that opposing Gu Qingyan might lead to his own downfall. To his surprise, Gu Qingyan seemed to discern his apprehensions. Minister Zhang, please speak candidly. Whatever the shortfall, I will arrange for funds to be transferred from the group. As I have stated, the goal with City College is not profit but rather to serve as the group's calling card to society. Seeing that Gu Qingyan had alleviated his worries, Zhang Xiangdong felt a weight lift. In that case, I express my support. I support it too. Well, let's just do it. Agreed. Count me in. Observing the current atmosphere, the leaders promptly raised their hands in agreement. Gu Qingyan nodded approvingly and signaled to Secretary Jean, who instantly understood. Proceeding to the shredder to dispose of the entire stack of documents, each page disappearing into the machine with a gentle hum. I empathize with your predicaments, Gu Qingyan continued. After all, being in society for an extended period, certain matters become beyond one's control. Like my father, I am someone who looks forward. As long as everyone refrains from past transgressions, I can overlook previous grievances. With Gu Qingyan's declaration, the leaders collectively exhaled in relief. Now, let us discuss the specifics. Secretary Jean opened the PowerPoint presentation, and Gu Qingyan began to outline concrete reform measures. This discourse lasted over half an hour, but the student secretaries seated nearby, including Luo Xinghe, became increasingly animated. Each point Gu Qingyan raised was meticulously crafted from the students' perspective, addressing their needs with remarkable foresight. The student secretaries believed that if Gu Qingyan's proposals could indeed come to fruition, the school would likely gain national recognition. The meeting extended until 5 in the afternoon, during which all leaders voiced their opinions, and the student secretaries also contributed their thoughts. After thorough discussions, the meeting established the priorities and direction for the initial phase of reform, culminating in the creation of a document set to be disseminated. Following the meeting, Gu Qingyan convened a brief session with the student secretaries, instructing them to promptly relay student feedback and present their perspectives to the school leadership for consideration. Finally, she emphasized the importance of confidentiality regarding the reforms until the official document was released. After addressing these matters, Gu Qingyan allowed them to depart. At 15 minutes past 5, Gu Qingyan returned to her office, where she received a call from Director Li of the group. Qingyan, I hear you were to review Laobai. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe, concluding his meeting, was filled with excitement. He regarded Gu Qingyan as his idol, no, the idol of the entire Hiching Academy. To express his elation, he bypassed the training session at the playground and turned to order a cake from outside the campus. He intended to present this cake to Gu Qingyan as a token of his enthusiasm. The cake he chose was reminiscent of a galaxy, adorned in soft hues of pink and purple, resembling the enchanting colors of twilight merging with the starry sky. The sides of the cake were decorated with pale purple and pink cream, cascading like shooting stars, leaving behind trails of dreamy allure, symbolizing a journey toward the stars and the sea. This cake was a manifestation of Luo Xinghe's heartfelt wish for Gu Qingyan's success. Upon returning with the cake, Luo Xinghe received a message from his instructor, Zhou Yuan, indicating an urgent matter that necessitated the cancellation of the class meeting that evening, rescheduling it for the following night. Luo Xinghe acknowledged the message, relieved that he had not yet announced the change to the group, which would have been inconvenient. By this time, it was already 6:10. And Jiang Chuan messaged him to say that training had concluded and urged him to join them in the cafeteria. In a cheerful mood, Luo Xinghe whistled his way to the dining hall. Upon locating Jiang Chuan and the others, he took a seat and discovered a lavish serving of fried egg chicken feet and snail noodles placed before him, immediately sensing something amiss. Whose is this? Why is it here? Oh, I bought it, Lu Ziming replied somewhat bashfully. Xinghe good, just enjoy it. Luo Xinghe grasped Lu Ziming's implication, but playfully teased. What is this? Ziming, you aren't plotting something against me, are you? What? Lu Ziming exclaimed, noticing Luo Xinghe's misinterpretation. No, class leader Luo, I meant. My vice class leader. Oh, so that's it. Luo Xinghe feigned sudden realization. What a pity, the class meeting is off tonight. What? Lu Ziming was taken aback. Why is it cancelled? I don't know, Luo Xinghe replied. The instructor had an urgent matter, so it's been moved to tomorrow night. Tomorrow evening will suffice, Lu Ziming remarked. Becoming the vice monitor is merely a matter of your word, class leader Luo. Luo Xinghe gestured towards Lu Ziming and replied, very well, I shall reluctantly recommend you. No problem, no problem. Lu Ziming chuckled. For Luo Xinghe, the absence of competitors for the class committee made the decision easier, and having a familiar face certainly facilitated the tasks at hand. Thus, with a sense of reassurance, Luo Xinghe grasped his chopsticks and began to savor the snail rice noodles. Still, the medium spiciness. Chapter 26. Cooking for Sister Qingyan. It was a little past 7 in the evening. With no evening training scheduled and the class meeting cancelled, it was now free time. Coincidentally, the owner of the cake shop informed Luo Xinghe that his urgent custom cake was ready. Thus, he decided to return home early that day. With this thought in mind, he sent a message to Gu Qingyan via WeChat. Sister Qingyan, I'm heading home. When will you return? After a while, Gu Qingyan replied. You go back first. I still have some work to finish. All right, Luo Xinghe responded, and then he called the driver. Since his BMW was parked at home, he typically relied on Gu Qingyan's driver for transportation to and from school. When the driver arrived, he first went to the cake shop to pick up the cake before being driven back to Gu Qingyan's residence. Upon entering, he found Zhao Ma busy in the kitchen. Xinghe, you're back, she exclaimed, momentarily setting aside her tasks to take the cake from him. Is someone celebrating a birthday today? Zhao Ma inquired. No. Luo Xinghe replied while taking off his coat. I just wanted to surprise Sister Qingyan. Oh, I see, Zhao Ma said, understanding the situation and refraining from further questions. She helped place the cake on the dining table before returning to her culinary endeavors. Luo Xinghe, astonished, asked, Zhao Ma, are you cooking for Sister Qingyan? Yes. She replied while whisking eggs. She said she would be home for dinner tonight. At that moment, an idea struck Luo Xinghe. He washed his hands and entered the kitchen, seizing the knife from Zhao Ma's hand. What are you doing? She asked, taken aback. Zhao Ma, you should take a break. I'll handle dinner, he insisted. That won't he do? Zhao Ma replied. I earn my living doing this. If you cook, what will happen to me? It's all right, just this once, Luo Xinghe chuckled. I want to take your job. Zhao Ma pondered for a moment, but shook her head. No. Qing Yan is used to my cooking. If someone else prepares her meal and she doesn't like it, she might take it out on me. Oh, she want tea. Luo Xinghe set down the knife and gently pushed Zhao Ma out of the kitchen. If Sister Qing Yan truly gets upset, you can just shift the blame onto me. Saying I insisted on cooking and you couldn't stop me. Besides, I'm not a troublemaker. My cooking is the best in the family. Even my second sister says so. I simply want to prepare a meal for Sister Qing Yan myself. With his persuasive words, Luo Xinghe managed to convince Zhao Ma to leave the kitchen, and she went upstairs to mop the floors. With the kitchen to himself, Luo Xinghe placed his hands on his hips, contemplating what Sister Qing Yan might enjoy. He then checked the ingredients available at home and decided to make sweet and sour pork ribs, as it was one of his specialties. He washed the purchased ribs, cut them into uniform pieces, and placed them in cold water, adding a few slices of ginger and a splash of cooking wine to eliminate any unpleasant odor. As the water temperature rose, a layer of froth gradually formed on the surface. He patiently skimmed the foam away with a spoon until the broth became clear. Next, he retrieved the pork ribs, draining the excess moisture for later use. He heated a pan with cool oil, and when the oil reached a moderate temperature, Luo Xinghe carefully placed the ribs into the pan. Instantly, a lively crackling sound erupted, and the oil seemed eager to splatter, yet he remained unfazed. Swiftly using chopsticks to turn the ribs, ensuring each piece was evenly heated. Before long, the surface of the ribs turned golden and crispy. He lifted them out with a slotted spoon and set them aside to drain. Leaving a small amount of oil in the pan, he added a suitable amount of rock sugar, allowing it to melt over low heat. The sugar gradually transformed from its original white hue to a rich caramel color, bubbling gently and filling the air with a sweet aroma. Luo Xinghe attentively monitored the sugar's progress, and as it reached a beautiful amber shade, he quickly added the fried ribs to the pan, stirring rapidly to coat each piece in the enticing glaze. He then incorporated a splash of vinegar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, and a touch of water, covering the pot to simmer on low heat. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sauce thickened, and Luo Xinghe lifted the lid, cranking up the heat to reduce the sauce. At this moment, the sweet and sour ribs gleamed with a vibrant, glossy finish, their delightful aroma wafting through the air. A tantalizing invitation. After preparing the sweet and sour ribs, Luo Xinghe, utilizing the ingredients available at home, crafted a dish of oil-braised prawns and sauteed broccoli. Lastly, he made the indispensable stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. As he set the 4 dishes on the dining table, he felt that something was amiss without a soup. After all, a proper meal of 4 dishes should include a soup. Thus, he retrieved several eggs from the refrigerator, chopped some green onions, boiled water, and prepared a fragrant egg drop soup. With everything in place, Luo Xinghe finally wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He arranged the cake in the center of the table, ensuring the 4 dishes and the soup were neatly presented. Only then did he slowly take a seat. At that moment, Zhao Ma, having just finished mopping the floor, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the dining room and set aside her mop to approach. Upon seeing the array of dishes Luo Xinghe had prepared, she exclaimed, "Xinghe, I didn't expect you could cook." "My mother taught me," Luo Xinghe replied. "She said that if one can cook, they need not rely on others. Possessing good culinary skills is always appreciated." Indeed, Zhao Ma said with satisfaction. To excel in both the kitchen and the dining room. Young people today truly are remarkable. Luo Xinghe smiled shyly. "However, when compared to you, Zhao Ma, I still have much to learn." "Don't be modest," Zhao Ma replied. "Just look at the color and aroma of your dishes. With you looking after Qing Yan, I feel at ease." Luo Xinghe merely smiled, at a loss for words. By now, the clock had struck 8:30, just 5 minutes after he finished preparing the meal. Gu Qing Yan returned home from work. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of ribs. Yet, this scent felt distinct, unlike Zhao Ma's cooking. After all, Gu Qing Yan had grown accustomed to the culinary delights prepared by Aunt Zhao, and she could instantly recognize the aroma of her dishes. "You're back, Sister Qing Yan," exclaimed Luo Xinghe, who was seated at the table engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing Luo Xinghe's voice, Gu Qing Yan turned her gaze towards the dining table, where an array of dishes awaited her, with a cake prominently placed at the center. "What is this?" Gu Qing Yan inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing," replied Luo Xinghe. "I just wanted to prepare a meal for you." "Did you make all of this?" Gu Qing Yan asked in astonishment. Chapter 27. Make a Wish Indeed. Luo Xinghe scratched his head. I also bought a cake, as a celebration for your triumphant reforms. Gu Qingyan understood that Luo was referring to her successful implementation of changes. She had not anticipated such unwavering support from him. Having always walked her path alone, she never expected the emergence of supporters. Now, gazing into Luo Xinghe's innocent eyes and the sumptuous spread before her, Gu Qingyan suddenly realized she was not alone anymore. At the very least, he was there with her. With her eyes reddening, Gu Qingyan abruptly enveloped Luo Xinghe in a tight embrace. Luo Xinghe was puzzled by her intense reaction, yet he gently caressed her back. It's all right, Qingyan. Regardless of other support, I will always stand behind you. Thank you, Gu Qingyan murmured softly. Let us eat first, Luo Xinghe urged, taking her hand and guiding her to the table. Start with some soup to warm your stomach. He ladled a bowl of egg flour soup for her. As she lifted the bowl to her lips and took a sip, the warm broth glided down her throat, its delicate yet flavorful essence unfurling in her mouth. The velvety egg, the fragrant scallions, and the subtle hint of sesame oil combined to create a heartwarming dish. Delicious, Gu Qingyan exclaimed. I never imagined your culinary skills were this impressive. Even a seemingly simple egg flour soup can be elevated to such heights. The timing and seasoning are just perfect. Thank you, Luo Xinghe said with a hint of pride. As long as you enjoy it, that's enough for me. I do enjoy it, Gu Qingyan replied, as she consumed the entire bowl of soup without leaving a drop. She then set the bowl down and picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, placing it in her mouth. With a single bite, the crispy outer layer crunched gently between her teeth, revealing tender, juicy meat enveloped in a perfectly balanced sauce, sweet and tangy without overwhelming her palate. This familiar flavor was among her favorites. Next, she tasted the oil-braised prawns. The succulent meat slipped effortlessly from the shell as she dipped it in the rich sauce before savoring it. The freshness of the prawns melded beautifully with the savory sauce, creating a delightful symphony of flavors that brought the essence of the ocean to her palate, filling each bite with pure happiness. She was acutely aware that preparing oil-braised prawns to perfection was no simple feat. It required ensuring the prawns remained tender while allowing the sauce to penetrate deeply. Clearly, Luo Xinghe had invested considerable effort into his culinary skills. Once Gu Qingyan started indulging in Luo Xinghe's dishes, she found it hard to stop. Previously, she had thought that dining was merely about satiating hunger. However, today's meal prepared by Luo Xinghe made her realize that eating could indeed be a source of happiness. Beside her, Luo Xinghe was filled with a sense of satisfaction as he observed Gu Qingyan relishing her meal. He refilled her soup and watched her eat intently. Gu Qingyan's delicate manner of eating, taking small bites and savoring each flavor, made Luo Xinghe think she looked most beautiful while enjoying her food. After a brief moment, Gu Qingyan, having satisfied her appetite to some extent, finally summoned the energy to engage. Upon noticing Luo Xinghe gazing at her with a foolish expression, she touched her cheek and inquired, Is there something on my face? No, Luo Xinghe quickly replied. Have you finished your meal? Not yet, he admitted, too engrossed in admiring Gu Qingyan to think about eating. This evening, he had come to understand a new idiom, a feast for the eyes. Why are you just standing there in a daze? Gu Qingyan promptly handed him a pair of chopsticks and began to serve him ribs and prawns from her bowl. You must try your own cooking. It is exceptionally delicious. You are the first person I have met who can make home-cooked dishes taste this delightful. Flattered by her praise, Luo Xinghe felt utterly disoriented, to the point that he could not discern the flavor of the delectable ribs in his mouth. Their meal lasted over 40 minutes, with Gu Qingyan consuming every morsel of the food he had prepared, while he himself hardly ate anything. Ah, I feel so satisfied, she exclaimed, comfortably leaning back in her chair. Being treated to such a wonderful meal suddenly lifted her spirits considerably. Let us try the cake, suggested Luo Xinghe. It will melt if we leave it too long. Gu Qingyan nodded. I rarely indulge in cream cakes, but since you bought it, I shall reluctantly partake. All right. Luo Xinghe responded briskly, reaching for a plastic knife to cut the cake. Just then, Gu Qingyan exclaimed, Wait a moment. What is it? Luo Xinghe halted the knife midair. Gu Qingyan stood up and grasped a candle from the table, saying, How can we eat cake without lighting candles? Let us celebrate the first day of reform at the Qing Academy. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xinghe took the candle and inserted 6 into the cake. Gu Qingyan then rose and switched off the lights in the dining room. Luo Xinghe picked up a match gifted by the cake shop owner and lit the candles one by one. Now, Sister Qingyan, make a wish. Gu Qingyan nodded, putting her hands together in front of her chest. She closed her eyes and silently wished. Meanwhile, on the other side of the candles, Luo Xinghe watched the flickering shadows and the warm glow illuminating Gu Qingyan's face, enhancing her exquisite beauty. With a deep breath, Gu Qingyan extinguished the 6 candles in one blow. Luo Xinghe, momentarily entranced, began to applaud, saying, "I hope Sister Qingyan's wish comes true." Gu Qingyan smiled, stood up, and turned the lights back on. They each cut a piece of cake to enjoy and saved a slice for Zhao Ma. Concerned that the remaining cake might melt, they placed it all in the refrigerator. After finishing their meal and savoring the cake, both felt immensely satisfied. Just as they were about to head upstairs, a sudden ring of the doorbell echoed through the entrance. At such a late hour, who could be at the door? Gu Qingyan wondered. Luo Xinghe took the initiative to step forward, approaching the door to glimpse the person outside through the peephole. It appears to be the delivery person. Isn't it past the time for them to finish work? Luo Xinghe urged Qianing to step back, then proceeded to open the door. The delivery person said, "Hello. This is the custom gemstone necklace you ordered." The merchant selected a 24-hour delivery option. "Please sign for it." A gemstone necklace? Luo Xinghe suddenly recalled that just a few days ago, he had indeed purchased a necklace for his sister Qianing. He never expected it to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 28. Oh no, Sister Qianyan. What is it? Upon seeing the delivery, Gu Qianyan approached. Luo Xinghe unwrapped the packaging and opened the peacock green leather box, revealing a stunning sapphire necklace. The sapphire, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky, was exquisitely cut into a perfect heart shape, with each facet reflecting an enchanting radiance. Surrounding the necklace was a circle of delicate diamonds, akin to stars encircling the moon, further accentuating the sapphire's nobility and grandeur. "What is this?" Gu Qianyan asked, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the sapphire necklace. "This is a gift I bought for you on that day you insisted I spend 100,000. Luo Xinghe replied, "Although it was your money, Sister Qianyan, I merely wished to convey my heartfelt sentiment." With that, Luo Xinghe handed the sapphire along with its leather box to Gu Qianyan. Gu Qianyan was taken aback that Luo Xinghe had used that money to buy her a gift, as that 100,000 was intended for her to indulge Luo Xinghe. She delicately picked up the necklace, the sapphire shimmering with a dreamlike glow under the light, illuminating her eyes as if they were aglow. Looking up, Gu Qianyan gazed at Luo Xinghe with tears of gratitude in her eyes. "You silly boy, I gave you the money so you could enjoy yourself, not to buy me a necklace. But I believe that your happiness brings me joy. Otherwise, spending any amount of money feels meaningless." Luo Xinghe's words touched Gu Qianyan once more. Pouting, she softly replied, "You rascal, how can you speak so eloquently at such a young age?" Seeing her skepticism, Luo Xinghe hurriedly explained, "I truly mean every word. Although I know you likely do not lack for such adornments, I still wanted to express my feelings." With tears glistening in her eyes, Gu Qianyan felt profoundly moved by Luo Xinghe's gestures that evening. "Here," she said gently, returning the necklace to Luo Xinghe. "Please help me put it on." Luo Xinghe took the necklace and carefully stepped behind Gu Qianyan, delicately fastening it around her fair, slender neck. The sapphire necklace rested perfectly over her heart, seemingly shining in harmony with her heartbeat. "Does it look good?" Gu Qianyan twirled gracefully before Luo Xinghe, showcasing her elegant figure. "Beautiful," he replied, somewhat entranced, believing that if Gu Qianyan were to enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly create a sensation. Not to mention, with her beauty and elegance, she could captivate countless admirers. What Luo Xinghe was unaware of was that since Gu Qianyan had assumed the role of chairperson of the Gu Group, she had graced the front pages of numerous newspapers and magazines. Even on short video platforms, clips of Gu Qianyan descending from an MPV, sunglasses on, revealing her long legs, garnered tens of thousands of likes. The comments overflowed with remarks like, "Sister Qianyan is stunning, and I can't resist a beautiful and wealthy lady." Fortunately, the public remains unaware of the existence of Luo Xinghe. Otherwise, the internet would surely be engulfed in a tempest of chaos. "I shall wear this often," Gu Qianyan remarked, gazing at the sapphire necklace. "Although I possess many pieces of jewelry, this one holds a distinct significance." With that, Gu Qianyan extended her left hand, revealing a jade bracelet. "Just as this was a gift from my mother," she continued, "what you have given me, regardless of its material worth, is an invaluable treasure in my eyes." Touched by Gu Qianyan's words, Luo Xinghe felt a wave of emotion. This was the sensation of being cherished. Observing Gu Qingyan's fair visage, he hesitated before speaking. "Sister Qingyan." "Yes? May I kiss you?" "Why?" "For no particular reason. I simply wish to." "All right," Gu Qingyan replied, taking Luo Xinghe's hand and turning to call, "Aunt Zhao." Could you please tidy up the dining room later? Understood, Aunt Zhao responded. You two don't need to worry about it. With Aunt Zhao's reply, Gu Qingyan promptly led Luo Xinghe back to the master bedroom on the second floor. Gently closing the door, she positioned herself behind it, resting her arms on Luo Xinghe's neck. In that moment, he felt a heavy weight pressing against his chest. Gu Qingyan closed her eyes and softly urged, Go ahead and kiss me. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xinghe pressed his lips against Gu Qingyan's rosy ones. As they kissed, he lifted her supple thighs, moving forward until she was gently placed onto the bed. The familiar sequence ensued, yet when it came to the crucial moment, Gu Qingyan reached beneath the pillow, suddenly pausing. Wait, what is the matter? Luo Xinghe, caught up in the moment, was unaware of her intent. It seems we're out, Gu Qingyan indicated, referring to a small item they had used. What? Luo Xinghe was taken aback, which subtly reflected their frequent encounters over the past few days. This is the countryside. There are no convenience stores, Gu Qingyan exclaimed. Shall we call for a courier? I think it should be fine just this once, Luo Xinghe suggested, preparing to remove his shirt. No, Gu Qingyan firmly rejected him. What if something happens? What would the company do if I were to become pregnant? I cannot take that risk. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xinghe reluctantly sat down. Noticing his slight disappointment, Gu Qingyan sat up to tie her hair. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. With that, she attempted to remove Luo Xinghe's trousers. Sister Qingyan, what are you doing? Of course. I just want you to feel more comfortable, she replied, leaning forward. Luo Xinghe seemed to fathom her intentions and quickly stopped her. No. If we lack the necessary items, we can wait until next time. There is no need for this. It's all right. I don't mind at all. What do you care? Gu Qingyan insisted. Unexpectedly, Luo Xinghe hastily got off the bed, trousers in hand, and declared, Sister Qingyan, I'm going to take a shower now. With that, he swiftly made his escape. Gu Qingyan, resembling a character from a comic, sat on the edge of the bed, perplexed, pondering, why was he so concerned when I do not mind at all? However, Luo Xinghe was unwilling, and she could not compel him. Thus, she had no choice but to retie her hair and descend to the lounge chair by the balcony to attend to her work. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Luo Xinghe opted against the bathtub and instead turned on the shower, slightly twisting the handle to the right, allowing the cool water to cascade down upon him. He steadied his breath, reflecting on the earlier scene. Although Sister Qingyan was willing to do that for me, it still felt rather peculiar. As the cool water poured over him, the flames of turmoil within Luo Xinghe were significantly doused. He proceeded to lather himself with shower gel, as usual. Chapter 29. Rise and Shine. When Luo Xinghe emerged from his shower, Gu Qingyan was still diligently attending to her work at the table. Not wanting to disturb her, he slipped beneath the covers. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat, only to discover a new transfer in the chat window. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a transfer from Gu Qingyan, amounting to a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan. Sister Qingyan, why have you sent me money again? Luo Xinghe queried, perplexed. Gu Qingyan set her phone aside, turned to him, and said, I am genuinely touched that you used the allowance I provided to buy a gift for me. However, an allowance is merely that, an allowance. Since you have used it for my gift, I must replenish it. I will cover whatever you have spent, but at least 100,000. With that, Gu Qingyan added, Today is Wednesday. You must spend it all before this weekend. What? Luo Xinghe exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. I don't really have anywhere to spend it. I definitely can't use up this 100,000. Nonsense, Gu Qingyan replied, rising to her feet. Boys must learn to spend money and broaden their horizons. You can use this money on your interests, on things you enjoy, as long as you refrain from illegal activities. I will check next Monday. If you haven't spent it all, you will have to face the consequences. She playfully threatened, raising her fist towards Luo Xinghe. Immediately thereafter, she removed her high heels on the wooden floor and shed her white shirt, turning to enter the dressing room. Luo Xinghe remained frozen on the bed, half admiring Gu Qingyan's figure and half pondering how to spend the 100,000 yuan. After all, he had never lacked for food or clothing, and had ample resources. His family, Luo Jiang, never imposed any demands on him, allowing him to grow freely. Consequently, he had never cultivated any notable hobbies. If there was anything resembling a hobby, it was reading. However, it was inconceivable to spend 100,000 yuan merely on books. Even if he filled Gu Qingyan's entire house with literature, it would not amount to such a vast sum. Yet, Luo Xinghe felt it was essential to develop a hobby, and as for what that hobby might be, perhaps he indeed needed to contemplate it earnestly. The clear night quickly faded. giving way to another morning. The sun rose early, casting a gentle light through the curtains into the master bedroom. At 6 o'clock, Gu Qingyan awoke, sitting up and rubbing her hair, attempting to shake off the remnants of her slumber. Beside her, Luo Xinghe was sleeping soundly in an unusual position. Gu Qingyan turned to him, gently massaging his face as she called softly, "Time to wake up, little lazy pig." Luo Xinghe turned over under the covers, stretching like a cat. Only then did he slowly sit up, half asleep, and asked Gu Qingyan, "What time is it, Sister Qingyan?" Glancing at her phone, Gu Qingyan replied, "It's 6:02. Luo Xinghe yawned once more, only to be taken aback when Gu Qingyan suddenly grasped his lips, pinching them tightly. Luo Xinghe found himself at a loss for words. "Do you resemble a duck?" Gu Qingyan jested, lifting the covers to reveal her long, slender legs and the silky fabric of her nightgown. "I'll take my leave to freshen up. You must get dressed and no more sleeping, understood?" Given the considerable distance from the city, naturally, the school was also quite far. Gu Qingyan noted that Luo Xinghe had an unfortunate habit of indulging in prolonged slumber. If left undisturbed, he could easily sleep until noon. Indeed, as Gu Qingyan entered the washroom, Luo Xinghe sprawled out flat, succumbing to sleep once more. Fortunately, while brushing her teeth with an electric toothbrush, she glanced out to check on him. Upon discovering that he had drifted back into dreamland, she acted decisively. Having practiced dance in her youth, Gu Qingyan could elevate her legs high. Thus, she stood on one foot while placing the other firmly on Luo Xinghe's chest, showcasing the graceful lines of her legs. Yet, Gu Qingyan was mindful of her strength, ensuring this action would rouse him without causing harm. "Rise, my little lazy pig," she declared, brandishing her toothbrush. Luo Xinghe, pinned down, could only emit a muffled groan. When he finally opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a smooth thigh resting upon him. "What on earth?" he exclaimed incredulously, then quickly added, "All right, I'm up, Sister Qingyan, but could you kindly remove your foot from my chest?" Gu Qingyan promptly withdrew her leg, showcasing her dance prowess before him. "Hurry and dress, should you fall asleep again. My foot might very well find its way into your mouth." The absurdity of that image spurred Luo Xinghe into action, and he swiftly donned his clothes. As Gu Qingyan occupied the master bedroom, washing up, Luo Xinghe took his toiletries to the guest room to save time. 5 minutes later, he had finished, while Gu Qingyan was still engaged in her makeup. At 6:30, he completed his breakfast, but Gu Qingyan was still at it. It wasn't until 6:40 that she descended the stairs slowly. She wore a fitted white off-shoulder knit top, its tailored cut hugging her body's curves, accentuating her impressive bosom and slender waist beautifully. The off-shoulder design revealed her smooth, fair shoulders. Below, she paired it with a black high-slit bodycon skirt, the mysterious depth of black contrasting sharply with her white top. The high slit allowed her long legs to peek enticingly from beneath the fabric with every step. On her feet were red strappy high heels, the vibrant hue standing out brilliantly against the black and white, with delicate straps winding around her ankles, adding a touch of sensuality. "Am I beautiful?" Gu Qingyan deliberately showcased the gemstone necklace resting on her chest, her long hair cascading casually behind her. She tilted her body, inviting Luo Xinghe's opinion on her outfit for the day. At that moment, Luo Xinghe stood frozen like a statue. Gu Qingyan's beauty was already striking, and coupled with her flawless figure and exquisite fashion sense, even the slightest alteration could render a pure-hearted boy like Luo Xinghe utterly enchanted. The enchanting and beautiful Luo Xinghe gazed intently at Gu Qingyan. Gu Qingyan offered a gentle smile as she gracefully descended the stairs. At that moment, the driver kindly urged, "Young Master Luo, you might be late for school." The journey to school took half an hour, and Luo Xinghe needed to arrive by 7:30 to ensure he reached the school playground by 7:45. "All right, you may go ahead," Gu Qingyan said, tenderly rubbing Luo Xinghe's face with both hands. Subsequently, she left a delicate imprint of her lips on his cheek. Luo Xinghe nodded and then followed the driver out the door to the car. Chapter 30. Greetings, Senior. My name is Jiang Chuan. When Luo Xinghe arrived at school, he was immediately thrust into an intensive day of military training. Although this routine proved rather monotonous, the camaraderie within Class 1 was continuously honed and strengthened through such concentrated training activities. Notably, Zhao Jiaxing exhibited a pronounced limp. This peculiarity had already become apparent the previous day, but during the single-file marching drill today, it was even more conspicuous. The instructor inquired whether he had faced similar issues during his high school military training. Zhao Jiaxing shook his head, revealing that his high school, nestled in the mountains, did not engage in military drills. Despite being one of the top students, his current university experience, especially sharing a dorm with Luo Xinghe, had opened his eyes to many new experiences. Recognizing Zhao Jiaxing's situation, the instructor did not press him too hard. While others rested, he offered Zhao Jiaxing personalized guidance. However, correcting a limp is not something that can be achieved overnight, and with the results conference approaching on Friday, the instructor was increasingly anxious. The issue remained unresolved even after the evening training concluded, leaving Zhao Jiaxing still limping. Both Luo Xinghe and his friends Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming noticed the insecurity in Zhao Jiaxing's eyes. Consequently, they resolved to assist him that night in the dormitory. After finishing their meal at the cafeteria around 7 in the evening, the four of them arrived early at Main Building 41, where they found 3 girls already present. "Class leader, you're here," the girls exclaimed upon seeing Luo Xinghe enter. Before he could respond, Lu Ziming cheerfully interjected, "Yes, we've arrived." "Oh, come on." Luo Xinghe playfully punched Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming chuckled, "What's the rush? Everyone in our class agrees you're the leader. Can't I enjoy myself a bit?" Luo Xinghe remained silent as he and Jiang Chuan approached the girls, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan tugged at Luo Xinghe's sleeve, saying, "Xinghe, let us sit over there." He pointed towards a table by the window. "Why over there?" Luo Xinghe inquired. "Oh, I have something to tell you," Jiang Chuan replied, swiftly leading Luo Xinghe to the window-side seats. Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing had no choice but to join them. "What is so secretive?" Luo Xinghe asked. Jiang Chuan pulled out his phone and pointed to the group chat. "Check this on my phone. You want to discuss it via phone?" Luo Xinghe and the others were intrigued, so they shifted their focus to the group chat. Moments later, Jiang Chuan typed, "Guys, I like the girl in the middle." Lu Ziming exclaimed, "No way." He then glanced at the 3 newly arrived girls. The one in the middle was tall, with fair skin, a round face, and a prominent nose, dressed in black sun protection and a cartoon tank top. She appeared quite attractive. "When did you start liking her?" Luo Xinghe queried. "She attended the same high school as I did," Jiang Chuan quickly typed. "She's a year older than me. You know? Same school? How come she doesn't know you?" Lu Ziming asked, puzzled. Jiang Chuan replied, "I know her, but she doesn't know me. It seems she didn't perform well in the college entrance examination, so she spent an additional year in a preparatory class, not attending our high school. I never expected to find myself in the same class at university. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Luo Xinghe remarked, "After all these days of military training, you've been quite good at holding back." Zhao Jiaxing expressed his surprise with a simple wow. "JPG," Jiang Chuan sighed, "isn't that shocking? Besides, we weren't familiar just a few days ago, and I felt awkward bringing it up." Luo Xinghe responded, 6. Lu Ziming added, 666. "So how did you come to like her?" "Well, once, I forgot my water card and was about to leave when I suddenly heard an angelic voice say, 'Classmate, feel free to use mine.'" Luo Xinghe teased, "Oh, so you fell for her just because she lent you a water card?" Jiang Chuan retorted, "You wouldn't understand. Love can strike in an instant. We simply happened to meet in this manner." Lu Ziming exclaimed, "Impressive, a master of emotions has emerged." Luo Xinghe inquired, "What do you plan to do about it?" At that moment, Jiang Chuan looked up again to confirm the girl's appearance. Though he had done so countless times over the past few days, it still felt surreal to him. The person he had missed for so long was unexpectedly right before his eyes, and he felt incredibly fortunate. "I think, Xinghe, you should help me get her WeChat," Jiang Chuan suggested. Luo Xinghe replied, "You want me to ask for it? Why don't you do it yourself?" "I'm too timid," Jiang Chuan admitted. Lu Ziming laughed. "What a coward." Luo Xinghe then asked, "What is her name?" "Suyu Qing," Jiang Chuan answered. Upon receiving the girl's name, Luo Xinghe called out without hesitation, "Suyu Qing." The 3 girls seated on the opposite side of the classroom turned their heads, and the one in the middle asked curiously, "Class monitor, how do you know my name?" At that moment, Jiang Chuan, caught off guard by Luo Xinghe's boldness, stood frozen, his heart racing like a drum. "I have a classmate who wants to add you on WeChat." "Ah?" Suyu Qing rose and walked directly towards Luo Xinghe and the others. "Do I have another schoolmate here? How did I not recognize you?" Luo Xinghe pointed at Jiang Chuan and said, "That's him, Jiang Chuan, a year below you. He recognized you." "Jiang Chuan?" Suyu Qing stood in front of him, bending down to scrutinize his face. Seeing that he was unresponsive, Luo Xinghe poked him. Jiang Chuan instantly stood up straight, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, standing as rigidly as during military training, his hands firmly pressed against his pants seam. "Hello, senior. I am Jiang Chuan from Class 7, a year below you. You may not know me, but I recognize you." You lent me your water card once when I forgot mine. With a chuckle, Su Yuqing covered her mouth and laughed. Why are you so nervous? Oh, I'm fine. Jiang Chuan stammered. I just feel overwhelmed seeing you. Su Yuqing pulled a piece of tissue from her pocket and gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from Jiang Chuan's forehead. Senior, no, it's not necessary, Jiang Chuan stammered. We are from the same school. We should look out for each other when we're out here, Su Yuqing replied. Shall I add you, or will you add me? Huh? Jiang Chuan was taken aback by the ease of adding her on WeChat and hurriedly said, Senior, you add me, please. With that, he opened his payment code. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan's payment code, Su Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim, What is this? Do I need to pay you to add you on WeChat? As she finished speaking, Jiang Chuan finally glanced down, realizing, no, I made a mistake. Senior, please wait a moment. Chapter 31. The class monitor election. Su Yuqing found herself thoroughly amused by Jiang Chuan's series of antics. With a swift motion, she presented her QR code and said to Jiang Chuan, Please scan me. All right, Jiang Chuan replied, his mind seemingly elsewhere, as he inadvertently exited WeChat and opened the camera instead. Almost immediately, a click echoed in the air, resulting in an unintended frontal portrait of Su Yuqing. What are you doing? Luo Xinghe, unable to bear the sight any longer, seized Jiang Chuan's phone and scanned Su Yuqing's QR code. Done, he declared. All right. I'll add you as well, class monitor, Su Yuqing remarked. Okay, once you approve, I'll have Jiang Chuan send it over to me, Luo Xinghe replied. That works too, Su Yuqing said to Jiang Chuan. Let us keep in touch on WeChat. With that, she returned to her seat, while Jiang Chuan remained standing, momentarily bewildered. Luo Xinghe rolled his eyes and firmly pushed him down into his seat. At this juncture, the clock struck 7:10. Leaving just 20 minutes until the meeting at 7:30. One by one, the boys trickled in, seating themselves behind Luo Xinghe. Several minutes passed, and then Sun Qingning arrived with two other girls. The trio from her dormitory always walked together, while Zhou Ling preferred solitude. Upon surveying the classroom, Sun Qingning decisively chose a seat directly in front of Luo Xinghe. Turning to him with a piece of cake in hand, Sun Qingning asked, Class monitor, would you like some cake? I specifically bought it for you. Luo Xinghe shook his head. I've already eaten, thank you. Then how about a candy? Sun Qingning continued, pulling a throat lozenge from her pocket. You'll need to speak at the meeting. No thanks, my throat is fine, Luo Xinghe declined once more. Well then, class monitor. I also have. Sun Qingning was about to elaborate when Lu Ziming abruptly interrupted her. No, Sun Qingning, Xinghe already has a girlfriend. Why are you so clingy? Are you some kind of adhesive plaster? Mind your own business. Sun Qingning retorted. Besides, I'm merely expressing concern for a classmate. I'm not clinging to the class monitor. Fine, you're not clinging, Lu Ziming replied. Should I call the principal to inquire what's going on here? Go ahead. I have nothing to hide, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Sun Qingning declared defiantly, chin held high. You, Lu Ziming replied, somewhat irate. But Luo Xinghe interjected to mediate. All right. The meeting is about to start. Sun Qingning, please face forward, or we may need to change your seat. Upon hearing Luo Xinghe's words, Sun Qingning finally turned her face to the front. The classroom quieted down, with just 2 minutes remaining before the meeting commenced. At that moment, Zhou Yuan and Zhou Ling entered the classroom, one after the other. Zhou Ling's eyes were red, suggesting she had recently been in tears. She randomly chose a seat, while Zhou Yuan waved to Luo Xinghe, saying, Could you please help me plug in the USB drive to the multimedia system and upload the PPT? Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement. And Zhou Yuan began to address his classmates as usual. Dear classmates, due to the school's late decision to appoint class leaders, which will take place a month after the start of the term, we shall first elect a group of temporary leaders to oversee student affairs. Voting is a familiar task for all of you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. However, it is imperative that no one abstains for every ballot cast. An equivalent number must be collected. Please use a black pen to inscribe the name of the candidate you support on the ballot, and shortly, I will appoint someone to tally the votes. Now, let us allow those who wish to run for class president to write down their names. Upon finishing, Zhou Yuan turned to glance at Luo Xinghe. Having made the decision to become a class officer, Luo Xinghe saw no need for hesitation and swiftly inscribed his name on the blackboard. Zhou Yuan nodded in approval. Although he had privately designated Luo Xinghe as the class president, the procedure needed to be followed. Is there anyone else? He inquired. I encourage all to actively participate in the election for temporary class committee members. A profound silence fell over the room. as the students had already recognized Luo Xinghe as the de facto class president due to his performance during military training. Moreover, Principal Gu had openly mentioned that Luo was dating his sister. With such an individual as class president, securing benefits for the class would surely be effortless. With no one stepping forward, the students began to jot down their agreement or disagreement on slips of paper. Before Zhou Yuan could finish his thought, Zhou Ling slammed her hand on the desk and boldly took up the chalk, writing her name on the board. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow but refrained from publicly contradicting Zhou Ling, for the election was open to all. Very well, Zhou Ling has also entered the race. If there are no further candidates, we shall commence the voting. Teacher, Zhou Yuan had barely concluded when Zhou Ling interjected, I have yet to campaign. Conventionally, there should be a brief speech prior to the election. Taken aback, Zhou Yuan reluctantly relinquished the podium to Zhou Ling, standing confidently at the front. She proclaimed, fellow classmates. My name is Zhou Ling, and I am here to run for the position of class president for Class 1 of the Architecture Department. I believe I possess considerable experience. I served as class president for 6 consecutive years during middle and high school. Under my leadership, my classmates were too intimidated to speak during lessons, and our class consistently earned the discipline award every week. Furthermore, I am adept at supervising my peers. In my class, copying homework is absolutely forbidden. Should anyone dare to do so, I would promptly inform the homeroom teacher. As she concluded, a stir erupted among the students. Zhou Ling mistakenly assumed her speech had made an impact, pride swelling within her as she recalled her illustrious record. Additionally, I have been recognized as an outstanding class officer at the school level for 3 consecutive years, as well as a model student. In comparison to him, she pointed indignantly at Luo Xinghe. I believe I am far more qualified to serve as class president. I kindly ask for your support. Thank you. With a slight nod, Zhou Ling descended from the podium without so much as a bow. Zhou Yuan then remarked, Xinghe, would you care to give a brief campaign speech as well? Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement and approached the podium, stating, I truly have little to convey. Yet I firmly believe that the role of class monitor is to serve my fellow classmates. Should I be fortunate enough to be elected as monitor, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to providing the best service for everyone. Upon finishing his words, Luo Xinghe offered a deep bow to all his classmates. In that instant, Lu Ziming took the lead in applauding, and the classroom was immediately filled with enthusiastic clapping. After a minute, as the applause subsided, Zhou Yuan crossed his arms and said calmly, Now, let us commence the voting. Please write the name of the person you wish to elect on your ballot. You, and you. Zhou Yuan pointed to several students seated towards the front. You will come up to assist in counting the votes. Chapter 32. This outfit is rather provocative. Luo Xinghe was called to the podium to announce the votes. The students tasked with this duty hardly needed to scrutinize the ballots. So far, among the 2 candidates, Luo Xinghe had secured 15 votes while Zhou Ling had none, as regulations prohibited the candidates from voting. The vote counting took just over 3 minutes, culminating in Luo Xinghe's unanimous victory, with Zhou Ling failing to garner a single vote. In disbelief, Zhou Ling rushed to the podium and took the ballots from the student, examining each one meticulously. Reluctantly, she had to concede that every ballot bore only one name, Luo Xinghe, with no other names inscribed. Teacher, could this be a mistake? Zhou Ling exclaimed incredulously. Although she typically did not socialize with her classmates, she felt this was due to her disdain for mingling with them, believing they belonged to different worlds. Yet, could they truly be so blind? Could they not discern whose capabilities were superior and who possessed greater experience? All right, let us respect the voting results. Zhou Yuan interjected before stepping onto the podium and addressing Luo Xinghe. Xinghe, according to the regulations, you may now nominate the members of the temporary class committee, after which the students will decide whether they agree. Very well, Luo Xinghe responded. May I request a brief intermission for those who wish to join the committee to come forward and register? Zhou Yuan nodded in acquiescence. Luo Xinghe then announced to the class, Currently, I have already been approached by some students interested in the positions of vice class leader and academic representative. The remaining committee roles are still vacant. If any student is inclined to express their interest, please come to me now. Almost immediately, several girls approached, soon followed by a few boys. After all, they were not oblivious. Holding a position on the class committee in university conferred certain advantages that were often unattainable for ordinary students. Those harboring such ambitions were certainly not going to let this opportunity slip away. Luo Xinghe meticulously recorded their names, weighing options where multiple candidates emerged for a single position. Ultimately, he inscribed the names of his chosen committee members upon the blackboard. Unsurprisingly, the vice class leader was Lu Ziming, a choice that met with unanimous approval from the class. The remaining candidates, aside from the group leader who would undergo formal election at a later date, were also ratified through a voting process. After the newly appointed committee members delivered their inaugural speeches, the class meeting concluded successfully. The counselor, pressed for time to attend another class meeting, departed hastily. Zhou Ling, having refrained from participating and isolated from her classmates, stormed out in frustration. With the meeting adjourned, Luo Xinghe planned to return to the dormitory with Jiang Chuan and the others, as the hour was still early, and Gu Qingyan had yet to finish work. The four gathered their phones and exited the main building alongside their fellow students. Jiang Chuan even received a message from Su Yuqing. Jiang Chuan, see you tomorrow. The tranquility he had just managed to regain was abruptly swept away by a surge of emotions. Administrative building, Gu Qingyan's office. All right. The other school leaders have agreed, haven't they? Gu Qingyan inquired of Secretary Jean after reviewing the documents in her hands. Secretary Jean nodded affirmatively. This afternoon, I consulted the opinions of all the leaders, and they unanimously agreed to the first batch of reform proposals. Then let us proceed with the issuance, Gu Qingyan decisively concluded. Very well, I shall distribute it first thing tomorrow morning. No need to wait until tomorrow. Gu Qingyan waved her hand dismissively. It should be sent out tonight. First, distribute it through the counselors to every class group, and simultaneously publish the reform proposal on our official account and Douyin. Tonight? Secretary Jean adjusted her glasses, incredulous. Isn't that a bit too hasty, Principal Gu? Delays may lead to changes. Let it be as I said. Gu Qingyan resolved. Understood. I will make the arrangements. Secretary Jean replied promptly, exiting the office with efficiency. Soon, Gu Qingyan found herself alone in the vast office. Setting aside her myriad of tasks, she turned her attention to the university dormitory group chat. Gu Qingyan, by Gobu Qinwenwu, have you purchased the clothes I asked you to buy? By Gobu Qinwenwu. Picture. JPG. It's wrapped. Gu Qingyan opened the image in the group, and her cheeks suddenly flushed. This outfit is rather revealing, isn't it? She quickly typed. Almost immediately, the other two silent members of the group began to chime in. The first eater, Wow Wang Beige. You really went for it. Happy and joyful. I can't bear to look. By Gobu Qinwenwu. So what? Qingyan. Didn't you say you wanted to reward your little boyfriend? Didn't you ask me to choose something more seductive? Gu Qingyan furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the photo once more before responding. I did say seductive, but this is excessively so. By Gobu Qinwenwu, just trust me on this. When I wore this outfit at home, my husband was completely entranced. The first eater, not just men. I feel a bit lightheaded myself. Qingyan, could you send a picture of you wearing it once you try it on? I'd love to see the real-life look. Happy and joyful. Count me in. Gu Qingyan, not a chance. She hadn't yet decided whether to wear such an outfit, let alone share a photo of herself in it online. By Gobu Qinwenwu, I'm not concerned. I filled out your school's details. It should arrive shortly. Principal Gu, here is your package. Just as she finished typing, in reality, Gu Qingyan received the delivery brought to her by Secretary Jean. All right. You can set it down. Secretary Jean placed the items down and exited. Gu Qingyan turned off her phone and quickly approached the package. Picking it up, she glanced at the shipping label. A sigh of relief escaped her. Fortunately, there was nothing written on it. Otherwise, her composed and powerful image in front of Secretary Jean would surely be compromised. Then, like a thief, Gu Qingyan stealthily approached the office door and locked it behind her. Only then did she begin to unwrap the clothes that Wang Beige had purchased for her, as depicted below. Gu Qingyan gazed at the attire repeatedly, assessing it against herself. Yet she remained unable to surmount the internal barrier that plagued her heart. Had it not been for the delightful surprise bestowed upon her by Luo Xinghe the previous day, she would not have contemplated offering him anything in return. After her observations, Gu Qingyan hurriedly concealed the garments back into their packaging, as if she were a thief. She then stealthily unlocked the office door and returned to her seat to respond to messages. Gu Qingyan, I cannot. Perhaps you should return it for me. I find wearing such clothing utterly humiliating. By Gu, where lies the humiliation? It is not as if others will see it. It is merely for your boyfriend's eyes. Furthermore, did you not instruct me to purchase something more alluring? Now that it is indeed alluring, you seem displeased. Chapter 33. A fellow named Chui came to my aid as Jiang Chuan returned to the dormitory. He was incessantly chatting on his phone, punctuating the conversation with fits of silly laughter. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe, alongside Lu Ziming, was engaged in assisting Zhao Jiaxing with his issues regarding his gate. However, the results were less than satisfactory. Lu Ziming was even wielding a broom in one hand and a mop in the other, instructing Zhao Jiaxing to follow his lead. Yet, before long, Lu Ziming himself found his gait influenced as well. After a brief practice, Zhao Jiaxing's confidence waned, and he set down the mop, despondently sitting on his bed, declaring, "Perhaps I should just inform the instructor that I won't participate in the upcoming military training report." "What nonsense!" Lu Ziming exclaimed, pulling him up. "In room 603, not a single one of us can be absent. I want to sleep tonight if it means helping you correct this." Suddenly, while the trio was focused on Zhao Jiaxing's gait, Jiang Chuan, sprawled on his bed, let out a loud shout. "What's wrong? Did Su Yueqing block you?" Lu Ziming inquired. No. Quickly, look at the group chat. Our instructor just sent something," Jiang Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Curiosity piqued. Luo Xinghe and the others opened their WeChat to see a document posted by Zhou Yuan, stamped with the school seal. The title read, "Notification regarding various changes at Heqing Academy." The document explicitly stated that the pricing for cafeteria vendors must not exceed 50% above cost. Moreover, it announced that each student would soon receive a monthly meal subsidy of 500 yuan. Detailed specifications regarding the ingredients used in the cafeteria were also included, alongside information about the school's bathing facilities and stores. Beginning tomorrow, drinking water would be provided free of charge. These were indeed tangible benefits, and the trio, who had not attended the meeting, were nearly leaping with excitement upon viewing the document. Is this still a private institution? It feels like the benefits exceed those of public schools, Jiang Chuan remarked. Zhao Jiaxing echoed his enthusiasm. With this 500 subsidy, I want to have to be so frugal with my meals. In contrast to the exuberance of Jiang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing, Luo Xinghe remained relatively composed. He understood that this financial support stemmed from Gu Qingyan's dealings with the group. Although the Gu Corporation was not lacking in funds, it was uncertain how much pressure Qingyan would face in supporting the school. Contemplating this, he felt it was time to return home. Perhaps Qingyan needed his companionship now more than ever. As Luo Xinghe stepped out of the dormitory, he noticed many students discussing the document. Some even expressed skepticism about its authenticity, as they had always been the ones paying the school, never having heard of subsidies being granted to students. Furthermore, the notion of a monthly 500 yuan subsidy for over 10,000 students implied that even the meal subsidies alone would start at 5 million yuan monthly, amounting to over 50 million yuan annually. Although last year, the Gu Group announced that its consolidated profits exceeded 20 billion across various sectors. Wealth is not something to be squandered carelessly. Luo Xinghe arrived at the administrative building and sent a WeChat message to Gu Qingyan. "Sister Qingyan, I'm heading home now. Will you be a while longer?" Gu Qingyan replied almost immediately, "Where are you? Why don't you come to my office? Once I finish this document, we can leave together." Perfect. Luo Xinghe had matters he wished to discuss with her. Thus, he proceeded directly into the administrative building and made his way to Gu Qingyan's office. After knocking twice, he heard her melodious voice inviting him in, prompting him to quietly step inside. Inside the office, Gu Qingyan sat upright, diligently reviewing a thick stack of documents. She gestured for Luo Xinghe to take a seat. He obediently settled onto the sofa. After a few minutes, once Gu Qingyan had signed the last document, she remarked, "All right, are you tired? Let us head home." Luo Xinghe did not rush to leave. Instead, he tactfully said, "Sister Qingyan, I saw the document you sent out this evening." "Oh?" Gu Qingyan responded, "What do you think?" Luo Xinghe pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "From a classmate's perspective, it is undoubtedly a significant boon. However, from a family standpoint, I feel." "What do you feel?" Gu Qingyan took a sip of warm water and replied, "You feel it might be a bit extravagant?" Luo Xinghe nodded. "I just calculated that just the meal subsidies alone would incur considerable expenses, so perhaps." Before Luo Xinghe could finish his thought, Gu Qingyan interrupted him, producing a card embossed with a golden shield from her bag. "Do you know how much money is on this?" Luo Xinghe shook his head. "It exceeds 10 digits. This is merely the dividend the Gu Group allocated to our family last year," Gu Qingyan explained. "Even if I were given this amount for 10 lifetimes, I could never exhaust it. Xinghe, money must flow to hold its value. Do you understand?" Luo Xinghe appeared to grasp the concept, albeit vaguely. Although his father was also in business, he had never managed such a substantial sum himself, and thus, he could not reach the same vantage point as Gu Qingyan. "But won't there be opposition from the group?" he inquired. Gu Qingyan chuckled, ruffling Luo Xinghe's hair. "You need not worry about that. I know a fellow named Chu He. He has ample means to help me stabilize the group." "Chu He?" Luo Xinghe murmured. recalling that he had seen this name on the cover of a magazine. Yet, the public knew little about him. Indeed, perhaps one day I can introduce you to him. His wife, Professor Lin, is also a university lecturer and possesses great poise. Never mind that, Gu Qingyan said, rising and gathering her bag. Let us go home. Luo Xinghe momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly followed Gu Qingyan as they left the administrative building. He distinctly noticed that as Gu Qingyan departed, she appeared to be carrying a package. 30 minutes later, Gu Qingyan brought Luo Xinghe back home. With a kind heart, Luo Xinghe offered to assist Gu Qingyan in retrieving the package, yet she declined his generous offer. After parking the car, Gu Qingyan resolutely took it upon herself to collect the parcel. Beneath the gentle illumination of the moonlight, Luo Xinghe could distinctly perceive the flush that adorned Qingyan's face. "We are back, Zhao Ma," he called out as he stepped inside. Zhao Ma descended from the second floor, inquiring, "Have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare a late-night snack?" Luo Xinghe, clutching his slightly hungry stomach, was on the verge of expressing his gratitude to Zhao Ma when Gu Qingyan unexpectedly pinched him from behind. "No need, Zhao Ma. Please tend to your tasks. We are a bit tired and will head to our room." "Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Gu Qingyan smiled and nodded, subsequently leading Luo Xinghe back to the master bedroom. Chapter 34. Unveiling the covers. What's the matter, Sister Qingyan? I was hoping to enjoy a late-night snack. Why the urgency to return to the room? Upon hearing Luo Xinghe's inquiry, Gu Qingyan's complexion deepened in hue. Her formerly proud head now bowed in modesty. After a brief pause, she gently pushed Luo Xinghe's shoulder and suggested, "You should go take a shower first. Once you're done, everything will be revealed." "What is it that requires me to shower first? Can't you just tell me now?" Luo Xinghe scratched his head in confusion. "All right, enough of the delays." Gu Qingyan rummaged through the wardrobe and swiftly handed him his pajamas, shoving him towards the bathroom. As she sat outside, the sound of rushing water from the washroom filled the air, prompting her to reopen the package she had set aside. She delicately retrieved a garment, as sheer as gossamer, from the bag. Taking a deep breath, she pondered, will Bai Ji's suggestion truly work? Can wearing such attire be perceived as a reward in a man's eyes? Instinctively, she glanced at the bathroom. Suddenly resolute, she closed her eyes and thought, enough of this. I've already purchased it. What is there to fear in wearing it just once? After all, it was merely for the eyes of her younger brother Xinghe, nothing to be afraid of. With that thought, she rose, her high heels clicking softly against the floor as she approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the master bedroom. Pulling the curtains shut with a firm motion, she settled at the edge of the bed and gradually slipped off her stiletto heels, followed by her long dress and stockings. At that moment, the sound of water from the bathroom began to diminish, signaling that Luo Xinghe was nearing the end of his shower. She picked up the delicate garment, slipping it on with care. Bai Gu, having been Gu Qingyan's classmate for 4 years, knew her measurements perfectly, even tailoring the outfit to accentuate her allure by reducing it by half a size. As she donned the dress, she skillfully tied a bow at the back, the white fabric coming alive against her enviable figure, as if it were ready to take flight. "Is this truly beautiful?" she mused, taking advantage of Luo Xinghe's ongoing shower to tiptoe into the walk-in closet and glance at her reflection in the full-length mirror. However, upon seeing herself adorned in such attire, her face flushed with warmth, her ears turning a rosy hue, she instinctively raised her hands, unsure of which areas to shield from view. Just then, a soft click echoed as the bathroom door opened, prompting Gu Qingyan to dart back to the bed with remarkable swiftness. After smoothing her hair, she hastily covered her body and the dress with the blanket. Thud. Luo Xinghe stepped onto the mat outside the bathroom, drying his feet before slipping into another pair of slippers. As he toweled his hair, he walked out and, upon turning, beheld Gu Qingyan, who was ensconced under the covers. "Sister Qingyan, are you feeling tired? Would you like to take a shower first before sleeping?" Luo Xinghe kindly suggested, as Gu Qingyan's heart raced. She rarely felt such a rapid heartbeat. After a moment of composure, she softly uttered, "Let us wash later. Come over first." "What's wrong?" Luo Xinghe asked with an innocent expression, clearly unaware of her meaning. However, given her insistence, he had no reason to refuse. Approaching the bedside, Gu Qingyan reiterated, "Lift my quilt." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. What sort of request was this? Isn't that inappropriate? He scratched his head in confusion. "It's just the two of us. What are you afraid of?" Gu Qingyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "I asked you to lift it, so just do it." Seeing her unwavering confidence, Luo Xinghe set the towel aside, grasped the quilt's edge, and pulled it back with conviction. In an instant, his pupils focused intently, There lay Gu Qingyin, reclining on the bed, her lustrous black hair perfectly draping over her chest. She wore a sheer white garment that, while barely concealing, ignited a surge of desire. The outfit accentuated her enchanting figure even more alluringly. Luo Xinghe swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a rush of warmth surge from his lower abdomen. Just as he intended to speak, he felt a dampness at the tip of his nose, and 2 drops of crimson liquid fell to the floor. Oh no! Luo Xinghe touched his nose and immediately realized he was bleeding. He dashed toward the washroom. Upon noticing Luo Xinghe's nosebleed, Gu Qingyin momentarily forgot her own attire, hurriedly slipping on slippers to follow him to the restroom. What is happening? Why did you suddenly start bleeding? She exclaimed, helping him clean up as he sat there. Yet, Luo Xinghe, overly sensitive at that moment, could not help but be overwhelmed by her fragrance, causing the bleeding to persist. No, 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 he protested, pushing her away, inadvertently brushing against her abdomen. What is the matter? Gu Qingyin inquired. Let me handle it myself, he replied. Sister Qingyin, where did you get this outfit? I've never seen it before. At his remark, Gu Qingyin recalled her attire. Feeling a bit bashful, she stepped outside the door, hiding behind a corner, leaving only her head visible to converse with him. A classmate from university helped me pick it out, she explained. I mentioned how moved I was by what you did last night, so I wanted to surprise you. Then one of my classmates suggested an outfit that would surely astonish you. To be honest, I feel it's quite revealing, Gu Qingyin admitted, glancing at herself. But I thought, since I bought it, it would be a shame not to wear it. It's indeed beautiful, Luo Xinghe remarked while rinsing his nose with water. Are you all right? If not, I can change, since you've already seen it, Gu Qingyin said, heading to the wardrobe to change. However, Luo Xinghe seized her arm. Wait. Sister Qingyin, don't change just yet. Why? Gu Qingyin asked. Luo Xinghe affirmed, you should go back to bed first. What do you want to ask me? Gu Qingyin did not comprehend Luo Xinghe's words, so she inquired once more. Luo Xinghe nodded vigorously in affirmation, saying, you go to the bed first. I shall join you shortly. Gu Qingyin furrowed her brow, carefully reflecting on the previous conversation, and finally grasped its underlying meaning. She immediately turned around and playfully kicked Luo Xinghe's backside with her foot, exclaiming, you little rascal. Who taught you this? Ouch, Luo Xinghe replied, rubbing his rear, of course. I learned it from you, Sister Qingyin. Chapter 35, To Climb or Not to Climb. Friday marked the conclusion of the training at the city college. Traditionally, a military training exhibition would be held. However, on that fateful morning, a torrential downpour ensued. The indoor gymnasium was occupied by upperclassmen attending classes, prompting the authorities to decide on the cancellation of the exhibition. Instead, a report by the instructors was scheduled, along with the selection of certain classes for indoor training completion. Fortunately, class architecture was not among those selected. During lunch, Luo Xinghe's father called once more to confirm that he and Gu Qingyin would indeed return home on Sunday. In the afternoon, Luo Xinghe received a WeChat message from their counselor, Zhou Yuan, instructing him to lead a few classmates in collecting textbooks for the upcoming Monday classes. After distributing the materials to his peers, Luo Xinghe returned to the dormitory with Jiang Chuan and 2 others. By this time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Suddenly ending military training leaves me with nothing to do. How utterly boring. Lu Ziming lamented as he leaned back in his chair. Of course, someone like you, a single dog without a goddess, would find it dull, Jiang Chuan retorted. Unlike me, who can chat with senior sisters at any time. Lu Ziming shot Jiang Chuan a knowing glance. Listen, Chuanzi, you can't be that much of a sycophant, can you? When Sui Weiqing messages you, you rush to reply even if you're in the restroom next door. What, is she going to beat you up if you don't respond right away? You just don't understand, Jiang Chuan exclaimed. Haven't you heard that sincerity is the ultimate weapon? Lu Ziming shook his head. I've never heard that. I only know that the more sincere you are, the cheaper you seem to others. That's a warped view of love, Jiang Chuan countered. Anyway, you have no partner, so I won't argue with you. Humph. Lu Ziming crossed his arms and fell silent for a moment before asking, so what do you guys say about tomorrow being the weekend? We can't just lay around in the dorm for 2 days. At this point, Zhao Jiaxing, who was engrossed in the new textbooks, turned around and suggested, how about we go hiking? I've heard that Qiuxia Mountain in the outskirts of the city is stunning. We could enjoy ourselves and get some exercise. Hey. I'm not going, Jiang Chuan protested. Hiking is the most exhausting, especially coming back down. My legs shake, and I end up sore for days. I'm not going. I need to go jogging with the senior sister. You jogging? You crack me up, Lu Ziming retorted. During military training, How many times did Jiaxing and I call you before you finally got up? That's different, Jiang Chuan argued. I have a goal now, running with the senior sister. I can definitely get up. Lu Ziming shook his head and turned to Luo Xinghe. Xinghe, what about you? What do you think? After a moment's reflection, Luo Xinghe concluded that he had no plans for Saturday. His legs had mostly healed after such a long period. Moreover, Sister Qingyin was often busy with work on weekends, leaving little time for companionship. Rather than languishing in the villa, he preferred to join them for a hike and engage in some physical activity. Besides, he hadn't yet touched the 100,000 yuan Gu Qingyin had given him. Thus, next Monday it will be impossible for me to report back to Sister Qingyin. However, it is fine. I have nothing else to do, Luo Xinghe remarked. Jiang Chuan frowned. Xinghe, don't you need to spend the weekend with your partner? By the way, what does Principal Gu's sister look like? You haven't shown us yet. Considering Principal Gu's beauty, her sister must be equally enchanting. Indeed, after Jiang Chuan's reminder, Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing also expressed their curiosity, quickly adding, Xinghe, just let us have a glimpse. We promise to keep it a secret. Yes. We just want to see how beautiful she is. Luo Xinghe shook his head, not because he was unwilling to show them, but simply because there was no such person as Gu Qingyin's sister. Thus, he had to fabricate an excuse. Alas, it's not that I don't want you to see. The Gu group is so renowned. If you search online, can you find any information about Gu Qingyin's sister? Jiang Chuan and the others shook their heads. Naturally, they would search for their roommate's partner's sister since he was dating the sister of the head of the Gu group. However, regardless of the browser they used, the search yielded no results. Many AIs even claimed that Gu Qingyin had no sister at all. Isn't that a joke? Gu Qingyin has a sister, as she herself stated. Could it be that Principal Gu would publicly lie? Exactly. Luo Xinghe continued his pretense. Therefore, the Gu group wants to keep her existence a secret. It's better for you not to know such a person. Oh, is that so? Jiang Chuan and his companions were completely convinced by Luo Xinghe's words. Well, in that case, it's better we remain unaware. After all, when you get married in the future, you will have to reveal it. Right. Luo Xinghe nodded, deftly changing the subject. By the way, tomorrow, as Jiaxing suggested, let us all go hiking at Qixia Mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan promptly refused. Hey. You three can go. I won't be joining. You're not going? Lu Ziming clenched his fist and said, the three of us are going. Are you planning to stay in the dormitory like Spider-Man? Go away. Jiang Chuan defended himself. I'm definitely going out with my senior tomorrow. But I'm not going hiking. At this point, Luo Xinghe patted Jiang Chuan on the shoulder and said, are you foolish? Can't you invite Su Yueqing to join you? If you're going shopping with her tomorrow, you'll still have to spend your own money. If you come with us to hike, I'll cover all the expenses. Really? Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. If he were to go shopping with Su Yueqing tomorrow, he would certainly have to spend a considerable amount. However, his living expenses were limited, and if he spent it all, he would be left with nothing but dirt to eat for the month. Absolutely, Luo Xinghe confirmed. Then I'll ask her right now. Jiang Chuan immediately grabbed his phone to text Su Yueqing. For him, as long as he could go out with Su Yueqing, any destination was acceptable. Furthermore, hiking would allow Su Yueqing to lean on his shoulder when tired, while they enjoyed the surrounding mountains and waters. What a delightful prospect. With Jiang Chuan's dilemma resolved, Luo Xinghe also picked up his phone. He needed to inform Gu Qingyin about his plans for tomorrow's outing. Although Gu Qingyin never imposed restrictions on his leisure activities, he deemed it essential to keep her in the loop. Furthermore, he needed to devise a strategy to expend a bit more money. The ticket for the mountain hike, even with the four of them plus Su Yueqing, would amount to no more than 1,000 at most. It might even be difficult to spend 500. There was still a long way to go to reach 100,000. Luo Xinghe shook his head. It was no wonder Sister Qingyin remarked that he was not good with money. He had never cultivated the habit of managing finances, and thus, he was at a loss as to how to spend this newfound wealth. Sister Qingyin, are you busy? Luo Xinghe typed on WeChat. Chapter 36, tomorrow together this time. Gu Qingyin did not respond immediately. Typically, afternoons were when she was most occupied, attending to her work. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe was still awaiting news. While Jiang Chuan had already begun to cry, Lu Ziming approached and inquired, what happened? Did Su Yueqing reject you? The senior said she is too exhausted this week and needs to return home for the weekend, so she can't go out with me. Jiang Chuan frowned. That's hardly a matter of concern. Lu Ziming patted Jiang Chuan's shoulder. If she is tired this week, it's only natural for her to head home. No worries. If she doesn't go with you, we will accompany you instead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan started to make excuses not to go, but Lu Ziming quickly interjected, "Hey, if you dare say you're not going, come tomorrow morning when we set out. We will definitely roll you up along with your bedding and take you to the mountains." At this, Jiang Chuan felt defeated. He contemplated the dullness of staying in the dormitory without Su Yuqing. Thus, he concluded that it would be more enjoyable to join them. "All right," Jiang Chuan acquiesced. "That's the spirit. We in room 603 shall always remain a united group." Just then, Luo Xinghe's phone vibrated twice. He checked his phone and saw that Gu Qingyan had replied, "What's up?" Luo Xinghe quickly typed, "I plan to go hiking with Jiang Chuan and the others tomorrow. Just wanted to inform you, Sister Qingyan. Are you not coming back tonight?" Gu Qingyan inquired. "I will," Luo Xinghe responded. "Oh, which mountain are you planning to climb?" Gu Qingyan asked. Luo Xinghe recalled Zhao Jiaxing's earlier words and replied, "Xiaoxiao Mountain, it's not far from the suburbs." "Xiaoxiao Mountain," Gu Qingyan echoed. "That is indeed quite close to our home. How many people will be going?" "Just the 4 of us from the dormitory," Luo Xinghe replied. Gu Qingyan paused for a moment before sending another message. "Then you should bring them over to our home to stay tonight. That way, we can all go together tomorrow." This message left Luo Xinghe utterly astonished twice. Bringing them home would inevitably reveal the nature of his relationship with Gu Qingyan. Furthermore, what did she mean by going together? Did this imply that Sister Qingyan would also be joining them? His heart raced, and he quickly said, "If I bring them home, I can't possibly ask someone to pretend to be your sister, can I?" "What?" Gu Qingyan replied. "Do you genuinely wish to court my non-existent sister?" No. Luo Xinghe hastily clarified. "I meant that if my roommates come to our home, our relationship would be hard to conceal. There's nothing to hide," Gu Qingyan stated. "Moreover, you are merely freshmen. The reason I haven't mentioned it is that I prefer not to draw too much attention to this matter during this period. However, your roommates will spend the most time with you. It's unlikely you can keep it from them. Will they not inquire about these matters?" Luo Xinghe contemplated this and realized she was right, especially since they had just asked about Gu Qingyan's sister moments ago. Thus, it was decided, if they were willing, they could stay at our home tonight, allowing us to go together tomorrow. It was a perfect opportunity, as the recent affairs of the group had been numerous. I could take a break and unwind over the weekend. Upon realizing that Gu Qingyan was not jesting, Luo Xinghe replied, "Then I shall inquire whether they are interested." "Indeed." Gu Qingyan responded in conclusion. Setting aside his phone, he noticed Jiang Chuan still covering his face in distress, while Lu Ziming jested beside him. Before Luo Xinghe could formulate his response, Lu Ziming had already turned his gaze toward him. "What's the matter, Xinghe? You're not planning to accompany your girlfriend, are you?" Lu Ziming inquired. Luo Xinghe nodded, then shook his head. "What does that mean? Are we, during our very first weekend of university, about to part ways?" Lu Ziming questioned. Luo Xinghe clarified, "I do intend to be with my girlfriend tomorrow, but the good news is that she wishes to join us." "Really?" Upon hearing this, the disheartened Jiang Chuan perked up. "So we can finally see just how beautiful the daughter of the Gu family truly is?" Luo Xinghe nodded and continued, "Moreover, her home is in the suburbs, quite close to Xiaoxiao Mountain, so she suggested that you all come to my house to stay overnight." "What?" Upon hearing this, the 3 of them sprang from their seats. "You want us to sleep at the Gu residence?" They exchanged glances, instinctively wanting to decline. Based on their experience from reading novels, they knew that affluent families often have strict customs and many individuals residing within a vast villa. There, laughter and boisterousness were often frowned upon, and there were numerous rules to adhere to. No. Jiang Chuan was the first to voice. Their family must be large. "We wouldn't want to bring shame upon you, Xinghe." "How many?" Luo Xinghe scratched his head. "Including me, there are only 3 of us." "3?" Jiang Chuan and the others exclaimed in astonishment. "Does the Gu family have a villa for each person?" "Wait a moment." Lu Ziming suddenly realized something. "Who is the 3rd person?" "Of course, it's the housekeeper," Luo Xinghe replied. So, it turned out there were 3 of them, Luo Xinghe, Gu Qingyan's younger sister, and the housekeeper. This revelation eased their apprehension. Moreover, they were genuinely curious about what the Gu residence looked like. The trio exchanged glances once more and quickly reached a consensus. "Very well, if there is enough space, we shall indeed stay." Luo Xinghe nodded. "There's ample room for more than 10 people. Accommodating the 3 of you is no trouble at all." "All right then, I must prepare properly," Jiang Chuan said. His earlier despondency replaced with enthusiasm as he began to pack his bag. Lu Ziming, being more astute, asked Luo Xinghe, "Xinghe, doesn't Principal Gu live with you?" Luo Xinghe thought to himself that since Sister Qingyin had already indicated it was acceptable to inform them, he intended to reveal that Gu Qingyin did not have a sister, that he was in a romantic relationship with Gu Qingyin, and that they had indeed registered their marriage, making them a legal couple. After some contemplation, Luo Xinghe felt a strong desire to witness their reactions upon learning of these matters. Thus, he decided to inform Lu Ziming and the others later that evening. Following a vague response to Lu Ziming, the three of them began to pack their bags. After all, the mountain climbing activity differed from others. It was essential to bring along water bottles, energy-replenishing snacks, and fruits. The trio spent over half an hour organizing their belongings before heading to the cafeteria with Luo Xinghe for dinner. The remainder of the evening was spent in their dormitory, eagerly awaiting their return home with Luo Xinghe. At that moment, the three of them were still chattering animatedly, brimming with vivacity. Chapter 37. Our Galaxy During the Waiting Period. Gu Qingyin messaged Luo Xinghe, informing him to wait until she finished her work before they returned home together. As Gu Qingyin had a light workload that day, there was no need for Luo Xinghe to call the driver for a ride home. Upon receiving her message, Luo Xinghe stayed in the dormitory with Jiang Chuan and the others. Hit him. Swing the blade. The Buddha has unleashed his power. Lu Ziming's face turned red with anger. Yet Zhao Jiaxing struggled to keep pace. After the round concluded, Zhao Jiaxing ceased playing, and Luo Xinghe took over the game. Lu Ziming patted Luo Xinghe on the shoulder, saying, "I'm counting on you, Xinghe." Logging into his account, Lu Ziming instinctively clicked on Luo Xinghe's profile, revealing 3 fearsome purple serpents aligned in succession. The character, Kanan, was adorned in a skin of dual nunchaku, polished by the prestigious Jixing Pavilion, dazzling Lu Ziming and Jiang Chuan momentarily. Wow, what skin is this? 3 infernal azures? My goodness, Godfather, take me with you. Luo Xinghe was taken aback by the intimidating infernal azures. This skin had cost him a staggering 100,000 at Gu Qingmin's insistence. The impressive achievements displayed were likely the result of his close friendly Faping's gameplay, as Luo Xinghe himself was not fond of looting. In truth, it wasn't a dislike for looting. Rather, Luo Xinghe seldom engaged in computer games since sitting in front of a screen often made him dizzy. He wasn't sure if it was the 3D effects or some other reason causing this discomfort. Nevertheless, Luo Xinghe possessed a modicum of skill, managing to secure victories in the subsequent 2 matches alongside Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming, inflicting over 25,000 damage. I'm done playing, he declared. And after reaching a new rank, Jiang Chuan slumped in his chair, taking out his phone to chat with Su Yueqing. Lu Ziming shut down the computer and inquired, "Xinghe, when are we leaving?" "Just a moment. Someone will come for us," Luo Xinghe replied. Lu Ziming didn't T-probe further, assuming it was a driver from the Gu family. In his view, it was perfectly normal for a prominent family like the Gus to have a chauffeur, perhaps even more than one. The group lingered in the dormitory until past 7:20, when Gu Qingyin sent another message, "Come to the administrative building. I'm finishing up here." Luo Xinghe responded affirmatively and then stood up, saying, "All right, guys, let us grab our things and go." "Huh?" Jiang Chuan sprang from his chair. "Finally, we can leave." Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing grabbed their backpacks, following Luo Xinghe out of the classroom. Jiang Chuan hurriedly donned his jacket, secured his backpack, and ensured the dormitory door was locked before catching up to Luo Xinghe. As the 4 descended the stairs, Jiang Chuan and the others trailed closely behind Luo Xinghe. Initially thinking they would exit the campus, they were surprised when Luo Xinghe led them toward the administrative building instead. Sensing something was amiss, the 3 asked, "Xinghe, isn't the car waiting outside the school?" Luo Xinghe shook his head. "No, it's in the parking lot of the administrative building." Jiang Chuan, attempting to sound clever, remarked, "Are you foolish? This school belongs to Principal Gu. If the Gu family's car enters the campus, it's like driving into their own home." Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing pondered briefly and chose not to inquire further. The 4 of them traversed the grand avenue of the school, passing several teaching buildings until they reached the administrative building. The summer night was pleasantly cool, and Gu Qingyin stood in the parking lot clad in a form-fitting black gown with a coat draped over it. Before long, the silhouettes of Luo Xinghe and his companions came into view. Upon realizing that the enchanting figure beneath the moonlight was Principal Gu, Jiang Chuan and his friends immediately turned away. "Hey, Xinghe, why is the principal here as well?" Luo Xinghe chuckled. "Of course. It's Principal Gu who is giving us a ride home." "What? We thought it was the driver." The trio exclaimed in surprise. "We can't possibly accept a ride from the principal. What is there to be afraid of?" Luo Xinghe tugged at their backpacks, dragging them toward the parking lot. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan approached with a smile, her hair fluttering in the breeze, and under the luminous moonlight, her beauty was even more pronounced. You must be tired. Let us get in the car, she said, pointing to a distant phantom. With no way to evade, Jiang Chuan and the others turned back, offering a sheepish smile to Principal Gu. Hello, Principal. We're heading to climb a mountain tomorrow, so we'll be staying at your sister's house tonight. My sister? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan turned to glance at Luo Xinghe, quickly discerning his intentions through his smile. It appeared Luo Xinghe had yet to reveal the truth to them. Wonderful, you're most welcome. Gu Qingyan continued to smile as she opened the rear door for them. Reluctantly, Jiang Chuan and his friends climbed into the Phantom one by one. Seated on the leather sofa of the Phantom, the trio gazed blankly at the starry ceiling, while Luo Xinghe settled into the passenger seat, with Gu Qingyan behind the wheel. Did you forget anything? If not, then we shall set off, Gu Qingyan inquired. The three in the back cautiously replied, nothing forgotten. Thank you, Principal. Gu Qingyan pressed the accelerator, switched on the headlights, and the car gradually made its way out of the school. Soon, they were on the main road, and the vehicle stabilized. Gu Qingyan began to ask questions. What do you think of our Xinghe? Our Xinghe? The trio furrowed their brows at the term but reconsidered, since Luo Xinghe was dating Principal Gu's sister. It was not entirely out of place. Yes, quite good. Indeed, Jiang Chuan responded nonchalantly. Gu Qingyan nodded. A few days ago, Xinghe sprained his ankle, and we owe you thanks for your assistance with school matters. At this, she cast a glance at Luo Xinghe before continuing. It was quite unfortunate. He slipped and fell while showering in my room. Upon hearing this, the three in the back straightened in their seats, as if they had received momentous news. Luo Xinghe, seated in the passenger seat, was well aware of Gu Qingyan's implication. She was about to disclose their true relationship, having not yet done so herself. Indeed, the three innocent young men exchanged glances, their eyes spinning like the blades of a fan, clearly sensing the unusual atmosphere. This was understandable, after all. They still believed that Luo Xinghe was merely dating Principal Gu's sister. How could Luo Xinghe possibly enter Gu Qingyan's room for a bath? Is it conceivable that the relations among the affluent are so utterly chaotic? Jiang Chuan and the others trembled in trepidation, refraining from uttering a word. Gu Qingyan cast a glance at the rearview mirror and, upon observing the expressions of the three young men, couldn't help but chuckle. She inquired, What troubles you? You appear as if there are unspoken words lingering on your lips. Fear not. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. There is no need for restraint. Outside of school, you may regard me as your elder sister. Jiang Chuan and his companions vehemently shook their heads, insisting, It's nothing. We have no issues at all. It's simply our first time riding in such a fine vehicle, and we are a bit exhilarated. Chapter 38. Have you obtained your certificate? Oh, is that so? Gu Qingyan remarked, In that case, it would be delightful for Xinghe to take this car out to accompany you all for some fun. My work keeps me quite occupied, so I hardly find time to spend with Xinghe. Speaking of which, since we obtained our certificate, we haven't truly enjoyed ourselves together yet. We owe you our gratitude for this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan and the two others seated in the back row were momentarily taken aback. They had caught the key phrase, obtained a certificate. What kind of certificate? Does Luo Xinghe need a proof of relationship with Gu Qingyan's sister? Proof of Luo Xinghe's innocence? The three exchanged confused glances, utterly perplexed by the meaning of this certificate. However, they tacitly avoided the notion of a marriage certificate. After all, who gets married in their freshman year? Is that even conceivable? Sister Gu, Jiang Chuan cautiously inquired. Could you clarify what you meant by obtaining a certificate? I didn't quite grasp it. Gu Qingyan smiled, realizing that these three young men possessed a keen ability to grasp the crucial points. She turned to Luo Xinghe, signaling him to explain to Jiang Chuan what was meant by obtaining a certificate. Luo Xinghe opened his phone and retrieved the photo from the day they acquired their marriage certificate. He had always cherished it, never allowing anyone to see it. Today, Jiang Chuan and his companions were in for a visual treat. Here, this is the certificate. Luo Xinghe passed the photo through the gap between the front and back seats to Jiang Chuan in the middle. As he held the phone, Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing leaned to peer at the screen. The three of them recited in unison the text displayed: Certificate holder, Luo Xinghe, registration date, marriage certificate number. On the right was a snapshot of the two of them taken at the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the picture, Gu Qingyan wore a radiant smile. At this moment, Jiang Chuan and his companions were rendered completely speechless, frozen in place. What is this? Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't Luo Xinghe supposed to be dating Gu Qingyan's sister? How is it that he is actually in a relationship with Gu Qingyan herself? No, wait. This isn't just dating. They have already obtained a marriage certificate. What kind of sensational gossip is this? The three were momentarily at a loss, observing the bewildered expressions on their faces. Luo Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter, gentlemen? Jiang Chuan replied. Oh, it's nothing. I just find myself pondering the philosophical absurdities of this world. Is it truly as surreal as it seems? Lu Ziming added. I think I might have been poisoned by an overly rich meal. I can no longer differentiate between reality and illusion. Zhao Jiaxing chimed in. Count me in. Now, while I understand that this revelation may be difficult for you to digest, it shouldn't be this bewildering, Luo Xinghe asserted. After a considerable pause, Jiang Chuan and his friends finally began to recover from their shock. Wait. Shouldn't you provide us with some clarification? This revelation has left us dizzy, Jiang Chuan exclaimed. Agreed. When did you two meet? And how did you manage to obtain a certificate so quickly? Also, weren't you dating Sister Gu's sister? Why is it with her instead? As Luo Xinghe observed the trio's bewildered expressions, he couldn't help but say, allow me to address your questions one by one. In truth, we met through an arranged introduction just this past summer. To be precise, we became acquainted merely 2 days prior to the commencement of the school term. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan and his companions were incredulous. Come on, are you serious? You just met and are already married? Are you living in a romantic fantasy? Lu Ziming chimed in. Besides, if you can be so casual, can Gu Jie be just as carefree? Gu Qingyan interjected. It's not merely casual. One could say it is a matter of fate. What? The trio's worldview was shaken once more. Wait, are you truly engaged in a whirlwind marriage? Why is that? Luo Xinghe replied. That is something you need not concern yourselves with. We simply obtained our marriage certificate. Magical. Quite fantastical indeed. Jiang Chuan pinched his own cheek and said to Lu Ziming. Mingzi, slap me. I suspect I've been poisoned by some mushrooms. Lu Ziming responded. You should slap me instead. I feel even more poisoned. Luo Xinghe turned and gave each of them a playful smack on the cheek, saying, So, do you now recognize the reality? Jiang Chuan replied. I feel even more confused. So, when Gu Jie claimed you were dating her sister, was that merely a smokescreen? Indeed. Luo Xinghe snapped his fingers. Correct answer. Hearing Luo Xinghe's affirmative response, Jiang Chuan nearly ground his teeth in disbelief. It was a peculiar predicament, fearing his brother's hardships while also envying his brother's good fortune. This fellow Luo Xinghe had not only found himself a wealthy woman, but one whose beauty rivaled that of top-tier starlets, if not surpassing many in both looks and figure. What incredible luck was this? After contemplating for some time, Jiang Chuan finally mustered the courage to ask, by the way, Gu Jie, do you have any siblings you could introduce to me? Luo Xinghe reminded him. Aren't you pursuing Su Yueqing? Shouldn't you exhibit some restraint? Jiang Chuan retorted. How could Su Yueqing be compared to Gu Jie? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan in the front seat immediately refuted. Your thinking is flawed. One should never compare women. Each girl deserves love, just as every boy does. We are all equal. Right, Jiang Chuan quickly amended. I just feel a bit incredulous tonight. My university roommate is actually the husband of the chairman of the Gu group. Doesn't that seem absurd? Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing nodded in agreement. Amid their spirited discussion in the car, Gu Qingyan soon drove into the villa district, parking in front of her own residence. Wei arrived, she announced, unbuckling her seatbelt. Arrived? Jiang Chuan and his companions peered through the windows, witnessing the grandeur of luxurious standalone villas standing in serene isolation. Let us go, get out. Luo Xinghe was the first to open the car door. The others followed suit, each stepping out from the back seat of the Phantom. As Gu Qingyan traversed the uniquely charming courtyard of her home, she pressed her fingerprint against the sensor, and the security door promptly unlocked. Come in, Gu Qingyan beckoned. Luo Xinghe led the way, while Jiang Chuan and the others followed behind, treading cautiously into Gu Qingyan's villa, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Upon crossing the threshold, the trio was astounded by the opulent decor that enveloped the interior. Particularly striking was the grand piano, standing silently yet commanding the entire space. Above, a crystal chandelier illuminated the living room with resplendent brilliance. A towering mural, 5 meters high, adorned the wall beside the sofa, enhancing the sense of grandeur. The three had only encountered such homes in novels, and now, faced with the reality, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. They could only adhere to their usual practice, promising to make it up tomorrow. Gratitude to all for their understanding. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Basement. Xinghe, you have returned. Upon hearing voices in the living room, Aunt Zhao, who was still tidying up on the second floor, quickly made her way down. "What are these?" Aunt Zhao inquired. "Oh, these are Xingha's friends. They will be staying with us for the night. The guest room is available, right?" Gu Qingyan asked. Certainly, certainly," Aunt Zhao replied. "I clean it every day, so it's definitely ready for guests." "Then let them sit. I'll go prepare some fruit and juice," Aunt Zhao said before turning toward the kitchen. Luo Xinghe patted Jiang Chuan, who was still in a daze, on the shoulder and said, "Take a seat." "Why are you just standing there?" "Oh, right," Jiang Chuan responded, and the three of them finally realized what to do. One after another, they cautiously settled onto the sofa. Jiang Chuan's hand continued to explore the genuine leather of the couch. Before long, Aunt Zhao returned with a platter of fruit and orange juice. Gu Qingyan had intended to join them, but, unable to put down her work, she decided to let Luo Xinghe entertain Jiang Chuan and the others. Before leaving, Gu Qingyan mentioned to Luo Xinghe, "If you find yourselves bored, you can take a look at the basement." Luo Xinghe frowned, as it seemed he had never visited the basement of Gu Qingyan's home during his time there. He then tapped Jiang Chuan, who was munching on a piece of orange, and said, "Hey, stop eating and come with me to the basement." "What are we going to do in the basement?" With Gu Qingyan absent, the pressure on the three of them had lessened considerably. "Yeah, are we really going to sleep in the basement tonight?" Zhao Jiaxing asked. Luo Xinghe shot him a glance. "In such a large house, would they really make you sleep in the basement?" "I'm just curious. I've been here for so long and have never seen the basement." He continued, "Isn't the basement just a storage area? What could be so interesting?" Lu Ziming chimed in. No, I believe it's not that simple." Luo Xinghe argued. "Otherwise, Qingyan wouldn't have specifically reminded me just now." At this point, Jiang Chuan tossed the orange peel into the trash can, stood up, and said, "All right, we'll accompany you on this little expedition. To be honest, I really have no idea what the basement of the villa looks like. I wonder if it has multiple levels." Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing also stood up, and the three followed Luo Xinghe as they made their way from the living room toward the staircase opposite the foyer. The staircase leading to the basement was connected to the one leading to the second floor. The four of them stepped onto the smooth marble steps, making their way down into the basement. To their surprise, upon entering the villa's basement, they were greeted by an elegantly designed wine tasting room. A grand and rustic wine cabinet occupied an entire wall, showcasing an array of exquisite wines that shimmered under the warm yellow light, creating an enchanting aura. In front of the wine cabinet were high-quality solid wood tables and chairs, and a subtle aroma of wine lingered in the air. A nearby resting sofa was soft and spacious, adorned with plush cushions. As they ventured further inside, they discovered a small billiards room as well. In the center of the room stands a gleaming billiard table, with cues meticulously arranged. The overhead chandelier casts a radiant light, illuminating the vibrant green surface, while the exquisite billiard-themed artwork adorning the walls enhances the elegant ambience. Adjacent to the billiard hall is a glass door, through which one can glimpse a compact KTV room. Dazzling lights dance across the ceiling, shifting colors in sync with the rhythm of the music, creating a lively atmosphere. On the opposite side lies a charming private cinema, where rows of electric reclining chairs are arranged in a staggered fashion, offering unparalleled comfort. A colossal projection screen occupies an entire wall, complemented by a high-definition projector and surround sound system, instantly immersing viewers in the enchanting world of cinema. The scene before Luo Xinghe and his companions left them utterly astonished. Goodness, is this what the basement of the affluent looks like? Who claimed that basements are merely for storage? This is the home of my dreams. Xinghe, could you possibly let me have Sister Gu? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe promptly nudged Lu Ziming. What are you talking about? Lu Ziming chuckled, saying, "Can I just ponder for a moment?" Noticing the billiard table nearby, Jiang Chuan rubbed his hands together. "All right, enough chatter. Let us have a match. If you're a man." Lu Ziming immediately accepted the challenge. "I'll go first. I am famously known as the billiard prince." "Oh, aren't you quite boastful?" Jiang Chuan tossed a cue stick to Lu Ziming. "To dare claim the title of true billiard prince alongside me, you must be tired of living." Lu Ziming caught the cue, stretching his body. Who's to say who is genuine and who is not? After they took their positions, Jiang Chuan initiated the game. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe and Zhao Jiaxing settled onto the wooden chairs in the wine tasting room. The four of them played and conversed. With a resounding clink, a ball sank into the pocket, prompting Jiang Chuan to remark, "Xinghe, you've been quite secretive. Revealing such a significant secret to us tonight is unexpected." "Indeed," Lu Ziming added. "It lacks a sense of loyalty." Luo Xinghe smiled. "After all, Sister Qingyan has a sensitive identity. I'm indifferent, but I fear causing her trouble." Zhao Jiaxing, sitting beside Luo Xinghe, nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Gu holds a special status. Her business must be generating profits in the hundreds of millions, I suppose. Hundreds of millions? Jiang Chuan immediately sought to clarify the standing of Gu Corporation. Last year's financial report showed profits exceeding 10 billion. Saying hundreds of millions is akin to claiming a top influencer earns just $1 million annually. I'm not very well versed in this. Zhao Jiaxing scratched his head, considering $1 million to be an astronomical sum. As for anything higher, he didn't even dare to imagine. After all, in his hometown, an annual income exceeding 100,000 is regarded as belonging to a wealthy family. Enough, Jiaxing, don't listen to their nonsense, Luo Xinghe said, patting Zhao Jiaxing on the shoulder. A few minutes later, with a crisp sound of the cue ball striking, the 8 ball sunk into the pocket, concluding the game with Jiang Chuan's victory. Jiang Chuan grinned. So what do you say, Mingzi? Lu Ziming retorted. I concede nothing. That was mere luck. With a dismissive gesture, Jiang Chuan set down his cue and addressed Luo Xinghe and Zhao Jiaxing. How about a friendly match between the two of you? The victor shall play against me. For tonight we must determine the prince of the 603 billiards. Luo Xinghe rose, shaking his head disdainfully at Jiang Chuan. What is this? Do you look down upon me? He retorted. Jiaxing, you should take him on and show him. Zhao Jiaxing, however, shook his head in refusal. No, I can't. What is there to be uncertain about? Anyone can play. Just strike the ball. Jiang Chuan insisted. Forget it. You two carry on, Luo Xinghe interjected, taking the cue from Lu Ziming. How about we skip the preliminaries and go straight to a match between us? Very well, let us do this. Jiang Chuan replied without hesitation. I'll let you take the first shot. Luo Xinghe smiled slyly. Are you quite sure about that? Chapter 40. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing at the door? After another brief interval, the prestigious 603 King of Billiards tournament concluded with Luo Xinghe's black 8 ball sinking into the pocket. So, what do you think, Billiards Prince? Are you convinced? Luo Xinghe exclaimed, leaning on his cue with pride. Jiang Chuan replied, this match doesn't count. There was a draft here that affected my game. A draft? Luo Xinghe paused in confusion. Come on, buddy, this is a basement. Where would a draft come from? Moreover, this is billiards, not badminton. How could a draft possibly interfere with your play? All right, I concede. I'll admit your skills are marginally superior, Jiang Chuan said, demonstrating the minuscule difference with 2 fingers. Luo Xinghe set down his cue and chuckled. What kind of measurement is marginally? Mind your own business, Jiang Chuan retorted. Then addressed the other 3. Let's go. I'm done here. This is rather dull. We should head to karaoke. I've yet to experience a private KTV. Absolutely. Lu Ziming followed Jiang Chuan, with Luo Xinghe trailing behind. The 4 closed the soundproof door and eagerly began selecting songs once they activated the machine. To their surprise, the KTV table was adorned with an array of snacks. Oh my, if I could live here, I could easily spend a month without stepping outside, Jiang Chuan remarked. You've underestimated that. Lu Ziming grabbed a small orange from the table. I could manage 3 months without leaving. At this, both cast envious glances toward Luo Xinghe. Wow, Xinghe, how did you manage to land such a wealthy and beautiful partner? What extraordinary luck. All right, you've all said that countless times already. Here, I've queued up Crying Is Not a Sin for you. Sing away. Luo Xinghe handed the microphone to Jiang Chuan. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan turned and began to sing passionately. In my youth, the people around me said I must not shed tears. As I matured, I told my reflection that I must not regret. The quartet enjoyed their time at the KTV for quite a while. Initially, they planned to visit a private cinema for a film, but upon checking the time, Luo Xinghe noted it was already 10:30. Given their plans for a mountain hike the following day, they reluctantly ascended to the upper floor. Upon reaching the top, and Zhao was busy cleaning the living room floor. Luo Xinghe inquired, and Zhao, are their rooms the guest bedrooms next to ours? If so, I shall escort them to their quarters. Go ahead. And Zhao waved her hand dismissively. Then, as if recalling something, she added, remember to leave one room between them and the master bedroom that cannot be adjacent. Why is that? Luo Xinghe asked, puzzled. Oh, and Zhao's eyes darted, and she replied, that room is designated for dirty laundry. I haven't cleared it out yet. The other rooms are perfectly fine. They can sleep wherever they wish. Understood. Luo Xinghe, without a hint of doubt, led Jiang Chuan and the others upstairs. Following Aunt Zhao's instructions, he chose a room that was not directly adjacent to the master suite and said to Jiang Chuan, you can sleep in this one. All right. Jiang Chuan entered the room. Although this room serves as a guest bedroom, it boasts an independent bathroom and shower, along with a desk and chair, fulfilling all essential requirements. Subsequently, Luo Xinghe arranged rooms for Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing, ensuring they encountered no issues before he returned to the master bedroom. Upon opening the door to the master suite, it was unsurprising to find Gu Qingyan absent. She was likely in the study addressing work matters. Since Gu Qingyan preferred to rest during weekends, she still needed to work overtime to complete some unfinished tasks. Luo Xinghe did not rush to sleep. Instead, he descended to prepare a cup of honey water for Gu Qingyan, carefully carrying it to the study's entrance. Just as he was about to knock, Jiang Chuan emerged. "What are you doing?" Luo Xinghe inquired. "Well, there are no cups in the room, so what should I do if I'm thirsty?" Jiang Chuan replied, only to catch sight of the glass cup in Luo Xinghe's hand. Before Luo Xinghe could react, Jiang Chuan snatched the cup from him and gulped it down. "Jiang Chuan, you rascal! That was meant for Sister Qingyan," Luo Xinghe exclaimed. Jiang Chuan chuckled sheepishly. "I couldn't help it. I was too thirsty." Sighing, Luo Xinghe went back downstairs to prepare another cup, and he also fetched a bottle of mineral water and a soda for each of the three, anticipating their thirst later in the evening. It was worth noting that Jiang Chuan had once resorted to drinking directly from the water dispenser when he was parched and found his card had no funds. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Xinghe returned to the study and tapped on the door. "Come in." Gu Qingyan's voice called from within. Luo Xinghe entered, holding the honey water, and found Gu Qingyan still engrossed in her work. "Sister Qingyan, I made you some honey water. Just set it down. I'll drink it later," she replied. Nodding, Luo Xinghe settled onto the sofa in the study. After completing a document, Gu Qingyan looked up and said, "You should go to bed." "There's no need to wait for me." "Not at all," Luo Xinghe responded. "Without Sister Qingyan, I cannot sleep." "You chatterbox." Gu Qingyan waved her hand, beckoning him closer. She then gave Luo Xinghe a quick kiss, saying, "Once I finish these documents, let us head back to the master bedroom together, shall we?" Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement. "What about your roommates? Are they asleep?" "Probably, though I suspect they're playing on their phones in bed. After all, at this hour, it's not truly night for them." "All right, then sit down and wait for me." Luo Xinghe returned to the sofa. At that moment, they suddenly heard Zhao Ma call from outside. "What are you three children doing?" leaning against the study door. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe immediately understood the situation. He turned and approached the study door. As he opened it, he found Jiang Chuan and the others attempting to make a hasty exit. But they stumbled over each other and fell to the ground. Jiang Chuan even flashed a cheerful hand gesture. Luo Xinghe squinted, leaning against the doorframe, and asked, "What are you guys doing up so late?" Well," Lu Ziming stammered. "We drank too much water and came out to find the bathroom." "Isn't there a bathroom in the bedroom?" Luo Xinghe challenged. "Is there?" The three individuals exchanged awkward glances, exclaiming, "We didn't see anything." Luo Xinghe stepped forward, entering Lu Ziming's room, and pointed at the door leaning against the outer entrance, explaining, "Gentlemen, that is the restroom door. Do be careful not to mistake it." Understood," replied Jiang Chuan and his companions, clumsily retreating to their own quarters. "Good night, Xinghe. Make sure you and Sister Gu get some rest as well." Sighing, Luo Xinghe offered a helpless smile before turning back and re-entering the study. At that moment, Gu Qingyan had finished her work and was tidying her desk. She remarked, "So, are your roommates still eavesdropping at the door?" Luo Xinghe scratched his head and chuckled. Chapter 41. Who Calls the Dog Thin? On a Saturday morning, the golden sunlight cascaded through the gaps in the window like a delicate veil, gently illuminating the faces of Gu Qingyan and Luo Xinghe. Gu Qingyan, accustomed to rising early, stretched lazily before sitting up. Beside her, Luo Xinghe remained in a deep slumber. With a playful pinch of Luo Xinghe's nose, Gu Qingyan softly urged, "It's time to wake up. Aren't we supposed to go hiking?" Luo Xinghe, shaking his head, replied in a hurried tone, "Sister Qingyan, why the rush for the hike? We're not far from the mountain. It won't hurt to go a bit later." "What did you say?" Gu Qingyan chuckled lightly. "You silly boy, do you have any idea how challenging Qiuxiao Mountain is to climb? Many people start their ascent the afternoon before, climbing through the night, only to sleep on the mountain and descend the following day. Are you planning to sleep on the mountain tonight as well?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe instantly became alert. "Is Qiuxiao Mountain really that high?" Gu Qingyan, rising to wash up, responded, "It's not about the height. It's about the difficulty of the climb. By the way, as a local, you've never hiked the renowned Qiuxiao Mountain?" Luo Xinghe shook his head. "No, but I've heard of it. I've never had the interest to conquer any lofty peaks." "All right, enough chatter." Get up quickly and rouse your roommates. We'll eat breakfast and set off, aiming to return by 6 in the afternoon. I'll treat you all to barbecue in the city." Although Luo Xinghe was not particularly keen on hiking, he was nonetheless enthusiastic about the barbecue. He promptly leapt out of bed and, still in his pajamas, ventured out to awaken Jiang Chuan and the others. After more than 30 minutes of preparations, the group finished breakfast on the first floor and boarded Gu Qingyan's rugged SUV from the garage, embarking on their journey. After all, reaching the mountain required a capable vehicle. Clad in a set of hiking attire, Gu Qingyan had also equipped each of her companions with a hiking pole. Jiang Chuan, however, stubbornly remarked, "Real men never need such things." After a journey of over half an hour, the vehicle finally left the city behind and entered the expansive wilderness. A little while later, the ticket booth for Qiuxia Mountain emerged before them, showcasing an architectural style that harmoniously blended the modern with the classical, a unique sight. The expansive glass facade rendered the interior space particularly transparent and bright, resembling a vessel of light. Standing in the square before the ticket booth, one could simply lift their gaze to catch a glimpse of the mountain's breathtaking beauty. The undulating peaks resembled a slumbering giant dragon, its massive form partially concealed within the ethereal mist, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. The mountain was adorned with lush vegetation, with layers of green trees draping over its slopes like a vibrant emerald cloak. Upon closer inspection, the pines stood tall and resolute like vigilant sentinels atop the peak, while willows swayed gracefully in the breeze, akin to elegant maidens. The kaleidoscopic leaves danced gently in the soft wind, adding a touch of vibrancy. In the streams below, smooth stones were clearly visible, occasionally revealing small fish and shrimp darting about, contributing to the lively atmosphere. The stream sings joyfully along its course, bestowing a touch of vivacity and grace upon the majestic autumn mist mountain, rendering it a harmonious blend of strength and softness, rich in charm. Gu Qingyan parked the car and informed her companions that she had procured the tickets, prompting them to enter the mountain together. Upon reaching the foot of Autumn Mist Mountain, they gazed upward, where the undulating peaks appeared shrouded in mist, resembling an inkwash painting gradually unfurling before their eyes. "How breathtakingly beautiful!" Lu Ziming exclaimed in awe. Jiang Chuan leaned against his trekking pole, his weight heavily resting upon it. "I'm exhausted," he complained. "What do you mean? We haven't even started climbing yet," retorted Luo Xinghe. "Sigh, I wish I hadn't come," Jiang Chuan lamented. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziming seized Jiang Chuan's collar, pulling him forward. "If you don't start exercising, you'll end up bedridden. Move it." "Hey, that's schoolyard bullying," Jiang Chuan protested. Before long, Lu Ziming had dragged Jiang Chuan away. Gu Qingyan, donning a wide-brimmed sun hat, turned to Luo Xinghe and said, "Let us get going." "All right," Luo Xinghe replied, as they, along with Zhao Jiaxing, ascended the mountain. The trees in the mountains were lush and verdant, adorned with a myriad of vibrant wildflowers scattered throughout. A gentle breeze carried the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, invigorating their spirits. The hiking adventure officially commenced, and unexpectedly, it was Gu Qingyan who led the way. She moved with robust grace, resembling a valiant warrior charging ahead of the group. Luo Xinghe exerted himself to keep pace, though he soon found himself breathless. Nonetheless, he stubbornly persevered. Lu Ziming grasped Jiang Chuan's arm, while Zhao Jiaxing pushed Jiang Chuan's backpack from behind. Although their ascent had not been long, Jiang Chuan's face was already flushed. "I can't go on, I can't," he exclaimed. Lu Ziming countered, "Look at Xinghe. He's still pushing himself to catch up with Sister Gu, yet you want to give up after such a short time. If Sui Wuqing were here, wouldn't she mock you for being so weak?" "Who's weak?" At this remark, the dispirited Jiang Chuan instantly straightened his posture. Observing the effectiveness of his provocation, Lu Ziming continued, "You are weak." "Nonsense." Jiang Chuan suddenly gained vigor, shaking off Lu Ziming's grip and even managing to jog uphill. Zhao Jiaxing remarked, "Ziming, your words work better than an energy booster." After climbing for a while, they arrived at a viewpoint. The vista was breathtakingly expansive in the distance. The mountains rose and fell in majestic layers, while a winding stream glimmered like a silver ribbon as it meandered through the hills. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a sparkling spectacle. "It's stunning. Let us take a photo here," Gu Qingyan suggested decisively. Everyone nodded in agreement, striking poses for the camera. At that moment, Luo Xinghe stepped beside Gu Qingyan, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. Gu Qingyan turned her head, pouting her lips as if to capture a kiss. With a crisp click of the shutter, this beautiful moment was immortalized forever. As they continued onward, the mountain path grew increasingly steep and arduous. The physical endurance of the four companions, led by Luo Xinghe, began to wane, their steps becoming heavier and their breaths quickening as if they were bellows in motion. Gu Qingyan sensed his distress and immediately halted, turning to face Luo Xinghe, her eyes filled with compassion and concern. She softly suggested, "Perhaps we should take a moment to rest." Luo Xinghe raised a hand to wipe the beads of sweat that clung to his forehead and nodded in agreement. Jiang Chuan sat upon the steps ascending the mountain, sweat cascading down his face. Even Lu Ziming found the exertion increasingly unbearable. Chapter 42. Kiss me at the summit of autumn mist. At this moment, the only one in the crowd who was slightly perspiring was Gu Qingyan. A testament to her exceptional physical condition, Gu Qingyan approached Luo Xinghe, gently wiping the sweat from his brow before guiding him to sit on a nearby stone. She then retrieved a bottle of water and some snacks from her backpack, offering them to him. "Here, have something to replenish your energy," she said softly. Luo Xinghe accepted the food, sharing it with Lu Ziming and the others. The group munched on their snacks while resting, inhaling the crisp mountain air, which alleviated much of Gu Qingyan's pressure, consequently brightening her spirits. Though she never outwardly displayed her burdens, Luo Xinghe was acutely aware of the immense energy required to manage such a large enterprise. Gu Qingyan simply chose not to reveal it. In the distance, a few birds soared gracefully through the sky. After a short respite of over 10 minutes, the group resumed their ascent. However, not long into their journey, Luo Xinghe suddenly slipped, losing his balance and nearly falling. Quick-witted, Gu Qingyan reached out, firmly catching him and instinctively shielding him behind her. "Be careful, don't rush. Take your time," she admonished, her brow slightly furrowed with concern. Luo Xinghe, still shaken, nodded appreciatively. "Yes, thank you, Sister Qingyan." In that moment, he resembled a startled fawn, clutching her hand tightly, too frightened to let go. At that instant, Jiang Chuan, walking behind them, called out loudly, "Xinghe, watch your step, don't fall." Luo Xinghe responded boisterously, "Don't worry, it was just an accident." Gu Qingyan turned to cast a playful glance at Jiang Chuan, replying with a smile. "Stop standing there chatting. Hurry up and catch up with us." As the altitude increased, the air grew thinner, making the climb increasingly arduous. Luo Xinghe's stamina waned once more, each step feeling unbearably weighty. Gu Qingyan remarked, "I'll have to supervise your physical training in the future. You're not as fit as I am." Luo Xinghe retorted, "That depends on the context." At home, before he could finish, Gu Qingyan covered his mouth, playfully scolding, "You cheeky boy, watch your words. What is there to fear?" Luo Xinghe glanced back to see that Jiang Chuan and the others had yet to catch up. Gu Qingyan then took hold of Luo Xinghe's hand, gripping it tightly, leading him step by step with unwavering determination upwards. Her hand was delicate and warm, radiating an unending sense of security. Under Gu Qingyan's guidance, Luo Xinghe felt considerably more at ease, and although he was still panting, his steps became increasingly resolute. After a challenging ascent, they finally reached the summit of Qiusha Mountain shortly after 11 in the morning. The breathtaking scenery before them was nothing short of enchanting. The endless mountain ranges unfolded in all their glory, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors, dreamlike and surreal. In the distance, the city appeared hazy within the fog, like a beautifully crafted painting. "Wow, how magnificent!" Jiang Chuan exclaimed excitedly, while Lu Ziming, his face flushed with exhilaration, proclaimed, "The hardships of this journey have truly been worthwhile." Zhao Jiaxing, however, stood quietly to the side, relishing the breathtaking scenery before him, a contented smile gracing his face. Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan stood side by side at the mountain's edge, a gentle breeze caressing their hair. At this moment, he cautiously wrapped his arms around Gu Qingyan's waist from behind, his body slightly trembling. Gu Qingyan slowly turned around, her hands encircling Luo Xinghe's neck, her gaze deep and focused. "Kiss me, at the pinnacle of autumn's glow." Without hesitation, Luo Xinghe pressed his lips against Gu Qingyan's. The gentle wind swept through, lifting their garments gracefully. Just then, Jiang Chuan and the others, who were admiring the view by the railing, turned to see Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan locked in a kiss. Their joyful spirits instantly dimmed. Jiang Chuan remarked, "We reached the summit only to be fed dog food." Lu Ziming added, "I feel as though I've already had my fill, no lunch needed." At this moment, Zhao Jiaxing exclaimed, "If you're full, then hand over that pack of shrimp fish noodles from your backpack. Get lost." Lu Ziming retorted immediately. Moments later, Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan finally ceased their kiss. The group dined at a restaurant atop the mountain, and by 1 in the afternoon, they began their descent. Although the path down was relatively easier, It still required utmost caution. Gu Qingyan held Luo Xinghe's hand tightly, constantly reminding him to pay attention to the terrain beneath their feet. Luo Xinghe felt the warmth radiating from Gu Qingyan's palm, filling him with comfort and reassurance. As they walked, Luo Xinghe suddenly caught sight of a striking wildflower blooming by the roadside. His eyes lit up instantly. He gently released Gu Qingyan's hand and trotted over to pick the flower. "This is for you, Sister Qingyan." He presented the flower to her, his face adorned with a bashful yet sweet smile. Gu Qingyan accepted the flower, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. A delighted smile spreading across her face as she exclaimed, "It smells wonderful." With that, she tucked the flower behind Luo Xinghe's ear, adding, "You look quite charming with it." Luo Xinghe's face immediately flushed a deep crimson, as red as a ripe apple. At that moment, Lu Ziming hurried over from behind, and upon seeing Luo Xinghe's appearance, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Xinghe, your look is truly unique." Luo Xinghe, feeling embarrassed, lowered his head, instinctively reaching to remove the flower. Yet, Gu Qingyan stopped him, saying, "Don't take it off. It looks lovely." Pretending to be cross, she shot a glance at Lu Ziming. "If you continue to laugh, I'll take down your student number and grant you extra credits when I return." Lu Ziming, seeing this, quickly shut his mouth and scurried away. The group continued their journey, taking breaks along the way. Since the ascent and descent followed different paths, the route down was quite far from the parking lot. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually sank, painting the sky in a breathtaking array of crimson hues. Finally, the five of them successfully returned to the foot of the mountain. Gu Qingyan retrieved her car from the parking lot, while Luo Xinghe and the others, utterly fatigued, had already fallen asleep in the vehicle. After more than an hour, the vehicle emerged from the mountains and began its journey towards the bustling area of Heqing. Gu Qingyan had promised to treat them to barbecue that evening, and she certainly could not go back on her word. Moreover, having just completed a strenuous hike and with a meager lunch, the physical exertion of the young men must have been considerable. A hearty barbecue would be a delightful way to replenish their energy. At 6:30 in the evening, Gu Qingyan parked the car at the comprehensive shopping center in Heqing. Releasing her seatbelt, she gently shook Luo Xinghe awake. Xinghe, we have arrived." Luo Xinghe opened his eyes, gazing sleepily at the towering skyscrapers before him. "Where are we, Sister Qingyan? We have reached the barbecue place. Quickly, wake them up. Let us disembark and enjoy our meal." Chapter 43. Barbecue. The group ascended to the top floor of the shopping center via the express elevator. Before them stood the barbecue restaurant that Gu Qingyan had mentioned, bustling with patrons and already beset by a queue at the entrance. Jiang Chuan chuckled awkwardly, remarking, "It seems this barbecue place is quite popular." Luo Xinghe whispered, "It's all right. We can wait a little while." Goyalu. Before Lu Ziming could utter a word, his stomach had already spoken for him. After a day of climbing, having exerted himself physically, he felt that if he did not eat soon, he would collapse into a puddle of fatigue on the floor. At that moment, a staff member dressed in a suit emerged from within the restaurant. She glanced around at the entrance before striding purposefully toward Gu Qingyan. "Good day. May I inquire if you are Ms. Gu Qingyan?" she asked politely. Gu Qingyan nodded in affirmation. The staff member continued, "Our owner has reserved a table for you. Please, do come inside." "Thank you," Gu Qingyan replied, taking Luo Xinghe's hand and bidding Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming, "Let us go eat." With that, they gracefully entered the restaurant. In that instant, Jiang Chuan and the others felt that Gu Qingyan exuded an undeniable charm, even enjoying preferential treatment while dining. As they pushed open the restaurant door, a rich, savory aroma of meat enveloped them, mingling with the fragrant notes of charcoal and various spices. The atmosphere inside was vibrant, filled with the joyous laughter of diners. Warm yellow lights cascaded like delicate veils over every corner, infusing the space with a sense of coziness and romance, making one feel as if they had stepped into a warm little world. With enthusiasm, the waiter guided them to a spacious table that afforded privacy and handed them the menu with a smile, asking, "What would you like to order?" Gu Qingyan did not even glance at the menu, simply stating, "Let us stick with the usual." "Certainly," the waiter replied, evidently familiar with their preferred dishes, and promptly departed. In no time, the staff returned with an array of marinated pork belly, snowflake beef, chicken wings, squid, and other delectable offerings. At this point, Lu Ziming's eyes sparkled with hunger. He felt capable of devouring an entire pig. With the dishes served, it was time to grill and feast. The four of them, as if they had never encountered meat before, immediately snatched the pieces of meat and placed them on the grill, their eyes fixated on the cooking station, chopsticks never resting. Were it not for Gu Qingyin's presence, it seemed certain that they would have ended up at the hospital due to undercooked barbecue. After devouring meat for over 10 minutes, their fervor finally began to wane. Gu Qingyin, while grilling, served some to Luo Xinghe, advising, "Take your time." Luo Xinghe nodded, clearly still only half satisfied. Just as they were engrossed in their culinary battle, a man clad in a suit and wearing glasses approached. Upon arrival, he cupped his hands in greeting and addressed Gu Qingyin. The stunning Gu is dining with us. What an honor for our humble establishment." "Chen Guangwei, be serious," Gu Qingyin interjected. Chen Guangwei was a classmate of Gu Qingyin, hailing from a well-off family, but had not fared well academically during their university days. Chen Guangwei adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Isn't it a delight to see an old classmate? How's the food here? Has it lost its charm?" Gu Qingyin shook her head. "Not at all. It tastes just as good as before." "That's wonderful," Chen Guangwei said, rubbing his hands together, clearly hesitant to voice something that weighed on his mind. Gu Qingyin caught a glimpse of his discomfort but chose to remain silent, knowing well that he had always been rather audacious during their university days. If there were something pressing, he would surely articulate it. Qingyin, I have a small favor to ask of you." "Go ahead," Gu Qingyin replied. Placing a piece of freshly grilled meat onto Luo Xinghe's plate, her tone cool and indifferent. "Kiki," Chen Guangwei chuckled with a mischievous grin. "Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say." "Then don't," Gu Qingyin interjected, cutting off his attempt to speak. As she was well aware of his pattern, he was likely seeking a loan. Please don't say that," Chen Guangwei insisted. "I must explain. It's quite simple, really. I wish to open a branch, but I'm short on funds." "Boss Gu, what do you think?" Just as he began, Gu Qingyin swiftly interrupted. "I brought them here to enjoy a meal, not to discuss business. Furthermore, if you intend to collaborate with the group, seek the company, not me." "Oh, come on. It's only a matter of 100 to 180,000. Surely, you can manage that alone, Director Gu," Chen Guangwei said playfully. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe and the others realized the true purpose of Chen Guangwei's visit. He raised his voice. "Boss, your vegetables aren't fresh." "What?" Chen Guangwei, who had been conversing with Gu Qingyin, suddenly tensed at the accusation. "I assure you, all my ingredients are sourced and sold on the same day. How could they possibly be stale?" Luo Xinghe picked up a piece of greens and replied, "Look, there's a wormhole right here." Chen Guangwei leaned in for a closer inspection and indeed found an irregular hole in the leaf, resembling a bite from an insect. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed, surprised, as he prided himself on his strict quality control. Such an oversight should not have occurred. Hence, Luo Xinghe remarked, "You should focus on resolving quality issues before contemplating expansion." "Just wait. I'll immediately inquire with the purchasing department," Chen Guangwei declared, pinching the leaf between his fingers as he turned towards the kitchen, only to glance back and say, "This table's on the house." Gu Qingyin chuckled and shook her head. Once the boss had left, Luo Xinghe set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, stating, "I'm full." Jiang Chuan and the others leaned back in their chairs, clearly too stuffed to move. "All right, let's head out," Gu Qingyin said, rising to settle the bill at the service counter. As they exited the restaurant, Lu Ximing comfortably let out a satisfied belch. Following this, Gu Qingyin drove Jiang Chuan and the others back to school, while she and Luo Xinghe made their way home. Along the way, Gu Qingyin turned to Luo Xinghe and asked, "Why did you have to point out that small hole in the vegetable leaf?" Luo Xinghe chuckled softly. "So? It turns out that Sister Qingyin, you've discerned that it was indeed I who bit you." Gu Qingyin replied, "That mark is clearly not the result of an insect bite, and Chen Guangwei is someone who always approaches his work with utmost seriousness. How could he possibly make such a blunder?" With a candid admission, Luo Xinghe responded, "Well, it was he who put you in a difficult position. We were meant to enjoy a meal together. Who would think of borrowing money at such a time? How could one relish the meal then?" Upon hearing Luo Xinghe's words, Gu Qingyin smiled, knowing full well that he was attempting to extricate her from an awkward situation. Chen Guangwei is quite a decent fellow, and his barbecued dishes are indeed delightful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you all to dine there. "I understand," Luo Xinghe said, lowering his gaze. "However, the mark left by your little mouth truly resembles a bite. If I hadn't examined it closely, I would not have discerned any clues. Haha." Chapter 44. Tinjin of Tea leaves in a moment of quick thinking. Luo Xinghe, blushing, remarked, "Moreover, I am merely attempting to assist you." "How can you speak to your benefactor in such a manner, Sister Qingyin?" "Benefactor of my rescue. Haha." Gu Qingyin chuckled softly. All right. I shall refrain from laughing. Upon our return home, I shall reward you with a kiss." "That is more like it." As the two conversed, Luo Xingha's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his father. Hello, son. Luo Zhang's deep voice came through plainly. Does Qingyan have time tomorrow? Will she be able to return? Luo Xingha sighed. It appeared his father was quite concerned about whether sister Qingyan would attend their family banquet this weekend. Of course she can return, father. Haven't I already mentioned this to you? Hey, you rascal, your father is merely confirming. Is that the attitude you wish to adopt? Are you feeling impatient? Just a tad. Luo Xingha joked. Damn it, you little rascal, now you're even getting annoyed with your father. Luo Jiang exclaimed over the phone. On the other end, Gu Qingyan cleared her throat and interjected. Father, we will definitely return tomorrow. Luo Jiang, who had been shouting moments ago, immediately calmed upon hearing his daughter-in-law's voice. Ah, good. Good, Qingyan. Please return early tomorrow. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. I want to eat fish head with chopped chili, Luo Xingha interjected. Be quiet. This is not your turn to speak, Luo Jiang retorted, addressing him differently. Qingyan, what would you like to eat? Do tell uncle. Ah, no, tell your father. I'm fine with anything, Gu Qingyan replied while driving. Just remember to have the housekeeper prepare fish head with chopped chili for Luo Xingha. All right. Pass the phone to Xingha. I need to discuss something with him. Hearing this, Luo Xingha pressed the phone to his ear. What is it, father? What instructions do you have? Have you given any thought to the matter I mentioned? What matter? Luo Xingha frowned, as he could not recall his father requesting his assistance with anything. You rascal, I am talking about the matter of you providing me with a grandchild. Luo Jiang, seeing that Luo Xingha had not taken it to heart, instantly erupted in anger. Your elder brother is engrossed in research, and your second sister is preoccupied with her live-streaming sales. The continuation of the Luo family lineage relies upon you and Qingyan. Can't you put your mind to it? How will I explain this to your mother after a century? Luo Jiang rambled on, and Luo Xingha felt as if his ears were growing calloused from listening. I understand, father. There is no need for urgency. Otherwise, you might as well find me a stepmother and have another child yourself. Nonsense, you little rascal. Stop saying such ridiculous things. While Luo Jiang continued to shout on the phone, Luo Xingha had already moved the device away from his ear. That's enough, father. I have matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. With the sound of a busy signal, Luo Xingha ended the call. Gu Qingyan turned her head and asked, Has Dad started urging for grandchildren again? Luo Xingha sighed, expressing his weariness with the daily routine, lamenting how there was pressure to bear a child, as if it were a mere task to be accomplished. Gu Qingyan deftly turned the steering wheel, veering the vehicle away from their route home. Ah, Qingyan, where are you headed? Luo Xingha inquired. We must buy something to take back. It wouldn't do to return empty-handed. Gu Qingyan replied. Fortunately, we still have ample time, and the supermarket remains open. Let us make a swift trip. Luo Xingha nodded, acknowledging the logic in her words. Fortunately, Gu Qingyan did not stray far from the city center, and the nearby supermarket was within easy reach. After a few minutes, they arrived at the supermarket, and Gu Qingyan parked the car. The two then entered the store. Hello, are you looking for laundry detergent? We have a special on it, called out a salesperson. Shampoo. Shampoo is on sale. At the entrance of the supermarket, a selection of promotional items was displayed like a small mountain, with several salespeople energetically promoting their wares. Gu Qingyan typically did not frequent supermarkets, as she had a lifestyle assistant and Zhao Ma, who usually prepared everything she needed. Let's grab a small cart, Luo Xingha suggested. Gu Qingyan nodded, and Luo Xingha retrieved a cart from the neatly stacked row. Together, they pushed it further into the supermarket. After passing through the promotional area, they arrived at the health products section. Faced with an array of health supplements, Gu Qingyan frowned and asked, Which type do you think Dad would prefer? Luo Xingha shook his head, guiding her away from the health section and leading her to the tea section, saying, Dad would surely like this one. Buy him some tea, and he will be absolutely thrilled. Gu Qingyan considered this and agreed. As they browsed the tea section, a sharp-eyed salesperson approached them, asking, Hello, are you here to choose some tea? Would you like me to make some recommendations? Gu Qingyan wasn't well versed in tea, knowing only that several executives in her company were avid tea drinkers, so she had a basic understanding. As for Luo Xingha, he only recognized the name of a popular brand and had little knowledge of tea. Please, enlighten us, Gu Qingyan replied. The salesperson's eyes lit up. He perceived Gu Qingyan's exceptional demeanor and striking beauty, immediately deducing her affluent background. For someone of her stature, recommending inexpensive tea would be beneath him. He led them to the premium tea section, beginning his pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, this area features our finest teas. For instance, this Westlake Longjing is authentic Mingqian Longjing, harvested from the prime region. The leaves are flat and smooth, exhibiting a tender green hue, with a fresh, delicate aroma and a sweet, mellow taste. The brewed tea is clear and bright, making it a superior choice, especially suitable for gifting to elders, truly a mark of elegance. As he spoke, he carefully showcased a small package of Longjing tea to them and then pointed to a nearby box, continuing, and here we have Jin Junmei, made exclusively from selected early spring buds, crafted with care by experienced tea artisans. Its appearance is petite and compact, adorned with golden tea buds. The liquor is a brilliant yellow, offering a sweet and smooth taste that glides effortlessly across the palate, accompanied by a lingering fragrance and a distinctive floral and fruity aroma. Moreover, its ability to withstand repeated infusions is commendable. If your father enjoys tea, he is sure to appreciate this selection. Listening to this introduction, Luo Xinghe felt a bit bewildered. He covertly glanced at Gu Qingyan, who subtly nodded, seemingly contemplating the merits of the tea seriously. Luo Xinghe then whispered to Gu Qingyan, "I believe my father would likely enjoy this tea." Gu Qingyan smiled gently and addressed the sales representative. "Yes, your description is quite thorough. These selections are all excellent. Please prepare 10 pounds of each for me, and kindly assist with the packaging, as I intend to gift them." Upon hearing this, the sales representative was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Tea 10 pounds? Did you just say 10 pounds, beautiful lady?" Chapter 45. Luo Xingyue Gu Qingyan raised her eyebrows slightly and inquired, "Indeed, it is 10 pounds. Is it too little for my requirements?" Luo Xinghe whispered to Gu Qingyan, "It is too much. People typically purchase high-quality tea by the gram, not by the pound." "It's fine." Gu Qingyan waved her hand dismissively. "I am not concerned about excess. The more, the better. Let us proceed with this." The sales personnel finally regained their composure, hurriedly gesturing with a more fervent smile, "Of course, no problem at all. However, given such a large quantity, we will need a moment to prepare, ensuring that we select only the finest quality for you. Would it be acceptable for you to browse elsewhere while we meticulously package the tea? You can return to collect it once you have finished shopping." Gu Qingyan nodded in agreement and replied to the sales personnel, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." "Absolutely. Rest assured, we will expedite the process." The sales personnel responded earnestly, promptly summoning staff to prepare the tea and packaging. Gu Qingyan and Luo Xinghe wandered through other sections of the supermarket, even purchasing gifts for Luo Xinghe's elder sister and brother. Upon their return to the tea section, the sales personnel had already arranged the tea. Several staff members approached, carrying beautifully packaged boxes of tea, with the sales personnel beaming behind them. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared the tea according to your specifications. Each box is impeccably packaged. Do let us know if it meets your satisfaction." Gu Qingyan stood to inspect the offerings, nodding in approval. "Yes, this appears satisfactory. I will take these." The sales personnel promptly interjected, "Madam, please be aware that these are premium teas, and given the quantity you have requested, the total will likely be quite substantial." "It is quite all right. I have sufficient funds. However, I would appreciate your assistance in transporting this tea to the checkout." "Of course, it would be my pleasure." The sales personnel had not anticipated such a lucrative sale. He estimated that the total cost of the tea would exceed 20,000. This commission would be significant, and with such a valued customer, he was more than willing to assist with the heavy lifting. Thus, in the gaze of numerous onlookers, the supermarket staff loaded 10 pounds of tea into Gu Qingyan's luxury vehicle. After securing the trunk, the sales personnel waved cheerfully at Gu Qingyan and Luo Xinghe, feeling fortunate that he had not overlooked them. However, he found the young lady's face somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Where could it be? The sales personnel pondered, unable to recall. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyan and Luo Xinghe returned home, leaving the recently purchased gifts in the car. Due to the weight of the tea, they deemed it unnecessary to bring it inside, especially since they would need to transfer it again the following day. Both exhausted, they ascended to their villa after greeting Zhao Ma and went straight upstairs. The day had been overwhelmingly tiring, and they had no thoughts beyond taking a quick shower and retreating into bed early. The two initially intended to engage in conversation, yet fatigue overwhelmed them, and they swiftly succumbed to slumber upon lying down. Upon awakening, it was already Sunday morning. As anticipated, Luo Xinghe's legs ached considerably, a consequence of the sudden and intense exertion. Although Gu Qingyan also felt discomfort, it was trivial in comparison to Luo Xinghe's predicament. After breakfast, they set off in the car toward Luo Xinghe's residence. Having been away for a week, it was undeniable that he longed to return home. Gu Qingyin's attentive care had caused Luo Xinghe to regard her home as his own, especially since Gu Qingyin encouraged him to feel at home there. During their journey, Gu Qingyin casually inquired about his elder sister. Your sister, is she named Luo Xingyue? Luo Xinghe looked at Gu Qingyin in surprise. Sister Qingyin, you even know this? You haven't investigated my sister, have you? Hearing this, Gu Qingyin shook her head. I'm not in competition with your sister. Why would I investigate her? I've merely encountered her a few times and experienced her charm. Luo Xinghe chuckled upon hearing this, realizing why Gu Qingyin had paused momentarily. His sister was notoriously a tomboy, short hair, ear piercings, and a firm rejection of skirts. Her idol was Hua Mulan, and she often proclaimed at home, "Who says women are inferior to men?" A quintessential career woman, she left home immediately after graduating from university to pursue a career in live streaming in Hangzhou. The charm Gu Qingyin referred to must have been his sister's tomboyish demeanor. I remember my sister was quite a presence in school. Other students wouldn't even call me by name, simply referring to me as Xingyue's brother. But my sister's rebellious nature certainly gave our father a headache, Luo Xinghe reminisced. What about your elder brother? Gu Qingyin continued, eager to learn more about his family before they arrived at his home. Luo Xinghe furrowed his brow. I think the last time I saw him was at the beginning of this year. My brother is deeply engrossed in his experiments. I heard he caught the attention of a professor and is currently conducting research in Beijing. Oh, it seems your family is quite industrious, Gu Qingyin remarked with a smile. Luo Xinghe shook his head. If we're talking about idleness, then I certainly qualify. In terms of academic prowess, I cannot compare to my brother. And when it comes to independence, I am far behind my sister. Honestly, before I met you, my only aspiration was to live a mundane life relying on my father's wealth. And what about after meeting me? Gu Qingyin inquired. Naturally, I hope to spend my life alongside you. Well, that happens to be one of my wishes as well. Luo Xinghe was taken aback. Sister Qingyin, do you have other wishes? Could it be that you have other suitors? What nonsense! Gu Qingyin exclaimed, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while playfully pinching Luo Xinghe's thigh with the other. He let out a yelp of surprise. Other aspirations, of course, revolve around ensuring the prosperity of the family business for my father and continuing the educational endeavors he left unfinished. At this point, Gu Qingyin became noticeably serious, suggesting a deep bond with her father. I have faith in you, Sister Qingyin, Luo Xinghe exclaimed. Your intelligence and capability are truly remarkable. Encountering you feels like a stroke of fortune for my family. That's why I mentioned you are not an idle person, Gu Qingyin jested. Oh, Luo Xinghe discerned the underlying implication. Are you suggesting that my marriage to you prevents me from being considered an idle member of your family? Indeed, Gu Qingyin replied with a mischievous smile. Chapter 46. The mischievous boy returns. Although Luo Xinghe's home is located in Huqing, the Luo family chose a residence in a relatively central area, close to the city square, rather than in the suburbs. Consequently, the villa belonging to the Luo family is considerably smaller than the one owned by Gu Qingyin. At around 9 in the morning, Gu Qingyin drove Luo Xinghe to the entrance of the Luo residence. After pressing the doorbell, the two large electric gates slowly opened, revealing Luo Jiang, who was dressed in a traditional Tang suit, waiting for them with a smile, hands behind his back. Gu Qingyin parked the car and affectionately greeted, Dad. Luo Jiang's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly ushered Gu Qingyin inside, while Luo Xinghe, busy carrying items behind them, was momentarily overlooked. Hey, with all these things, why don't you come over and help me carry some? Luo Xinghe complained. The trunk of the big SUV contained not only a box of tea purchased by Gu Qingyin the previous day, but also gifts carefully selected by the lifestyle assistant. Given Luo Xinghe's physique, he could hardly manage a single trip. Who is this laborer? Hurry up and leave after you're done. Don't linger around our home. Luo Jiang teased Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe responded, Fine, fine. So you no longer recognize me as your son now that you have a daughter-in-law? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiang stepped closer to Luo Xinghe and said, Oh, it's you, Xinghe. I thought you wouldn't return. Have you forgotten your father after marrying? Didn't you call me back? Luo Xinghe murmured softly. What did you say? Luo Jiang retorted, You cheeky boy, can't your father tease you anymore? Luo Xinghe chuckled. Oh, Dad, you actually understand the term tease? Rubbish. What do I not understand? Seeing the playful banter between father and son, Gu Qingyin quickly stepped in to assist Luo Xinghe with some items, saying, Dad, let us talk inside. It's a bit chilly out here. All right, all right. Luo Jiang was always very amiable towards his daughter-in-law. The three of them brought the gifts into the living room, where Wang Ma promptly took them to the gift room. To be honest, Luo Jiang had no lack of health supplements or tea. Most guests who came to visit were well aware of his preferences, consistently bringing gifts that suited his taste, resulting in a diverse collection of teas in the gift room. Please, have a seat. Luo Jiang had already prepared tea and was just about to pour it for the two. Luo Xinghe took a sip but found it lacking in flavor and wandered off to the refrigerator for a can of cola. Luo Jiang shot him a disapproving glance but chose not to comment, evidently accustomed to his son's antics. He turned his attention back to Gu Qingyin and inquired, "Has the group stabilized recently?" Gu Qingyin nodded. "It's much more stable now. The veterans are cooperating far better than they did when I first took over." Luo Jiang chuckled. "A tiger father does not raise a dog son. Back in the day, your father had some remarkable strategies that helped us take root. Eventually, the speed at which your father made money left me astounded." Gu Qitian smiled faintly, humbly remarking, "Not at all. My father often speaks highly of you, mentioning your keen investment insight and how few of the projects you endorse ever falter." Sighing, Luo Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "Let bygones be bygones." He continued, "I have heard that you maintain a close relationship with the chairman of the Qitian group. That fellow is no pushover, though he is merely 2 years your senior. His intellect is astonishingly profound. You must exercise caution, lest you find yourself ensnared, counting his money." Gu Qitian lifted her teacup, draining its contents before responding slowly. "Do not worry, father. I know my limits. However, the Chu River Governance Group possesses its own strategies. During my time studying in the beautiful country, I witnessed his remarkable abilities firsthand. Indeed." Luo Jiang reclined languidly on the sofa. "He is truly a prodigy of the business world. Having established such a vast commercial empire in just a few short years, with investments that yield tremendous returns, his foresight is at least several decades ahead of us old-timers." Yu Qitian nodded, remaining silent. Luo Xinghe, uninterested in business matters, sipped his cola while engaging in a lively chat on WeChat, finding the Group S memes far more entertaining than any commercial legend. Luo Jiang glanced at Luo Xinghe, then thought of his elder brother, Luo Xinghao. It was astonishing that neither of his sons wished to inherit the family business. One was engrossed in academic pursuits, while the other had completely opted out. His only daughter, determined to forge her own path, had boldly declared that she would not rely on her father's influence but would instead build her empire from the ground up. Isn't that absurd? He mused. After toiling for half his life, he had hoped his children would start from a higher point, yet his daughter rejected that opportunity, insisting on beginning anew. With a furrowed brow, Luo Jiang contemplated his 3 children. At that moment, Luo Xinghe, still engaged in a meme battle in the dormitory group chat, seemed to sense something and glanced at his father. "Father, why do you stare at me? What's this? Can I look at you?" "You 3 siblings are certainly a source of concern," Luo Jiang retorted. Luo Xinghe chuckled. "So you should be grateful that we don't live at home. It spares you from our presence." "You little rascal," Luo Jiang huffed. Setting down his nearly finished cola, Luo Xinghe inquired, "What about my second sister? Why hasn't she returned yet?" "It's only 9:40, and her train arrives at 10:30, Luo Jiang checked his watch. "By the way, she specifically asked you to pick her up." Father, why didn't you mention this sooner?" "I thought she would inform you herself," Luo Jiang replied. Luo Xinghe glanced at WeChat, recalling that his sister indeed sent a message yesterday. However, he likely had been asleep at the time, and with an influx of messages, he had overlooked Luo Xingyue's text. "No rush. The train station is merely a 10-minute drive away." Luo Jiang leisurely sipped his tea. Luo Xinghe glanced at his phone once more. It was 9:41. He anticipated arriving at the train station by 10 o'clock, allowing him an additional 20 minutes to linger at home. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his father had informed him of this matter. Otherwise, had he neglected to pick up his second sister, her fiery temperament would undoubtedly have led to an all-out brawl upon her return. At that moment, Gu Qingyin gently patted Luo Xinghe on the back and softly said, "It's all right. I will accompany you shortly. I also wish to have a chat with Sister Xingyue." Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement, replying, "Sister Qingyin, your presence will help me share the brunt of my elder sister's wrath. Otherwise, I truly would be unable to withstand her." Gu Qingyin chuckled lightly. "Is your second sister really that formidable?" Chapter 47. Gu Qingyin, do you still have the face to come? After sitting at home for a while, Gu Qingyin accompanied Luo Xinghe to the train station. Fortunately, the roads were clear, and they arrived at the station at precisely 10:21. They waited for a few minutes, and by 10:32, they spotted Luo Xingyue, a short-haired woman adorned with sunglasses and a vibrant lipstick, pulling a suitcase. However, it seemed she was not returning alone, as she occasionally engaged in conversation with a female companion beside her. This companion, clad in a floral dress and modestly made up, could only be rated around 4 out of 10 in terms of looks, with a slightly flat nose and paled in comparison to Luo Xingyue. Elder sister, over here. Upon seeing Luo Xingyue, Luo Xinghe waved enthusiastically. Luo Xingyue swiped her card to exit the station and immediately rushed towards Luo Xinghe, pinching his face as she asked, "Little brother, did you miss your sister? Why didn't you reply to my message last night? Don't you want to chat with me?" Luo Xinghe chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't see it last night, but I still came to pick you up, didn't I? That's commendable," Luo Xingyue remarked, giving his shoulder a playful pat. She then turned to introduce her companion. "This is my business partner, Yang Qin. You can call her Sister Qin." "Sister Qin," Luo Xinghe greeted, hastily pulling Gu Qingyan forward to make introductions. However, Luo Xingyue immediately recognized Gu Qingyan. "Gu Qingyan, what are you doing here?" Gu Qingyan smiled graciously. "Long time no see." "Xingyue." Luo Xinghe scratched his head. "You two know each other?" "We've met a few times during university." Gu Qingyan hesitated, trailing off. At that moment, Yang Qin's gaze was fixed intently on Gu Qingyan. In her eyes, Luo Xingyue was quite attractive, but next to Gu Qingyan, she seemed to pale in comparison. To Yang Qin, Gu Qingyan resembled a beauty straight out of a painting, flawless even to another woman. It was no surprise that many people exiting the station instinctively glanced towards Gu Qingyan, with some even pulling out their phones to take photos. "What are you doing here? Are you here to pick someone up too?" Luo Xingyue's tone was noticeably harsh, suggesting that there may have been some prior conflict between them. "Yes, I'm here to pick someone up, but it's you." "I came with Xinghe," Gu Qingyan replied with poise. "Xinghe is someone you called?" Luo Xingyue narrowed her eyes, pulling Luo Xinghe behind her. "How do you know my brother?" "Elder sister," Luo Xinghe interjected quickly, sensing the tension. "Why are you speaking to Sister Qingyan like that?" "She's just here to help." Luo Xingyue turned her gaze back to him. "So you're siding with her now? I don't understand. Even Huangqin was on her side back then, and now my own brother too?" Luo Xinghe frowned. "Who is Huangqin?" Luo Xingyue turned and grasped Yang Qin's hand, decisively stating, Qin, let us go." Upon hearing Luo Xingyue's words, Yang Qin was momentarily taken aback. "Go? Xingyue, we just arrived. Besides, the tickets back to Hangzhou are only available on standby. Didn't you check last night?" Luo Xinghe hurriedly grasped Luo Xingyue's arm and said, "Sister, father is waiting for you to return home for dinner." Luo Xingyue turned her head and pointed at Gu Qingyan, exclaiming, "Surely you don't intend for us to dine with her?" "I refuse to go." "Elder sister, you." Luo Xinghe clutched at Luo Xingyue's sleeve, unwilling to let go. Just as the tension mounted among them, Gu Qingyan suddenly interjected, "Don't you wish to see Huangqin?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xingyue paused in her tracks. Gu Qingyan promptly seized her phone and made a call, commanding, "I will send you a location. Have Huangqin arrive here in 30 minutes. You can summon Huangqin?" Luo Xingyue frowned, questioning, "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Gu Qingyan lowered her phone and replied, "If I invite him over for dinner, you will know whether I am lying or not." "Very well," Luo Xingyue said as she grabbed her suitcase. "I shall return to see. If Huangqin does not come, I will settle this with you." With that, she took Yang Qin's hand and headed towards the parking lot. Luo Xinghe trailed slightly behind, pulling Gu Qingyan aside and inquiring, "Sister Qingyan, what was going on between you two?" Gu Qingyan tightened her grip on Luo Xinghe's hand without offering an explanation and proceeded directly towards the parking lot. Once Luo Xingyue and Yang Qin were in the car, Gu Qingyan drove towards the Luo residence, the atmosphere within the vehicle steeped in silence, as if it were a tomb. Upon arriving at the Luo family home, Luo Jiang was already waiting at the entrance. However, Luo Xingyue, in a huff, alighted from the car and dragged her suitcase inside without acknowledging him. "What has sparked your temper?" Luo Jiang inquired. Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan, drawn by curiosity, returned to the living room, where Luo Xingyue sat sulking on the sofa. Even Wang Ma dared not approach her. Yang Qin, seated beside Luo Xingyue, stood up as Luo Jiang entered and greeted him respectfully. Luo Jiang gestured for Yang Qin to sit before cautiously probing, "Are you aware of your brother's situation? Surely, you need not be this upset." Luo Xingyue crossed her arms defiantly, pouting and frowning. "My brother? What about him?" Luo Jiang was taken aback, realizing she was still in the dark. He turned to Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan, who both shook their heads. signaling that they had yet to inform Luo Xingyue. At that moment, Luo Xingyue suddenly recalled how, at the train station, Luo Xinghe had held Gu Qingyan's hand, as if intending to convey something important. Could it be? A light bulb moment struck Luo Xingyue, and she exclaimed, "You're not dating her, are you?" Luo Xinghe scratched his head. "Well, sort of." "What do you mean, sort of?" Luo Xingyue frowned. "Either you are, or you aren't." At this juncture, Luo Jiang interjected, "They have already obtained their marriage certificate." "What?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xingyue sprang to her feet from the sofa. "Such significant news, and no one thought to inform me? Who made this decision?" Luo Jiang replied, "I did, your father." "What of it?" All right, Luo Xingyue exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. "My brother has just graduated high school. How can he possibly be married at such a young age? Furthermore, Gu Qingyan is 7 years older than him. Surely, father, you must be aware of this." Luo Xingyue turned to Luo Xinghe and said, "Speak, dear brother, were you coerced?" "It matters not. Your elder sister shall take charge. This afternoon, we shall proceed with the divorce." Luo Xinghe shook his head, gripping Gu Qingyan's hand even tighter. "Sister, I refuse to go. Are you all intent on driving me to despair? Gu Qingyan, are you deliberately opposing our family?" You. Luo Xingyue, exasperated, leaned back on the sofa, while Yang Qin, alarmed, hurriedly began to soothe her. "Xingyue, do not let your anger overwhelm you. It is detrimental to your health." "How can I not be furious? I have been away for a while, and such significant events transpired at home without anyone informing me. Do you all still consider me a member of the Luo family?" Chapter 48. The truth of the matter. The news of Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan obtaining their marriage certificate was, indeed, not disclosed to Luo Xingyue. Luo Jiang was acutely aware of his daughter's temperament. Had he informed her, she would undoubtedly have returned immediately. Thus, he opted to wait until her return to reveal the matter, for Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan were not in haste to hold a wedding after all. The timing of such revelations was inconsequential. Moreover, upon her return, Luo Xingyue's demeanor was unmistakably volatile, as if provoked by some unseen affront. His daughter was akin to a powder keg, easily ignited, and given the current circumstances, it was no wonder she was irate. "Elder sister, we were merely concerned that you might be distracted from your work, which is why we chose to wait until you returned to discuss this," Luo Xinghe explained. "This matter was indeed a lapse in our judgment, and I owe you an apology." Luo Xingyue sat up straight and declared with conviction, "This is not merely a matter of apologies. If you have feelings for Gu Qingyan, then be with her. Can love be treated so casually?" "Yes," Luo Xinghe affirmed resolutely. "What?" Luo Xingyue was taken aback, unsure if she had misheard. "I said I like her," Luo Xinghe reiterated. "Even though my acquaintance with Sister Qingyan is brief. I began to harbor feelings for her from the very first moment I laid eyes upon her, and she has treated me with great kindness." "Oh my heavens!" Luo Xingyue pressed her forehead, her tone fierce. "Gu Qingyan, you are nothing more than a seductress. What nonsense are you spouting?" Luo Jiang bellowed, unable to contain his outrage. Even Luo Xinghe sprang to his feet from the sofa, asserting, "Elder sister, you may insult me as you please, but you must not speak ill of Sister Qingyan, for she has done you no wrong." Luo Xinghe sensed the tension in the air was becoming unbearable, prompting him to wish to take Gu Qingyan away. However, she halted him with a gentle shake of her head, her calm gaze fixed upon him, compelling him to return to his seat on the sofa. Gu Qingyan seemed unfazed by Luo Xingyue's earlier insults. Instead, she addressed her, "Xingyue, I understand that you still harbor resentment over past events. However, I assure you, my agreeing to that meal with Huang Qin was not a deliberate act. I only wished to protect you." "Protect me?" Luo Xingyue scoffed, laughter escaping her lips. "You have taken away the one I love and claim to be protecting me? Very well, if you believe I do not trust your words. I shall summon Huang Qin to clarify." Gu Qingyan opened WeChat and issued another command. "Inquire where Huang Qin is. If he cannot reach the Luo residence within 10 minutes, let him be gone." No sooner had she spoken than the doorbell rang. Aunt Wang opened the door, and a man rushed in, visibly flustered. Upon seeing his face, Luo Xingyue immediately stood, murmuring, "Brother Huang Qin." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Huang Qin approached Gu Qingyan with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Director Gu, what seems to be the matter?" "Upon receiving your directive, I hastily left my affairs to come here." Gu Qingyan sat upright, her sharp gaze causing Huang Qin to tremble. He was acutely aware that she was a formidable presence, one far beyond his capacity to provoke. A single word from her could obliterate their family's modest business endeavors. Thus, Huang Chun has always harbored a profound fear of Gu Qingyan, especially after she took the reins of the corporation. Huang Chun could no longer regard Gu Qingyan as merely a fellow university classmate, but rather as a superior. Do you still know her? Gu Qingyan inquired. Gesturing towards Luo Xingyue, Huang Chun lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Luo Xingyue. Xingyue? Brother Huang. Tears welled in Luo Xingyue's eyes. Gu Qingyan spoke calmly. Now, let us discuss this matter. During your courtship with Xingyue, did you perhaps engage in multiple romantic entanglements? What? At this remark, Luo Jiang rose abruptly, astonished that anyone would dare speak to his daughter in such a manner. Luo Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as it seemed the two men were poised to pummel Huang Chun, Gu Qingyan managed to maintain control of the situation. Meanwhile, the subject of the conversation, Luo Xingyue, appeared troubled, murmuring, "It can't be true, Brother Huang. You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Upon realizing she sought his confession, Huang Chun immediately lowered his head. Director Gu, please instruct me on how to proceed. Gu Qingyan asserted, "It is not about how I wish you to speak. You must clarify the situation." All right, I will speak. Huang Chun began slowly. This occurred during my senior year. Being young and naive, despite having a girlfriend, I found myself enamored with Luo Xingyue. Eventually, I won her affection. Yet I remained unsatisfied and began a dalliance with a freshman female student. At that time, my father informed me that Gu Qingyan, a senior, came from a wealthy family and was quite beautiful, urging me to pursue her. I explained to my father that Director Gu was the goddess of all the boys at school, but she was solely focused on her studies and uninterested in romance, making her a formidable pursuit. My father reassured me that no woman was unattainable, so I covertly began to pursue Director Gu while still involved with Xingyue, the freshman, and another woman outside the school. At this point, Huang Chun hesitated, for he noticed the fierce expressions on Luo Jiang and Luo Xinghe's faces, as if they were ready to tear him apart. Furthermore, Luo Xingyue's gaze had shifted from gentle to fierce. Continue, Gu Qingyan commanded. Huang Chun swallowed hard, steeling himself, and continued. However, Director Gu never acknowledged me until she caught me dining with the freshman and the woman from outside the school. Only then did she agree to join me for a meal. At that time, I was unaware, but later, during that meal, Director Gu revealed these details to me and insisted I end things with Xingyue. She mentioned that her family had ties with the Luo family and warned that if I pursued Luo Xingyue further, her father, the venerable Director Gu Qilong, would ensure our family could not conduct business in Huqing. Huang Chun trembled as he finished his account, feeling somewhat relieved. Luo Xingyue shook her head, questioning, "That can't be. Your relationship was the talk of the school. Everyone said you two were dating." Huang Chun offered a bitter smile, explaining, "It was Director Gu who advised me to say so, knowing your strong temper and propensity for stubbornness. If she had told you directly, you might not have been able to bear it. Moreover, Director Gu herself was quite exasperated by constant declarations of affection from others. Hence she utilized me as a shield." Upon hearing these words, Luo Xingyue sat despondently on the sofa, the brilliance in her eyes steadily dimming. During her university years, she had fallen in love with Huang Chun, which prompted her to grow her hair long and adopt a feminine appearance. However, after Huang Chun's infidelity and his subsequent relationship with Gu Qingyan, she resolutely cut her hair short and devoted herself entirely to her career, becoming a veritable career woman. All right. Go back and inform your father that your family's collaboration with the Gu Group is hereby terminated. What? Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Huang Chun felt as if struck by lightning, and he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Chairman Gu, you cannot treat me this way." Chapter 49. Depart from the Luo family. The collaboration with the Huang family over the years has been sustained solely based on the friendship between our fathers. Have you been receiving kickbacks during these transactions? Gu Qingyan inquired coldly. Upon hearing this, Huang Chun collapsed onto the floor, believing he had concealed his actions sufficiently, unaware that such petty tricks had been overlooked when Gu Qilong was in charge. However, upon Gu Qingyan's ascension to leadership, her secretary diligently reported all pertinent information to her. Once Gu Qingyan became aware of these circumstances, she intended to deal with Huang Chun immediately. Yet, a phone call from Luo Jiang interrupted her, requesting that Gu Qingyan and Luo Xinghe return home for the weekend, mentioning that Luo Xingyue would be back. Thus, Gu Qingyan decided to spare Huang Chun for 2 more days, intending to use him today. Meanwhile, witnessing Gu Qingyan's resolute stance, Huang Chun turned to plead with Luo Xingyue, reasoning that she had once harbored feelings for him and would surely be more compassionate. Xingyue, please speak on my behalf," Wang Chen implored. I have elderly parents and young children. Without the cooperation with the Gu family, our family will be left to suffer. The Gu family is their key client, and losing their partnership would spell disaster for the Huang family's business. More alarmingly, offending Gu Qingyan could render them powerless in the commercial circles of the city. Begone! Luo Xingyue retorted sharply, her head bowed in anger. At that moment, Luo Xinghe could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, seized Huang Chun by the collar, and dragged him toward the entrance, slamming the door behind them. Undeterred, Huang Chen shouted from outside, Director Gu, you cannot be so ruthless. Our family has contributed to the Gu group over the years. How can you simply terminate our cooperation? In stark contrast to the uproar outside, silence enveloped the living room. Luo Zhang's expression twisted in fury, taken aback by the revelation of his daughter's past entanglements. Luo Xinghe was equally troubled, having nearly struck Huang Chen moments before, but managing to restrain himself. On the opposite side of the sofa, Luo Xingyue quietly sobbed, while Yang Qin gently patted her shoulder, offering her a tissue. Outside, after calling out for a while with no response, Huang Chen stumbled back to seek his father, realizing he was unable to rectify the situation. At this moment, the clock struck 11:30 in the morning. As usual, Wang Ma had prepared all the meals and set them on the table. However, given the unusual atmosphere in the household today, she quietly approached Luo Jiang and whispered, Sir, the meals are ready. We can eat now. Luo Jiang nodded, suddenly standing up, momentarily darkening before he began to sway backwards, fortunately caught by Wang Ma. Take it slow, sir, she urged. Father, are you all right? Luo Jiang glanced at the tearful Luo Xingyue on the sofa and let out a heavy sigh, waving his hand dismissively. Let us eat. With that, he made his way to the dining table, lost in thought. Gu Qingyan rose to her feet and hastily walked over to join Wang Ma in distracting Luo Jiang. She discreetly gestured to Luo Xinghe, signaling him to help stabilize Luo Xingyue's emotions. Understanding the cue, Luo Xinghe slowly approached Luo Xingyue, squatting down beside her and gently saying, All right, sister, he is not worth your tears. Though Luo Xingyue had come to realize that Huang Chen was indeed a scoundrel, the tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. If Huang Chen could be labeled a scoundrel with a mere word, what did that make of the feelings and longing she had invested over the years? In her sorrow, Luo Xingyue opened her arms, requesting a comforting embrace from Luo Xinghe. He sat beside her and gently wrapped his arms around her. Oh, little brother, how could he be a scoundrel? He was the first man I ever loved, she cried, letting her grief pour forth in Luo Xinghe's embrace, who remained silent, offering her quiet solace. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingyan returned, assisting Luo Jiang to the dining table, and handed a tissue to Luo Xingyue. Accepting it without resistance, Luo Xingyue wiped her tears, and upon Gu Qingyan's arrival, she ceased her crying. She patted Luo Xinghe and Yang Qin, rising to say, Let us go eat. Thus, the group made their way to the dining table. Seeing everyone gathered, Wang Ma promptly shifted the conversation, enthusiastically introducing the dishes laid out before them. I have meticulously prepared sweet and sour ribs. These ribs are selected from the finest, freshest cuts. First, I marinated them thoroughly with cooking wine and ginger slices to eliminate any fishy odor. Then, I coated them in a delicate batter and deep-fried them until the exterior was golden and crisp, producing a delightful crunch when bitten into. Finally, I stir-fried them with my special sweet and sour sauce, allowing the tangy sweetness to permeate the ribs, ensuring they are both crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, leaving you craving more after each bite. As Wang Ma spoke with a smile, she pointed to another dish, and here we have mapo tofu, made with aged tofu, cut into neat cubes that hold together well during cooking. I used a generous amount of Sichuan peppercorns and chili, specifically chosen for their intense heat and fragrance. When I poured hot oil over it, the aroma instantly filled the air. The tofu soaked up the spicy and savory broth, resulting in a dish that is both tender and smooth, a perfect accompaniment to rice. Next, we have steamed fish, selected from fresh fish delivered this morning, prepared immediately for the utmost freshness. I filled its belly with ginger, scallions, and garlic to enhance its flavor and eliminate any fishy taste. It is crucial to control the steaming time precisely. The result is fish meat as tender as tofu. Drizzled with my specially prepared soy sauce and sprinkled with scallions, a splash of hot oil brings forth an inviting aroma. The fish is succulent and juicy, an exquisite delight. Wang Ma spoke passionately about her culinary skills, and the previously tense atmosphere around the table began to ease. Luo Jiang picked up his chopsticks and announced, Let us eat. Only then did everyone begin to partake in the meal. During the meal, Gu Qingyan sampled Wang Ma's steamed fish and found it delectable. So she helped Luo Xinghe by serving him a couple of pieces. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the red-eyed Luo Xingyue. She spoke up. When did you obtain your marriage license? Huh? Gu Qingyan lifted her head to gaze at Luo Xingyue and subsequently replied, last Thursday, I believe. Luo Xingyue nodded. Refraining from further comment, Luo Xinghe understood that her elder sister had given her approval. However, shortly thereafter, Luo Xingyue served Luo Xinghe a piece of sweet and sour ribs, saying, Xinghe, don't you adore ribs the most? Do indulge. Luo Xinghe smiled, expressed her gratitude to her sister, and then bowed her head to enjoy her meal. Chapter 50. A cup overflowing. What was supposed to be a leisurely dinner had become unbearably oppressive due to the circumstances surrounding Luo Xingyue. Since taking a seat at the table, Luo Zhang's demeanor had been far from pleasant. As the meal progressed, Luo Xingyue suddenly called out, Aunt Wang, do we have any alcohol at home? Aunt Wang paused for a moment, glancing at the impassive Luo Jiang before nodding. Yes, we have some in the liquor cabinet. I will fetch it. Luo Xingyue added, the white liquor, please. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Before long, Aunt Wang returned with a bottle of Wulianya and several glasses. Luo Xingyue accepted the white liquor and proceeded to pour a glass for each person at the table. She then filled a cup for Luo Jiang, saying, Dad, let us share a drink together. Luo Jiang remained unresponsive. Luo Xingyue playfully coaxed, oh come on, Dad, how can you be upset with your own daughter? With a sigh, Luo Jiang raised his glass and cautioned, my daughter, while I wish for you to experience love, it is essential to choose a partner with good character. That rascal from earlier, I truly wish to give him a punch. Yes, Luo Xingyue quickly replied, but I've come to my senses now, old man. So please stop lecturing me. Humph. Luo Jiang grunted, clinking his glass against Luo Xingyue's before downing the contents in one gulp. Luo Xingyue praised. My father still has quite the capacity for alcohol. Following suit, she too drank her glass in one go. After this, she filled her glass once more and glanced at the stunning Gu Qingyan. Sister Qingyan, this one is for you. Luo Xingyue lifted her gaze, a smile breaking through her tear-streaked face. Gu Qingyan smiled back, filling her own glass and clinking it with Luo Xingyue's. Luo Xingyue continued, I'm sorry, Sister Qingyan. It's all right, Gu Qingyan interjected, sensing Luo Xingyue's distress. I understand how you feel. With a carefree tilt of her head, Luo Xingyue downed her drink, declaring, all of it is within the wine. After 2 consecutive drinks, her expression remained unchanged. She prided herself on being a career-driven woman, having developed a strong tolerance for alcohol over the years. Refilling her glass, Luo Xingyue announced, the next drink is with my little brother. What, me? Luo Jiang reminded her. Your brother cannot handle alcohol. He turns red at the mere taste. Not to worry, just this one cup. Luo Xingyue insisted. My little brother has gotten his license. I haven't yet congratulated him. She beckoned. Come on, Sister Qingyan, let us drink together. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan filled her own glass again and poured half a glass for Luo Xinghe. If you can't drink, then don't. Overindulgence is bad for your stomach, right? My little brother gets half a glass, and we'll share one. Unexpectedly, Luo Xinghe shook his head and poured himself another half glass. The 3 raised their glasses and downed the contents in unison. As the alcohol coursed through Luo Xinghe, he felt a sharp heat rush to his head, but fortunately, the amount was manageable. After consuming 3 cups of wine, the atmosphere at the table grew slightly more animated. Luo Xingyue introduced Yang Qin to the group. Yang Qin smiled at everyone and greeted Luo Jiang with an affectionate uncle. She was aware of the wealth of the Luo family. Yet she was taken aback by the extent of their affluence, especially upon discovering that Gu Qingyan, the newly appointed chairperson of the Gu Group and a rising star in the business community, was her sister-in-law. Although Yang Qin resided far away in Hangzhou, she occasionally came across street snapshots of Gu Qingyan on short video platforms, where countless admirers proclaimed their affection for her in the comments. If they were to learn that Gu Qingyan was already married, it would surely cause a stir. How does it feel to be in college? Luo Xingyue inquired after taking a few bites of her meal, directing her question toward Luo Xinghe. At that moment, Luo Xinghe's face began to flush slightly, a clear indication that the effects of the wine were beginning to show. It's not bad. I feel like it's no different from being at home, he replied. Luo Jiang chided him, saying, you impudent boy, how can you say it's the same as home? You must focus on your studies at school. What will you do if you neglect your education? But there's still Sister Qingyan, Luo Xinghe replied dismissively. You. Luo Jiang was at a loss for words. Unable to express his concern that Luo Xinghe's lack of diligence in his studies might hinder his future prospects. After all, with the strength of the Luo family, even if Luo Xinghe were to squander his life, he would still be well cared for. Moreover, with Gu Tingyan in the picture, it could be said that Luo Xinghe's finances were virtually inexhaustible. All right, Gu Tingyan interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Xinghe, please refrain from provoking Dad any further. By the way, Dad, Xinghe has been elected class monitor, and to help him grow, I've also appointed him as my student secretary. Oh? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiang's expression softened considerably. Being class monitor is commendable. At the very least, it will instill some responsibility in you, as you are now an adult. Don't worry. Dad. During their military training, Xinghe stood up when the instructor was not conducting the training properly, and now his classmates all recognize him. Luo Jiang chuckled, you mischievous rascal. You possess even just a fraction of the charisma I had in my youth. Ah, back in the day, your father. Seeing their father about to reminisce, the siblings swiftly intervened. Dad, let us focus on the food. It wasn't he that they were unwilling to listen, rather. They had heard their father recount his glorious past far too many times. The brother and sister had grown quite tired of it. Humph. When I share my entrepreneurial tales, a throng of people clamors to hear them, yet you two do not appreciate it. Leaning back in his chair with arms folded, Luo Jiang remarked slowly, Xing Yue. You and Yang, Yang Qin, she provided helpfully. Oh, Yang Qin. I'm getting older. Please don't take offense. Luo Jiang continued. How are your streaming endeavors progressing? Any developments? Luo Jiang posed this question with the hope that Luo Xingyue would admit to a lack of progress, thus leading her to consider returning to Huqing to inherit his business. After all, the affairs of the Luo family have been met with indifference from both sons. And as Luo Jiang grows older, a sense of urgency fills his heart. While he was conversing with Luo Xingyue and Yang Qin, he noticed that Luo Xinghe's complexion had turned a deep shade of red. At that moment, he could only perceive his father's voice as it echoed in and out, while Gu Qingyan beside him seemed to sway incessantly. Luo Xinghe slowly inquired, Sister Qingyan, why are you swaying? Gu Qingyan frowned and replied, I'm not swaying at all. Why is your face so red? Is it red? Luo Xinghe touched his feverish face, then suddenly slumped forward, nearly collapsing onto the table. Gu Qingyan hastily rushed to support him, exclaiming, Xinghe, Xinghe. Luo Jiang sighed. Go and carry him into the house. This lad's capacity for liquor has diminished once again. Thus, Gu Qingyan grasped Luo Xinghe's arm and wrapped her other arm around his waist, lifting him from his seat. Observing this, Luo Xingyue quickly stepped forward to lend her assistance. Chapter 51. Luo Xinghe's room. As dusk gradually descended, the inebriated Luo Xinghe remained deep in slumber while Yang Qin tended to her work in the guest room. On the balcony of the second floor, a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant glasses were set out, where Gu Qingyan and Luo Xingyue sipped their wine, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Cheers, Qingyan. Congratulations on marrying the one you truly wished to, Luo Xingyue said, raising her glass to clink with Gu Qingyan's. Gu Qingyan smiled softly. Do you recall the jest I made many years ago? Indeed, Luo Xingyue replied. We were chatting, and you mentioned wanting to marry my younger brother. Back when he was still in high school. Gu Qingyan swirled her wine glass, the warm glow of the sunset casting a magical light upon the quilt. At that time, my mother had just passed away. I remember when she was gravely ill in the hospital, Uncle Luo brought Xinghe to visit her. Xinghe, like a little son, cheered her up, and it brought me a sense of calm. I had long hair back then, and I only glanced at him once. But he never noticed me. I was too busy shedding tears. Luo Xingyue furrowed her brow. Did you already have feelings for my brother back then? How could that be? Gu Qingyan chuckled. Even when I jokingly said I would marry him last time, it was merely jest. Was it truly just a joke? Luo Xingyue questioned skeptically. Perhaps you unwittingly revealed your true feelings. Gu Qingyan shook her head. I cannot fathom how I came to like him, but the moment Uncle Luo introduced me to Xinghe, I felt a flutter in my heart. ISNT it said that certain lovers are destined to continue their past lives bond, and upon meeting their soulmate, they experience love at first sight? Gu Qingyan lifted her glass and took a sip of the red wine before continuing. Perhaps that is the case. In these days together, I sense that Xinghe is like a little son. His presence brings me inexplicable comfort. Luo Xingyue wholeheartedly agreed. Reminiscing, I remember when my younger brother was small. I used to share a room with him. I would hug him while sleeping, and he would guard the door while I went to the bathroom. That little rascal possesses a mysterious power that instills a profound sense of security. Gu Qingyan nodded. Perhaps it is his sincerity. Luo Xingyue concurred. They both took another sip of wine, slowly watching the sun's final light fade into the distant silhouette of the mountains. After a brief pause, Luo Xingyue spoke again. Qingyan. About Huangchun. Gu Qingyan set down her glass, saying, there is no need for you to worry about Huangchun. My actions are not solely driven by a desire for revenge on your behalf. We have irrefutable evidence of his kickbacks, which the company has already secured. The reason for my discretion is that I am seeking partners to replace their collaboration. When it came to matters of her career, Gu Qingyan's tone became unequivocal. Luo Xingyue lowered her glass, nodding in acknowledgement, having fully grasped Gu Qingyan's decisive nature today, before the incident involving Huangchun. The two had been occasional conversing sisters due to the connection between their fathers. However, the presence of that scoundrel, Huangchun, led to the rupture of their relationship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Qingyan savored the last sip of her red wine and retreated from the balcony into the room. I shall check if Xinghe has awakened, she remarked. Luo Xingyue nodded in agreement. Then I will see how Yang Qin is doing. With a shared understanding, they turned away from each other. Gu Qingyan gently twisted the doorknob of Luo Xinghe's room and discovered him still in deep slumber. Consequently, she began to wander around his space. On his bookshelf, Gu Qingyan stumbled upon a complete collection of Shui, P's Laughing Journey, The Diary of the Laughing Cat, and Ma Xiaodiao. These were titles she had never read, as she had always been the model student who shunned extracurricular literature, shining brightly yet feeling profoundly isolated. Since elementary school, she had been surrounded by boys, while girls instinctively distanced themselves from her. Thus, she had devoted all her energy to her studies, a pattern that persisted into her university years. Reflecting on it now, perhaps Luo Xinghe's way of life was indeed more joyful. Gu Qingyan then turned her attention to the display cabinet in Luo Xinghe's room, which showcased a variety of figurines, including Luffy, the Emperor Hero, Rei, and Gundam. A smile graced her lips as she approached the photo wall in his space. The images chronicled his journey from a young boy with a tuft of hair in elementary school to a middle schooler with long locks obscuring one eye, and finally to a high school student forced into a buzz cut. In each picture, Luo Xinghe wore a broad smile, surrounded by an array of friends and companions. It seemed he had quite the knack for making friends. Gently caressing the photographs, Gu Qingyan found several particularly amusing ones and captured them with her phone. After absorbing all she could about the boy she admired, she settled beside Luo Xinghe's bed, watching him breathe steadily in his sleep. She found herself unable to resist the urge to gently stroke his face. Luo Xingyue had mentioned that perhaps they were fated to meet in a past life, leading to their instant connection in this one. Yet, Gu Qingyan had never subscribed to the notion of past lives. She only believed in the power of feelings. Luo Xinghe evoked sensations within her that others could not, a heartbeat that reminded her she was alive in this world. It was no wonder she had once heard a monk speak of fate at a temple visit with her father. It was indeed ineffable. It was only after meeting Luo Xinghe that she began to grasp the essence of those words. As Gu Qingyan lost herself in thought, Luo Xinghe slowly opened his eyes, turned his body, and swiftly grasped her hand. Awake, little lazy pig, Gu Qingyan teased with a smile, stretching under the covers. Luo Xinghe rubbed his somewhat aching head and inquired, I thought we were having lunch. How did I fall asleep? Still having lunch? Gu Qingyan rose to retrieve the honey water she had prepared for him earlier. You insisted on drinking a full cup instead of half, and well, you ended up dozing off on the table. Luo Xinghe scratched his head, clearly at a loss. It seems I must practice my tolerance for alcohol. Gu Qingyan gently patted Luo Xinghe's head and said earnestly, no, you must refrain from drinking in the future. Some individuals are inherently deficient in certain enzymes required to metabolize alcohol, rendering them unsuitable for consuming it. Do you understand? Oh, Luo Xinghe nodded, half sitting up and finishing the cup of honey water in Gu Qingyan's hand. He reached out and said, is there more, Sister Qingyan? I'm a bit thirsty. Wait here. I shall prepare some for you. Gu Qingyan stood up, playfully pinched Luo Xinghe's cheek, and turned to exit his room. At that moment, Luo Xinghe retrieved his phone from beside the pillow and began messaging his close friend who lived nearby. Chapter 52, Li Feiping and the Figurine Feiping. Your brother Luo has returned. Are you not coming home to pay a visit? Typed Luo Xinghe. Before long, Li Feiping replied, I'm on my way. Luo Xinghe continued, don't forget to bring that limited edition figurine. Of course, Li Feiping was well aware of the figurine Luo Xinghe referred to. It was a limited edition collectible from a game, with only 30,000 sets available worldwide. By sheer luck, Li Feiping had managed to obtain one, much to Luo Xinghe's envy. Thus, taking advantage of the weekend, Li Feiping had received the figurine from the courier and was eager to indulge in its splendor. In fact, had it not been for Luo Xinghe helping him secure the Hurricane model last time, he would have hesitated to showcase this treasured collectible. He even protected it with a glass dome at home, fearful of it gathering even a speck of dust. Meanwhile, just as Luo Xinghe set down his phone, Gu Qingyan entered, carrying a cup of honey water. She frowned. Are you playing on your phone right after waking up? Isn't your head spinning? Luo Xinghe caught the honey water, took a hearty sip, and explained, I'm chatting with a high school classmate who is coming over soon. Oh, Gu Qingyan replied. You just returned home and are already meeting friends and family. You are quite busy. With a chuckle, Luo Xinghe was about to respond when Gu Qingyan's phone rang. She took out her phone, her brow slightly furrowing, and said to Luo Xinghe, You drink first. I need to take this call. Luo Xinghe nodded and resumed sipping his honey water. Gu Qingyan stood up and walked outside to answer the phone in the corridor. Hello? Gu Qingyan answered. Ah, Miss Gu. Enjoying a leisurely weekend, I see, came the voice of a young man on the other end, fearing it might be a matter concerning the company. Gu Qingyan kept her phone close at hand. Upon seeing it was Chu He calling, she promptly answered. Yet, Chu He maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, which eased Gu Qingyan's anxiety, suggesting that it was likely nothing serious. Cut the small talk. If you have something to say, speak swiftly, Gu Qingyan said sternly. Chu He laughed. Nothing major, really. It's just that your father's friend, Huang Tianming, has come to the company and insists on seeing you, claiming that you, the esteemed chairwoman Gu, have a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Gu Qingyan narrowed her eyes. Huang Tianming was indeed the father of Huang Qin, and she hadn't anticipated the Huang family would act so quickly. What is the situation over there? Gu Qingyan inquired. What else could it be? Chu He replied. Fortunately, I was already in discussions with Vice Chairman Liu, so I've managed to handle this for you. Thank you, Gu Qingyan responded. Is that all? Just a mere thank you? Chu He teased. What do you want then? Next Thursday, my son is having a gathering for his transition to primary school, and I hope you can show some sincerity, Chu He said. Gu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback and questioned, who holds a banquet for such an occasion? I do. All right. I must go. My wife is calling for me. I still need to pick up Yun. With that, Chu He hung up. Gu Qingyan muttered to herself. What a troublesome fellow. At that moment, the doorbell of the Luo residence rang unexpectedly. Aunt Wang hastily pressed the button to open the door. A Volkswagen slowly entered the courtyard from the road outside, though the driver seemed quite inexperienced, struggling to navigate the car into the parking space. The vehicle twisted and turned, either skewed this way or protruding that way. Before long, a young man, approximately the same age as Luo Xinghe, emerged from the car, scratching his head in bewilderment. At that moment, Luo Jiang, who was in the living room donning reading glasses and perusing a business magazine, stepped out with his hands clasped behind his back. Hearing the commotion, Luo Xinghe rushed down the stairs, closely followed by Gu Qingyan, who noticed he was barefoot. Put your shoes on. Aunt Wang frequently mopped the floors, so Luo Xinghe had grown accustomed to being barefoot at home. In his excitement, as he approached the door, he realized he had forgotten to wear shoes. At that instant, Gu Qingyan placed his slippers beneath his feet, asking, Why aren't you wearing shoes? Luo Xinghe offered an awkward smile, replying, I forgot. Gu Qingyan playfully poked him with her slender fingers, and together they exited the living room. In the courtyard, Li Feiping stood idly to the side, observing as Luo Jiang assisted him in moving the car. Although Luo Jiang did not often drive, his skills were sufficient. He adeptly parked the car in the space with ease. Thank you, Uncle Luo, Li Feiping said, as he was not a stranger to the Luo family. Luo Jiang nodded in acknowledgement and returned inside to continue reading. Luo Xinghe descended the steps and called out, Feiping, where's the stuff? Luo Ge, I brought it. Li Feiping retrieved a cardboard box from the back seat, approximately 5 to 6 decimeters in height, containing the limited edition figurine. Luo Xinghe eagerly approached to open the box, but Li Feiping stopped him, saying, Hey, Luo Ge, let us open it inside. Luo Xinghe nodded, and together they lifted the large box into the house. They gently placed the figurine box on the floor of the living room. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Feiping began to extol, Luo Ge, you have no idea how intense the rush was that day. In our dorm, we nearly wore out the mouse with our frantic clicking. All 6 of us fixated on a single screen. In the end, I managed to snag it, and many people inexplicably came to watch. As Li Feiping animatedly recounted the tale, Gu Qingyan poured him a glass of water, saying, "Have a drink." "Thank you," Li Feiping replied, not yet realizing who was serving him, and took a large gulp from the glass. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe's attention was entirely fixated on the large box, clearly searching for the appropriate tool to open it. After finishing his drink, Li Feiping suddenly looked up and was met with the warm smile of Gu Qingyan. He was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the woman before him. Her high nose bridge, fair skin, and large, double-lidded eyes, complemented by a hint of dimples when she smiled. What was even more remarkable was her ethereal aura, unmistakably distinguishing her from ordinary women. Who is this?" Li Feiping stammered, having only ever seen such stunning beauty on television throughout his life. Regrettably, Luo Xinghe remained oblivious, as he was already in search of scissors to open the box. "Greetings. I am Gu Qingyan." She extended her hand and added, "You may simply call me Sister Qingyan." "Sister Qingyan," Li Feiping replied, reaching out to shake her hand. Captivated by the enchanting gaze of Gu Qingyan, Li Feiping felt his heart race uncontrollably. "Hey, Feiping, hurry up and find something to open the box," Luo Xinghe called out, having waited impatiently for Li Feiping. Upon glancing up, he unexpectedly noticed the two holding hands. Without hesitation, Luo Xinghe shouted, "Li Feiping," and swiftly approached to separate their intertwined hands. Chapter 53. "It's nothing. Just a broken wisdom tooth. What are you doing, Li Feiping?" Luo Xinghe called out. Gu Qingyan gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and remarked, "Xinghe, why speak to your friend in such a manner?" Li Feiping explained, "Luo Gu, I assure you, I was merely shaking hands with this esteemed Qingyan Jie." Although he addressed her as Qingyan Jie, he felt the name Gu Qingyan was oddly familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before, yet he could not quite place it. All right, I forgive you this time," Luo Xinghe waved his hand. "There are scissors in the drawer behind you. Please fetch me a pair." "Oh," Li Feiping promptly complied with Luo Xinghe's request, retrieving a pair of scissors from the drawer and handing them over. The two then began to unpack a large box in the living room. As they worked, Li Feiping quietly inquired, "Luo Gu, is this Qingyan Jie a friend of yours? I don't believe I have ever met her before." As he spoke, Li Feiping discreetly stole a glance at Gu Qingyan, who sat gracefully on the sofa, observing them unpack the box. "Oh, she is my wife," Luo Xinghe casually stated, realizing there was no need for secrecy with a close friend like Li Feiping. Moreover, his attention was entirely focused on the large box, rendering him oblivious to Li Feiping's stunned expression. "What?" After a moment, Li Feiping exclaimed, his voice rising like a kettle boiling on the stove, startling Luo Xinghe beside him. "What are you doing?" Luo Xinghe replied, somewhat annoyed. "If I exert too much force, I might damage your figurine. Don't blame me." Li Feiping paid no heed to Luo Xinghe's words. At that moment, the figurine seemed trivial compared to the revelation he had just received. He furrowed his brow and glanced once more at Gu Qingyan's extraordinary beauty, then whispered to Luo Xinghe, "Luo Gu, when you say wife, do you mean in the sense of a goddess?" In their discussions about anime or video games, they often referred to their favorite female characters as wife, leading Li Feiping to assume this was the implication. Furthermore, Luo Xinghe had just begun his freshman year. He had never heard of him being in a relationship. How could he possibly be married so soon after starting university? Such a notion seemed preposterous. "Stop daydreaming." Luo Xinghe finally cut open the plastic wrapping on the large box, preparing to extract the figurine. "When I say wife, I mean it in the real sense. We are officially registered," Luo Xinghe added, shaking his fist at Li Feiping. "If you dare to entertain thoughts about your sister-in-law, my fist may not be so forgiving." Upon hearing this, Li Feiping stood frozen, akin to a statue. It truly meant what he thought. Luo Gu had indeed married right after entering university into such a stunning older sister, no less. What extraordinary luck! What are you waiting for? Help me with the box, Luo Xinghe shouted, snapping Li Feiping out of his reverie. Together, they moved the box aside. Inside, a delicate figurine of a Destiny character wielding a Rui Jingu Bang, with lifelike hair, awaited them. "Goodness, how stunning!" exclaimed Luo Xinghe, astonished. "No wonder everyone is vying for it. Alas, I was unable to secure one." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan, who was seated on the sofa observing the two, gradually approached and said to Luo Xinghe, "Do you desire it? This collectible is immensely popular. Who wouldn't want it?" Luo Xinghe lamented, "Unfortunately, it is already sold out." "Fear not," Gu Qingyan replied. "If you wish for it, I shall procure one for you." Nearby, Li Feiping, mistakenly believing Gu Qingyan had misunderstood Luo Xinghe's intent, interjected. Sister Qingyan. Sister-in-law, what I mean is that this limited edition implies it is no longer available. There are only 30,000 sets worldwide. And I have yet to hear of anyone selling one on the second-hand market. Li Feiping was indicating that it was already impossible to purchase. However, Gu Qingyan remained silent. Calmly retrieving her phone to call her personal assistant, she gently patted Luo Xingha's head and said softly, limited editions are merely a tactic employed by certain merchants. There is a high likelihood we can find one. If not, I can have a custom manufacturer create a one-on-one replica for you. Oh, no need. Luo Xingha waved his hand dismissively. If it cannot be found, let it be. There is no need to go to such lengths. Gu Qingyan shook her head and took out the necklace she wore around her neck. Consider it a token of gratitude for the necklace you gifted me. At this, Li Feiping was once again taken aback. Were they speaking in human language? Some parts were utterly incomprehensible. How could one still procure a sold-out limited edition, or if not, have a one-to-one replica made? Suddenly, Li Feiping felt as though he had slipped into a dream from which he had yet to awaken. How could such bizarre occurrences transpire? But it was only when Luo Xingha called his name again that he had to concede that this was indeed reality. Feiping, your collectible is numbered 007, Luo Xingha remarked. Indeed, Li Feiping replied somewhat absent-mindedly. It is quite beautiful, Luo Xingha observed closely, while Gu Qingyan accompanied him. The materials appear to be of fine quality. And the craftsmanship is exquisite, she noted. Yes, precisely because of its striking design, it is so beloved, Luo Xingha responded. Lo, brother Luo, Li Feiping, feeling sidelined and consuming metaphorical dog food, could no longer contain himself and ventured, shouldn't you elucidate the matter of your sister-in-law? Luo Xingha turned his head, noticing Li Feiping's bewildered expression, and suddenly realized he had been so engrossed in admiring the collectible that he had completely forgotten to introduce Li Feiping to the situation. My apologies, he said, patting Li Feiping's shoulder before recounting their marriage and subsequent events. Li Feiping would have preferred not to have heard this. Upon hearing it, he felt even worse. As Luo Xingha continued speaking, he suddenly heard a cracking sound. What was that noise? Luo Xingha inquired. Li Feiping chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. Brother Luo, it was just my molar. Ah, are you all right? Luo Xingha asked hurriedly upon noticing. Li Feiping shook his head. It's nothing, merely a molar. He endeavored to convince himself to accept this reality. The name of his sister-in-law sounded remarkably familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Oh. Your sister-in-law is the chairperson of the Gu group. What? Upon uttering these words, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Li Feiping clenched his fists, his eyes turning an alarming shade of purple. In just half a month, his closest friend, Luo Xingha, had hastily entered into marriage. Moreover, the object of his swift affection was an unparalleled beauty, and she was also the chairperson of a major corporation. Anyone who heard this would surely find it difficult to remain composed. Chapter 54. 2 figurines initially, I had come to boast about my newly acquired limited edition figurine, only to find myself inundated with unwelcome romantic gestures. Li Feiping's mood was rather dismal. Coincidentally, it was mealtime at the Luo residence. Having dined there before, he was well aware of Wang Ma's exceptional culinary skills. Thus, he intended to redeem himself through the meal. At that moment, Luo Xingyue and Yang Qin, who were still on the second floor discussing streaming data, descended the stairs just as Wang Ma brought the prepared dishes to the table. Oh, isn't this our little brother Feiping? Luo Xingyue exclaimed, having recognized him from a previous encounter. Li Feiping smiled and greeted her, Sister Xingyue. What brings you here? Visiting Xingha? She inquired. Li Feiping nodded, and Luo Xingha pointed at the figurine, saying, that limited edition figurine, he brought it for me to see. What figurine? Luo Xingyue turned to look, and in the center of the living room stood a Sun Wukong figurine. Ah, this one. Luo Xingyue exclaimed, little brother. So you like this figurine? Indeed, it's quite popular. Luo Xingha attentively pulled out a chair for Gu Qingyan. At that moment, Luo Xingyue said, I have a friend in Hangzhou who possesses several sets. A couple of days ago, he asked if I wanted one, but I declined as it was too large. Let me check if he still has any left. Gu Qingyan interjected, no need, I've already asked someone about it. Luo Xingyue shook her head, Sister Qingyan. Your purchase is yours, mine is mine. I still want to express my sentiments to my little brother. Upon hearing this, Li Feiping, who had just taken his seat at the table, was momentarily stunned. Good grief, not only does brother Luo have an exemplary wife, but he also has such an unrestrained sister? Is this it? Luo Xingyue quickly presented a chat window before Luo Xingha. Upon inspection, He found it identical to the one standing in the living room, and to his astonishment, the number at the bottom was 888. Wow, that's the one. Sister. You're amazing. Luo Xingyue smiled. Then I'll have him reserve it for you and send it directly. Thank you, sister. At that moment, Gu Qingyin's WeChat notification chimed. And through diligent effort, her secretary had located another figurine, with the number conveniently being 520. Boss, I searched for quite some time to find a figurine with this number. Gu Qingyin showed her phone to Luo Xinghe, who exclaimed in excitement, No way, this one is also genuine. However, Sister Qingyin, I already have one. Let us not waste money. Let us return this one. It's not expensive at all, Gu Qingyin replied. If you like it, let us keep both. One can stay in our home, and the other in your bedroom upstairs. Luo Xinghe understood that the upstairs bedroom referred to the Luo family's bedroom. That works too, he said, exhilarated. Initially disheartened for not securing one, he was now unexpectedly the owner of 2 sets. Turning to Li Feiping, he excitedly patted his shoulder. Feiping. Your brother Luo has also acquired one, and it's 2 sets, haha. Li Feiping managed a faint smile, uncertain of what to say next. Perhaps he should not have come to the Luo family today. Instead, he ought to have stayed at home, indulging in a deep slumber, thereby avoiding this sense of discomfort. Meanwhile, the others had been seated at the dining table for quite some time. It was only after Wang Ma served the last dish that Luo Jiang leisurely approached the table with his hands clasped behind him. He remarked, I believe that toy resembles Sun Wukong, far less appealing than the version we watched when I was a child. Just as Luo Jiang seemed poised to reminisce, Luo Xingyue quickly diverted the conversation. Father, we actually have a matter to discuss upon our return. Oh. Luo Jiang turned his head toward Luo Xingyue, intrigued. What is it? Is the live streaming venture failing? Are you on the brink of bankruptcy? I must warn you. There is still time to retract. I wouldn't want to see you return home with a mountain of debt for me to shoulder. That is not the case. Luo Xingyue exchanged a glance with Yang Qin before continuing. We are seeking a loan to establish a larger live streaming company. Our sales streaming has shown initial success, but relying solely on the 2 of us has proven quite constraining. Thus, dear father, coughing lightly, Luo Jiang took a sip from his glass, momentarily falling into contemplation. This situation was not as he had anticipated. Should he lend this girl money, she would undoubtedly expand her business further, making it less likely for her to return. However, refusing her was not an option. Given Luo Xingyue's temperament, she would likely create chaos at home if he did not acquiesce. After a brief moment of thought, Luo Jiang devised a solution that could satisfy both parties. As for the loan, let us forego that notion. Since your company is flourishing, I, too, wish to partake in the profits. Therefore, consider my contribution as an investment. What do you think? Luo Jiang smiled. In this manner, he would lend her the money. In a voice in his daughter's company, and, more importantly, intertwine Luo Xingyue's enterprise with his own. Who knows what opportunities might arise in the future? Are you suggesting that you wish to invest? Luo Xingyue inquired. Luo Jiang nodded. Indeed, in business, familial ties are set aside. Luo Xingyue glanced at Yang Qin, and they exchanged a look of reluctance. For Luo Xingyue to borrow from her father was akin to taking from the family coffers. After all, it was her father's money, and repayment would matter little since he was not in immediate need. However, should he become a shareholder, future complications would arise, necessitating the sharing of profits. I will consider it. Luo Xingyue lowered her head, ceasing further discussion. Seeing this, Gu Qingyin originally intended to interject, but was discreetly kicked under the table by Luo Xinghe, signaling her to refrain from involving herself in this matter. After some contemplation, Gu Qingyin recognized that it was indeed inappropriate for her to intervene. This was a family issue, and if Luo Xingyue truly needed assistance, she would approach her. Thus, Gu Qingyin retracted her intent and focused on serving food to Luo Xinghe. Before long, a small mountain of rice had accumulated on Luo Xinghe's plate. Sister Qingyin, please. No more. I truly cannot eat another bite, he pleaded. Gu Qingyin remarked, boys should eat more. Just look at how thin you are. Luo Xinghe stubbornly refused to acknowledge it and casually nudged the silently Feiping beside him, stating, if we're talking about thinness, Feiping barely weighs 100 pounds. He asked the real string being. At that moment, Li Feiping, engrossed in his meal of rice, suddenly found himself unable to eat any longer. Luo Gu, can we please drop this subject? He implored. Luo Xinghe patted Li Feiping's shoulder and apologized. My apologies, I spoke without thinking. Please continue with your meal. Li Feiping sighed and resumed his eating. After finishing his meal, he had initially intended to engage in a sweet duoque with Luo Xinghe, but upon assessing the situations, he felt it best to take his leave. In the brief span of half a month, Luo Xinghe had undergone a transformation, no longer the person he once was, while he remained unchanged, steadfastly himself. Chapter 55. Rejuvenation. Yet Li Feiping ultimately chose to stay. This decision stemmed from Luo Xinghe's promise to gift him a 648 gold brick. How could Li Feiping disappoint such a benevolent father figure? The dog food they had consumed previously seemed to bear fruit in this moment. "Father, I have someone. I've leveled up," he exclaimed, soy milk and braised noodles. Despite their valiant efforts, both Luo Xinghe and Li Feiping failed to break into the top 10, primarily due to a third-party player who merely looted in silence, never communicating nor participating in team battles. They witnessed themselves becoming mere shadows in the game, while this teammate continued to loot without any assistance, ultimately falling prey to a nearby fully equipped squad. After the match concluded, Li Feiping extended a cordial inquiry to this clever teammate. Removing his headset, he sighed, "It's impossible to play in a trio with these randoms. They are simply too infuriating." Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement, lamenting their inability to recruit additional players at that moment, as their friends were either asleep or out enjoying themselves. Luo Xinghe's roommates were still adventuring in the canyon, unable to join them in their gaming endeavors. At that moment, Gu Qingyan entered the esports room, carrying 2 cups of watermelon juice. "You two should take a break and enjoy some watermelon juice." "Thank you, Sister Qingyan," Li Feiping replied, having just passionately engaged in conversation. The refreshing taste of the juice lifted his spirits considerably. "Luo Ge, why don't we find someone to play with? Otherwise, it just won't be as enjoyable," he suggested. "What are we playing?" Gu Qingyan inquired, resting her hands on the computer desk, her hair cascading onto Luo Xinghe's shoulder. "Eternal Return?" she proposed. Luo Xinghe raised an eyebrow. "Sister Qingyan, you know about this game?" With a smile, Gu Qingyan responded, "How could I not? I'm not decades apart from you." "Do you want to join us for a trio?" she asked, taking a seat in another esports chair. The esports room had been transformed by Luo Xinghe from a storage space, acquiring 3 computers. Luo Jiang had even treated Luo Xinghe to a pair of beloved shoes during this endeavor. Upon hearing that Gu Qingyan wished to play, both young men looked astonished. Luo Xinghe queried, "Sister Qingyan, have you played this before?" Gu Qingyan nodded. "During my graduate studies, my roommate was quite fond of this game, and I played alongside her. However, I haven't played in a long time since it was just released back then." Luo Xinghe scratched his head, surprised by Gu Qingyan's versatility. However, too much time had passed, and she had forgotten her account password. Thus, the two provided her with a secondary account. The 3 of them logged in together, with Gu Qingyan selecting the character San Yang. Upon entering the game and landing at Sunset Temple, she immediately found a golden broadsword. "I have a golden broadsword. Would you like to use it?" Luo Xinghe and Li Feiping gasped in astonishment. Subsequently, Gu Qingyan tossed the sword to Luo Xinghe and then discovered a Thunderblade Soul Jade. "I have a Thunderblade Soul Jade. Let me share it with you, Xinghe." The 2 individuals were increasingly astonished, believing that Gu Qingyan was exceptionally fortunate to have acquired such an exquisite weapon merely 3 minutes into the game. "There are people in the courtyard," Gu Qingyan warned, then charged forward without hesitation. The 2 intended to dissuade her, but it was too late. Thus, Luo Xinghe stealthily took refuge on the rooftop, preparing his lightning blade, only to be caught off guard. Just as he was about to meet his demise, Gu Qingyan executed a swift maneuver, saving him from peril. Subsequently, she even retrieved the golden broadsword for Luo Xinghe. Now, both Luo Xinghe and Li Feiping felt a sense of security. They had initially thought they were leading Gu Qingyan, yet it turned out that her prowess was formidable enough to elevate them both. In the final circle, Gu Qingyan descended like a celestial being, dazzling her opponents with her extraordinary agility, leaving them utterly bewildered. Ultimately, she led Luo Xinghe and Li Feiping to victory. After removing her headset, Luo Xinghe swiveled in his gaming chair, exclaiming, "Sister Qingyan, where did you acquire such skills?" Gu Qingyan chuckled softly and replied, "It's all thanks to my roommate's guidance. I thought those techniques were outdated, but surprisingly, they still prove effective." She then added, "Oh, by the way, she's live on Douyin. What is her username?" Luo Xinghe queried, recalling that there were only a handful of skilled female players in the game. "It seems to be this one. Wow, she already has over 1 million followers," Gu Qingyan remarked. Luo Xinghe hurriedly leaned in to see, noticing that Gu Qingyan's screen displayed a female streamer named Frog. Despite the ridicule regarding her modest figure, it was undeniable that Frog possessed remarkable skills and a unique streaming style, which is why Luo Xinghe and his friends frequently tuned into her broadcasts. Is this your roommate? Luo Xinghe asked in astonishment. Gu Qingyan nodded. Indeed. She began streaming when the game was first released, and I never imagined she would amass a following of millions. Luo Xinghe and Li Feiping exchanged glances, both expressing their surprise through their shared gaze. They were aware of Gu Qingyan's extensive connections but had not anticipated their breadth. Subsequently, Gu Qingyan led the two in another 2 matches, achieving 1 victory and 1 second place. Luo Xinghe was thoroughly satisfied with this result, as it was far superior to their earlier performance with a random player. By now, it was past 8 in the evening, and Li Feiping needed to drive home. Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan accompanied him to the door, where Li Feiping discreetly remarked to Luo Xinghe, Luo Gu, I envy you so much. Your sister-in-law is beautiful and wealthy, and she can game with you. I wonder if she has any sisters? Luo Xinghe shook his head, prompting Li Feiping to turn and leave in his car. He mentioned wanting to visit Luo Xinghe's current residence, which was also Gu Qingyan's home. Gu Qingyan readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Li Feiping, the two returned home. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, Luo Jiang called out to them. Stop, he commanded. Luo Xinghe felt an ominous premonition but turned to inquire. Father, what is it? Luo Jiang pointed towards Wang Ma, who was simmering medicine in the kitchen, and slowly stated. Wang Ma is preparing a herbal concoction. You both must drink it before heading to bed. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe was left utterly flabbergasted. Drink medicine? I am not ill. Why would I take any medicine? Luo Jiang shook his head and replied, It is not a remedy for sickness, but rather a tonic. He continued, In any case, it is highly beneficial for your health. You should consume it before resting. Upon noticing his father's intentions, Luo Xinghe remarked, Father, as much as we respect you, we shall graciously decline the tonic. We are still youthful and can forego it. With that, Luo Xinghe attempted to lead Gu Qingyan upstairs. Luo Jiang sternly commanded, Halt. After 3 arduous hours of preparation, do you think you can simply leave without partaking? Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan exchanged glances, both sensing that this tonic might not be as beneficial as claimed. Chapter 56. Good son, open the door. Father has some medicine for you, father. What exactly is the medicine that Wang Ma has brewed? Luo Xinghe inquired, furrowing his brows. After all, both he and Gu Qingyan were in good health. So why would they need to consume any tonic? Luo Jiang cleared his throat a couple of times and replied slowly, I assure you, I would never harm you. It is certainly beneficial for your health. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe could only roll his eyes. He knew his father would never administer anything harmful to him. Yet he was curious about the specific purpose of this medicine. Moreover, Luo Jiang's hesitation made Luo Xinghe suspicious. He was convinced his father was being deliberately vague. Well then, if you won't tell me, Qingyan and I shall return to our room. You can drink it by yourself. With that, Luo Xinghe grasped Gu Qingyan's hand, preparing to leave. At that moment, Luo Jiang set down his phone, removed his reading glasses, and sternly commanded, Stop. With a faint smile, Luo Xinghe halted in his tracks. Luo Jiang struggled for a moment before stating, This is a prescription from Mrs. Wang next door. She claims it is to replenish kidney energy. What? Luo Xinghe thought he misheard. No, Mrs. Wang has ulterior motives. Back when I was in high school, she said I was foolish and needed to enhance my intelligence. Father, surely you believed her? In the end, not only did the medicine fail to boost my brain power, but it also made me drowsier in class. Cough, cough, Luo Jiang interjected. That was an anomaly. Did Mrs. Wang not clarify later? Initially, it can induce drowsiness because the brain is undergoing self-repair. A full course would yield results. You simply did not persevere. Luo Xinghe retorted. That concoction was as bitter as anything. I wouldn't even give it to the dogs I encountered on the way to school. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiang frowned. You let those good ingredients go to waste on dogs? Luo Xinghe chuckled awkwardly. Father, I'm only 19. I don't need supplements. You should drink it and aim to give me a little brother. You cheeky brat, what nonsense are you spouting? As soon as Luo Jiang realized his son was jesting, he promptly threw a cushion from the sofa at him. Luo Xinghe quickly led Gu Qingyan away, dashing into his room and shutting the door behind them. Finally feeling at ease, he sat down on a chair in his room, panting. Gu Qingyan, sitting across from him, spoke softly. Do you think this might hurt your father's feelings a bit too much? After all, it is his sincere intention. Luo Xinghe took a sip of the cool boiled water on the table and slowly replied, It's fine, Qingyan. My father isn't so fragile. He won't be easily hurt. Besides, I'm only 19. Why would I need any tonic? I believe it's my father who is overly eager for a grandchild. Gu Qingyan grasped Luo Xinghe's hand, hesitating momentarily before gently saying, Xinghe, I'm sorry. Luo Xinghe furrowed his brows, puzzled by her sudden apology. What is wrong, Qingyan? Gu Qingyan remarked. It is perfectly natural for a father to desire a grandson. Which elder does not yearn for such a joy? However, my commitments at the company truly prevent me from fulfilling this expectation, inadvertently burdening you. Luo Xinghe chuckled softly. No, Sister Qingyan, even if a grandson is desired, it is not something that falls upon us just yet. I have my elder sister and my older brother ahead of me. Besides, I am merely 19 years old. To be thrust into fatherhood at this tender age seems daunting. I might not be able to embrace the role adequately. Moreover, I still wish to relish my youth. Having a child brings with it a certain confinement, and I would find myself less free to pursue my desires. Luo Xinghe's attempt to console Gu Qingyan subtly conveyed his own sentiments. Gu Qingyan nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the truth in his words. He was indeed too young. This was an age meant for enjoyment, not for shouldering the weighty responsibilities of parenthood. However, if you truly feel guilty, perhaps you could allow me to familiarize myself with the idea, preparing for future possibilities, he suggested playfully. What? Gu Qingyan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before her slender fingers playfully pinched the flesh at Luo Xinghe's side. You little rascal, are you already daring to tease your older sister? Oh. Luo Xinghe protested, attempting to justify himself. How can this be teasing? We are both of legal age, after all. Humph. Gu Qingyan released her grip, her cheeks slightly flushed. Such words are not to be spoken again. Ah, Luo Xinghe replied. What is wrong with that? It's not as if we have not. Before he could finish, Gu Qingyan swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. The wide-eyed Luo Xinghe could clearly see her complexion shift from pale to a rosy hue. He gently removed her hand and asked, Sister Qingyan, are you feeling shy? That shouldn't be the case. Just a few days ago, you were quite assertive. Don't you dare say another word. Gu Qingyan lowered her head, cradling her warm, flushed cheeks in her hands, her previous commanding demeanor as the female CEO entirely dissipated. Yet, this bashful side of her made Luo Xinghe's heart race. Sister Qingyan, you are incredibly beautiful, he said softly. May I steal a kiss? Gu Qingyan lifted her gaze, about to respond when Luo Xinghe leaned in, pressing his lips to hers. Gu Qingyan's eyes widened as she watched Luo Xinghe embrace her slender waist. She did not resist. Instead, she gradually wrapped her arms around his back. Just as their kiss grew fervent, a knock echoed from the door of their bedroom. Knock, knock. Knock. Why is the door locked at this time? Luo Zhang's voice rang from outside. Luo Xinghe halted the kiss, glancing down at Gu Qingyan, whose lips were rosy and whose expression resembled that of a ripe peach, her gaze still dreamy. What is it, father? Luo Xinghe called out. Outside, Luo Zhang stood with a bowl of herbal medicine, followed closely by Wang Ma, who carried another bowl. He called out, Hurry, the medicine is ready. Come out and drink it. You and Qingyan each take a bowl. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe instantly furrowed his brows, while Gu Qingyan quickly disentangled herself from him, hastily fixing her hair. No, father, I've already said I want tea, drink it. You must drink it. I still have to report to your mother. Luo Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Who had assigned this task, and why was there no child to report back? Moreover, they had not explicitly stated that they should not have children, they merely suggested postponing it for a couple of years. What was the issue? Had they violated some celestial decree? Outside the door, upon witnessing Luo Xinghe's stubborn demeanor, Luo Zhang shifted his attention and called out to Gu Qingyan. Qingyan, I have prepared the medicine. Please open the door. What is going on here? The commotion at Luo Xinghe's door also captured the attention of Luo Xingyue. At this moment, Gu Qingyan sighed, and before Luo Xinghe could dissuade her, she had already opened the bedroom door. Father, Gu Qingyan called out. Luo Xinghe sighed and had no choice but to step outside. Chapter 57. Can medicine be wrong? Luo Zhang chuckled softly as he lifted the medicinal bowl, saying, Come, Qingyan. Drink your medicine. I've even prepared the spoon for you. Gu Qingyan, with a sigh, couldn't bear to let Luo Zhang hold the bowl any longer. Thus, she took it from him and, forgoing the spoon, tilted her head back to gulp it down in one go. Upon finishing, her delicate brows knitted in distaste, and she returned the bowl to Luo Zhang. Luo Zhang nodded, and then turned to Luo Xinghe, remarking, You little rascal, Qingyan has taken hers. Why haven't you drunk yours yet? Luo Xinghe, heaving a heavy sigh, took the bowl from Wang Ma's hands and, like his sister, drank it straight without using a spoon. However, he was not as composed as Gu Qingyan. As soon as he finished, he grimaced and cried out in protest. Fortunately, Wang Ma had 2 pieces of rock candy on hand, which he promptly shoved into Luo Xingha's mouth, providing him some relief. Is that enough, Dad? Luo Xingha said, his mouth full of candy. If all is well, Qingyan and I will head back to our room to rest. We have classes tomorrow. All right, Luo Jiang replied, glancing at the now empty bowls with satisfaction. Luo Xingha took Gu Qingyan by the hand and turned to enter their room, closing the door behind them. Before long, the two heard the sound of footsteps, prompting Luo Xingha to sneakily open the door and peek outside. Once he confirmed that everyone had left, he returned and shut the door again. Qingyan, you really are too soft-hearted. You drank it just because Dad brought it up, Luo Xingha remarked. Gu Qingyan replied, well, I couldn't let Dad stand there holding the bowl forever. Sighing, Luo Xingha said, you don't understand, Qingyan. Now that you've drunk yours, we'll both have to take it. Gu Qingyan paused, confusion evident on her face. Surely not. We're going home tomorrow. Can Dad still control us then? Luo Xingha shook his head, waving his phone. He'll definitely want us to do a video call. He'll want to see us finish it. His father was no ordinary man. Upon hearing Luo Xingha's words, Gu Qingyan buried her face in her hands. She had only wished to spare Luo Jiang any embarrassment. Not anticipating the complications that would ensue, Luo Xingha patted Gu Qingyan on the shoulder, offering comfort. Don't worry, Qingyan, even if my dad insists on the camera. I have my ways. What ways? You'll find out when the time comes. Luo Xingha did not answer her directly, but turned to fetch a glass of water from the table. Fanning himself with his hand, he exclaimed, It's so hot, Qingyan. Why does it feel like the room is getting warmer? Indeed, Gu Qingyan said, touching her face, suddenly aware that her previously pale complexion was now flushing again. She also felt a slight dizziness and a dryness in her mouth. Before long, Luo Xingha, feeling increasingly overheated, stripped off his shirt. Sensing an inexplicable force surging from his lower abdomen and refusing to subside. Why is it getting hotter? He muttered, and when he glanced at Gu Qingyan again, his heart raced like a V8 engine. Luo Xingha swallowed hard, unsteadily approaching her, and in one swift motion, embraced Gu Qingyan in the serene atmosphere of the night. Luo Xingha suddenly remarked, Sister Qingyan, you exude an enchanting fragrance. Gu Qingyan attempted to push Luo Xingha away, yet she felt an inexplicable weakness enveloping her. Gradually, she found herself leaning closer, seeking the warmth of his lips. Luo Xingha's face flushed deeper, and he leaned in to kiss Gu Qingyan, his hands becoming increasingly restless. Before long, he gently laid her upon the bed. Go, fetch it from the bag. Gu Qingyan's cheeks flushed crimson, although a fragment of her reason remained intact. Luo Xingha, however, was undeterred, his hands moving to unfasten her light blue shirt. This won't do. Gu Qingyan protested, trying to resist. Yet, Luo Xingha remained silent, persistently continuing his actions. As the heavy night slowly ebbed away, the rising sun cast its gentle rays into Luo Xingha's bedroom. There, Gu Qingyan lay on her side, revealing her delicate collarbone. One hand draped over Luo Xingha's shoulder, her head nestled against his chest, deeply asleep. Despite the hour surpassing 6 o'clock, she remained undisturbed by her biological clock, having exhausted herself the previous night. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Luo Jiang, donned in traditional attire, stepped out the door. He had a routine of exercising at the community's central square before breakfast. Although the villa area where Luo Xingha resided was slightly smaller due to its urban location, the squares and greenery were abundant, with several squares available. However, Luo Jiang preferred the central square, where he could engage with a few old friends. As usual, he observed a group of elderly gentlemen engrossed in a game of Go, when suddenly Mrs. Wang hurriedly approached, pulling Luo Jiang aside. What is it? Luo Jiang withdrew his arm, regarding the anxious Mrs. Wang with curiosity. What is you so flustered? Mrs. Wang lowered her gaze, occasionally glancing at him before quickly averting her eyes, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Speak quickly. I still have my morning exercises to attend to. There are matters at the company. If you don't share, I'll leave for my workout. Noticing her distress, Luo Jiang felt a twinge of urgency and urged her to speak. With a sigh, Mrs. Wang finally confessed, It's nothing grave, really. I mistakenly gave you the wrong medicine. What? Luo Jiang exclaimed in surprise. What you handed me yesterday wasn't a tonic then? Mrs. Wang hesitated, prompting her to beckon Luo Jiang closer to whisper the details. Upon hearing her words, Luo Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. You made a mistake with something like this? Aren't you trained in traditional Chinese medicine? Mrs. Wang, slightly embarrassed, replied. I provided you with leftover medicine from home. The efficacy is fine, but I lost the markings, so I grabbed the wrong one. Oh dear. I hope you haven't used it yet. If so, I can exchange it for you." Luo Jiang, momentarily speechless, pointed at Mrs. Wang in astonishment. Their families had maintained a close relationship for years, particularly during the time when Luo Xinghe's mother was still around, fostering a strong bond between the two households. Originally, Luo Jiang had also consumed Mrs. Wang's traditional Chinese medicine, finding it quite effective. Moreover, its proximity spared him the trouble of venturing to a distant herbal shop. Little did he anticipate that such a significant issue would arise this time. Luo Jiang initially intended to mention that his son had already finished the medicine, but upon reflection, he realized that doing so would merely invite ridicule. Thus, he maintained his composure and replied, "Fortunately, I have not yet prepared the medicine for my son. I shall bring it over shortly." Mrs. Wang, upon hearing that it was still in use, felt a sense of relief wash over her. In truth, she considered herself merely an enthusiast of herbal remedies. Having retired with little to occupy her time, she sought out a mentor to learn the art of traditional Chinese medicine. I have matters to attend to. I shall return home now," Luo Jiang stated, his expression flustered. Mrs. Wang furrowed her brow, replying, "You have yet to engage in your morning exercises." Chapter 58. Unveiling the truth upon returning home, Luo Jiang discovered that Luo Xingyue had already awakened. Over the past 2 years of establishing her own business, Luo Xingyue had grown accustomed to rising early each morning and savoring a robust cup of coffee. "Father, didn't you go out for your morning exercise? How come you're back so soon?" she inquired, seated on the sofa with a steaming cup of coffee before her. Luo Jiang, removing his coat, appeared somewhat uneasy as he asked, "What's the matter? Haven't Xinghe and Qingyan gotten up yet?" Luo Xingyue shook her head and gently advised, "It's best not to interfere in the affairs of the young couple, father." Ignoring her, Luo Jiang ascended to the second floor and approached Luo Xinghe's door, knocking insistently. His concern grew, fearing that the medication they had taken the previous night might have adverse effects. Knock, 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 knock. After persistently knocking for over a minute, Gu Qingyan, startled like a frightened fawn, abruptly lifted her head. "Xinghe, Xinghe?" She softly shook Luo Xinghe's shoulder, calling out gently, "Someone is at the door." Luo Xinghe awoke from a deep slumber, feeling achy and weak, his head spinning. "Qingyan, Xinghe, are you awake?" Outside, Luo Jiang's anxiety intensified as the door remained unanswered. Inside, Gu Qingyan, with great effort, rolled over to glance at the bedside clock, which read 6:31 in the morning. How could this be? Realizing the time was late, she quickly sat up and began donning the scattered garments around the room. Swinging her legs over the side of the bed, Gu Qingyan, barefoot and with a throbbing head, opened the door for Luo Jiang. "Dad," she called out. Seeing her at the door eased Luo Jiang's worry slightly. He peered inside to confirm that Luo Xinghe's eyes were open, allowing him to fully relax. "Is there something wrong?" Gu Qingyan asked. After a brief silence, Luo Jiang nonchalantly replied, "Nothing, I was just worried you might be late, so I came to check." With that, he turned and descended the stairs, still pondering how fortunate it was that nothing had gone awry, resolving never to trust Madame Wang again. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyan closed the door and returned to bed. Cradling her head, she nudged Luo Xinghe. "Who allowed you to act so recklessly last night?" Luo Xinghe scratched his head sheepishly. "It wasn't my fault. I just felt dizzy, as if a wild beast were controlling my body." "You must be joking." Gu Qingyan playfully kicked him. Luo Xinghe insisted earnestly, "I'm serious. Last night was particularly strange. Don't you feel a bit achy this morning, like you might have a fever?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan nodded in agreement. "It does seem that way. How could this happen?" Hiss, Luo Xinghe lay back, arms crossed, deep in thought. "I can't shake the feeling that the tonic we drank last night was somehow problematic." Gu Qingyan nodded in agreement. If there was anything that distinguished last night from previous occasions, it was undoubtedly the matter of the tonic. Furthermore, traditional Chinese medicine is known for its gradual efficacy. Consuming a bowl of restorative concoction would not lead to an overwhelming surge of heat throughout the body, unless, of course, one were to take an urgent prescription. But such a thing is hardly found in tonics. Enough of that. Gu Qingyan assisted Luo Xinghe in gathering the scattered garments from the bed and floor, placing them before him, and said, "It's time to rise. We risk being late." Although Luo Xinghe's home was merely a short journey of several minutes from school, his military training had concluded, and today there was no early class, allowing him the luxury of a slightly later awakening. Gu Qingyin proceeded to wash up in Luo Xinghe's room, where Aunt Wang had already prepared a new set of toiletries. While brushing her teeth, she inquired of Luo Xinghe, "Will you drive yourself today, or shall I summon the chauffeur for you? I must first attend a weekly meeting at the company." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xinghe replied, "I'll drive myself." "Very well." Moments later, both had finished their morning routines and descended to the first floor, where Aunt Wang had prepared a warm bowl of corn porridge accompanied by a small serving of pickled vegetables, which Luo Jiang cherished. They took their seats at the dining table and began their meal. Luo Jiang occupied the main seat, yet appeared restless, occasionally stealing glances at Luo Xinghe. A frown furrowed Luo Xinghe's brow, intensifying his curiosity, prompting him to ask directly, "Father, is there any of the tonic left from last night?" Coughing lightly, Luo Jiang responded, There were only those 2 servings. They are gone." "Gone?" Luo Xinghe squinted, questioning, "Father, how can a tonic be consumed in just one day?" After a moment's thought, Luo Jiang explained, "Those 2 servings were prepared by Madame Wang. If you found them beneficial, we must ask her for more." "That won't be necessary. Please just provide us with the prescription," Luo Xinghe insisted. The tonic was truly effective. I felt invigorated immediately after consuming it, brimming with energy. Was it truly that effective? Luo Xingyue, a bystander, inquired, bewildered. Coughing again, Luo Jiang appeared to choke slightly, inciting even Luo Xingyue to offer assistance. "Father, take your time. There is no one competing for your corn porridge. Why the rush?" After a brief pause, Luo Jiang gradually calmed down, setting down his bowl, wiping his mouth, and declaring, "I am full," before leaving the table to peruse the morning newspaper on the sofa. Aunt Wang noted the peculiarity, as Luo Jiang typically consumed 2 bowls. Yet today he had barely finished one. Luo Xinghe observed this anomaly, sensing that his father was concealing something. He resolved to seek out Madame Wang next door after finishing his meal to uncover the truth. Before long, Gu Qingyin had finished her portion as well. She hastily gathered her hair and announced, "I'm full, so Xinghe, you may head to school on your own." With that, she made to leave. After bidding farewell to Gu Qingyin, Luo Xingyue and Yang Qin, she hurriedly said her goodbyes to Luo Jiang and departed. As Gu Qingyin departed, Luo Xingyue curiously inquired, "Younger brother, what sort of medicine did our father give you? Is it truly as effective as they say?" Luo Xinghe turned his head, casting a glance at Luo Jiang, who sat nonchalantly on the sofa and deliberately announced in a loud voice, "That is a question for our father." Luo Jiang feigned composure, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, engrossed in a newspaper. Before long, Luo Xinghe set down his bowl and chopsticks, exclaiming, "I am quite full." He then wiped his mouth and made to leave. When Luo Xingyue asked where he was headed, he merely replied that he felt a bit of indigestion from overeating. Furrowing her brow, she wondered how her younger brother had developed such a delicate appetite. After all, he had only consumed a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. How could he possibly be experiencing indigestion? Chapter 59. Unraveling. In the city academy time, 8 in the morning. Luo Xinghe had uncovered the truth of the matter. No wonder he felt that the medicine he consumed last night was amiss. It turned out that Mrs. Wang had made a mistake with the medication. That concoction was hardly a tonic, but rather, Luo Xinghe was relieved that it was traditional Chinese medicine, which would not have a significant adverse effect on the body. Otherwise, it could have led to considerable trouble. With a sense of urgency, he returned home, initially intent on confronting his father, only to find that his father had already left for the office. Thus, he settled for sending a query via his mobile device. Afterward, he retrieved the BMW from the garage and drove to school. Upon arriving at the school and parking his car, Luo Xinghe headed straight to the dormitory. After all, it was still before 8:30, and the second class did not commence until 9:50. Pushing open the dormitory door, he found the place eerily quiet. Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing were absent. Likely one had gone for a run while the other was at the library. In the spacious dormitory, only Jiang Chuan remained, cocooned in a space blanket and soundly asleep. Luo Xinghe approached, settled beside Jiang Chuan's bed, and pinched his nose with his fingers. Before long, Jiang Chuan stirred from his slumber. "Hey, aren't you going for a run?" Jiang Chuan opened his eyes and saw Luo Xinghe sitting beside him. "Xinghe, you're back." Luo Xinghe nodded and urged him, "Hurry up, we have class soon." "What's the rush?" Jiang Chuan glanced at the time and dismissively said it was still early. He then instinctively opened WeChat to check if Su Yuqing had sent him a message. After realizing there was none, he set his phone down and began chatting with Luo Xinghe. "Xinghe, you weren't here yesterday. The 3 of us talked all night. What did you discuss?" Luo Xinghe inquired, intrigued. Of course, we talked about you and Principal Gu, Jiang Chuan exclaimed excitedly. Mainly, we speculated about how much money Principal Gu actually has. The word is he can distribute millions annually, true or false? Millions? Luo Xinghe furrowed his brow. The last card Gu Qingyin had shown him contained far more than just millions. Tell me, with such wealth, do you and Principal Gu ever spend it all? Jiang Chuan asked. We pondered over it all night but couldn't figure out how to exhaust such an amount. Luo Xinghe chuckled. While he was not entirely familiar with Gu Qingyin, he knew that at his father's level, the money in his account was primarily allocated for investments. Their thoughts revolved around how to convert money into more money, rather than how to lavishly spend it. Why are you thinking about this? Luo Xinghe queried. Curiosity, Jiang Chuan replied. We three have decided that after graduation, we'll stick with you. We'll be your bodyguards. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. You a bodyguard? What is wrong with that? Jiang Chuan retorted, unimpressed. Yet, Luo Xinghe knew well that Jiang Chuan's favorite pursuits were gaming and sleeping, even preferring to lie down rather than stand. With such a disposition, becoming a bodyguard might be a daunting task for anyone, indeed. Moreover, Luo Xinghe had no desire to engage in any activities. Thus he felt no need for the protection of bodyguards. Enough. Stop overthinking. Quickly get dressed. We must head to class shortly. Luo Xinghe stated as he rose from Jiang Chuan's bedside, subsequently locating his water container, a 1-liter bottle of mineral water. He took a couple of hearty gulps, still feeling the lingering effects of the medication from the previous night, leaving him somewhat sore and languid. Behind him, Jiang Chuan, while putting on his trousers, remarked, Xinghe, you must not take the matter of hiring bodyguards lightly. You are the partner of the chairman of the Gu Group. Do you comprehend how many would harbor resentment towards you if this news were to spread? Resentment towards me? Luo Xinghe set down the large bottle, puzzled. I haven't done anything outrageous. Why would anyone resent me? You haven't done anything outrageous? Jiang Chuan responded. Just the fact that you are married to Principal Gu is enough. If this were to leak, the online community would surely inundate you with ire, believe it or not. Principal Gu is extraordinarily attractive, and she possesses wealth, making her a goddess in the eyes of many. You have seized their goddess. There's no telling how some might react. Luo Xinghe interjected. But my marriage with Sister Qingyin is entirely legitimate. How can that be deemed as seizing? Jiang Chuan countered. The online audience is unaware for now. Once you go public, just see if they accept your version of events. Thus, he insisted that it would be wise to find a few bodyguards for protection. Luo Xinghe, bemused, repeatedly assured that he would consider the matter, prompting Jiang Chuan to relent. As 9 o'clock approached, Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing returned to the dormitory. The four of them engaged in casual conversation for a while before collectively gathering their ideological education books to attend class. During the first lecture, the teacher, as customary, introduced themselves and then droned on about how they were all university students who should foster a proactive approach to learning. Luo Xinghe, after a brief period of listening, began to play a game with Lu Ziming and the other 2 male classmates, while Jiang Chuan, infatuated, sat beside Su Yuqing, feigning engagement in study. In the entire dormitory, only Zhao Jiaxing was diligently listening and taking notes. At the Gu Group's small conference room, Gu Qingyin occupied the main seat, with Chu He serving as an advisor, casually seated first on her left, reclined against the chair while listening to her speak. The attendees comprised various high-ranking executives of the Gu Group, including vice directors, board members, the CEO, COO, CTO, and others. Director Gu, the progress of our several project teams is quite commendable. The only drawback lies within the educational sector, one of the executives reported. Gu Qingyin furrowed her brow, aware that he was referring to Huqing College. Since she began overseeing the group, debates surrounding this issue had never ceased. During Gu Qilong's tenure, no one dared voice their concerns, but with Gu Qingyin in charge, skepticism resurfaced. After all, Huqing College consistently reported negative profits, and Gu Qilong continued to inject funds into it annually, prompting the board members to naturally oppose such a practice. Of course, Gu Qilong's motivations were not entirely altruistic. His reluctance to detach Huqing College from the group stemmed from its perpetual need for financial support. To separate Huqing Academy as an independent entity, Gu Qilong would need to personally fund this portion. Today, Gu Qingyin is here to address this issue, as Chui intends to partner with her to fully extricate Huqing Academy. When Chui first presented this idea to Gu Qingyin, she was taken aback. For he is inherently a shrewd businessman, it seemed improbable that he would engage in a venture that promised no profit. However, Chui merely smiled gently, and candidly expressed that his conscience was troubled by some of the profits he had made. Thus, he wished to make amends. Director Gu. He continued, during the tenure of the late chairman, we repeatedly proposed to eliminate the education sector, but he consistently opposed it. Now, after all this time, our company's educational division remains stagnant. Isn't it time we made a decisive choice? Chapter 60. To disclose or not to disclose. He reclined in his chair, eyes closed and silent, with his hands clasped together, his thumbs rhythmically circling each other. Given the current situation, he believed that this group of old-timers aimed not only to sever ties with Huqing Academy, but also sought to use it as a means to topple Gu Qingyan and alter the chairmanship. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, he had grown weary of such maneuverings. Mr. Gu Qilong had once aided him, and he held a certain fondness for his sister, Gu Qingyan. More importantly, Gu Qingyan was generous and her assistance could yield considerable profits. Thus, he would never allow these individuals to undermine her. Is that all? Gu Qingyan inquired, observing the exchanges among the assembly. However, the elder statesman and vice-chairman, Ji Yunliang, who had once fought alongside her father, remained silent. Many present were affiliated with Ji Yunliang, who had once been considered the most likely successor to the chairmanship. Straightening her posture, she posed the question, Uncle Ji, what are your thoughts? Coughing softly, Ji Yunliang, with his square face displaying a grave demeanor, replied, let us hear everyone's opinions. A smirk escaped Chu He's lips. He understood that Gu Qingyan's challenges as chairperson were largely due to Ji stirring the waters, publicly appearing neutral while secretly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Furrowing his brow, Ji Yunliang slowly inquired, does Director Chu look down upon me? Not at all, Chui replied. I merely recalled something amusing. All right, Gu Qingyan interjected, regaining control of the meeting and signaled for her secretary to distribute documents. Consequently, all present beheld the notification regarding the divestiture of Huqing Academy. This? Ji Yunliang frowned. Qingyan, do you intend to transform Huqing Academy into your own enterprise? Indeed, since the education sector does not garner favorable views, I have decided, along with consultant Chu, to acquire Huqing Academy. As you can see, our offer stands at 600 million. Ji Yunliang cast a discerning glance at Gu Qingyan, reluctant to see Huqing Academy divested. Or rather, he opposed its immediate separation. The reason was clear. Huqing Academy served as an excellent pretext for suppressing and impeaching Gu Qingyan, thereby consolidating power. He was well aware of the substantial effort Mr. Gu Qilong had invested in Huqing Academy, making it improbable for Gu Qingyan to relinquish it. To his astonishment, she was willing to divest. Furthermore, this so-called rising star in the business world, Chu He, was now prepared to take on this hot potato. Was there an underlying secret at play? Indecisive, Ji Yunliang suggested, Qingyan, this matter has arisen unexpectedly. Perhaps we should allow everyone some time to deliberate. Gu Qingyan nodded. Recognizing the gravity of the situation and the myriad interests involved, acknowledging that some discussions would need to occur behind closed doors, thus no conclusions would be reached today. Any other matters? Director Gu. Manager Su Kuan from the Public Relations Department raised his hand. I have a few minor questions. Gu Qingyan nodded, signaling Su Kuan to proceed. Su Kuan remarked, recently, rumors have circulated online suggesting that you are now married, prompting netizens to demand an explanation from you. Upon uttering these words, the meeting room erupted into a flurry of whispers among the executives. However, Gu Qingyan remained perplexed. Her marital status was a personal matter, one that did not necessitate public clarification. To be more precise, Gu Qingyan understood that if this issue were unrelated to the interests of the corporation, the Public Relations Department would not have brought it up in the meeting. The primary concern was that this matter could tarnish her public image, especially given the malicious speculations from unscrupulous media outlets, resulting in an unfavorable public sentiment. Therefore, we recommend that you issue a public statement through the corporation's official channels in the near future. Acknowledging this, Gu Qingyan nodded and subsequently inquired, is there anything else? The room fell silent. The meeting is adjourned. 10 minutes later, in Gu Qingyan's office, she stood with her arms crossed, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the corporation, surveying the panoramic view of the city, while Chu He sat behind her, engrossed in his phone. After a short while, Gu Qingyan could no longer contain herself and said, what do you think we should do? Chu He, still focused on his game, replied, just go with the flow. I estimate they will agree, but they will likely negotiate on the price. Not that, Gu Qingyan retorted. I was referring to the matter of publicly acknowledging the relationship. Oh, you mean whether to reveal that college student? Chu He responded, I think it's better to keep it under wraps. Once it's public, that young man will face tremendous pressure, especially since you are the head of the Gu Corporation and extraordinarily attractive. However, Gu Qingyan countered, if I choose not to disclose it, I will have to face the public with claims of my single status, dismissing all rumors as fabrications. Yet, I have already registered the marriage. Surely, some netizens will uncover the truth, exacerbating public scrutiny. Additionally, I do not wish for Xinghe to suffer any indignities. Then just say it, Chu casually suggested. Observing his nonchalance, Gu Qingyan seized his phone and admonished, do not forget, you are still the chairman of Qing Tian Group. You should be working diligently rather than neglecting your responsibilities and not spending time with your spouse. Sighing, Chu reluctantly stood up and began to analyze the situation more seriously with Gu Qingyan. This is indeed a dilemma. Remaining silent risks exposure. Yet speaking out could subject that young man to public scrutiny. Gu Qingyan nudged Chu He and said, enough of the pretense. I know you have a solution. Chu He smiled. I have a few acquaintances who are adept at managing public opinion. Even if you do decide to speak, I am confident that public sentiment can be controlled. Really? Gu Qingyan asked, somewhat incredulous. Absolutely, but it may come at a cost, Chu He replied with a grin. At Huqing Academy, Lu Xinghe, having just finished a game of Jin Chan Chan, had dozed off at his desk. At that moment, several students entered the classroom, requesting to summon the class monitor for a meeting with the student council. The teacher, disinterested in such matters, granted them permission. Upon noticing that they were seeking the class monitor, Lu Ziming hurried off to find Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, awaken. They are calling you to the meeting. Luo Xinghe waved his hand dismissively and replied to Lu Ziming, you go ahead, I am far too weary. Lu Ziming let out a sigh. Contemplating that as the vice monitor, he too held a semblance of authority, and thus he rose to leave the classroom. Inside, the teacher continued to expound upon the textbook material, while the fatigued Luo Xinghe, who had not rested well the previous night, remained in slumber. It was not until the class was nearing its conclusion that Lu Ziming returned from the meeting, breathless, and exclaimed to Luo Xinghe, Xinghe, something has happened. Chapter 61. Why should we pay? What happened? Let us discuss it after class. Luo Xinghe clearly had not fully awakened from his slumber. But Lu Ziming was not lenient this time. He shook Luo Xinghe awake and informed him. The director has instructed that every student in each class must contribute 500 yuan as a cafeteria subsidy fee. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe was instantly alert. What do you mean by cafeteria subsidy fee? Lu Ziming elaborated. The director stated that only those who pay this fee will enjoy subsidized meals at the new prices. Those who do not pay will have to purchase their meals at the old prices. Moreover, this 500 yuan is to be paid every month. Luo Xinghe was taken aback. If this was the case, paying 500 yuan merely to receive a subsidy was no different from having no subsidy at all. It was simply an advance payment to the school for meals. However, Luo Xinghe was aware that such a regulation could not have been devised by Sister Qingyan, as he had witnessed her considerable efforts towards reform. It was highly likely that the cafeteria had colluded with certain individuals to retaliate against Gu Qingyan's reform proposals. What was the reaction during your meeting? Luo Xinghe inquired. Lu Ziming frowned and replied, naturally, everyone was opposed. Paying the subsidy fee means that our meal prices could even be slightly higher than before. It would be better to forego the reform altogether. Furthermore, Lu Ziming leaned closer to Luo Xinghe and whispered, the worst part is, he claimed this was a collective decision made by the principal and the school leaders, clearly attempting to tarnish Principal Gu's reputation. Bang! Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe felt a surge of anger and could not restrain himself from leaving the classroom in search of the department head for an explanation. The teacher at the podium was startled by Luo Xinghe's sudden exit, exclaiming, what is going on here? As Luo Xinghe clenched his fists and strode out of the classroom. The teacher was left bewildered, wondering what he intended to do. Noticing Luo Xinghe's distress, Lu Ziming quickly rose to follow him. Teacher, I apologize. He has an urgent matter at home. The teacher adjusted his glasses and, being quite understanding, did not press the issue further, as class was nearly over, and he had already finished his lecture, leaving the remaining time for students to study independently. Lu Ziming hurriedly pursued Luo Xinghe, but upon reaching the corridor, he found no trace of him. Just as he was about to leave in search of him, Luo Xinghe suddenly called out to him from the stairwell. Mingzi. Luo Xinghe was seated on the steps, arms wrapped around his knees. What are you doing sitting here? Lu Ziming asked as he took a seat beside him. Luo Xinghe took a moment to collect himself. His previously heated mind had now cooled. He said, "It would be futile to confront the director. The department head is likely just conveying the wishes of certain higher-ups. Then why not go home and inform Principal Gu?" Lu Ziming suggested. "Let her deal with them." Luo Xinghe shook his head. Since they have the audacity to demand money, they have presumably taken precautions. Even if Sister Qingyan were to inquire, they would surely employ practical arguments to justify their actions. "So, what do you intend to do?" Lu Ziming asked. "Not pay," Luo Xinghe declared. "Not pay?" Lu Ziming's heart began to race at this notion. Is that even feasible? Luo Xinghe lifted his head and declared, "Not only should our class refrain from payment, but it would be best if everyone abstained." Lu Ziming interjected, "How is that even feasible? While some students may voice their discontent, the majority will likely comply. After all, the counselor will apply pressure if we do not pay. This endeavor cannot rely solely on Sister Qingyan. It requires a collective refusal from all students to stand a chance of success." That day, when Gu Qingyan convened a meeting, Luo Xinghe was present. He witnessed firsthand how fiercely Gu Qingyan fought for the students' interests against numerous adversaries. If Sister Qingyan were to intervene again, the resistance would be insurmountable. Luo Xinghe harbored a vague suspicion that behind this so-called cafeteria subsidy fee stood a multitude of individuals. Should this issue be resolved, all of Qingyan's reforms would be rendered futile. "Minzi, let us act separately. After lunch, we shall find a classroom and unify the opinions of all the class leaders in our freshman year." "All right," Lu Ziming replied, his heart racing. He had never engaged in such actions before. Yet, he felt a sense of optimism, for Luo Xinghe was no ordinary individual. He had the backing of Gu Qingyan. Not only were discussions abounding on Luo Xinghe's side, but the class leaders from other classes also expressed their grievances after hearing about the matter, with many openly criticizing Gu Qingyan. As the principal, it was naturally assumed that Gu Qingyan bore the brunt of the responsibility. During lunchtime, the cafeteria even displayed two signs, one indicating the subsidized price and the other the original price. The portion at the subsidized price was noticeably smaller than that of the unsubsidized. However, students remained silent, convinced that the lesser amount they paid justified the diminished portions. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, upon hearing that Luo Xinghe intended to discuss the subsidy fee with everyone, the freshman class leaders gathered. Given Luo Xinghe's role as the principal's student secretary, they hoped that voicing their concerns to him might yield some benefits. But when Luo Xinghe proposed that everyone should collectively refuse to pay, an uproar erupted in the classroom. "Is this even possible? Won't the school punish us for not paying? The class leaders will be the first to suffer the consequences." The room buzzed with disbelief at Luo Xinghe's audacious suggestion. At that moment, Zheng Dong, the class leader of Civil Engineering Class 2, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Damn it, what is there to fear? Xinghe just said that the principal is unaware of this issue. It is undoubtedly the cafeteria's arbitrary charges. How can they impose such fees without justification? This undermines Principal Gu's good intentions." With this declaration, the others rallied in agreement, sensing that this situation was unlike any they had previously encountered. Given that this so-called cafeteria subsidy fee was undoubtedly a case of overcharging, and with the principal's support behind them, their courage swelled. "Very well. Our class is also unwilling to pay. I'll privately inquire. Some of my classmates are quite upset, and I will announce in our group that we will not be paying." Luo Xinghe shook his head, insisting it must be discussed in class, not in the group. Indeed, what Xinghe says is correct. Other class leaders concurred, stating that discussing it in the group might leave behind evidence. It is far better to address it in front of everyone in class. I also concur. We shall not pay. On what grounds are these arbitrary fees imposed? Indeed, if this is the case, it would be better not to make any changes at all. We shall not pay. The fervor among the crowd began to rise. At this moment, there remained 2 days until the deadline for payment. Chapter 62. What to do? Administrative Building, Vice Principal's Office. Qian Digao and another Vice Principal, Dong Lin, were enjoying tea in the office. The so-called cafeteria subsidy was orchestrated by the two of them. Qian Digao remarked, "Old Dong, how do you find this tea?" Dong Lin chuckled, "Your mastery in tea appreciation speaks for itself, just like your recent cunning plan. Excellent." Qian Digao smiled, his cheeks plump with mirth. "How can you call it cunning? Just say whether it works or not. If Principal Gu disagrees to disperse this fee, let her confront those cafeteria folks herself. Preventing them from making money is akin to killing their parents." Dong Lin gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Bravo." Qian Digao filled their cups again, pride radiating from him as he said, As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Since Principal Gu insists on encroaching upon our share, she shall have no say in the matter. An ignorant rich heir thinks he can intimidate us with a mere show of power. He ought to reconsider if he believes we are mere monkeys. Ha ha ha, Dong Lin laughed, playfully patting Qian Digeo's thigh. When Gu Qingyan has nothing left to say, I shall invite you to my home for drinks. I shall await that invitation. Are you perhaps hoarding a bottle of exquisite wine from years past? Ah, old Qian, there is nothing you can hide from you. The two erupted into hearty laughter in the office. At that moment, the director of the Student Affairs Department, Hu Qihua, burst through the door, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. What is the matter, Director Hu? Qian Digeo frowned, as he detested unannounced intrusions. Hu Qihua, bent over and gasping for breath, reported, It's bad, very bad. I heard from a student in the student council that they are secretly plotting not to pay this fee. What? Upon hearing this, Qian Digeo sprang from the sofa. Having worked here for over a decade, he had never encountered a situation where students outright refused to pay a required fee. Dong Lin's brow furrowed in concern as he urged Hu Qihua to sit and take a sip of tea. Hu Qihua had no time for tea. He waved his hand and explained, This afternoon, while I was working in my office, while I was working suddenly, a student leader from the student council rushed in, saying many class leaders had gathered and were planning a collective resistance against this fee. Who is organizing this? Although Qian Digeo felt a twinge of panic, he retained some composure. He understood that even if students were upset, they would not dare to refuse payment. Even if a few opted out, a counselor could discipline them. Or if necessary, the department head would intervene, ensuring compliance. However, this particular student not only refused to pay but sought to rally the entire student body. It was crucial to identify those instigating this rebellion and address the situation severely. The remaining students would soon be intimidated, reverting to a state of disarray. Upon hearing Qian Digeo's inquiry regarding the crucial matter, Hu Qihua momentarily froze. In truth, a student from the student council had already informed him. Yet he hesitated to speak out. Observing Hu's stammering, both Qian Digeo and Dong Lin were on the verge of despair. Director Hu, please, do share. Hu Qihua faltered. I heard from a student that it seems to be a certain Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe? Is he not that freshman entangled in a murky relationship with Gu Qingyan, the very student whom President Gu publicly accused of courting her younger sister? Indeed. Hu Qihua nodded, while Dong Lin slumped onto the sofa in utter defeat. Old Qian, are we finished? Qian Digeo's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. If it truly was Luo Xinghe, the situation would prove exceedingly troublesome. Disciplinary action against a student necessitated the agreement of the school leadership through extensive meetings. Alone, Qian Digeo lacked the authority to impose sanctions on the student. Currently, the dilemma was that without imposing fines, they could not collect the so-called cafeteria subsidy fees. Should the fees remain uncollected, it would signify a victory for the students. And then what? The more Qian Digeo contemplated, the more his anxiety grew. Once Gu Qingyan returned to the school, he feared a thorough investigation awaited him. Moreover, allowing the students to experience the sweetness of resistance would render any future tactics utterly ineffective. The only viable course of action now was to sanction Luo Xinghe. Yet they were powerless to do so. The situation seemed to have reached a deadlock. Qian Digeo collapsed onto the sofa, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He now understood why Gu Qingyan had been so intent on establishing a student secretary position. The school's operations had been entangled for years. As a new principal, Gu Qingyan had not yet had the opportunity to cultivate her own team, and attempting to enforce reforms in such disarray was akin to a fanciful dream, easily undermined. Thus, she devised the student secretary role, aligning herself with the entire student body, creating an unassailable coalition, especially with the enigmatic Luo Xinghe in the mix. Old Qian, please speak. Dong Lin, now beside himself with panic, had never before felt so cornered since his arrival at the school. He, like Qian Digeo, had once regarded Gu Qingyan as merely a naive girl. It now appeared that the truly naive ones were they. As the clock struck 3:30 in the afternoon, Luo Xinghe, having successfully connected with several student secretaries he met during the previous meeting, reached out to the upperclassmen in both the second and third years. After some convincing, a shared sense of camaraderie began to swell among them, their hearts racing with anticipation. Xinghe, you have President Gu backing you. They can't touch you. We'll follow your lead. Exactly. Whatever you decide, we will do it. Why should we be the ones to pay? Yes. I can assure you that not a single person in our class will pay. Just as their spirits soared, They received notifications from their respective advisors. To all, in accordance with the notice from the Student Affairs Department, the cafeteria subsidy must be paid in full within half an hour. Failure to comply will result in all meals being charged at the previous rates. Additionally, nearly all counselors have sent private messages to class leaders and life committee members, indicating that the majority of students in the class have not made their payments. Consequently, the class leaders and life committee members have been dismissed for inadequate performance. This has caused some disquiet among the once unified class leaders. Meanwhile, a robust voice from the loudspeaker declared, "Students of Class 21, are you attending a class or discussing something? Let me remind you, the surveillance cameras capture everything clearly." Chapter 63. Who dares to bully Luo Xinghe? Luo Xinghe sensed that the more frantic their actions became, the closer they were to their final hour. As long as Sister Qingyan returned before the majority of the money was collected, their maneuvers would undoubtedly expose them as the fools they truly were. "Xinghe, what should we do now?" After being warned by those monitoring them, Lu Ximing and the upperclassmen began to turn their backs, as it would prevent their faces from being captured on camera. In an effort to align with his peers, Luo Xinghe also turned his body, addressing the upperclassmen. "Everyone, remain calm. Let us exit the classroom for now, as they may attempt to control us and our phones. Do not be afraid. Do not pay them anything. I will call Principal Gu to ensure her swift return," he asserted confidently. Once Principal Gu returned to stabilize the situation, their vile intentions would be laid bare. Yes, Xinghe is right. Although anxiety gripped their hearts, they managed to retain a semblance of rationality. They formed a line and hurriedly exited through the front and back doors, seeking a way to inform their classmates not to pay the money for the time being. Upon exiting, Luo Xinghe sought out a staircase, as it was devoid of surveillance. He believed that if he were among that group, they would soon come looking for him. Settling on the stairs, he swiftly located Gu Qingyan's number and dialed. At this hour, Gu Qingyan was engaged in discussions with Chu He regarding matters concerning the group. Initially, Chu He intended to return to his own firm, but reconsidered, knowing that there were eyes on him at the group and that he planned to pick up his daughter, Yun, later. Thus, he decided to remain in Gu Qingyan's office. According to their agreement, he served as a consultant, earning $1 million per hour. It was a worthwhile arrangement. "Hello?" Gu Qingyan, at her desk, immediately answered upon seeing Luo Xinghe's call. As he seldom contacted her directly, they typically communicated via WeChat. "What is the matter, Xinghe?" Gu Qingyan inquired gently. On the other end, seated on the stairs, Luo Xinghe succinctly replied, "Sister Qingyan, please return quickly. There is trouble at school." "Trouble at school?" Gu Qingyan stood up from her executive chair, unable to contain her concern. "What happened?" "I can't explain everything right now," Luo Xinghe whispered. "They are demanding some sort of cafeteria subsidy fee, 500 yuan from each student per month. Please hurry back." "All right, I will return immediately," Gu Qingyan responded decisively. After concluding the call, Luo Xinghe's intuition proved correct. As a teacher, he had never seen approached him almost simultaneously. "Are you Luo Xinghe? Come with me to the office." Luo Xinghe nodded, aware that his next task was to buy time while awaiting Gu Qingyan's return. Meanwhile, in the Group S office, Gu Qingyan cleared her desk and instructed her secretary to have the driver bring the car to the base of the Group S building without delay. Chui sensed something amiss from Gu Qingyan's serious demeanor and inquired, "What has happened?" "It's not entirely clear, but I feel it is quite serious. I need to return to school first," Gu Qingyan replied. "Then I'll accompany you," Chui responded. "What do you intend to do?" "I must inspect the school I invested in." "Very well." Gu Qingyan did not refuse, as this esteemed consultant was quite costly, and since the hour was not yet up, she intended to make full use of it. The two descended to the first floor via the elevator, where a driver was already waiting with a business vehicle at the entrance. "Ah, student Xinghe has arrived." When the teacher brought Luo Xinghe into an office, he encountered Vice Principals Qin Digao and Dong Lin, whom he had met at the previous meeting. Behind the two vice principals stood Luo Xinghe's department head and counselor Zhou Yuan. "Vice Principals," Luo Xinghe greeted casually. "Please, have a seat," Qin Digao said with a smile, gesturing for Luo Xinghe to sit in the chair opposite him. He even poured a cup of tea for him, and then turned to Dong Lin, saying, "Old Dong, don't let Xinghe's freshman status fool you. He is already the student secretary to our Principal Gu." Indeed, Dong Lin, unable to match Qin Digao's natural demeanor, simply smiled awkwardly from the side. Young and accomplished, indeed. Qin Digao then shifted his gaze back to Luo Xinghe. "I hear you have some concerns about the measures implemented by our school leadership?" Luo Xinghe did not take the teacup, but confidently replied, "Yes, not only I, but the majority of students have serious objections." "Oh dear," Qian Digeo chuckled. "Xinghe, you must understand that the school has its challenges as well. The reform plan set forth by Principal Gu is for the benefit of the students, but the cafeteria is suffering significant losses. If the cafeteria shuts down, where do you think the students will eat?" He continued, "Young people should consider the bigger picture and not merely focus on immediate benefits. One must look towards the long term." Observing Qian Digeo earnestly lecturing him, Luo Xinghe felt a hint of amusement. He could not help but find it laughable how effortlessly the man could transform the truth, presenting falsehoods as virtue, all the while claiming to act for the students' welfare and accusing them of short-sightedness. Faced with such hypocritical rhetoric, Luo Xinghe was at a loss for words. Noticing Luo Xinghe's silence, Qian Digeo assumed he had been persuaded and immediately turned to Zhou Yuan and the department head behind him, saying, "Nevertheless, it is commendable that Xinghe is concerned for his fellow students. Perhaps we should consider nominating him for a scholarship?" "Yes, yes," Zhou Yuan kept casting glances at Luo Xinghe. "When it's time to report candidates, I will be the first to recommend him." Qian Digeo nodded approvingly and then patted Luo Xinghe on the shoulder, saying cheerfully, "All right, Xinghe. I sense you are a bit reserved here. You may return now, settle the payment, and set an example for everyone." Luo Xinghe raised his head and, with a smile directed at Qian Digeo, replied, "I apologize, Vice Principal, but I do not intend to make any payment." As soon as those words were uttered, Qian Digeo's smile instantly froze. He had not anticipated that Luo Xinghe would be so resolute. Consequently, his demeanor shifted abruptly. "Let me tell you, do not presume that just because you have Principal Gu backing you, you can act with impunity, defying the school's decisions, even if you were expelled." Principal Gu would have nothing to say. "Do you believe that?" Luo Xinghe remained silent, merely fixing a gaze upon Qian Digeo. He understood this was a familiar tactic, first a temptation, and if that failed, a threat, all aimed at destabilizing his mentality. Qian Digeo glared menacingly at Luo Xinghe, with Dong Lin observing him from the side. At that moment, a loud thud echoed from the office door. Then, Gu Qingyan appeared, clad in a coat and carrying a handbag, her brow furrowed as she stood outside the door. Chapter 64. A scathing rebuke. Principal Gu. Principal Gu. Dong Lin was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that during the weekly meeting of the Gu Corporation on Monday, Gu Qingyan typically did not attend school. It seemed he had arrived too late, allowing that rascal Luo Xinghe to alert her. "What are you doing?" Gu Qingyan inquired. Her brow furrowed as she strode into the office with long strides. Qian Digeo immediately rose. Though he felt a surge of anxiety, he managed to maintain an outward composure. "Ah, Principal Gu, welcome back. We were merely discussing a few matters with student Luo Xinghe." "What matters could you possibly discuss with a student?" Gu Qingyan asserted, assertively positioning herself protectively behind Luo Xinghe. At that moment, Chu He lazily sauntered into the room, nonchalantly taking a seat on the sofa, not regarding himself as an outsider. He picked up a new teacup and poured himself a cup of tea, but after taking a sip, he spat it out, exclaiming, "Pa, pa, pa. What is this horse urine?" "You." Qian Digeo, who prided himself on his profound knowledge of tea, was incensed. No one had ever dared to disparage his brew in such a manner. Observing Chu He, who appeared youthful and seemingly of similar age to Gu Qingyan, he naturally assumed him to be a member of the Gu family. Although Qian Digeo was irked by Chu He's words, he refrained from expressing his disdain in the presence of Gu Qingyan, knowing she had returned to the school and fearing his actions might be exposed. However, they were relieved that no overt confrontation had yet occurred, hoping Luo Xinghe would refrain from speaking indiscreetly before Gu Qingyan. "Well then, Principal, our discussion is concluded. We shall take our leave," Qian Digeo and Dong Lin announced as they attempted to make their exit. But the unaware Gu Qingyan was unwilling to let them off the hook. "Stop right there," Gu Qingyan commanded sternly. "Vice Principal Qian, Vice Principal Dong. It would be prudent to clarify matters before you depart." Seeing no escape, Qian Digeo forced a smile. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Just having student Xinghe set an example by making a payment, that's all. A payment, that's all." Gu Qingyan's brows knitted tighter, her fair visage growing increasingly severe. "What payment are you referring to? Why am I unaware of this? Is it now permissible for the school leadership to convene without my knowledge and make unilateral decisions?" Noticing Gu Qingyan's expression, Qian Digeo and Dong Lin understood that she was likely to erupt with anger. Yet, with no retreat available, they resolved to confront her. "Qian Digeo, Adopting a serious demeanor, said, Principal Gu, your insistence on implementing reforms has stirred considerable discontent in the cafeteria. The staff there also have families to support. It is perplexing why you would pursue this course. You claim it is for the benefit of the students. Yet our students have always understood the cafeteria's pricing and have never complained about it. Why must you enforce subsidies now? As Qian Digao became increasingly animated, his words flowing with fervor, it appeared as though he believed himself to be in the right. We have refrained from opposing your reforms due to your youth. But reforms must also accommodate practical circumstances. This cafeteria subsidy amounts to 500 yuan per student each month and must be paid. Through Qian Digao's half-accusatory, half-complaining tirade, Gu Qingyan began to grasp the full scope of the situation at hand. What astonished her was the unwavering obstinacy of the school's leadership, entangled as they were in deep-seated conflicts of interest, allowing them to completely bypass both herself and Uncle Hua, swiftly initiating the so-called cafeteria subsidy payment. It seems that the administration requires a thorough overhaul. Only a significant change can sever these roots of improper benefits. Principal Gu, why do you remain silent? Vice Principal Qian, noticing Gu Qingyan's prolonged silence, assumed she had nothing to say. After all, she was young and inexperienced. Even if she occupied the position of the Gu family's head, youth still requires cultivation. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Gu Qingyan offered a faint smile and spoke. You repeatedly claim that those in the cafeteria have families to support. But do you know what ingredients the cafeteria uses, Vice Principal Qian? Are you aware of the magnitude of the cafeteria's profits and the low cost involved? You assert that the students have no objections, yet every time their opinions arise, one is met with deletion or threats from the counselors. Is this how you, as the vice principal, fulfill your responsibilities? Rising to her feet, Gu Qingyan said slowly, do you think I am unaware of the reasons behind the cafeteria's exorbitant pricing? Vice Principal Qian and Vice Principal Dong, you are all too familiar with the rent for a spot in the cafeteria, aren't you? Now you shift all the blame onto me and the students. You truly lack conscience. Principal Gu. Vice Principal Qian was taken aback by Gu Qingyan's audacity to publicly chastise him. After all, he was the head of the institution. And this left him with his dignity in tatters. At that moment, Chu He chimed in, suggesting, I say we should just throw this so-called Vice Principal Qian into a cell, let him enjoy prison food. After all, a gluttonous pig like him, who feasts on benefits while maintaining an air of superiority, needs no further discussion. Gluttonous pig. The facade of composure that Vice Principal Qian had maintained was shattered by Chu He's words. You insolent brat, whom are you insulting? Chu He rose slowly. I'm calling you a fat pig, grunting and groaning, it's utterly infuriating. Bang. Vice Principal Qian slammed the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu He. I will sue you. I will sue you. Sue me for what? For defamation or slander? I'm afraid you'll have to discuss that with the legal team of our Sunny Day group. After all, I have no time to entangle myself with the likes of you, who have made an enemy of me. Sunny Day Group? That colossal enterprise that has risen to prominence in just a few short years? Vice Principal Qian paused, and upon scrutinizing Chu He more closely, he suddenly recognized his true identity. No wonder this young man seemed familiar upon entering. He is Chu He. Vice Principal Qian staggered back. While he was not particularly afraid of Gu Qingyan, Chu He's ruthless methods were well known, rumored to straddle both sides of the law. Provoking him would likely lead to dire consequences. As Vice Principal Qian faltered, Dong Lin trembled in fear nearby. Gu Qingyan had no further words for them. She immediately grasped Luo Xinghe's hand, leading him out of the office, with Chu He closely following. In a moment, the office was left with only Vice Principal Qian and Dong Lin, alongside the department head and Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, witnessing Vice Principal Qian's humiliation, stifled a laugh. Unable to show his amusement, Chu He's remark about the fat pig struck a chord deep within him. You have exploited students and embezzled teachers' salaries, greedy swine. And now you face the consequences. With a crash, Qian Digao collapsed into his chair, lost in a daze. Dong Lin, beside him, shook his shoulders and inquired, Old Qian, what shall we do? Think of something quickly. Dong Lin was no fool. Today, they had irreparably severed ties with Principal Gu, and their prospects at the school had become bleak. As a private institution, City College was ultimately under Gu Qingyan's authority. If she decided to expel them, they would have no choice but to leave, likely not without considerable discomfort. If that Chu He truly intended to assist Gu Qingyan, they might find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 65. Come on, Brother Xinghe. Suddenly, as Luo Xinghe sat in Gu Qingyan's office sipping water, he burst into laughter. Gu Qingyan, having just concluded a call with Hu Qihua from the Student Affairs Department, where she demanded the cessation of fees, was momentarily taken aback by Luo Xinghe's silly grin and gently tapped his forehead. "Xinghe, what is the matter? Did I startle you?" she inquired cautiously. Luo Xinghe shook his head, feeling that the earlier scene was hardly alarming. However, he found it amusing to recall Chu Hie's insult of fat pig and the sudden shift in Vice Principal Qian's expression. "Qingyan, I'm fine. I just thought that his reprimand was quite satisfying." Gu Qingyan cast a sidelong glance at Chu He, who was sprawled on the sofa, and remarked, "He can hardly produce anything commendable with that mouth of his." "Hey," Chu He retorted, "how could I not say anything good? If I hadn't defended you just now, would he have been that furious?" With that, Chu He playfully threw an arm around Luo Xinghe's shoulders, grinning widely. "This brother-in-law of mine truly understands me. It's a case of heroes sharing the same perspective. You must be the Luo Xinghe who hastily married my sister Qingyan, right?" Luo Xinghe nodded, trying hard to recall who Chu He was, but he found no familiarity in his memory. "How do you know?" Gu Qingyan queried, intrigued, as she had not arranged for Chu He to meet Luo Xinghe, yet he recognized him instantly. Chu He chuckled, gesturing towards Luo Xinghe's features, "The son of Uncle Jiang. I met Uncle Jiang at the Chamber of Commerce, so naturally, I can recognize his son." Gu Qingyan was momentarily speechless, having forgotten about Chu Hie's uncanny ability to remember faces. "Yet, this fellow's experience is quite similar to mine. I too entered into a hasty marriage in my youth." "You also had a hasty marriage?" Luo Xinghe asked, curious about who this person had wed in such a manner. Gu Qingyan introduced, "Xinghe, this is Chu He, the chairman of Qi Tian Group. I mentioned him to you in the car that day. He married Professor Lin Ziking at the tender age of 18. "Hey, that's a bit excessive." Chu He clarified, "I was married, not just wed." "Professor Lin?" The name sparked a flicker of recognition in Luo Xinghe's mind. However, he remembered Chu He more vividly because, in his high school biology elective textbook, it mentioned a prominent paleontologist, Jiang Lao, who had led students, including Chu He, to significant breakthroughs in archaeology. "Chu He, the person mentioned in the biology textbook, could it be you?" Luo Xinghe inquired. "Oh, that's ancient history," Chu He replied, rising from his seat, patting Luo Xinghe on the shoulder as he bid farewell. "This Thursday, there's a gathering for my son's transition to kindergarten. You must come. You and I are fated." Director Gu, could you have your driver drop me off? I still need to pick up my daughter," Chu He said, striding out the door. Gu Qingyan shook her head, accustomed to Chu He's personality. "Transitioning to kindergarten? Do they really hold gatherings for that?" Luo Xinghe asked, his face twitching slightly in disbelief. Gu Qingyan sat beside Luo Xinghe and said, "Do not pay him any mind. He is merely improvising. The pressing matter at hand is that you must recount the events of this afternoon." "This afternoon's events?" Luo Xinghe feigned ignorance. "Did you not just hear? It concerns Vice Principal Qian and Vice Principal Dong plotting to collect fees from the cafeteria." Gu Qingyan narrowed her eyes and pointed at Luo Xinghe's nose. "Do not play these games with me, sister. You know I am inquiring about your influence in preventing the students from paying." Just moments ago, Hu Qihua, who had suddenly switched sides, had embellished Luo Xinghe's heroic deeds dramatically. "Oh, that?" Luo Xinghe scratched his head. "There is nothing much to say. I simply intended to act in a manner that was not detrimental to you, dear Qingyan, and to the students, hence my actions. Is it truly that simple?" Gu Qingyan pressed. "Indeed, it is that simple," Luo Xinghe affirmed. Suddenly, Gu Qingyan leaned closer to Luo Xinghe's face, locking eyes with him, causing his heart to race. "Qingyan, what is the matter?" Gu Qingyan shook her head and softly remarked, "It is nothing. I merely wish to understand why our Xinghe is so courageous." With that, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Luo Xinghe smiled foolishly, seeking recognition. "I do not believe it is anything remarkable." "Indeed," Gu Qingyan said, pinching his cheek. "With you, my dear Xinghe, I can confidently say that it is nothing to worry about." Gu Qingyan sincerely reflected on her gratitude. It was fortunate that Luo Xinghe acted decisively. Had Vice Principal Qian succeeded in collecting the fees, her reputation among the students would have plummeted. These individuals excel at transforming outsiders into their own, ensuring that everyone appears as crows, darkened by conformity. Otherwise, they would only fixate on the lone remaining white swan with envious eyes. Knock, 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 just as they were enjoying their moment. Secretary Jean rapped on the door of Gu Qingyan's office. "Come in," Gu Qingyan called. Secretary Jean hurriedly entered. "Principal Gu, here are the documents you previously sealed regarding Vice Principal Qian and Vice Principal Dong." They include their actions over the years and their network of connections. Good. Gu Qingyan replied, accepting the folder and gesturing for Secretary Jean to leave. Settling back beside Luo Xinghe, Gu Qingyan crossed her legs. Her voluptuous thighs subtly revealed beneath her form-fitting dress. She perused the documents from front to back, initially intending to serve as a warning. But it seemed Vice Principal Qian was intent on confrontation. It appeared that a significant change was indeed necessary. With a resolute expression, Gu Qingyan closed the folder and prepared to rise, only to find Luo Xinghe's gaze fixed intently on her thigh. A smile graced Gu Qingyan's lips as she slowly stood up and locked the office door. Upon hearing the click, Luo Xinghe snapped back to reality and asked, "Qingyan, why are you locking the door?" Gu Qingyan approached Luo Xinghe gracefully, her high heels echoing softly against the floor. With a gentle push, she guided him to recline on the sofa. She lifted one leg, allowing her sleek high heel to slip off, her bare foot resting effortlessly on the sofa. Drawing nearer to Luo Xinghe, her crimson lips glistening, she whispered, "I have yet to reward you for this afternoon's events. How about this? There are no cameras in the office, or perhaps." Luo Xinghe was taken aback by Gu Qingyan's sudden boldness. As a student, he held a natural reverence for the office space. Moreover, the curtains remained drawn, making the situation feel inappropriate. To his astonishment, Gu Qingyan seemed to sense his unease. She donned her heels once more to pull the curtains shut before returning to kneel atop Luo Xinghe. Her hands delicately rested on his chest, coaxing him, "Come now, dear Xinghe." Chapter 66, addressing her as my lady. With a face flushed crimson, Luo Xinghe instinctively attempted to push Gu Qingyan away. Yet his nervousness left him in a state of bewilderment. "Sister Qingyan, this is too strange," he stammered, a tinge of panic and hesitation lacing his voice. Gu Qingyan tilted her head slightly, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes, but she was far from finished. She leaned closer to Luo Xinghe's ear and whispered softly, "What's the matter? Just a moment ago, when you were looking at my thighs, you seemed quite brave." The warmth of her breath against Luo Xinghe's neck sent a shiver coursing through him. Swallowing hard, his heart pounded like a drum. The surrounding office environment adding to his considerable pressure. Gu Qingyan, perched upon his lap, her delicate form pressing entirely against him, presented an overwhelming temptation for this innocent boy. Observing the youth's flushed visage, Gu Qingyan let out a light laugh, then turned her face towards him, slowly leaning in for a kiss. As her warm lips met his, the remnants of Luo Xinghe's rationality gradually dissipated amidst the sensations coursing through his hands. A gentle breeze slipped through the partially opened window, swaying the office curtains softly. Below in the administrative building, some students, having received notifications from their counselor, had gathered in the plaza, gazing up at the principal's office. "Why are the curtains drawn in the principal's office?" inquired student A. "The principal must be holding some confidential meeting," replied student B. "Thank goodness for the principal. If it weren't for her, we would undoubtedly have to pay this afternoon," remarked student C. "Indeed, and let's not forget that freshman. What was his name? Luo Xinghe. He was incredibly brave. If he hadn't taken the lead, we would have felt powerless. Gratitude is due. We are fortunate to be attending such a fine institution." As discussions among the crowd continued, half an hour passed. In Gu Qingyan's office, she adjusted her disheveled clothing, letting her previously tied hair fall free. While Luo Xinghe sat on the sofa, appearing as if all vitality had been drained from him, Gu Qingyan playfully pinched his cheek, leaving a faint imprint of her lips on his cheek before withdrawing her leg. She settled beside Luo Xinghe, suddenly recalling a pressing matter that had yet to be addressed. Taking his hand, Gu Qingyan gently massaged the back of it with her thumb, speaking in a tender tone, "Xinghe, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" Luo Xinghe felt as though he had entered a moment of profound reflection. "Look at me," Gu Qingyan playfully commanded. Thus, Luo Xinghe turned his head to face her. And Gu Qingyan carefully organized her thoughts before continuing. "The Public Relations Department has informed me that there are already some discussions online regarding the two of us. Therefore, the company's stance is that they would like me to announce our relationship status to the public. I would like to know how you feel about this." "Me?" Luo Xinghe gradually regained his composure, responding nonchalantly, "I have no objections. It all depends on your needs, Sister Qingyan. If you wish for me to be public, then I shall be. If you prefer that I remain discreet for a while longer, then I will continue to do so." "What on earth?" Gu Qingyan was thoroughly dissatisfied with the answer. "If that is the case, then there is no need for me to ask you at all. I am currently seeking your opinion." As she gazed at Gu Qingyan, whose tone had grown increasingly frigid, a primal instinct within the man alerted Luo Xinghe that failing to provide a clear response might genuinely provoke Sister Qingyan's ire. As Luo Xinghe slowly contemplated Gu Qingyin's earlier words, he came to the realization that she desired him to speak openly. The repercussions were not his concern. Perhaps the answer Sister Qingyin sought was for him to resolutely choose her. However, upon grasping this understanding, he still felt inclined to tease her a little, curious to observe her reaction. Having made up his mind, Luo Xinghe ventured, "I believe it is best not to make it public. The current state seems quite satisfactory." "Is it?" Upon hearing this, the light in Gu Qingyin's eyes gradually faded, as she murmured, "Do you truly think the current state is wonderful?" "Yes. I find it rather pleasing." Luo Xinghe continued to flirt with danger. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingyin suddenly turned away like an upset young girl, her freshly styled ponytail swinging directly into Luo Xinghe's face. Startled, he exclaimed, "Ouch." Yet Gu Qingyin did not look back, crossing her arms in a huff. Luo Xinghe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sister Qingyin possessed such a sundry quality. He poked her shoulder lightly. "Sister Qingyin?" Gu Qingyin shook off his hand with a sharp motion and replied, "Think again. Is this the answer I desire?" Luo Xinghe spread his arms wide and, from behind, tightly embraced her waist, grinning mischievously. "Sister Qingyin, I know what you want me to choose. I was merely teasing you." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin removed his hands and turned to face him, her gaze flickering. "Are you saying you did it on purpose to provoke me?" "Not exactly," Luo Xinghe replied. "I merely wanted to see if Sister Qingyin would be angry with me." "Well, you've crossed the line." Realizing she had been playfully tricked by Luo Xinghe, Gu Qingyin swiftly found a ticklish spot on his side and began to squeeze. Luo Xinghe, overwhelmed by laughter, raised his hands in surrender, shouting, "Sister Qingyin, I'm sorry. I won't do it again." "You say?" Gu Qingyin pointed at the grinning Luo Xinghe. "Will you ever deceive me again?" Hastily, he shook his head. "I dare not. I dare not. Please spare me, Sister Qingyin. I shall not offend again." Hearing his plea, Gu Qingyin relented. If you dare to tease your wife again, I shall respond with my fists." "Wife?" Luo Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. He had always addressed Gu Qingyin as Sister Qingyin and had never referred to her as wife. Now, hearing her utter that term left him momentarily stunned. Observing his reaction, Gu Qingyin suddenly clarified, "Xinghe, call me wife-sama." "Huh?" Luo Xinghe's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Call me wife-sama. Shall we pretend you did not tease me just now?" Gu Qingyin remarked, playfully pinching the tender flesh at Luo Xinghe's waist. Luo Xinghe, who was particularly sensitive to tickling, conceded with a resigned, "Yes, my dear wife." A soft giggle escaped Gu Qingyin's lips as she covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She playfully squeezed Luo Xinghe's cheeks and suddenly realized how endearing her younger brother could be. After exchanging flirtatious banter for a while, they finally redirected their conversation to the main topic. Gu Qingyin inquired, "So, does that mean you are willing to go public with our relationship?" Luo Xinghe nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Of course, I am more than willing to announce it to the world. I can hardly wait to proclaim that Sister Qingyin is mine." Chapter 67. Damn it, very well. I shall instruct the public relations team to prepare accordingly and ascertain their requirements. Having addressed the main topic, Gu Qingyin elegantly rose, her former aura of a formidable woman returning with grace. She seated herself at her desk and inquired of Luo Xinghe, "Do you have any classes remaining?" Luo Xinghe shook his head. "Then feel free to amuse yourself for a while. We shall return home together this evening." "Splendid. Do you still have some money?" Gu Qingyin asked. Luo Xinghe nodded. "The money you previously gave me remains untouched." "What? Why have you not spent it?" Gu Qingyin exclaimed. Then opened a drawer and retrieved a card. "This card contains 20 million. Take it and choose a sports car to enjoy." Luo Xinghe was somewhat perplexed. "Why would I need to select a sports car?" Gu Qingyin replied, "I have observed that young individuals in the business circle of your age often drive sports cars. You should purchase one as well." Luo Xinghe's lips twitched as he glanced at the 20 million yuan card on Gu Qingyin's desk. Previously, he believed his family's financial standing was quite decent, but since encountering Gu Qingyin, he suddenly perceived money as merely a lengthy string of digits. 20 million, an 8-digit sum. And Gu Qingyin was casually offering it for him to squander. Nevertheless, Luo Xinghe intended to decline, yet to his surprise, Gu Qingyin stood up from behind the desk and placed the card firmly in his hand. "Hurry and buy one. You can visit the dealership with your friends. I expect to see your order by this weekend." "That is settled then," Gu Qingyin declared, not allowing Luo Xinghe a moment to protest before ushering him out. Holding the card, Luo Xinghe felt reluctant, but Gu Qingyin unceremoniously closed the office door behind him. In truth, Gu Qingyan initially desired to accompany someone knowledgeable to assist in selecting a sports car, ensuring Luo Xinghe would not be taken advantage of. However, upon reflection, she recognized this as a prime opportunity to cultivate Luo Xinghe's understanding of spending money. He must learn how to manage substantial sums and maximize returns. As for the risk of being exploited, Gu Qingyan remained unconcerned. Even if he were to lose the entire 20 million, what would it matter? Moreover, knowing Luo Xinghe, she was confident he would conduct thorough research. The acquisition of a sports car was not the ultimate objective, rather, it was to gradually help Luo Xinghe comprehend that money serves as a means to achieve one's ambitions. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe carefully stored the black, gold-embossed card, only to receive a message from Gu Qingyan. The password is 6 ones. Luo Xinghe sighed. 20 million for a sports car. Was this not extravagant? After all, the BMW his father purchased for him cost just over 50,000, and this sum could procure more than 30 such vehicles. Xinghe, my junior. Greetings. Hello, Xinghe. What perplexed Luo Xinghe were the unfamiliar classmates he encountered on the way, who, although he did not recognize any of them, seemed to regard him with utmost respect. Perhaps it was due to his role in the afternoon protest that had stirred their sentiments, or perhaps it was the rumors surrounding him and Sister Qingyan. Luo Xinghe shook his head, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him as he clutched an 8-digit bank card nestled in his pocket. He hurried back to the dormitory, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by a room brimming with people. The table was laden with an array of snacks, and Lu Ziming was animatedly recounting an incident. You have no idea. When we were conversing with the senior students, suddenly the loudspeaker blared, warning us that they could see everything we were doing, urging us to be cautious. Just as he spoke, everyone turned their heads in unison to the back of the room. At that moment, our class leader, Xinghe, calmly instructed everyone not to panic. As Lu Ziming continued his animated storytelling, someone noticed the newly arrived Luo Xinghe and exclaimed, Xinghe, our class leader is back. The crowd quickly surrounded him, and Luo Xinghe recognized many familiar faces as they were all students from Class 1 of Architecture. Class leader, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. If you hadn't brought us all together, we would have been paying unnecessary fees every month. Another student chimed in. Indeed, class leader, you are incredibly brave. I heard from Lu Ziming that you were even called for a conversation by the vice principal. If it were me, I would have given in. Without a doubt. Class leader, I brought all the snacks I bought this week for you. Feel free to enjoy. Another student added. The chatter filled the room, and Luo Xinghe felt a wave of gratitude. Yet he responded, Thank you, everyone, but please take the snacks back. I did not undertake this task for any personal gain. No, we understand. We merely wish to express our gratitude, and besides, the snacks are inexpensive, just a few bucks. Please accept them, class leader. Yes, Xinghe. Just accept them, Jiang Chuan said, lounging with his legs crossed as he opened a bag of chips. Luo Xinghe walked over and playfully tapped Jiang Chuan's head, then earnestly addressed the group. If you still regard me as your class leader, I implore you to take the snacks back. Seeing Luo Xinghe's resolute demeanor, they complied and began to remove the bags of snacks from the table, though they still offered him a heartfelt thank you as they left. Before long, the dormitory fell into a tranquil silence. Jiang Chuan sighed. Xinghe, why do you send back their goodwill? Now we have nothing to eat. With a playful smack, Luo Xinghe tapped Jiang Chuan's head again, saying, If you want to eat, why not buy your own? Are our classmates' contributions not worth anything? Jiang Chuan, rubbing his head, returned to his bed and murmured, Considering you stood up for the entire school this afternoon, I won't hold this slap against you. Luo Xinghe waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Jiang Chuan, and instead took a seat, crossing his arms. Now, as the soul of 603, I must announce an important mission. What? At this, Jiang Chuan stood up again. To be honest, I believe I am the true soul of 603. Lu Ziming interjected, I must disagree. That title belongs to me. All right. Luo Xinghe interjected quickly, let me finish. From this moment onward, your primary task is to select a sports car. Select a sports car? Jiang Chuan and the others were momentarily taken aback. What is the purpose of choosing a sports car? Of course, it is to purchase one. Luo Xinghe remarked. Are we to assume that after selecting, we shall merely use it as wallpaper? What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan's face turned pale. Xinghe, are you really going to buy a sports car? Luo Xinghe sighed. I had no intention of purchasing one. However, Sister Qingyan insists that I should. How infuriating. Is this even a reasonable conversation? After a round of complaints, the trio soon became exhilarated. After all, What boy does not revel in the roar of a powerful engine? If Luo Xinghe buys one, they too would benefit from the glory. Jiang Chuan inquired. How much did Principal Gu grant you? Chapter 68. Barbecue. Luo Xinghe extended 2 fingers. Jiang Chuan nodded affirmatively. 200,000, that's quite a sum. Surely you can casually spend that amount. Luo Xinghe shook his head, indicating it was not 200,000. Is it 2 million? Jiang Chuan gasped, taken aback by Gu Qingyin's generosity towards Luo Xinghe, suddenly presenting him with 2 million to indulge in a car. However, Luo Xinghe shook his head again, causing even Lu Ziming to lose his composure. Zhao Jiaxing set aside the book he was perusing and turned to inquire. Xinghe, could it be that Principal Gu has given you 20 million? What an astonishing concept. 20 million could purchase over 10 apartments of 120 square meters in the city. The trio, Jiang Chuan, Lu Ziming, and Zhao Jiaxing, widened their eyes in disbelief. They were aware of Gu Qingyin's wealth, but never imagined she could be so affluent as to casually offer 20 million for a car. The thought of Gu Qingyin's true wealth was beyond their comprehension. Xinghe, you're not jesting with us, are you? Jiang Chuan asked, as 20 million was more than sufficient to acquire a top-tier sports car. Luo Xinghe chuckled. Why would I deceive you? Yet, he refrained from revealing his bank card to avoid unnecessary complications. At that moment, Lu Ziming, who had long been secretly saving images of his dream car on his phone, could hardly contain his excitement and pulled out his device. Eager to introduce it to Luo Xinghe. Xinghe, what do you think of this car? He promptly thrust the phone screen towards Luo Xinghe's face, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "This is the car I've dreamed of driving. The Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, with a 6.5 LV12 naturally aspirated engine. It boasts a maximum power of 770 horsepower and a peak torque of 720 Newton-meters, accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 2.8 seconds, and reaching a top speed of 350 kilometers per hour. This performance is simply the epitome of terrestrial supercars." As he elaborated on the vehicle, Lu Ziming spoke fervently, clearly well informed about its specifications. Zhao Jiaxing marveled. So formidable? It must feel like flying when driving. However, Luo Xinghe was less familiar with horsepower and torque, so he inquired, does it provide a strong pushback sensation when driving? Lu Ziming frowned and asserted, Xinghe, who do you underestimate? It can propel you to the skies. Seeing Lu Ziming take the lead, Jiang Chuan quickly presented his favorite sports car, edging past Lu Ziming to introduce it to Luo Xinghe. Xinghe, take a look at this McLaren P1. It's the titan of hybrid supercars. It is equipped with a 3.8L twin-turbocharged V8 engine, complemented by an electric motor, yielding a combined power of 916 horsepower and a maximum torque of 900 Newton-meters, accelerating from 0 to 100 in merely 2.8 seconds, reaching a top speed of 350 kilometers per hour, rivaling the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. 2.8 seconds? Luo Xinghe furrowed his brow, to be honest. He had not driven often and had only recently acquired his driver's license. Suddenly thrust into driving this vehicle, he genuinely feared the potential for an accident. However, the fiercely competitive Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming, eager for Luo Xinghe to consider their dream car, exerted every ounce of their strength, nearly coming to blows. Ultimately, it was Luo Xinghe who interrupted them, saying, all right, enough of the bickering. Why not test drive both? Upon hearing this, both men instantly deflated. Unlike mass-produced vehicles, the sports cars they had just mentioned, both limited editions, were exceedingly difficult to find, let alone test drive, much less purchase brand new. Even for second-hand models, one would need a willing seller. What? After all this, we can't buy one? Luo Xinghe remarked. Unexpectedly, Lu Ziming suggested. Why don't we stop arguing and just go to the dealership when we have some free time and ask the professionals? With this proposition, Jiang Chuan offered no rebuttal. Acknowledging that their debate was futile, their options ultimately hinged on availability. All right, fellas, let's go grab a meal, Luo Xinghe declared, pulling a BMW key adorned with blue skies and white clouds from his pocket. My treat. Xinghe, you have the key now? Oh, this is from my father. Jiang Chuan was left speechless. The world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Had he possessed a BMW 5 Series at that age, he would have been overjoyed even in dreams. Without further hesitation, they locked their dormitory door and accompanied Luo Xinghe off campus for a barbecue, which extended well into the evening. Past 8 o'clock. At that moment, Gu Qingyin, having finished her work, called Luo Xinghe. Xinghe, I've completed my tasks. Are you heading home? Observing the three indulging in drinks and boasting, Luo Xinghe surmised it would be quite a while before they finished. Just then, Gu Qingyan added, I hope Xiao Ma prepares something to eat when I return home. Working at this intensity every day makes me feel quite famished. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xinghe inquired, Sister Qingyan, I'm having barbecue with Jiang Chuan and the others. Would you like to join us? Barbecue? Gu Qingyan hesitated, realizing she had rarely indulged in such fare. Her only recollection stemmed from childhood, when Gu Qilong, not yet overwhelmed with responsibilities, would take her on picnics with the company's elders. As the family business grew busier, Gu Qingyan's academic workload increased, and she had not enjoyed barbecue since. She only had occasional bites of the cold lamb skewers her roommate would bring back, which were rather unpalatable. Thus, she had never developed a fondness for barbecue. However, feeling quite hungry and encouraged by Luo Xinghe's invitation, she decided to give it another try. All right then, send me your location, and I'll head over right away. Luo Xinghe sent Gu Qingyan the coordinates via WeChat. A little over 10 minutes later, an MPV arrived at the barbecue stall. The door opened slowly, and Gu Qingyan gracefully stepped out, drawing the attention of passers-by. The night market buzzed with liveliness, and the barbecue stand thrived even more. Upon seeing such a stunning beauty as Gu Qingyan, patrons paused their skewers, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture her image. This is also one of the reasons why Gu Qingyan refrains from indulging in street food. Having witnessed such scenes countless times, she remains unfazed by the incessant flashes of cameras. Sister Qingyan, over here. Luo Xinghe waved his hand, subsequently moving aside a small stool. Gu Qingyan, in her high heels, delicately adjusted the hem of her dress before gracefully taking her seat. The cool breeze tousled her long hair, rendering her enchanting in the deep of night, akin to a shimmering pearl. At that moment, a few inebriated revelers approached, clutching bottles and disposable plastic cups, and playfully tapped Gu Qingyan on the shoulder, saying, Miss, you're so beautiful. Have a drink. Naturally, Luo Xinghe could not tolerate any harassment towards his sister Qingyan, and immediately intervened, pushing the two men aside. What do you want? You little brat, what is it to you? With this retort, Jiang Chuan and his companions rose in unison, particularly Lu Ziming, whose tall and robust stature exuded an air of intimidation. Initially, the drunken harassers had begun to regain their senses. However, to their surprise, Gu Qingyan also stood up. She gently pushed past Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming, her strikingly calm and composed visage radiating an icy elegance. Chapter 69. Has Gu Qingyan truly married? A group of inebriated men attempted to provoke Gu Qingyan as she emerged, but were swiftly met by several robust figures who descended from an MPV, forming a protective barrier around her and Luo Xinghe. Typically, Gu Qingyan preferred to eschew bodyguards, even disdaining the presence of a driver, relishing the autonomy of driving herself to work. However, today was an exception. Secretary Jean had mentioned the bustling street vendors and the potential for unwanted attention, prompting Gu Qingyan to acquiesce to the presence of bodyguards. Although she initially intended for them to remain in the vehicle, as she preferred to maintain a low profile unless circumstances warranted otherwise. Her plans were thwarted when disturbances arose shortly after her arrival. The bodyguards, sitting upright in the car, immediately disembarked to fulfill their duties. The drunken men, who were already of questionable character, were ill-equipped to confront such a display of strength. The mere presence of the imposing figures instilled a significant amount of trepidation, enough to partially sober them from their intoxication. Let us go, muttered one of the drunken men, and with that, they scattered in disarray, one of them stumbling and falling before hastily scrambling back to his feet and fleeing. Once the ruffians had departed, Gu Qingyan smiled, grasping Luo Xinghe's hand and gesturing for everyone to sit down. Thus, Luo Xinghe and his companions resumed their seats. The bodyguards positioned themselves around the table where Gu Qingyan was dining, standing sentinel. The surrounding patrons, having never witnessed such a spectacle, initially dared to steal glances at the enchanting Gu Qingyan. Yet, the fierce glares from the hulking bodyguards deterred any further scrutiny. Conversations among the crowd quieted significantly. Who is this woman? Is she a celebrity? Why does she have bodyguards? She doesn't seem like a celebrity, but her face is strikingly familiar, though I can't quite place it. Are you blind? That's Gu Qingyan, the newly appointed chairwoman of the Gu Corporation. You, who call her wife on Douyin every day, can't even recognize her in person. This is Gu Qingyan? One individual, upon being reminded, gasped in realization and covertly admired Gu Qingyan's stunning profile partially obscured by her cascading hair. Taking a sharp breath, she is even more beautiful than in photos. Look at her dining with someone, holding their hand. Could it be the gossip about her secret marriage to a younger man? Impossible. How could my goddess marry so easily? The crowd buzzed with chatter, but since Gu Qingyan's arrival, the focus of their discussions had shifted predominantly to her. After all, the Gu Corporation is one of the leading enterprises in the city, renowned throughout the nation, and their newly appointed chairwoman is strikingly attractive. Sorry, Qingyanjie, Luo Xinghe apologized. Gu Qingyan turned her head, instinctively pinching Luo Xinghe's cheek with affection, asking, "Why apologize?" Luo Xinghe explained, "I probably shouldn't have brought you to this roadside stall. I never anticipated such an incident would occur, dampening your spirits." Observing the guilt etched on Luo Xinghe's face, Gu Qingyan could not resist playfully pinching his earlobe. Smiling as she said, "Silly, I'm perfectly fine, and the fact that you stood by me so promptly fills me with joy." However, Luo Xinghe seemed poised to say more, but Gu Qingyan interrupted, "All right, let us not dwell on that. Since we're here, let us enjoy ourselves." After speaking, she glanced at Jiang Chuan and the others. At that moment, the three of them, who had been indulging in drinks, were now breaking into a cold sweat, contemplating that if the drunken man dared to make a move, they would stand resolutely behind Luo Xinghe. In a personal sense, Gu Qingyan was their brother's wife, and they could not simply stand by. In a professional context, Gu Qingyan was their principal, a leader who genuinely cared for her students. Even without the connection to Luo Xinghe, they would still feel compelled to act. "Come on, what are you all dawdling for? Eat." Gu Qingyan urged the still-dazed Jiang Chuan and his companions. She then turned her attention to the array of skewers on the table, inquiring of Luo Xinghe, "Which one is the best?" Upon hearing her question, Luo Xinghe snapped back to reality and handed her a skewer of lamb. "Sister Qingyan, you must try this lamb skewer. It's quite delectable. We ordered some more after you mentioned coming." "All right." Gu Qingyan accepted the skewer, tucking her long hair behind her ear, and took a bite. As her teeth met the tender meat, it burst with flavor, the carefully selected lamb exhibiting a perfect balance of fat and lean. Each piece of lean meat was firm and elastic, while the fatty portions transformed into rich, fragrant oils under high heat, releasing an exquisite aroma with every chew. The unique scent of cumin harmonized beautifully with the piquant spice of chili, causing Gu Qingyan's heart to flutter. With that single bite, her taste buds ignited. "This is delicious," Gu Qingyan exclaimed, turning to praise. "I feel this is the best barbecue I have ever had." Her admiration was genuine, not mere flattery towards Luo Xinghe. Having had little experience with barbecues, often settling for cold and unpalatable fare, she had long held a rather unfavorable impression of such food. Seeing her delight, Luo Xinghe felt a wave of happiness wash over him. With a beaming expression, Luo Xinghe presented her with another skewer of grilled chicken wings. "Sister Qingyan, you should try this as well. Their grilled chicken wings are quite special." Gu Qingyan gently accepted the chicken wing, cautiously taking a bite. The crispy exterior revealed succulent, juicy meat, infused with a distinctive Orlan-style sauce that had thoroughly penetrated every morsel. "Gu Qingyan involuntarily murmured, "This is absolutely delightful." At that moment, Jiang Chuan timely brought her a fresh glass of draft beer, saying, "Principal Gu, Sister Qingyan, you must try this with the beer. It's quite refreshing." Gu Qingyan arrived by car, and her capacity for alcohol was impressive. She could comfortably consume beer without a hitch. Thus, she raised her glass and indulged in the refreshing and invigorating drink, the coolness of the beer mingling with the fiery essence of the barbecue, bestowing upon her an unparalleled sense of joy. This scene did not escape the notice of the onlookers surrounding her. It seemed as though my goddess was experiencing barbecue for the very first time. Goodness, she appeared to be quite close to the boy seated beside her, playfully pinching his cheeks and earlobes, even holding hands. Could they be on the verge of a whirlwind marriage? Amidst this, a curious passerby discreetly took out their phone, intending to capture a photo of Gu Qingyan. At that moment, a vigilant bodyguard swiftly approached the individual, stating with a composed demeanor, "Hello. Please refrain from photographing our chairman to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." Chapter 70. Ascending to the role of a short video creator, what should have been the conclusion of the barbecue was prolonged by over an hour due to Gu Qingyan's arrival. Following this, Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan escorted Jiang Chuan and his companions back to their school. Gu Qingyan then instructed the driver to return home, as Luo Xinghe was driving and could provide her with a ride. In the car, Gu Qingyan gently rubbed her slightly swollen abdomen and turned to Luo Xinghe, suggesting, "Shall we take a stroll in the nearby pedestrian street?" "I wish to take a walk." Luo Xinghe nodded, acknowledging that Gu Qingyan had indulged in quite a bit of late-night snacks and consumed a fair amount of beer, so a leisurely walk would aid in stimulating her digestion. The vehicle gradually made its way to the pedestrian street and came to a smooth halt by the curb. As the engine fell silent, Luo Xinghe swiftly made his way to the passenger's side. He bent slightly, carefully grasped the car door handle, and gently pulled it open, extending his hand with tenderness. He said, "Sister Qingyan, we have arrived." Gu Qingyan replied, placing her hand on the back of Luo Xinghe's hand as she gracefully exited the vehicle. As the clock approached 10, the sky had turned completely dark, and a gentle breeze stirred the edges of Gu Qingyan's coat. Nearby, shops lined the street in tight formation, their lights twinkling in the night. At this hour, the street was bustling with people, many of whom were university couples holding hands, enjoying snacks as they strolled along. Gu Qingyan tightened her coat and naturally linked her arms with Luo Xinghe's, both of them walking side by side into the heart of the pedestrian street. Along the way, they attracted numerous glances, but they were unfazed, knowing they would soon publicly acknowledge their relationship. Gu Qingyan spoke softly, "I discussed it with the public relations team this afternoon. They suggested that since we decided to go public, the sooner, the better. We should set a time for tomorrow afternoon. I had Secretary Jean check your schedule. You have no classes tomorrow afternoon, right?" Luo Xinghe nodded. As the principal, Gu Qingyan could easily access the class schedule, but he was uncertain about how to make the announcement. Gu Qingyan informed him, "Tomorrow, you'll need to register a new Douyin account and post a photo of us together along with our marriage certificate. Simultaneously, the official account of Gu Corporation will release a statement confirming the authenticity of the news." Upon finishing her explanation, Gu Qingyan fixed her large, expressive eyes on Luo Xinghe, keenly observing his reaction. For her, there were myriad ways to announce their relationship, but she chose this particular method to share snippets of their daily lives on Douyin, hoping to capture and cherish beautiful moments. Additionally, the Public Relations Department indicated that such an account showcasing daily life would enhance Gu Qingyan's personal image. Although Gu Qingyan had long wished to explore Douyin, her busy schedule had postponed this endeavor until now. Luo Xinghe nodded, grasping her intention. "All right. But does this mean you want me to manage the new Douyin account?" Gu Qingyan paused, not directly responding to his question, but instead inquiring, "Are you willing to manage it? If you find it cumbersome, we could assign it to the company's short video department." Luo Xinghe shook his head and said, "No. I too wish to venture into the realm of self-media, and with you, Sister Qingyan, appearing on camera, I believe I could swiftly ascend to the status of a blogger with 1 million followers." To his surprise, he discovered that you possessed a fervor for creating short videos. "How could I not?" Luo Xinghe replied, brimming with determination as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, eager to commence filming. "Hello, dear fans. This evening, Sister Qingyan and I have arrived at the pedestrian street. Now, allow me to conduct an interview." As he spoke, he directed the camera towards Gu Qingyan. "Sister Qingyan, may I inquire about your current feelings?" Gu Qingyan gently pushed Luo Xinghe's hand aside, cleared her throat, and replied earnestly, "I feel very happy right now. Being with you brings me great ease." Luo Xinghe, walking backward while holding the phone, continued to play the role of the reporter, asking, "So, what are your thoughts on our sudden marriage?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan covered the camera with her hand and asked Luo Xinghe, "Is that really a question worth asking?" Luo Xinghe nodded. "At this moment, I am the photographer. I kindly ask this young lady to follow my direction." "Very well." Observing Luo Xinghe's serious demeanor, Gu Qingyan chuckled. "I have nothing to express. I simply feel I have chosen the right person. And that concludes our interview." Luo Xinghe raised his arm, pulling the camera back, and unexpectedly planted a kiss on Gu Qingyan's cheek. "What was that for?" Gu Qingyan inquired. Luo Xinghe saved the video and explained, "I had to kiss you so that everyone would believe we are genuine, not merely pretending. After all, so many people online refer to you as a goddess. I must assert my claim. You little rascal." Gu Qingyan laughed, playfully pinching Luo Xinghe's waist before slipping her hands back into her coat pockets. "This account now rests on your shoulders. I will recommend you to the head of our short video department when I return. If you encounter any issues with traffic, you can consult him." "All right," Luo Xinghe replied, placing his phone back into his pocket. Gu Qingyan remarked, "However, it would be better if you could film longer clips next time. The videos are not only for our fans in the future when we grow old. We should cherish these memories too." Luo Xinghe nodded. "I will study how to edit when I return." "No need," Gu Qingyan said. "Just focus on capturing the footage and send it to the group's short video department. They will deliver a satisfactory product." For Gu Qingyan, editing was far too time-consuming. And given that there were professionals available, it was prudent to let them handle their expertise. However, Luo Xinghe disagreed. No. I still believe it is better if I edit it myself. I know which elements convey love most effectively, enabling me to share the details with you later. Upon hearing Luo Xinghe's perspective, Gu Qinyan felt a sense of agreement. Only those deeply in love could discern the nuances in a heartfelt video that expressed profound affection. As they discussed, they strolled across the pedestrian street, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. After a leisurely half-hour walk, Gu Qinyan felt somewhat refreshed. And they returned to the car. Luo Xinghe ignited the engine, pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle began to glide gently forward, steering towards the direction of home. Chapter 71. Where are you going, senior? It was 8 in the morning. Luo Xinghe drove himself to school, his eyes barely open from fatigue. Given the late hour, he opted not to return to the dormitory but headed straight to the classroom. At this moment, the clock read 7:54. And most of the prime seats in the classroom had already been claimed. To Luo Xinghe's astonishment, Jiang Chuan and the others had yet to arrive. As he entered the classroom, several classmates immediately offered to make space for him, raising their hands and exclaiming, "Class monitor, sit here. Class monitor, there's room beside me. Class monitor, I have a spot too, come sit with me." At that moment, Sun Qingning, still holding her soybean milk, stood up and abandoned her own seat to position herself next to Luo Xinghe. "Class monitor, have you eaten yet?" she inquired. Luo Xinghe was too preoccupied to respond to Sun Qingning. Instead of taking one of the solitary spots, he sought out a more spacious area near the front that could accommodate 4 people, as he intended to save space for his close friends. Just as he was about to move, a few upperclassmen entered the classroom to conduct a roll call. The student council is checking attendance. Upon uttering this, several senior students stepped inside, beginning to count the number of students present. The leader among them produced a form for the class monitor to fill out. Luo Xinghe considered alerting his friends who were about to be late, but there was no time left. Taking the form from the student council, he swiftly noted that there were 36 students expected, 36 present, and 0 on leave. Luo Xinghe. Just as he completed the form, a member of the student council called out his name. Luo Xinghe smiled and replied, "Senior, a few from our class haven't arrived yet. They should be here shortly." "You see." "Never mind." The student council member did not press further, snatching the form back and instructing those still counting to leave. Consequently, the student council representatives, who had just confirmed that only 33 students were present, promptly followed the one holding the form out of the classroom. Following the events of the previous afternoon, Luo Xinghe had gained considerable notoriety within the school. Many students offered him thumbs-up gestures, praising him as someone remarkable. Even the teacher at the podium, preparing to use the multimedia equipment, glanced back upon hearing Luo Xinghe's name. Indifferently, Luo Xinghe settled into the spot he had chosen earlier. Sun Qingning, with her soybean milk in hand, was about to follow when Jiang Chuan and his companions arrived at the door, panting from exertion. At that moment, the clock struck 7:59. They had certainly mastered the art of timing. The 3 of them peered into the classroom, and upon spotting Luo Xinghe, hurriedly took their seats beside him. Jiang Chuan, sitting next to Luo Xinghe, was still catching his breath. As the class bell rang, signaling the start of the lesson, the teacher began the lecture on their specialized subject. Luo Xinghe quietly inquired of Jiang Chuan, "What happened? Why did you all arrive so late?" "Don't mention it," Jiang Chuan replied. "We didn't have enough fun at the barbecue stall last night. So we went to the neighboring dorm to play a game of 3 Kingdoms and had a bit of beer. This morning, we just couldn't get up until Mingzi suddenly woke up at 7:40. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have to skip class." Luo Xinghe remarked. 6. The following morning at 8, having consumed such a copious amount of alcohol the night before, it was indeed a marvel that he could rise at all. After speaking with Jiang Chuan, Luo Xinghe rested his head on the table, prepared to succumb to slumber. At that moment, Su Yuqing, seated behind Jiang Chuan, discreetly poked him in the back with her pin. Jiang Chuan turned his head, and Su Yuqing, smiling, presented him with a cup of soy milk and a warm tea egg concealed in her pocket. Jiang Chuan was quite taken aback. He had not even noticed Su Yuqing was sitting behind him. "Senior, how did you know I hadn't eaten breakfast?" he inquired. Su Yuqing replied, "You mentioned in our conversation that you never have breakfast. I thought skipping it would be detrimental to your stomach, so I brought you a little something." "Oh," Jiang Chuan said, holding the soy milk and clutching the tea egg, overwhelmed with gratitude. He thanked her and turned back, only to realize that Lu Ziming's face was contorted in mock agony. He grinned and imitated Su Yuqing, saying, "Skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach." Jiang Chuan elbowed Lu Ziming, then carefully placed the tea egg into his pocket, choosing to enjoy the soy milk alone. He had no intention of eating the tea egg. Rather, he wished to keep it as a token of Su Yueqing's concern for him. Turning his head, Jiang Chuan intended to speak to Luo Xinghe, only to discover he had already drifted off to sleep. The previous night, Luo Xinghe had spent hours watching editing tutorials until 2 in the morning. In truth, he felt he could have continued, but Gu Qingyan had caught him burning the midnight oil and forcibly confiscated his phone, holding him tightly in her embrace. With no choice left, Luo Xinghe succumbed to slumber, inhaling the faint fragrance of Gu Qingyan. Consequently, he had not had enough sleep last night, which explained his current fatigue. When Luo Xinghe finally stirred from his slumber, the school bell had already rung. The teacher stood at the podium, surrounded by a few diligent students eager to grasp complex concepts. Luo Xinghe turned his head and noticed Jiang Chuan and Lu Ziming were also fast asleep. Even Zhao Jiaxing, usually the most enthusiastic learner, was now propping his head with his hands, struggling to keep his eyes open. Closing his textbook, Luo Xinghe rose, stretched, and roused Jiang Chuan, saying, "Let us go. Let us head back to the dormitory for some rest." Jiang Chuan opened his eyes and then awakened Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing. Just as he intended to follow Luo Xinghe out, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Yueqing, asking, "Senior, where are you headed later?" Having just returned from asking a question, Su Yueqing was now organizing her pencil case. She was among the few college students who brought multiple pens to class. "I plan to head to the library to read for a while. They have some exceptionally good specialized books there." Jiang Chuan nodded affirmatively, saying, "Reading is great. We must read. I will accompany you." Hearing this, Lu Ziming rolled his eyes and remarked, "Chuanzi, do you even know which way the library's entrance faces?" Jiang Chuan retorted, "Of course I do. Mingzi, don't expose me in front of the senior." Luo Xinghe sighed, nudging Lu Ziming. "Come on, let's go." Jiang Chuan's spirit has undoubtedly been lured away by Su Yueqing. Thus, Luo Xinghe returned to the dormitory with Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing, collapsing onto their respective beds. Utterly disinterested in the events of the morning, they fell into a deep slumber. When they finally stirred, it was well past midday, marked by the abrupt kick of the dormitory door by Jiang Chuan. "My dear comrades, I brought you lunch. I knew you would still be sleeping in," he exclaimed. Hurry, come and eat. Look at you, always languishing like this, unlike me, who has diligently absorbed so much knowledge this morning." Chapter 72. Uploading the video, Jiang Chuan expressed that he had acquired a wealth of knowledge and remarked on their moral decline, which elicited amusement from Luo Xinghe and the others. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Chuan inquired. "After studying with senior sister for such an extended period, you aren't envious, are you?" Lu Ziming retorted. "Jiaxing goes to the library every day without saying a word, yet you become so animated after just a brief visit?" Jiang Chuan shot back. "You wouldn't understand. Learning emphasizes efficiency. With senior sister as my mentor, I achieved twice the results with half the effort." Ignoring Jiang Chuan, Luo Xinghe and the others proceeded to unpack the meal he had brought back, a stir-fry with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, previously sold for 15 at school. The current price was merely 7 yuan. This reduction stemmed from the cafeteria lowering its profit margins, coupled with Gu Qingyan providing some financial support. The sudden drop in meal cost prompted a backlash when students were unexpectedly asked to pay a 500 yuan subsidy fee. Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing joined the circle, having spent the entire morning sleeping without sustenance, leaving them quite famished. Observing their silence, Jiang Chuan mistakenly assumed they had been swayed by his words and sat beside them, engrossed in his phone. The afternoon was fully booked with classes until 5:30. Last night, Luo Xinghe had registered a secondary account on Douyin and edited a brief video lasting no more than 30 seconds. He had added a caption at the beginning, "The 11 days spent with Sister Qingyan, may we enjoy countless joyful years together." Accompanying the caption were photographs of their marriage certificate. The video culminated in the segment of him kissing Gu Qingyan. It could be said that the preceding interviews were merely appetizers. The kiss was the essence, the true reason for wrapping those dumplings. Luo Xinghe was eager to deliver a resounding message to those on Douyin who referred to Gu Qingyan as their wife, proclaiming to the world that she was indeed his. After lunch, the 4 of them took a brief respite in the dormitory before hastily heading to class. Arriving earlier than usual, they secured seats toward the back of the tiered classroom, which offered ample seating. However, Jiang Chuan insisted on sitting a row ahead, claiming it was to reserve seats for Su Yueqing and her roommates. Lu Ziming rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Chuanzi, you traitor." Jiang Chuan retorted, "You wouldn't understand. This is love." Lu Ziming quipped, "Love you, twisted pastry." With Jiang Chuan's departure, the seat next to Luo Xinghe became vacant, and Sun Qingming, entering the classroom, promptly took it. Class monitor. I hope you don't mind me sitting here, she smiled, engaging Luo Xinghe in conversation. He shook his head and then rested his head on the desk. Observing this, Sun Qingning swiftly removed her jacket and poked Luo Xinghe. What are you doing? He asked, lifting his head. Sun Qingning neatly folded her jacket and pointed to the hard desk where Luo Xinghe had laid his head, saying, Class monitor, use this as a cushion. The desk is quite hard, and it's uncomfortable to sleep. No need, Luo Xinghe declined her kind offer, fully aware of her intentions. Luo Xinghe had clearly expressed to her that he was in a relationship, yet Sun Qingning paid no heed to his words. She insisted that as long as Luo Xinghe remained unmarried, she would always have a chance. Luo Xinghe, feeling exasperated, informed her that he had already registered his marriage. But Sun Qingning was even more incredulous, claiming it was absurd to get married in one's freshman year. As the clock struck 2, Luo Xinghe was awakened by the vibration of his phone in his pocket. He inquired of Lu Ziming, what time is it? Before Lu could respond, Sun Qingning interjected. It's 2:21, class monitor. Luo Xinghe chose not to engage her, instead retrieving his phone to check a message from Gu Qingyan. Xinghe, you can upload the video at 2:30. At 3, the official account will publish an announcement to verify the authenticity of your video. This interval is to allow your video to gain some traction. After reading the message, Luo Xinghe replied simply, okay. He then placed the phone flat on the table, using the backrest of the adjacent seat to skillfully conceal his activity. Opening the editing app, he located the video he had prepared the previous night. At that moment, Sun Qingning turned to him and inquired, Class monitor, are you about to post on Douyin? Luo Xinghe nodded, initially intending to review the video again. But upon noticing Sun Qingning beside him, an idea sparked in his mind. He pushed his phone toward her and said, actually, I'm a bit fatigued from reviewing my video. Could you help me check if there is anything amiss? Surprised by the request, Sun Qingning eagerly agreed and clicked on the video Luo Xinghe had edited. Is this it, class monitor? She asked, to which he affirmed with a nod. As she pressed play, the progress bar moved slowly, and Sun Qingning's expression transformed from joy to shock, then to a state of bewilderment, as if in an instant. When she beheld the marriage certificate featuring Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan, her heart quivered. Luo Xinghe truly was married, and to the principal no less. The unreliable rumors circulating online turned out to be true after all. As she witnessed Luo Xinghe gently kiss Gu Qingyan on the cheek, a smile blossomed on her face. And in that moment, the world around her seemed to fade into monochrome. Sun Qingning's heart took a heavy blow. Upon finishing the video, she pushed the phone back to Luo Xinghe, still unwilling to accept the reality. She asked, Class monitor, is this for real? Luo Xinghe replied, as you can see. Sun Qingning gazed at Luo Xinghe, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Luo Xinghe lowered his head, feigning ignorance. It was not his intention to hurt her, but rather to help her move on from the impossible. In truth, he regarded Sun Qingning as a good girl, kind and lively, yet burdened by her obsessions, unable to let go. Thus, he resorted to this desperate measure, allowing her to see the video first. Sun Qingning turned away, gently brushing her face with both hands, uncertain if she was wiping away tears or simply lost in thought. Behind Sun Qingning, her roommate inquired, Class monitor, have you made Qingning cry? Luo Xinghe remained silent. His entire focus fixated on the time displayed in the status bar of his phone. It was now 2:29, with merely 20 seconds remaining until 2:30. Luo Xinghe accessed the video upload interface. 10 seconds. He finished editing the video description, everyday snippets with Sister Qingyan. 5 seconds. Luo Xinghe configured several essential settings, such as ensuring the video download included a watermark and other miscellaneous details. At that moment, the number 29 in the status bar transformed into 30. Luo Xinghe pressed publish, and the video instantly transitioned into the upload state. Chapter 73. Boiling over in mere moments. The screen before Luo Xinghe displayed 4 words. Upload successful. Luo Xinghe was well aware of Douyin's nature. Typically, a newly established account's inaugural video required a span of time before it could initiate its first wave of traffic. During this interval, a temporal gap was also necessary. Thus, Luo Xinghe disregarded Sun Qingning, who was still distractedly dropping small pearls, and instead leaned over onto the table. With the primary task accomplished, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, and coupled with the teacher's soothing lecture, he soon succumbed to a drowsy slumber. In front of Luo Xinghe, Su Yueqing, who was attentively listening to the lecture, was suddenly nudged by her roommate. Yueqing, look at what I just found. Meeting her roommate's astonished gaze, Su Yuqing lowered her head to view the video on Douyin. The familiar male voice in the video seemed to be conducting an interview, though the questions appeared rather unconventional. After 2 questions, the male protagonist made a delightful appearance, planting a kiss directly on Gu Qingyan's cheek. This male lead was none other than their esteemed class monitor, Luo Xinghe. Su Yuqing's pupils quivered momentarily before she shared the video with Jiang Chuan beside her. Jiang Chuan, our class monitor has married Principal Gu. Did you know? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan, engrossed in a novel, jolted with surprise, thinking this was gossip leaked by that rascal. Considering that apart from the involved parties, only their dormitory was privy to such information. However, upon viewing the video, Jiang Chuan quickly comprehended, with this angle and this protagonist, who else could have filmed it but Luo Xinghe himself? It appeared that Xinghe and Principal Gu were preparing to make an official announcement. As Jiang Chuan meticulously examined the video Su Yuqing had sent him, the lecture hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Clearly, Douyin's initial wave of promotion had reached those nearby, and with students relaying the news from one to another, the viewership surged instantaneously. Goodness! Is that not Luo Xinghe from Class 1 and the principal? They have quietly tied the knot. I feel as though my worldview has shattered. Wait, wasn't it said that Luo Xinghe was dating Principal Gu's sister? How did it turn out to be Gu Qingyan herself? No wonder Luo Xinghe possesses such formidable influence. It turns out he has a wife supporting him from behind. Oh my, this revelation is monumental. The crowd exchanged excited remarks, transforming the previously subdued classroom into a lively hub of chatter. The teacher at the podium, bewildered, questioned, "What is happening? I did not permit free discussion." Quiet, quiet. The teacher shouted twice, and the situation in the classroom gradually improved. However, it was not solely their class in turmoil. Across the entire school, students and classes, dormitories, and club activities were all engrossed in discussions about Luo Xinghe's video. Principal Gu, my goddess, how could she suddenly marry, and to a freshman from our school no less? I refuse to accept this. What makes me inferior to Luo Xinghe? I demand fair competition. To be fair, considering Luo Xinghe's bold confrontation with the vice principal, even with Principal Gu's backing, he had achieved something remarkable. In an instant, the entire school was in an uproar. However, the excitement is not confined to the school. The employees of the Gu group are equally stirred. The chairman is getting married? My dreams have shattered. How sudden. It appears that he is marrying a student from the same school. I've heard that this student is also from a wealthy family. Could this be considered a marriage of alliances? What do you know? This young man, Luo Xinghe, may be a scion of the Luo family. But how can the Luo family possibly compare to the Gu family? I grit my teeth in frustration. Why can't the goddess be shared among us all? I only wish to catch a glimpse of her each day. Why has this Luo Xinghe captured her heart? Heh, the goddess is now a wife. That makes me like her even more. Meanwhile, atop the Gu group building, Ji Yunyang has also received this video from his secretary. Although he had heard rumors about Gu Qingyan, he could not bring himself to believe them until today when the announcement was made. A faint smile crept across Ji Yunyang's lips. Perhaps he could craft a story around this marriage of the young lady Qingyan. After all, in the realm of the internet, positive attention inevitably invites negative scrutiny. An insidious plan began to unfold in his mind when a call from Chu, he took him by surprise. What does this fellow want? Ji Yunyang was acutely aware that Chui was aligned with Gu Qingyan. Although young, the boy possessed a depth of character that must not be underestimated. With these thoughts, Ji Yunyang swiftly donned a cheerful demeanor. Answering the call with a smile, he cordially remarked, "Ah, my dear brother Chu-hee, what brings you to call at this hour?" At that moment, Chu-hee reclined in his boss's chair, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the old man's laughter. The purpose of his call was to send a warning to Ji Yunyang regarding Gu Qingyan's announcement. Chu-hee knew that those secretly vying against Gu Qingyan would soon try to stir up trouble, and he intended to nip that in the bud. "I say, old brother, have you seen that video on Douyin?" Ji Yunyang's eyes narrowed. He was unsure of Chu-hee's intent, but replied with a smile, "Indeed, I have. That girl Qingyan has certainly kept us old fellows in the dark." "That's good to hear," Chu-hee said bluntly, cutting to the chase. "I advise you not to entertain any notions regarding this matter. Otherwise, should anything untoward arise, I cannot guarantee your safety with Chairman Gu." As Chu-hee spoke, Ji Yunyang felt a chill run down his spine. How could this young man possibly know of his intentions? After all, he had only just conceived this idea and had not confided in anyone. Was this boy somehow endowed with foresight? The truth is, Chu-hee had called immediately due to his extensive experience in handling corporate affairs. He understood that individuals like Ji Yunliang would never miss an opportunity like this. If he were in the same position, he would not let it slip by either. I must say, Brother Chu, you think far too ill of me. Regardless, Qingyan is my niece, the blood of my brother Gu Qilong. How could I act inappropriately? Without further thought, Chui remarked, perhaps I am overthinking. After uttering these words, when Ji Yunyang attempted to respond, he was taken aback as Chu He abruptly ended the call. Infuriated, Ji Yunyang slammed his phone onto the table. That scoundrel! Ji Yunliang furrowed his brow. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of business for many years, he had only been reprimanded by Gu Qilong. Who else would dare treat him this way? Yet, Chui possessed a cunning nature and an extensive network. Not only was he well connected in the business realm, but he also held significant influence in academic and political circles. Esteemed paleontologists had even hailed Chui as the next luminary in the field. Ji Yunyang harbored a sense of apprehension towards someone who wielded such diverse tactics. Chapter 74. This video must be fake at 2:45 in Gu Qingyan's office. Since Luo Xinghe released the video, she had received numerous calls, some from partners, others from former classmates, and a few from colleagues within the company. It was evident that due to the remarkable performance of Luo Xinghe in the video, it had begun to gain traction on Douyin. The public relations team was also fully prepared, awaiting the clock to strike 3 to issue an announcement. For the corporation, such an influx of traffic was a coveted opportunity. Countless enterprises invest heavily in traffic yet fail to generate significant buzz. A sensational highlight like this is a rare stroke of fortune. In the office, Gu Qingyan had just hung up the phone when another call came in. She initially contemplated disconnecting, but upon seeing the caller's identity, she answered. Grandma, Gu Qingyan said. The passing of Gu Qilong did not signify the end of the Gu family. In fact, Gu Qilong's brother, Gu Qiding, operated his own enterprise. Initially, the two brothers had embarked on a joint venture, but disagreements over profits led to a rift, prompting Gu Qiding to venture out independently. Though not as substantial as his elder brothers, his business was sufficient to sustain his family. Ah, Qingyan, how have you been lately? Came an elderly woman's voice from the other end. I'm doing well, Gu Qingyan replied flatly. The reason she had moved out was that during her mother's severe illness years prior, her grandmother and the so-called uncles and aunts had never once visited. Gu Qingyan was aware of her grandmother's prejudice against her mother, but she never expected their absence during such a critical time. After all, her mother was also a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Her father had always heeded her grandmother's wishes, allowing the elderly woman to act with impunity. Consequently, Gu Qingyan harbored a deep-seated aversion toward her relatives, a sentiment she could never forgive. However, had it not been for her father Gu Qilong's dying wish to not treat her grandmother with such coldness, she would have preferred to ignore this call altogether. Qingyan, I heard from Yonghua that you have gotten married. Yonghua was Gu Qingyan's nominal younger brother, the eldest son of Gu Qiding. Yes, Grandma. Such a significant event. And you didn't even consult your old grandmother. It was only through Yonghua seeing it on that Douyin platform that I found out. The elderly woman continued. Why not bring him over this weekend for me to meet? I'm sorry, Grandma, but I have other commitments this weekend. Perhaps another time. Qingyan, how about next week? Before her grandmother could finish her sentence, Gu Qingyan had already hung up the phone. At that moment, Secretary Jean, who had been waiting at the door, approached with a work-related call. Gu Xiao, the Public Relations Department has informed me that everything is ready. Would you like to review the announcement content once more? Gu Qingyan shook her head. No need. I've already seen it. Let us proceed with that version. Understood. Secretary Jean nodded and withdrew. Gu Qingyan's phone rang once more. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was yet another call from her grandmother, prompting her to flip the phone face down on the table. She reminisced about the time when her father had just passed away. The old lady had even contemplated placing Gu Yonghua in charge of the enterprise, intending to marginalize Gu Qingyan, were it not for her father's will and the notarization he had sought. Gu Qingyan shuddered to think what further mischief the old woman might have orchestrated. Her happiness appeared to be of little concern to her grandmother. Rather, her primary focus was on wresting control of the Gu Corporation from Gu Qingyan's grasp. In the lecture hall, many classmates continued to comment beneath a particular video. Within a mere 15 minutes, the video had amassed over 100,000 likes, with comments exceeding 50,000. The comment section was rife with disbelief. Some so-called influencers, seeking to capitalize on the attention, produced supposed evidence of digital manipulation. They even released a video claiming to debunk the original, vowing that should the video prove authentic, they would live stream themselves consuming snacks. Despite the skepticism surrounding the video's authenticity, netizens lambasted the influencer for attempting to deceive the public for food and drinks. The online world was in turmoil, stirred by Luo Xinghe's viral video. Yet, the subject of all this commotion remained slumbering at his desk. When he finally awoke, it was already 2:55. Rubbing his eyes, Luo Xinghe found Lu Ziming shaking his shoulder, exclaiming, "Xinghe, your video has gone viral. Do you realize it's from my alternate account?" Lu Ziming remarked slowly, "Such a video? From that perspective, who else could have produced it but you?" Luo Xinghe patted Lu Ziming's shoulder and promptly opened his Douyin account. Lu Ziming leaned in closer, believing that the viral status Lu Ziming mentioned might simply mean it had surpassed 10,000 likes. To his astonishment, the video had already garnered 150,000 likes. With 5,200 new followers, the private messages flooded in beyond comprehension. Wow! Luo Xinghe was taken aback by the figures. Could his sister Gu Qingyan truly wield such significant influence online? Meanwhile, Lu Ziming, peering over Luo Xinghe's shoulder, felt a twinge of envy upon witnessing the impressive statistics. In the year 4202, who remained oblivious to the adage that traffic equated to money. A single viral video could lead to a deluge of advertising opportunities, and a live stream would undoubtedly be a carnival of attention. Yet, Lu Ziming quickly reconsidered. Given Gu Qingyan's affluent background, supplemented by Luo Xinghe's own, they likely had little need for such trivial pursuits. With this thought, a grimace crossed Lu Ziming's face. Cursing his luck. Unaware of Lu Ziming's emotional shift, Luo Xinghe perused the comments section. Noting a mix of sentiments, some praised the goddess while others directed their ire at Luo Xinghe. There were also numerous claims that the video must have been digitally altered. Blessed with innate beauty and hailing from a wealthy family, Gu Qingyan possessed an ethereal quality that enchanted many men. Consequently, her online presence rivaled that of certain celebrities. Amidst these comments, Luo Xinghe stumbled upon a particular screenshot. A man sits before the camera, pointing at a photograph on his mobile screen depicting the kiss between Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan, accompanied by bold text, "Not photoshopped. I'm live streaming while eating Oreos." Upon seeing this image, Luo Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle. He followed the link provided by the netizen to find the original poster and watch the entire video. He discovered that the analysis presented by this blogger was quite astute, even producing what they termed as evidence. Such attempts to gain attention were hardly worth his time. After all, once the clock struck 3 and the official announcement was made, the truth would inevitably be revealed, rendering any further debate superfluous. As expected, when the hour passed, the official account of Gu Corporation, marked with AV, promptly released a statement. They expressed gratitude for the concern shown by various parties and proceeded to address the personal matters concerning Chairman Gu with the following declaration. Chapter 75, Traffic Grabbing and Account Banning. At the home of a prominent influencer with 36,000 followers. I tell you, Lao Wang, one must seize the opportunity to leverage traffic. Have you seen how many followers my last video garnered? A blogger named Ren Jia was reveling in the traffic he had attracted. His other videos typically received around 3,000 likes. Yet his latest expose on a purported marriage involving the head of the Gu family group had surged his followers by over 1,000. With the video accumulating more than 20,000 likes, Ren Jia felt a surge of delight. He had serendipitously tapped into the current trend of traffic, envisioning his follower count surpassing 100,000, eventually reaching 1 million. Lao Ren, have you considered what if that video is true? How would you extricate yourself from that predicament? Ren Jia boasted, impossible. The head of the Gu family group, Gu Qingyan, if she were to seek a partner, countless elite individuals would flock to her. How could she possibly wed a mere child? This is likely just that child's ploy to generate traffic with fabricated images. Little did he realize, his traffic has been intercepted by me, haha. Tonight, I shall release another video, tagging that boy directly, questioning him about his deception. This will surely generate another wave of followers. As Ren Jia conversed on the phone, he eagerly monitored the surging data on his other device. Intoxicated by the influx of traffic, oblivious to everything else. Alas, Lao Ren, you seem so preoccupied with joy that you haven't checked Douyin yet? Check what Douyin? Ren Jia was too absorbed in the rising view counts to spare a moment for Douyin. On the line, Lao Wang remarked, you should take a look at the official account of the Gu family group, the verified one. They have issued a statement acknowledging that the video posted by that account is authentic. Upon hearing this, the smile on Ren Jia's face instantaneously froze. What did you say? I warned you against recklessly chasing traffic, but you wouldn't listen. You insisted on making a gamble with the stakes of eating oligo. Now let us see how you resolve this. Before Lao Wang could finish his sentence, Ren Jia's phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. The official account had posted a message. Ren Jia swiftly closed the Douyin Creator Service Center and navigated to the video interface. The first video presented to him was the official announcement from the Gu family group. Thank you to all parties for your concern regarding the Gu family group. We hereby make the following statement regarding CEO Gu's personal matters. First, CEO Gu has legally registered her marriage with Luo Xinghe of the Shanglua Group on August 31st, considering the implications for all parties involved. This was not disclosed at the time. Second, due to the public's interest in the Gu family group and in response to unfounded rumors circulating online, we now formally announce this news. CEO Gu's private life is her own affair. We kindly ask netizens to refrain from causing a ruckus and urge those spreading falsehoods to cease their actions. Or the Gu family group reserves the right to pursue legal action against the purveyors of these rumors. Third, Xiao Luo and sister Qingyan's daily lives will be shared on this account, which serves as a platform for Luo Gongzi and CEO Gu's post-marital moments. Those interested may follow. Signed, Gu Family Group. Upon finishing the announcement, Ren Jia felt as though half of his world had collapsed. In the comments section, Ren Jia was astonished to see that quick-witted netizens had already transformed his passionate speech about indulging in Oreos into a meme, captioned, "I just craved it, so what?" Numerous accounts directly tagged him, inquiring when he would partake again. Upon reading these messages, Ren's heart plummeted. Could it be that the video he had uploaded was indeed authentic? Had he truly entered into a whirlwind marriage with Gu Qingyan? Such an improbable occurrence had manifested so vividly before his eyes. His hands trembled. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, logging into his account to delete the recently posted video. There was no other choice. If he allowed the situation to escalate, he could only envision a future where any subsequent video he shared would be inundated with comments questioning why he indulged in Oreos, rendering him a figure of mockery. He needed to refrain from posting for a while to avoid the storm of attention. Fortunately, his account remained intact. The thought of losing it after 2 years of diligent cultivation was unbearable. Just as he contemplated his strategy, his account abruptly logged him out, displaying a message, "Account status abnormal, login not permitted." What on earth? Ren was momentarily bewildered. Surely, it couldn't lead to his account being banned merely for riding the wave of trending topics? At the City College, in Gu Qingyan's office, He reclined with his feet on the desk, assuring, "Rest assured, Miss Gu, I have a professional team monitoring the situation. Any attempts to exploit trending topics or steer discussions will be dealt with immediately." "How will you handle it?" she inquired. "By banning the accounts," He replied. "Anyone daring to capitalize on your and Luo Xinghe's popularity will face account suspension." Gu Qingyan frowned. "You just impose bans without consideration? Leave this matter to me. I can certainly manage the direction of public opinion. However, I do wonder when the payment for this influence management will be made from your end." "Xinghe, the official account has also released a statement. Does this mean you are officially announcing it?" Lu Ziming asked excitedly. Luo Xinghe stretched in class and nodded, sort of. "It's primarily to support Sister Qingdian's work." "Wow, the account of that blogger who claimed they wanted to eat Oreos has been completely banned." Jiang Chuan, who had been online during the class, immediately turned to report to Luo Xinghe upon discovering that Ren Jia's account was inaccessible. Sitting beside him, Sui Weiqing added, "Indeed. Several other accounts exploiting the trend have also vanished." The magnitude of this situation was astonishing. The classroom buzzed with chatter as numerous students turned to gaze at Luo Xinghe, making him the center of attention, while the teacher at the podium appeared out of touch with the current climate. "I must ask, what is the matter with you students? Why are you not paying attention to me or the PowerPoint presentation, but instead turning your heads to the back? Is there knowledge back there, or what? This class is, without a doubt, the worst I have ever taught." The teacher, noticing the lack of engagement, resignedly began to grumble. After a while, he even descended directly from the classroom, seeking out a student in the front row, and promptly seized their phone to peruse its contents. "Let me see what you all are engaging with instead of attending class." When the instructor caught sight of Luo Xinghe's familiar visage, their body froze momentarily. "Isn't that our principal? Is this Luo Xinghe?" The student in the front row, noticing the teacher's keen interest, quickly explained, "Teacher, Luo Xinghe is just sitting behind. Look, the official account of the Gu Group has issued an announcement." The teacher adjusted their glasses, engrossed in the unfolding drama. "I suspected something was amiss with these two. It seems I was right." Just as the teacher was savoring the gossip, the department head patrolling outside shouted, "Teacher Zhao, what are you doing not teaching and merely watching?" Chapter 76. We are finished. Upon hearing the words of the department head, Teacher Zhao did not turn around. Instead, he beckoned, "Old Lin, come quickly. Take a look at this." Director Lin, his brow furrowed, entered the classroom with his hands clasped behind his back, muttering, "Old Zhao, you're over 40. Do you not know how to address positions at work? What is this old Lin nonsense? And look at you, using your phone during class. Why are you so verbose?" Teacher Zhao replied. Upon seeing Director Lin approaching, he thrust his phone towards Lin's face. Director Lin squinted at the screen and was taken aback to find a video of Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan. Stunned, he realized that Luo Xinghe must have some connection to Gu Qingyan, but he had always assumed it was a familial bond. Who could have imagined they were married? Noticing the astonishment on Director Lin's face, Teacher Zhao crossed his arms and nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, old Lin, the parties involved are right there. Aren't you going to ask them?" Director Lin lifted his gaze to see Luo Xinghe animatedly discussing something with Lu Ziming, while Jiang Chuan occasionally turned to join their hushed conversation. Initially intending to inquire further, Director Lin quickly recalled the purpose of his visit. A glance around the classroom revealed that the students were engrossed in their phones, some even turning to take pictures of Luo Xinghe, while others exchanged notes. Had it not been for the students' respect for the ongoing lesson, they might have already surrounded Luo Xinghe. "Come on, do you think a teacher should lack authority? We are in the middle of a lesson. No news should disrupt our class. Do you understand?" Director Lin tossed the phone back to Teacher Zhao, instructing him to restore order, then turned to exit the room. However, he called out, "Luo Xinghe, step outside with me." Once in the corridor, Luo Xinghe promptly approached him. Already aware of the reason for the summons, Director Lin was undoubtedly going to inquire about the video. "Well, Xinghe," Director Lin hesitated, searching for the right words. "When did you marry Principal Gu?" "On August 31st. Did you not see the announcement from Gu's group?" Luo Xinghe replied, surprised. Director Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had not had the time to read the announcement. For the past half hour, he had been monitoring the classrooms. He had wondered why the students had become so animated after 2:30, initially thinking it was the teacher's lack of control, only to discover such significant news had unfolded. Patting Luo Xinghe on the shoulder, he finally managed to say, "Young man, you were quite fortunate." "Director Lin, you didn't call me out just to compliment me, did you?" Luo Xinghe inquired. "Ah, well, keep up the good work, young man. You have a promising future ahead." Director Lin, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, was at a loss for words. He had called Luo Xinghe out not only to inquire about the situation but also to remove him from the classroom so that Teacher Zhao could regain control over the class. What does it mean to work diligently? Upon hearing Director Lin's praise, Luo Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. In the administrative building, in Qian Digeo's office, "Old Qian, what have we done?" Qian Digeo was seated, eyes closed, sipping tea to calm his mind, when Dong Lin burst in, frantically holding his phone and exclaiming that it was over. "I said, Old Dong, what is wrong with you? Why are you always in such a panic?" "Since yesterday, when they seized the opportunity to collect cafeteria management fees while Gu Qingyan was attending a weekly meeting at the group, no one had visited their two offices. Even those who used to report their work or come for signatures had vanished. Some of their former subordinates had even been dismissed outright. It must be said that Gu Qingyan is indeed a formidable person, managing to find replacements in such a short time. It seems this young lady has devoted considerable thought to their situation. She has likely been contemplating their replacement for quite some time. Nevertheless, as long as there had been no formal notice regarding the investigation of the two, Qian Digeo felt that, despite their dire circumstances, they should at least struggle for survival. Thus, while he sat with closed eyes, he was also devising a strategy. Who would have thought that Dong Lin would enter in such a state of alarm? Qian Digeo was curious about how they could possibly be worse off. Dong Lin urged, "Old Qian, you must see Douyin." "Why would I watch Douyin at a time like this?" Qian Digeo frowned. "There is no time for such distractions." With that, Dong Lin placed his phone on Qian Digeo's desk. Sitting up straight, Qian Digeo glanced at the screen and felt a jolt throughout his body. It was the marriage certificate of Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan. This meant that the threat they had issued yesterday was directed at Gu Qingyan's own husband? A student. The husband of the principal? Is that even plausible? Qian Digeo's mouth fell open as he absorbed the news, suddenly feeling that he was doomed, without hope of redemption. Although he had previously anticipated that Gu Qingyan would take action against him for the cafeteria fee collection, it seemed that the repercussions would extend far beyond that. They had threatened Luo Xinghe, and Gu Qingyan would undoubtedly seek vengeance for her husband. Realizing this, Qian Digeo sprang to his feet. Dong Lin, with a distressed expression, inquired. Old Qian, what are you planning to do? Qian Digao marched straight toward the office door, muttering to himself, I must find Principal Gu. I must apologize. I cannot afford to fail. I have an elderly parent and young children to support. In the ensuing moments, Luo Xinghe became the focal point of the school, with students flocking to him for photographs wherever he went. Numerous individuals approached him, demanding gossip and inquiries. After a grueling class, Luo Xinghe and his companions attempted to head to the cafeteria for a meal, only to find that every location they chose was abuzz with excitement. Consequently, Luo Xinghe had no choice but to return to his dormitory, yet the journey back was accompanied by Jiang Chuan and the other two, who escorted him. Upon arriving at the dorm, they had to secure the door, for otherwise, the throng outside would surge in. Jiang Chuan and the others had never witnessed such a scene and quickly waved their hands, saying, Xinghe, you are truly on fire. There are crowds outside behaving as if they have lost their minds. Luo Xinghe sat on the edge of his bed, sighing. He could not fathom why these people were in such a frenzy. The crucial point is that he is not a social media influencer. If merely posting a video could elevate someone to fame, then the concept of an influencer would be rather trivial. Luo Xinghe suddenly recalled a popular meme circulating in the online realm. While many perceive the internet as a challenging landscape, Shinzei's uncle holds a different perspective. The uncle relies on Shinzei, just as Luo Xinghe depends on his wife. So, what are we to do now? Zhao Zhaoxing inquired. The three of them, having undertaken the task of escorting Luo Xinghe home, are currently enduring hunger. Moreover, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that these individuals not only recognize Luo Xinghe but are also aware of their status as his roommates. Whenever the three of them venture outside, they are inevitably encircled with inquiries. Could you please tell us where Luo Xinghe is? Jiang Chuan sighed and remarked. I feel we must find a place to seek refuge. Chapter 77. Becoming a star evading difficulties is a trivial matter. What truly matters is my growling stomach. Jiang Chuan clutched his rumbling belly, feeling famished after a long afternoon of classes. He yearned to rush into the cafeteria for a hearty meal. But before he could even take a bite, a crowd surrounded him. Let us step outside for a bite. We need to lay low for a while, Luo Xinghe suggested. For the students at school, Luo Xinghe's recent marriage to the principal was monumental news, and it spread like wildfire, leaving the entire school in the know. Thus, staying on campus had become untenable, but perhaps the outside world would offer some respite. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan rose, glanced at the closed door, and sighed, alas. It seems we have no choice. Allow me to lead the charge. Luo Xinghe exchanged glances with Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing, and the three of them stood up together. Jiang Chuan took the lead, while Luo Xinghe and the others supported him from behind. As they opened the door, the students outside transformed into activated NPCs, instantly brandishing their phones to capture the moment. Xinghe, let us take a photo together. Xinghe, may I ask you a few questions? Xinghe, how wealthy is Principal Gu's family? Do tell. The crowd chattered excitedly as the three of them pushed Luo Xinghe through the throng. It wasn't that Luo Xinghe was being aloof. It was merely that the trio was too hungry to linger for photographs, fearing they might be occupied until nightfall. Ignoring the identities of those around them, they charged ahead. Finally, reaching the parking lot, Luo Xinghe retrieved the car keys, and all four of them promptly piled into the vehicle. At that moment, numerous onlookers surrounded the car, snapping pictures. Look, everyone. Xinghe is wealthy enough to drive a luxury BMW in her freshman year. Luo Xinghe started the engine, honking the horn a few times before finally exiting the school grounds. Once on the road, Jiang Chuan and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. I say, these people are utterly insane, Lu Ziming remarked, adjusting his torn shirt. Just then, Gu Qingyan, having finished her work, finally found a moment to call Luo Xinghe. She answered through the car's system. Hello, Sister Qingyan, Luo Xinghe greeted. Gu Qingyan inquired, Xinghe, how are you faring? I heard from Secretary Jean that you're being swarmed the moment you step outside. Luo Xinghe responded with exasperation. Who knows why they're surrounding me? I'm not an internet celebrity. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan chuckled softly on the other end of the line, countering, how can you not be a celebrity? Your video has garnered 50,000 likes. That's quite impressive. With a heavy sigh, Luo Xinghe replied, sigh. Gu Qingyan continued, where are you now? The people at school are too wild. We haven't eaten yet, so I'm taking them out for a meal. All right, I'll handle the issues at school. After your meal, take them to see some cars. See cars? Gu Qingyan explained. I have a friend who is very fond of cars and has an extensive collection of sports cars in his garage. It's the perfect opportunity for you and your roommates to check them out while I resolve matters at school. Oh, sounds good. Later, we will return home together. All right. Luo Xinghe replied, and Gu Qingyan ended the call. At that moment, the eyes of Jiang Chuan and the other two began to glisten with anticipation. Xinghe. Principal Gu mentioned you would take us to see some cars. Indeed, Luo Xinghe responded while driving. Are we looking at sports cars? The expressions of the three visibly brightened with excitement. They felt that being able to see sports cars would somehow make the hardships endured at school worthwhile. After dining, Luo Xinghe led Jiang Chuan and the others to the location specified by Gu Qingyan. It was a private villa, even more spacious than Gu Qingyan's own residence. Upon Luo Xinghe's arrival, Gu Qingyan's friend awaited at the entrance. You must be Luo Xinghe. I'm Qin Tianyu, a classmate of Gu Qingyan. Luo Xinghe extended his hand for a handshake, and Qin Tianyu remarked, You've achieved overnight fame. Your video has garnered over 600,000 likes. My friends in the media envy you immensely. Hee. I merely assisted Sister Qingyan with her work. I had no idea it would elicit such a strong response. Qingyan was the goddess of our class, beautiful and affluent. You've hit the jackpot. Enjoy it. Qin Tianyu chuckled while patting Luo Xinghe on the shoulder and then beckoned Jiang Chuan and the others to enter. As the four stepped into Qin Tianyu's courtyard, they were awestruck by the sight of several sports cars parked within. The most striking was a fiery red Ferrari, its sleek lines reminiscent of a poised cheetah, exuding an intense athletic aura. Beside it stood a silver-gray Lamborghini, low and wide, with a unique and futuristic design. Its doors opened in a distinctive scissor style, resembling wings poised for flight. On the other side of the Lamborghini rested a black McLaren, which appeared more understated and reserved. Yet every contour of its body hinted at a blend of power and speed. Lastly, a blue Porsche stood quietly nearby, its rounded and elegant lines resembling a work of art. Qin Tianyu, hands in pockets, introduced them. This is a Ferrari 488, a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, a McLaren 720s. And that last one is a Porsche, which you should recognize. I own quite a few cars, and since my underground garage is full, these are parked above. Gazing at the impressive array of sports cars, Jiang Chuan and the others were utterly astonished. The tangible power and grandeur of these vehicles were entirely different from the online impressions they had gathered. I heard from Qingyan that she gave you money to buy sports cars for enjoyment. Is that correct? Qin Tianyu inquired. Luo Xinghe nodded. Yes. But I am not well versed in sports cars. Ah, Qin Tianyu sighed. I truly envy you. Qingyan is so generous with her spending. No worries. Let us observe together as I elucidate the nuances of sports cars, and feel free to express your preferences regarding any particular model. I possess contacts of several proprietors who can assist in procuring the vehicle of your choice. For the ensuing hours, Luo Xinghe accompanied Qin Tianyu to explore the latter's private underground garage, where Qin imparted some specialized knowledge about sports cars, proving to be an enriching experience for the four of them. Meanwhile, at Chung College, various counselors received directives from higher authorities, strictly prohibiting students from interfering with Luo Xinghe's daily life. Additional teachers and student council members were dispatched to disperse those congregating at Luo Xinghe's dormitory entrance. After several hours of de-escalation, order within the school gradually began to normalize. Chapter 78. Thank you all for your attention. It is time for us to rest. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when Luo Xinghe returned the car to the school, there were hardly any onlookers left, although a few fans approached him for photographs. The situation remained manageable. Jiang Chuan and his companions, exhausted from a long day, exchanged brief farewells with Luo Xinghe before heading back to their dormitories to rest. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe strolled to the administration building to find Gu Qingyan. Just as Gu Qingyan descended the stairs after finishing her work, she spotted Luo Xinghe outside, taking pictures with students. Instead of approaching him, she stood at a distance, arms crossed, tilting her head with a smile as she observed him. Once the students had finished taking their pictures, Gu Qingyan walked over and teased, "Oh, the big star has finished posing with fans?" Seeing her, Luo Xinghe shrugged wearily. "This big star can go be famous elsewhere. I didn't anticipate that a simple video would provoke such a reaction." With a light laugh, Gu Qingyan gently nudged him from behind. "Come on, no need to drive. I'll take you home." Luo Xinghe, feeling rather lethargic, followed her without protest, as he had no intention of driving anyway. Once they were in the car, Gu Qingyan started the engine, and they gradually left the school grounds. On the way, Luo Xinghe had hoped to doze off, but just as he drifted into a light sleep, his father's call interrupted him. "Hello, Dad, what's up?" Luo Xinghe answered groggily. "Luo Xinghe, What is the story behind the video you posted on Douyin? Have you lost your mind? Who told you to share a video of you and Chin in? What if it affects her work? His father's voice was filled with ire as he berated him. Luo Xinghe, taken aback, replied, Dad, before you start hurling insults, shouldn't you at least understand the situation? Besides, I wouldn't post that without a reason. It was obviously Qing Yin who encouraged me to share it. Moreover, the official account of Gu Corporation has already made an announcement. Haven't you seen that? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiang's temper softened slightly. Oh, so it was Qing Yin who prompted you to post it? Of course. Why else would I share something like that? I thought you were just showing off on Douyin. All right, then, forget it. I'll hang up. After inquiring about the details, Luo Jiang abruptly ended the call without a hint of courtesy. However, Luo Xinghe was accustomed to such behavior from his father. Once he heard the dial tone, he put his phone away. Gu Qingyan inquired, was that your father calling? Luo Xinghe nodded. Yes. He asked why you posted the video? Yes, Luo Xinghe confirmed. Dad seems to think I did it on a whim, fearing it might affect your work. Puffing a small laugh, Gu Qingyan remarked, it seems your father still worries about you. Luo Xinghe leaned his head against the seatbelt and murmured, when has he ever fully trusted me? To him, I will always be a child. After saying this, feeling fatigued, Luo Xinghe succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, Gu Qingyan found that Guo Xinghe had already driven them home. As they opened the door, Zhao Ma, who was busy sweeping the floor, playfully remarked, oh, the two big stars have returned. Guo Xinghe seized a glass and poured himself a cup of cool water. Taking a hearty sip before responding, Zhao Ma, please refrain from teasing me. Zhao Ma continued, I saw your video. It has garnered quite a few likes. Has it? Over 700,000 if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that akin to becoming a major internet sensation? Guo Xinghe sighed and merely uttered, I am tired, before heading upstairs to take a shower in his bedroom. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Zhao Ma promptly inquired of Gu Qingyan, what is the matter with Xinghe? Gu Qingyan, having changed out of her high heels into comfortable slippers, replied, it's nothing, Zhao Ma. Just continue with your work. He is simply overwhelmed by the sudden influx of attention today. Zhao Ma, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed, lowered her head and resumed her task. Gu Qingyan then prepared a glass of warm milk for Guo Xinghe, believing it would aid his sleep. For Guo Xinghe, being thrust into the limelight so abruptly was undoubtedly disconcerting. His formerly private life had been encroached upon, leaving his mind restless and weary. Carrying the milk into the bedroom, she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. She set the milk on the bedside table and turned to change her clothes in the wardrobe. Before long, she emerged wearing a delicate golden-hued nightgown, returning to the bedroom to lounge on the sofa with her legs crossed, the pale skin of her thighs subtly visible beneath the fabric. Gu Qingyan focused intently on the comments beneath Guo Xinghe's video. Love you, dear sister-in-law. This is outrageous. Blogger, reveal your address. I'm coming for you. Guys, can anyone recommend a good dentist? I'm not joking. I've truly cracked my back molar. Come on. Everyone is joking, but it seems you've really landed a wealthy beauty. Dear blogger, I have a seafaring job available that requires 12 months at sea, but the salary is quite high. Interested? Amused by the entertaining comments, Gu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. She understood that most of these individuals were merely jesting, blurring the lines between truth and fiction. With audience engagement surging and the video statistics flourishing, Douyin would continue to promote it. Thus, Guo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan ought to extend their gratitude to these envious netizens for elevating their video to such heights. By the time Gu Qingyan checked, Guo Xinghe's video had amassed over 800,000 likes, ranking third on Douyin's trending list, with comments exceeding 200,000 and a remarkable increase of 68,000 followers from a single video. Such statistics, even within the influencer realm, were undeniably impressive. As Gu Qingyan pondered over Guo Xinghe's video, he emerged from the bathroom clad in a white bathrobe, towel in hand. While drying his hair, he asked, Qingyan, what are you watching? Gu Qingyan waved her phone. Just observing the reactions to your video. What else would I be watching? Oh, Guo Xinghe casually inquired. How many followers do I have now? Currently, it's 68,000. Gu Qingyan replied. Really? Upon hearing this data, Luo Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rapid increase in followers. Initially, he intended to explore the intricacies of operating a social media account through this platform. Yet before he could even begin, he found himself nearing 70,000 followers. What was the point in continuing? Gu Qingyan remarked, with such substantial traffic, you should seize the moment and create another video. No. Luo Luo Xinghe vehemently shook his head. I believe this data is quite satisfactory as it stands. We can discuss it again in a couple of days. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingyan snatched the phone that Luo Xinghe had placed on the bed, effortlessly unlocking it using the facial recognition he had set up for her just days prior. She then opened Douyin and began recording, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Gu Qingyan. Thank you all for your attention towards both me and Luo Xinghe. Now, it's time for us to sleep." Chapter 79. Murdering the Heart. This is a video featuring only the voice of Gu Qingyan, capturing the simple act of Luo Xinghe making the bed. There are no edits, nor any artistic techniques employed. It is merely a straightforward documentation of daily life. Once completed, Gu Qingyan promptly uploaded the video. After finishing the recording, Gu Qingyan tossed her phone back onto the bed. At this moment, a weary Luo Xinghe prepared to burrow under the covers. Gu Qingyan rose from the sofa, untied her ponytail, and, clad in a nightgown that revealed her smooth calves, made her way to the washroom to take a shower. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe reclined on the bed, covered by a blanket, and began to play with his phone. At that moment, he realized that Gu Qingyan had uploaded the video. Luo Xinghe had assumed that Gu Qingyan was merely capturing footage for his reference, not expecting her to upload it directly. Merely 2 minutes after the video was posted, the comments section had already accumulated several remarks. Sunny River, wait. Who taught you to share such mundane moments? Do you need to record a video of sleeping too? Luo Xinghe recognized the name and clicked on the individual's profile, discovering an official certification, founder and chairman of Sunny Group. If Luo Xinghe's guess was correct, this so-called founder was none other than Brother Chu He. Luo Xinghe replied, "Apologies, it was recorded by Sister Qingyan. I just found out as well." After responding, Luo Xinghe continued scrolling through the comments. Who has this kid's home address? I want to send him some local specialties. Damn, is this a heart murder? Who told you to sleep together? Come on, are you guys staging this? After filming, he still plans to sleep in the living room, right? So, my goddess has already. For goodness sake, brothers, let us report this video. Seeing the comments devolve into envy, Luo Xinghe felt a flicker of pride within him. Turning to listen to the sound of rushing water, his mood improved considerably. Indeed, obtaining a marriage certificate with Sister Qingyan had its merits and prestige. Just as Luo Xinghe was about to turn off his phone and drift off to sleep, he suddenly noticed another reply from Chu He. Quickly start a live stream. I want to reward the carnival. With Chu He stirring the pot, more and more fans who had seen the video echoed the sentiment. Good brother, great leader. Please open a live stream for us. I sell my house to support the carnival. Luo Xinghe furrowed his brow, vaguely understanding the intentions of these older brothers. They merely wished to glimpse the interior of Gu Qingyan's home, and if they could inadvertently catch a glimpse of her figure, that would be even better. Regardless, Luo Xinghe resolutely refused to entertain this notion. After all, Sister Qingyan was his and his alone. Moreover, he certainly did not lack funds and had no need for their rewards. Thus, he commented in the section, "Thank you all for your support. But I'm a bit tired today, so Sister Qingyan and I will be heading to bed now. Good night, everyone." With that, he set his phone down. At this moment, a certain individual far away in another city was fervently typing in the dark, "Brother, don't sleep. Please go live. I'll use my father's welfare to shower you with gifts. I beseech you. I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Fulfill this wish for me. Brother, you can't really be asleep, can you? I advise you to be truly asleep if you dare to touch my goddess. I'll take out a loan and travel by high-speed train just to flick rubber bands at your window." Yet, no matter what, Luo Xinghe would not respond, for he was not even glancing at his phone at that moment. However, the fervor of the individual did not wane. "Brother, be gentle. Could I perhaps purchase a viewing spot beneath your bed? I'll pay a handsome price. Brother, I want to make a sound. Just speak to me." After sending a dozen messages without receiving a reply, he shed tears of sorrow in the darkness. He set down his phone and collapsed onto his bed, weeping as if he had just experienced a heartbreak. The beautiful night always feels fleeting, as dawn inevitably arrives, and the sun rises as usual. Gu Qingyan still went to the group company first, while Luo Xinghe was driven to school by the chauffeur. This morning, there was no early class, and he contemplated returning to his dormitory for a quick nap. Unfortunately, many students along the way sought to take photos with him. A photograph with Luo Xinghe posted on Douyin would garner significant views and increase followers. Thus, the eager university students, enthusiastic about social media and the thrill of the moment, would not let such an opportunity slip by. Even outside the campus, many attempted to sneak in for a photo with Luo Xinghe. The city college upheld the principle of being an open university, hence the lax security measures allowed some citizens to enter for visits and meals at the cafeteria, which the school seldom monitored. However, times had changed. Once Luo Xinghe was surrounded, security guards stood by to maintain order and prevent any harm from befalling him. Consequently, the journey that usually took 10 minutes to the dormitory stretched to half an hour. Fortunately, the diligent security guard, with a fierce demeanor, deterred anyone from making inappropriate advances toward Luo Xinghe. By 8 o'clock, he finally returned to his dormitory, closed the door, and felt a slight sense of tranquility envelop him. Goodness, these people are insane, Luo Xinghe remarked as he leaned against the door. At that moment, Jiang Chuan was still cocooned in sleep, while Lu Ziming was lifting weights with dumbbells purchased for 9 yuan, and Zhao Jiaxing sat at the desk, engrossed in a professional development book borrowed from the library. Upon seeing Luo Xinghe enter, both turned their heads. Lu Ziming remarked, "Well, it's unavoidable. Xinghe, you've become quite the sensation lately, even topping the trending list on Douyin." Luo Xinghe sighed, reflecting that had he known the response would be so overwhelming, he might have preferred to let the public relations team handle it. But upon further contemplation, he realized that he and Sister Qing Yin would still be the main subjects of the video. It would merely be edited in a more professional manner. Indeed, due to this professionalism, they might even attract more attention, resulting in an even warmer reception from the audience. It truly is complicated. Luo Xinghe sighed as he approached Jiang Chuan's bedside, seized his large bottle of mineral water, and took a couple of hearty swigs without hesitation. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, "Is there truly no way to temper their exuberance?" Lu Ziming, lifting weights, responded, "That's quite a challenge. Unless you run out of popularity, then their interest would wane." Zhao Jiaxing interjected, "There is another method. You could have Principal Gu issue a decree that anyone disturbing your normal life at school would face a deduction in credits." Upon hearing Zhao Jiaxing's suggestion, Luo Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. He preferred not to resort to authoritarian measures to achieve his aims, for oppression inevitably leads to backlash in due course. At this moment, outside Hiching Academy, the crew exclaimed, "Brothers, we have undertaken a night-long march to arrive at the gates of Hiching Academy. I declare myself to be Luo Xinghe's uncle, and you may doubt my words, but today, I shall substantiate my claim. We are here for authenticity. Let us enter directly." Chapter 80. Your account has been banned. Upon uttering these words, the influencer, Min Xiao, brandished a selfie stick, preparing to enter the premises. However, before he could cross the threshold, he was halted by a security guard. Although City College is open to the public, it does not welcome those who seek to exploit its students for profit. "What do you think you're doing?" exclaimed Min Xiao, shaking his head and addressing the camera. "My dear friends, this security guard is quite ungrateful, blocking my way. I am a relative of Luo Xinghe, and I shall see if he can truly stop me." With that declaration, Min Xiao patted the security guard on the shoulder, playfully extending his leg and swaying. The influencer Min Xiao, you surely must have heard of me. Let me enlighten you. Luo Xinghe is my nephew, and I am his uncle. Did you know that the principal is my nephew-in-law? This school belongs to my family. Why are you obstructing my path? Step aside." The security guard remained silent, resolutely pushing Min Xiao away with a riot shield. "I say, you old fool, do you not recognize the significance of my presence? I have tens of thousands of viewers in my live stream. Even aside from my family connections, my mere presence here would bring traffic to the school. How dare you deny me entry?" The security guard replied, "I care not for your connections. My duty is to ensure the safety of the students within this institution. It is clear you are not here for a tour, and thus, you shall not enter." Min Xiao, his face flushed with indignation, had never encountered such resistance. With hundreds of thousands of followers and numerous live events, he was accustomed to being treated as an esteemed guest. This was the first time he had been barred at the school gate. "If you continue this way, I shall inform my nephew-in-law and have you dismissed. Even if I were to be dismissed, I still cannot allow you entry." The security guard stood his ground, pushing back with renewed determination. At this moment, passers-by began to gather, some offering their commentary. Does this old man not understand reason? He has claimed to be a relative of the principal, yet you refuse him entry. Just wait until the principal hears of this. I say, well done, old man. This school is a sanctuary for learning. Why must this influencer seek to monetize it with his live streaming? It is no wonder you are being stopped. What did you just say? Hearing this, Min Xiao turned the camera toward the bystander. Let me inform you. I have tens of thousands of loyal followers in my live stream. It is not merely my desire to enter, it is their wish as well. Moreover, a university is an open space. Why am I being barred from entering? As the commotion ensued at the entrance, within the boys' dormitory, Luo Xinghe was engaged in a game of Honor of Kings with Lu Ziming. Initially, Luo had intended to rest, but with class approaching, he reconsidered and decided it might be better to sleep in class instead. At that moment, Jiang Chuan, just awakened, sniffed and turned over, instinctively picking up his phone to scroll through short videos. After only a couple of swipes, he stumbled upon Min Xiao's live stream. In the stream, Min Xiao was arguing with the security guard at the entrance of City College, declaring, "Just wait. I will call my nephew, Luo Xinghe, immediately, and you shall be dismissed." The security guard stood at the entrance, his left hand raised with a riot baton, refusing to let Min Xiao enter, regardless of what he said. Observing the live stream, Jiang Chuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Xinghe, look quickly. Someone is causing a scene at our school gate, claiming to be your uncle." "My uncle?" Luo Xinghe paused for a moment. He did indeed have an uncle, but he should be abroad at this time, so how could he be on Douyin? "Let me see," Luo Xinghe said, handing his unfinished phone to Jiang Chuan, asking him to assist while he took Jiang Chuan's phone to watch Min Xiao's live stream. He gazed at Min Xiao's indefinable appearance and frowned. "That's not my uncle at all. Is he just trying to ride on the wave of popularity?" Lu Ziming replied while engrossed in a game. Luo Xinghe nodded, as he too believed Min Xiao was merely seeking attention at the school gates. In the live stream, the audience reacted fervently, messages scrolling rapidly. "Just barge in. You're the principal's uncle. What are you afraid of? So cowardly. Min Xiao, show us your usual competitive spirit. One security guard has you stumped? Hurry up. If you see Luo Xinghe, I'll send you a sports car. If you see Gu Qingyan, I'll send a rocket." "Min Xiao, can you even do this? You're utterly useless." Min Xiao, standing at the school gate, reassured the viewers, "Dear friends, don't rush. When I see my nephew, I'll give him a slap, then let him snatch your goddesses, and afterward, he'll apologize to you all. For now, shower me with hearts and likes." Min Xiao, hands on his hips, engaged with the live audience. He was not truly Luo Xinghe's uncle. He was simply eager to capitalize on the massive traffic from the previous day. For someone like him, the allure of popularity was irresistible, leading him to shamelessly seek a share of the spotlight, with little regard for dignity or face. "Is this really your uncle, Xinghe? He even said he wants to hit you," Jiang Chuan exclaimed. Luo Xinghe burst into laughter, bewildered by the sudden emergence of an uncle who claimed he would teach him a lesson on behalf of the netizens. Meanwhile, as Min Xiao shouted, his live stream traffic surged. Shortly after, Gu Qingyan called from the company, "Xinghe, is this truly your uncle?" She was hesitant, uncertain if he might be a distant relative of Luo Xinghe, which could complicate matters. However, Luo Xinghe confidently replied, "Sister Qingyan, I assure you, this is not my uncle. He is merely a clout chaser. All right, just ignore him and continue with your business. I'll handle this on my end." Acknowledging her instructions, Luo Xinghe hung up the phone and exited Min Xiao's live stream, feeling not anger but a sense of pity for the attention-seeking internet celebrity. Lacking skill and unwilling to craft quality content like other creators, he resorted to opportunistically chasing trends, relying on deceit and shamelessness to make a living. Unfortunately for him, he had miscalculated, as several accounts had already been banned the previous day. Indeed, shortly after Gu Qingyan made the call, Min Xiao, who was live streaming at the school gate, suddenly received the notification that his broadcast had been suspended. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his account was automatically logged out, and upon attempting to log back in, he discovered that it had been banned. The official rationale cited was spreading falsehoods, maliciously seeking attention, and instigating trouble. At that moment, Min Xiao, who had been arguing with the security guard, was bewildered as to why his account had been banned. Such an occurrence had never happened before. Furthermore, his presence at their school was meant to bring visibility to the institution, and his program featuring Luo Xinghe was intended to benefit both parties. To Min Xiao's mind, this was a mutually advantageous arrangement, so he could not fathom the reasoning behind the suspension of his account. Chapter 81. Is your name Min Xiao? This internet celebrity's account has been suspended. Zhao Jiaxing, who had just taken a break from his studies, discovered that Min Xiao, who had been live streaming earlier, was nowhere to be found. Upon checking the following list, he saw that Min Xiao's account had transformed into a string of numbers, accompanied by a line of red text. This account has been banned. Serves him right, Jiang Chuan exclaimed from his bed. Who told him to ride on the coattails of others for fame? I never liked Min Xiao. He always tries to latch onto whoever is popular, and when they falter, he resorts to slandering them in his live streams. There was even a case where a fellow influencer passed away, and he shamelessly went live to eat human blood-steamed buns, claiming they had a past feud. Is this person completely brainless? Lu Ziming interjected. Indeed, that's why I said he deserves to be banned. Just a moment ago, he was talking about beating up Xinghe. It seems he has lost touch with reality. The four of them were discussing in their dormitory when, outside the door, the now suspended Min Xiao stood frozen in shock. Then raised his phone and shouted, "Everyone, come see, my account has been banned. Doesn't the official platform see the truth? I came to their school to bring them traffic. Why should my account be suspended? And these security guards are so arrogant. A university is supposed to be a place everyone can access, so why can't I enter?" Min Xiao shouted at the entrance, hoping to pressure the officials through the crowd, believing there might still be a chance for redemption. Indeed, the onlookers began recording videos of Min Xiao and uploading them. However, these uploads either failed or, if successful, garnered no views. Shortly after, a Blue V-verified patrol account released a video clarifying Min Xiao's situation. This internet celebrity has long neglected to refine his content, failing to provide viewers with a quality experience, instead spreading rumors and riding the coattails of trending topics. Today, the patrol officer has gathered evidence, urging all creators to focus on crafting quality content for viewers. Upon the release of this video, those who had previously rallied for Min Xiao quickly turned against him. I said all along that Min Xiao is no good. It's a good thing he was banned. We must purify the online space and not let such influencers thrive. So, you're saying that Min Xiao's claim of being Luoxing's uncle is false? This is disastrous. Min Xiao's brief moment of pride will once again be crushed, and with the BMW X5 he just financed, he may no longer be able to repay the loan. Alas, this fool should have considered whom he was trying to latch on to. Luoxing has Gu Qingyan backing him, and behind Gu Qingyan stands the entire Gu group. Agreeing with the above sentiments, don't you find it suspicious that Min Xiao, who had been so audacious online without consequence, suddenly faced a ban just after trying to exploit the popularity of Gu Qingyan and Luoxing? The online discussions were fervent, while in reality, Min Xiao, unable to cope with such a drastic fall from grace, continued to shout at the school gates. Even though many showed him the official video, he persisted in claiming innocence, even sitting on the ground in a defiant manner. Since he was not on school premises, the security guards found it difficult to forcibly remove him. At that moment, a dilapidated white van suddenly arrived at the school gate, from which emerged several burly men, their faces marred with brutish features. Upon their arrival, they seized Min Xiao by the collar, demanding, "Are you Min Xiao? Is it you?" Min Xiao, taken aback by their intimidating presence, stammered, "Gentlemen, what is it that you want?" The leader, a man with a scarred face, bellowed, "When will you repay the money you owe us?" "Owe you money? When did I ever owe you anything?" Min Xiao protested, only to be met with further aggression as they insisted, still trying to deny it. "Get into the van." Before he could react, he was forcefully dragged into the van, unable to voice his protest, and was swiftly taken away. As the protagonist exited the scene, the onlookers gathered outside the city college gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, within the school, Luoxing was attending class alongside Jiang Chuan and others. However, the only attentive listener was Zhao Jiaxing, as Sui Yuqing had taken the morning off. Consequently, Jiang Chuan chose to sit alongside Luoxing. He excitedly showed Luoxing a recent Douyin video. "Xinghe, look, Min Xiao has been taken away." "By whom?" Luoxing inquired. "I don't know, but those men appeared rather menacing, claiming that Min Xiao is the money." Luoxing remained silent, deeming it a natural consequence for someone like Min Xiao, a mere clown seeking attention, who had merely suffered repercussions for impersonating his uncle that day. "Do you think it could be someone sent by Principal Gu?" Luoxing shook his head. "Unlikely. Sister Qingyan would never stoop to such actions." Meanwhile, a group of imposing men, having just stripped Min Xiao of his clothing and issued warnings before releasing him, stood respectfully beside a man sipping tea. "Boss, we've dealt with Min Xiao. He won't dare to cross us again," one of them reported. The man referred to as boss nodded, promptly discarding the freshly brewed tea and, clapping his hands, made a phone call. "Hello, Boss Chu, the matter has been resolved. It's a trivial issue, and we'll still need to rely on you for future meals." "Ah, I'll definitely be there. How could I miss your banquet?" Too kind, too kind." With Min Xiao's farce concluded, a certain deterrent effect had been established amongst those seeking to gain attention online. Even those who had flown in specifically to garner views were now hesitant, fearing that a single misstep could lead to the suspension of their accounts. They now fully grasped the formidable nature of Luoxing. He was not merely a self-media influencer, but rather a figure shrouded in an invisible abyss of influence, far deeper than they had anticipated. In their helplessness, these influencers resorted to promoting the city of Huching in their short videos, ensuring that their trip had not been in vain. As for Luoxing, the protagonist oblivious to the extent of his power, he was currently enjoying a meal of snail noodles in the cafeteria with Jiang Chuan and their companions. After a period of tumult, the enthusiasm of the university students had waned somewhat, and the campus was largely devoid of those live-streaming Luoxing, as the counselor had issued directives against it. At present, Luo Xingha's life has improved somewhat, and the video he posted last night has garnered over 100,000 likes. Moreover, his follower count has surpassed 100,000. Cough, cough. This snail rice noodle is exceedingly spicy. Jiang Chuan stirred the rice noodles in his bowl and coughed a couple of times. Luo Xingha lifted his gaze to Jiang Chuan's bowl, which contained a medium spice level. Who asked you to insist on having medium spice when you clearly cannot handle it? You just had to challenge yourself with something so stimulating. I can't take it anymore. Zhao Jiaxing also shook his head in defeat, having opted for a mild spice. Jiaxing, it's quite absurd that you can't handle even mild spice. The four friends exchanged playful banter while enjoying their meal. At that moment, Gu Qingyan's call came through. Xingha, once you finish your meal, please come to my office. I need to discuss something with you. Oh, Luo Xingha responded, uncertain of the nature of Gu Qingyan's message. Her tone during phone calls was typically calm, making it difficult to discern whether it was good news or bad. Chapter 82, the 10th anniversary in the administrative building. In Gu Qingyan's office, Luo Xingha hurriedly arrived after a meal. Having just indulged in a bowl of snail noodles, a faint, unpleasant odor clung to him. As he pushed the door open, Gu Qingyan immediately detected the scent. What is that smell? She inquired. Furrowing his brow, Luo Xingha sniffed the air. What smell? He had grown so accustomed to it that he could no longer perceive the stench. Gu Qingyan stood up, pulled back his sleeve, and took a whiff. It is definitely you, she asserted. Is there a smell? Luo Xingha was momentarily taken aback. He lifted his own sleeve to smell it and finally recognized the sour bamboo flavor embedded in his clothing. Oh, it's the snail noodles. He chuckled. I had lunch with Jiang Chuan and the others in the cafeteria. With a sigh, Gu Qingyan turned to her desk and retrieved a bottle of perfume, spraying it on Luo Xingha's attire. A delicate fragrance immediately enveloped the small space. After applying the perfume, Gu Qingyan took another whiff of him. Although the scents of the perfume and sour bamboo slightly mingled, the unpleasant odor was largely masked. All right, she declared, setting down the perfume and straightening his clothing. You ought to pay more attention to your personal image. Luo Xingha shrugged nonchalantly. Why should I care about my image? Are you suggesting I need to find a partner? Sister Qingyan? What? Gu Qingyan exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips and twisting his ear. How dare you? Of course not. Of course not, he quickly retorted. Seeing her frown. I was just joking. Who told you to tease me? Gu Qingyan pushed him lightly and then settled into her chair. All right. I need to discuss serious matters. Yes, leader. Luo Xingha stood at attention and saluted before taking a seat across from her. Gu Qingyan began. We are currently undergoing reforms, and the student secretary policy is being formulated at this time. It has often been stated that the responsibility of the student secretary is to enhance communication between students and school leaders, yet this remains merely verbal. Therefore, I propose to hold a weekly student feedback meeting every Friday evening in the school auditorium. The primary attendees will be the class representatives from freshmen to seniors, along with key members of various student organizations representing their peers. Additionally, any students wishing to voice their concerns or attend as observers are most welcome in the auditorium. Listening intently to Gu Qingyan's explanation, Luo Xingha nodded continuously. He found her idea commendable, having class leaders gather students' opinions and suggestions for presentation at the feedback meeting, which would then be organized by the student secretaries and submitted to the school leaders, would significantly enhance direct communication between students and the administration. What I mean is, I want you to lead the feedback meetings every Friday, Gu Qingyan stated. Me? Luo Xingha hesitated for a moment, but soon comprehended why Gu Qingyan had chosen him. Firstly, he was the student secretary to the principal. Secondly, to be candid, his current reputation, prestige, and connections within the school were heights that other students found difficult to attain. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to occupy this position. Although Luo Xingha questioned the decision briefly, he readily acquiesced, as he wished to support Sister Qingyan in her endeavors. Well, I have never undertaken such a role before, and I fear I might not perform adequately, he confessed. Fear not, Gu Qingyan reassured him. I have faith in you. With genuine dedication, Even without prior experience, you shall gradually excel. Very well. Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement. In truth, Gu Qingyin's choice of Luo Xinghe was not solely based on the aforementioned reasons. She also considered that he was undoubtedly one of her own. In the past, Gu Qilong had attempted to impart this lesson to Gu Qingyin, but at that time, she dismissed it, believing it to be mere nepotism. However, once she entered the workforce herself, she realized that certain positions could only be effectively filled by those within one's circle to achieve one's objectives. Having addressed this matter, Gu Qingyin had another announcement for Luo Xinghe. Tomorrow is Thursday, and that fellow Chu He has invited you to accompany me to his home. Will you attend? Luo Xinghe was taken aback, recalling that during their last encounter, Chu He had invited him to celebrate his son's transition from kindergarten to primary school. Sister Qingyan, are we really going to his son's celebration? He inquired, astonished. Gu Qingyan stifled a laugh, explaining, do not heed Chu He's whimsical remarks. He is rather eccentric. In truth, tomorrow's gathering under the guise of his son's celebration is actually to commemorate his 10th wedding anniversary with his wife. And he wishes for us to witness this momentous occasion. They were married in 2014, but Chu He was away on a business trip last week, which is why they missed the anniversary. Oh, I see. Luo Xinghe nodded. It seems Chu Ge truly cherishes his wife. Humph, Gu Qingyan replied. Of course he does. Back in the day, many envied his wife's beauty, and although a decade has passed, it seems time has not marred her at all. Oh, by the way, I have a photo, Gu Qingyan exclaimed, swiftly unlocking her phone and locating a picture with Lin Jiqing. Luo Xinghe took the phone, his eyes instantly captivated. In the photograph, Lin Jiqing stood gracefully before the bund in Shanghai, while Gu Qingyan held her hand, their exquisite features shining like two moons in harmony. To Luo Xinghe's astonishment, Lin Jiqing's beauty rivaled that of Gu Qingyan. The only discernible difference was that Lin Jiqing's face bore a touch of maturity, adding depth to her allure, while Gu Qingyan beside her appeared more youthful. Isn't it beautiful? Gu Qingyan inquired. Luo Xinghe instinctively nodded but quickly shook his head. It's decent, though it pales in comparison to Sister Qingyan. Stop your banter. Gu Qingyan took her phone and said to Luo Xinghe, I am yet to see my sister-in-law's beauty. You must be trying to amuse me. Not at all. Luo Xinghe quickly waved his hand. I speak only the truth. Although my sister-in-law is indeed beautiful, you are the most stunning in my eyes. Really? Gu Qingyan asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Absolutely, Luo Xinghe affirmed. Then come here. Come where? Come over here. Luo Xinghe rose from his chair and walked around the large office desk to stand by Gu Qingyan. She pretended to cough lightly, but one hand tugged at her suit trousers, revealing a striking pair of black stockings beneath. Chapter 83. Who signed me up for this? Upon seeing Gu Qingyan's fair calves encased in alluring black stockings, Luo Xinghe felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Sister Qingyan, when did you don those black stockings? I had no idea. He distinctly remembered that Gu Qingyan had worn a smart suit in the morning. Yet who could have anticipated that beneath her polished exterior, she would be adorned with such enticing hosiery? The striking contrast of her attire, dressed in a suit while wearing stockings, was far more intense than if she had simply worn them alone. A dove once mentioned that frequently wearing black stockings could enhance the bond between couples. Do you think it looks good? Gu Qingyan asked, as she slowly rolled up the cuffs of her trousers, revealing more of her alabaster thighs. Yes, it looks wonderful. Luo Xinghe found himself entranced. However, being in the office tempered his excitement. Despite their previous encounter, it did not imply that Luo Xinghe had completely disregarded his boundaries. What if someone were to walk in? As he grappled with his racing heart and rising concerns, Gu Qingyan, reclining in her chair, fixed her gaze on his chin and effortlessly tugged him towards her seat. With a sudden loss of balance, Luo Xinghe felt two soft forms press against his chest. Gu Qingyan then whispered in his ear, the door is locked. You need not worry. And no, Sister Qingyan, Before Luo Xinghe could finish his protest, Gu Qingyan's lips met his, and her hand guided his to her slender leg. Under such overwhelming sensations, he found himself once again crossing the boundaries he had long upheld. 30 minutes later, Gu Qingyan gazed at Luo Xinghe with her big, glimmering eyes. Luo Xinghe straightened his attire, a hint of panic in his voice. Sister Qingyan, I should be going. I have a class this afternoon. Gu Qingyan slowly sat upright, fastening the buttons of her shirt, her elegant collar gradually concealed within the fabric. Go on, she replied softly, her voice now imbued with a gentle quality, reminiscent of clear water. Taking 2 steps toward the door, Luo Xinghe turned back just as Gu Qingyin loosened her hair tie. In a moment of spontaneity, he pressed a kiss on her cheek. "Stop," Gu Qingyin exclaimed. "What is it?" Luo Xinghe inquired. "Give this side a kiss too." She pointed to her other cheek. Complying, Luo Xinghe puckered his lips and bestowed a kiss on the other side of her face. Only then did she allow him to leave. As he exited Gu Qingyin's office, Luo Xinghe carefully closed the door behind him and leaned against the wall, supporting his waist. He couldn't help but acknowledge that his relationship with Sister Qingyin deepened with each encounter, and her assertiveness seemed to have grown significantly. Despite being merely a 19-year-old youth, he found himself slightly overwhelmed, lacking in physical conditioning. "Alas, it seems I must clandestinely make some last-minute preparations," Luo Xinghe muttered as he departed from the administrative building. Given that the time was already 1:45 p.m., he opted not to return to his dormitory but instead requested Jiang Chuan to fetch his textbooks while he proceeded directly to the classroom to secure a seat. This afternoon's schedule was replete with classes, and remarkably, Luo Xinghe refrained from indulging in his phone or succumbing to slumber. However, he was not engaged in studying either. Rather, he was compiling key points for the meeting scheduled for Friday on an A4 sheet of paper. The first step was undoubtedly to create a group chat with the fixed attendees, which included the class monitor, key members of the class committee, the principal leaders of various clubs, and their few student secretaries. This would facilitate discussions and notifications among them. Luo Xinghe then pondered over what he would articulate during the meeting and the tone he should adopt, given his propensity for carelessness. He knew that failing to prepare adequately would likely leave him mentally blank on the day of the meeting. While Luo Xinghe was engrossed in preparing the task assigned by Gu Qingyin, Lu Ziming suddenly placed his phone in front of him. "What is this about?" Luo Xinghe inquired. Lu Ziming pointed to the screen. "Xinghe, take a look at this video from the student union. They're hosting a club recruitment gala next Monday. I've heard from seniors that it's essentially a freshman-esque gala, quite lively." "Oh," Luo Xinghe replied, lacking interest. Lu Ziming swiped the screen, revealing the second promotional poster from the student union, which read, "Duet Dance Performance, Performers, Gu Qingyin, Luo Xinghe." "What?" Upon seeing the poster, Luo Xinghe was utterly bewildered. "Who signed me up for this? The critical issue is, I cannot dance. Goodness, no one informed me. This must be a case of false advertising." Luo Xinghe frowned. Lu Ziming was momentarily taken aback. "You didn't know?" "Of course, I didn't. Besides, I'm quite uncoordinated. How could I possibly perform on stage to embarrass myself in front of everyone? This is undoubtedly false advertising." Determined to clarify the matter, Lu Ziming, noticing Luo Xinghe's evident ignorance of the situation, promptly accessed the private messaging interface and inquired, "Hello, I am Luo Xinghe's roommate. Luo Xinghe is right beside me. And he clearly did not sign up for the dance. Why are you using him and Principal Gu as a gimmick?" As soon as Lu Ziming sent the message, the status changed to read. It was evident that students were monitoring the backend closely. Lu Ziming watched as the chat box displayed, "The other party is typing." Shortly after, he received a reply from the student union. "Hello, student. This program is not a false gimmick. Earlier today, we consulted Principal Gu's secretary, who informed us that Principal Gu intends to perform a dance with Luo Xinghe, which prompted us to create the poster. This is certainly not false advertising." "Principal Gu agreed to this?" Lu Ziming relayed the message to Luo Xinghe. "The student union claims that the dance was signed up by Principal Gu, and that's why they made the poster. Didn't Principal Gu inform you of this?" At this revelation, Luo Xinghe was left even more perplexed. He had just returned from Sister Qingtian's office, where she had not mentioned the matter. Thus, Luo Xinghe had no choice but to open WeChat. Click on the pinned chat with Gu Qitian and type, "Sister Qitian, have you signed me up for the dance?" After approximately 5 minutes, Gu Qitian finally replied, "Oh, right. I forgot to mention this to you. The student union is organizing a freshman gala that they wish to live stream on Douyin, with the proceeds going to children in mountainous regions. They were concerned that no one would watch the live stream, so they thought it would be a good idea for us to sign up for a performance. I went ahead and registered us. I meant to tell you while you were here, but I completely forgot. How embarrassing." JPG. Luo Xinghe replied, "But I don't know how to dance." Chapter 84. Inspecting the canteen. "Don't worry, I'll find some time this weekend to teach you. It's quite simple." "Is it really that simple?" Luo Xinghe expressed his skepticism, as he had always been somewhat clumsy, wondering if 2 days could truly affect any change. Gu Qingyin reassured him, "It will definitely be easy, as I have chosen a dance that is not particularly difficult, and I'll ensure you master it." Reluctantly, Luo Xinghe decided to trust Gu Qingyan, for he had no other option but to believe in her. He could not possibly let Sister Qingyan down by abandoning the Student Union's initiative, which aimed to provide love and support to children in mountainous regions. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt obliged to contribute. Setting his phone aside, Luo Xinghe rubbed his face, prompting Lu Ziming, who was nearby, to inquire, "What did Principal Gu say?" What else could she say? Luo Xinghe sighed. "Since Sister Qingyan has already signed up, I have no choice but to push through." "But you don't know how to dance, do you?" "Sister Qingyan said she would teach me this weekend." Lu Ziming remained skeptical, as dancing required both talent and extensive practice. He doubted that one could learn anything meaningful in just 2 days. Even mastering a simple hand gesture seemed implausible. Luo Xinghe sighed again and returned to his speech notes. Lu Ziming, recognizing the futility of discouragement, resumed scrolling through Douyin. Behind Luo Xinghe, Jiang Chuan sat beside Su Yueqing, a large blue water bottle hanging from his neck. Su Yueqing rested her head on the table, her face flushed, occasionally taking deep breaths as if struggling to breathe. Jiang Chuan, noticing her discomfort, lifted the water bottle and said, "Senior, you should drink some water. If you have a cold, it's essential to stay hydrated." With great effort, Su Yueqing raised her head and took a large sip from the water bottle he offered. Having just recovered from a fever the day before, she had been reluctant to attend class today. However, during a phone call with her mother at noon, she was advised that exercise was beneficial for a cold and that it was not severe enough to warrant taking time off. In a bid to defy her mother, she forced herself to attend class. Jiang Chuan, seeing her plight, took it upon himself to fill her empty water bottle with hot water and even retrieved a box of cold medicine from the infirmary just 5 minutes before class began. "Thank you, Jiang Chuan," Su Yueqing replied, her voice nasally. Jiang Chuan scratched his head and smiled. "It's no trouble, senior. Just make sure to take care of yourself. Don't let your stubbornness harm your health. That would be counterproductive." Su Yueqing replied, resting her head on the table and turning to face Jiang Chuan, her bright eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness. Jiang Chuan, feeling bashful, asked, "Senior, why do you keep looking at me?" "It's nothing. I just think you look particularly handsome today." "Really? No way," he thought, secretly delighted as he straightened his posture. "Senior, you have no idea that I own a really stylish hoodie. I believe that when I wear it, I look my best. I'll wear it for you to see another day." "Okay." Su Yueqing nodded slightly, then added, "Jiang Chuan, could you warm my hands a bit? They feel quite cold." Jiang Chuan intended to hand over the thermos to warm Su Yueqing, but to his surprise, she directly grasped his hand. "It's fine. I can warm myself by holding your hand." Feeling Su Yueqing's icy yet delicate fingers, Jiang Chuan's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. At that moment, sitting in front of them, Luo Xinghe and Lu Ziming turned around, capturing Jiang Chuan's blushing visage on their phones. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Chuan questioned. Luo Xinghe, gazing at the video of Jiang Chuan's rosy cheeks, replied slowly, "Oh, nothing much. I'm just documenting what a red apple looks like." "Xinghe, who are you calling a red apple?" All right, Su Yueqing interjected, freeing one hand to gently pat Jiang Chuan's chest, soothing his irritation. Immediately, Jiang Chuan's temper cooled. Meanwhile, Lu Ziming in the front row shuddered in disdain, inwardly remarking, "Damn love. It's so sweet it makes one nauseous," as everyone busied themselves with their respective activities. The lengthy afternoon class finally came to an end. At that juncture, Gu Qingyan messaged Luo Xinghe, saying, "Take me to the cafeteria for a meal. I wish to experience the taste of the student dining hall." Typically, school leaders and teachers dined at the faculty cafeteria adjacent to the school, which required a work ID for entry, rendering it inaccessible to most students. Gu Qingyan, often caught up in work, usually had her secretary Jean procure meals for her, enjoying them in her office. Now, she yearned to savor the cafeteria's offerings. "Sure," Luo Xinghe replied, thrilled at the prospect of dining with Sister Qingyan. Moreover, he hadn't posted any videos that day, making it an opportune moment to gather material during their meal. Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing were not yet hungry, so they planned to eat later, while Jiang Chuan was preoccupied with attending to Su Yueqing. On Gu Qingyan's end, she preferred solitude, walking alongside her uncle, Vice Principal Huojie, as they made their way to the cafeteria. By this time, Luo Xinghe was already waiting at the dining hall, passing the time by taking photos with classmates and chatting, while also promoting the upcoming Monday evening event. If the event were merely for club recruitment, he would not bother to advertise it. But if it aimed to extend aid to children in mountainous regions, he felt compelled to contribute. Before long, Gu Qingyan approached the cafeteria with Hu Jie. Standing at the entrance, Luo Xinghe waved, and as the two drew near, he immediately recognized Hu Jie. He respectfully called out, "Vice Principal Hua." To him, Hu Jie was a good man, always fully supporting Gu Qingyan's decisions and treating students with kindness. It was evident he was a person of action. "You should call me Uncle Hua, just like Qingyan does," Hu Jie said with a smile, his graying hair swaying gently in the evening breeze. Luo Xinghe glanced at Gu Qingyan before calling out, "Uncle Hua." Hu Jie affectionately ruffled Luo Xinghe's hair and inquired, "How's that old rascal Luo Zhang doing?" Luo Xinghe nodded. "My dad is doing well, healthy and hearty." "That's good to hear. Let's head inside," Hu Jie said, leading the way as he pulled back the curtain to enter the cafeteria, with Gu Qingyan walking alongside Luo Xinghe in his wake. The three of them attracted the attention of numerous students dining in the cafeteria, as Luo Xinghe and Gu Qingyan naturally drew a crowd. Furthermore, Gu Qingyan and Hu Jie held positions of authority within the school, making their presence in the cafeteria a rare occurrence. "Xinghe, why don't you introduce our cafeteria to me?" Hu Jie remarked, as he seldom dined here and was rather uncertain about what was particularly delectable. Meanwhile, some astute vendors had already noticed the school leader's visit, and their ancestral tremors had noticeably subsided. Chapter 85. Fever. Luo Xinghe cleared his throat and cast a glance at the various aunties cooking in the cafeteria. Many of them shyly lowered their heads upon noticing the presence of their superiors, whether out of guilt or some other sentiment, it was hard to tell. Luo Xinghe turned to Gu Qingyan and Hu Jie, saying, "Sister Qingyan, Uncle Hua, take a look. The cafeteria, in essence, presents a rather mixed bag experience for us students. Just consider the braised pork station over there. While its appearance is quite appealing, glistening with oil, the taste leaves much to be desired. At times, the meat is not tender enough, making it somewhat challenging to chew, and it leans towards the overly sweet side, which poses quite a challenge for someone like me who is not fond of sweet flavors." As he spoke, Luo Xinghe pointed towards the vegetable station nearby and continued, "And the vegetables, while prepared with the intent of ensuring nutritional balance, are utterly devoid of flavor, resembling boiled greens without a hint of oil's fragrance. Eating them feels more like a chore than a meal. However, there are some commendable dishes, like the beef noodles from that corner of the cafeteria. The broth is quite savory, and the noodles possess a decent texture, though the portion of beef is rather scant, which is a minor disappointment." Hu Jie listened attentively. Nodding thoughtfully, Gu Qingyan stood to the side, arms crossed and brows slightly raised. Though she remained silent, her mind was evidently engaged in contemplation. At that moment, one of the cafeteria staff approached, offering, "Principal Gu, Vice Principal Hua, would you like to try the sweet and sour ribs we made today?" Hu Jie smiled as he walked over, taking a look at the dish, while Luo Xinghe followed suit and whispered to him, "Vice Principal Hua. The sweet and sour ribs used to taste quite good, but lately, it seems they have added too much sugar, making it overly sweet." Hu Jie picked up a piece and tasted it, nodding slightly before addressing the auntie. "The flavor is commendable, but perhaps the sweetness could be adjusted to cater to a wider array of student preferences." The auntie eagerly nodded in agreement. As they continued their stroll through the cafeteria, Luo Xinghe remarked, "And the rice here is sometimes cooked too hard, resulting in a gritty texture that feels undercooked. Moreover, the soup is often just plain water with a sprinkle of salt and scallions, lacking in nutritional value." Hu Jie, absorbing Luo Xinghe's words, gradually adopted a serious expression and turned to Gu Qingyan, stating, "Qingyan, it appears you were right. Our attention to the cafeteria's offerings has indeed been insufficient. The students face numerous real issues." Gu Qingyan nodded gently and replied, "The cafeteria is integral to the students' daily lives, and we must prioritize their dietary needs. While the hygiene of these dishes may meet standards, the flavor and nutritional value seem to fall short, which warrants further investigation." Hu Jie nodded in agreement. Just then, a student passed by, his tray of food barely touched. Hu Jie called out to him, "Student, why haven't you eaten much? Is the food not to your liking?" The student, glancing nervously at the school leaders, replied, "Today's dishes are too salty. I simply cannot eat them." Hu Jie retrieved a pair of disposable chopsticks from the adjacent window and directly sampled a bite from the leftover meal of a student. Upon witnessing this, Gu Qingyan also took a bite. This action left the other students, who were dining, utterly astonished. The principal and vice principal had personally tasted a student's leftover food, which underscored their level of concern. In the eyes of the students, Gu Qingyan's status soared significantly. Hu Jie nodded, noting it is somewhat salty. Gu Qingyan chewed a couple of bites before delicately spitting the food into a tissue and disposing of it in the trash. It was not merely a bit salty. It was exceedingly so. Had she consumed the entire portion, it would likely have necessitated a liter of water. Student, are you full? Gu Qingyan inquired promptly. I'm full. I'm full. I have a small appetite. The student, who had been halted, felt a tinge of embarrassment upon seeing both the principal and vice principal sample his leftovers. Once he departed, Gu Qingyan furrowed her brow again. While the cafeteria prices had decreased, she pondered whether the quality could be guaranteed to match, or even surpass, previous standards. Her aim was to ensure that students were well-fed and well-rested, possessing ample energy for their studies. Currently, the focus was on the cafeteria. Once the students returned home for winter break, she would direct some of her attention towards improving the dormitory conditions, striving to transform the living and dining situations. Concurrently, she would soon initiate efforts in student talent development. However, the immediate priority was to enhance the cafeteria's quality. Washu, shall we select some of our preferred dishes to sample? Gu Qingyan suggested. Huijie nodded and proceeded to the selection area for rice. While Gu Qingyan turned to Luo Xinghe and said, Xinghe, could you help me choose? Sister Qingyan, what would you like to eat? Gu Qingyan shook her head, responding. Anything is fine. I will eat whatever you choose for me. Consequently, Luo Xinghe procured a bowl of beef noodles for Gu Qingyan. Although the school's noodles paled in comparison to those outside, achieving such flavor within the school environment was commendable. After the trio finished their meal in the cafeteria, they exited with heavy hearts. Gu Qingyan realized that improving the overall environment of the school would entail a long journey ahead. Shortly thereafter, she bid farewell to Luo Xinghe at the cafeteria entrance, as she needed to return to her office to complete some unfinished tasks. Luo Xinghe opted to return to the dormitory to edit the video footage he had just filmed for Sister Qingyan. After agreeing to meet later that evening to head home together, they parted ways. A few minutes later, Luo Xinghe returned to the dormitory, only to be met with an uncanny atmosphere. Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing were both wearing masks, while Jiang Chuan had already burrowed under the covers. It was only a little past 6 o'clock, and the sky had yet to darken. What could possibly compel him to retreat to bed at such an early hour? What is going on? You all seem strange, he remarked. Lu Ziming, sitting on a chair, pointed at Jiang Chuan, saying, Chuanzi has a fever, likely contracted from Suyueqing. At this moment, Luo Xinghe realized that Jiang Chuan lay on the bed, his eyes wide open yet filled with a profound sense of bewilderment. Resembling someone who had lost all hope. Water, water. Jiang Chuan called out from his prone position. Lu Ziming sighed, pouring a cup of warm water from his thermos and bringing it to Jiang Chuan's bedside. Luo Xinghe inquired, have you not visited the school clinic? Zhao Jiaxing turned his head to respond. We did. The doctor said it's merely seasonal influenza. His symptoms escalated too rapidly. He was fine in the afternoon, but by dinner, he was complaining of discomfort. When we checked at the clinic, he had a fever of 38 degrees. Do we have any masks left? Please bring me one. Zhao Jiaxing handed a mask to Luo Xinghe. Although Luo Xinghe himself was not particularly afraid, he was concerned about the possibility of contracting the illness and inadvertently spreading it to his sister Qingyan upon his return home, which would be quite unfortunate. Chapter 86. The medicine has arrived. Chuanzi, Chuanzi. With a mask on, Luo Xinghe pulled up a chair and settled beside Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, having just sipped water, lifted one eye to gaze at Luo Xinghe. What is the matter, Xinghe? He inquired. Luo Xinghe replied. You seemed perfectly fine when you were holding hands with Su Yuqing this afternoon. How is it that only a few hours have passed and you've turned into this? Jiang Chuan weakly retorted. What do you understand? Just to hold hands with a senior once, I would gladly endure a week of fever. Come on, you love-struck fool. Lu Ziming interjected, bringing a glass of water to his lips. Hurry and drink up. If you're feverish for a week, you'll infect all of us. Jiang Chuan managed to drink a few sips of water with great effort. At that moment, a voice called from outside the dormitory window, Jiang Chuan, Jiang Chuan. Who is that outside? Zhao Jiaxing set down his book, approached the balcony, and opened the window. Below, in the small grove, stood two girls, one draped in a coat, resembling Su Yuqing, and the other her roommate, Zhang Zijuan. Seeing Zhao Jiaxing open the window, Su Yuqing quickly said, Zhao Jiaxing, please hand this medicine to Jiang Chuan. I heard from Lu Ziming that he has a fever. This is a special medicine. He should take one tablet in the morning and one at night. Oh, all right. Zhao Jiaxing responded. I'll go down to get it. He closed the window and went inside to put on his coat. Luo Xinghe inquired, what is happening? Who is shouting outside? Zhao Jiaxing, while dressing, replied, it's Su Yiqing and her roommate. They've come to deliver medicine to Jiang Chuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan, who was lying in bed, immediately attempted to spring up. The senior has come. I need to go down and see her. Lu Ziming, noticing this, pressed down on his shoulder, urging him back onto the bed. You should rest. You can't be running around with a fever. Besides, Su Yiqing has just recovered from her illness. If you go down, you might infect her again. It would be a pity for her to make the effort to bring you medicine. Hearing Lu Ziming's words, Jiang Chuan halted his intentions to rise. He then turned to Zhao Jiaxing and said, Jiaxing, please thank the senior for me. It's so touching that she came to deliver medicine despite her own cold. Wait, I didn't inform her about my fever. How did she know? Lu Ziming interjected a little while ago. Su Yiqing asked me why you hadn't replied to her messages, and I mentioned you had a fever and were bedridden. Oh. Jiang Chuan acknowledged the situation and ceased to inquire further. Zhao Jiaxing finished dressing and prepared to go down for the medicine, with Luo Xinghe rising to join him as they quickly descended the stairs. At that moment, Su Yiqing and Zhang Zijuan were seated on a stone bench in the grove, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Luo Xinghe and Zhao Jiaxing, Su Yiqing handed a box of medicine to them and asked, Class monitor, is Jiang Chuan all right? He is fine. He is still conscious and was just mentioning you. Luo Xinghe responded. Su Yiqing reiterated, make sure he takes this medicine, 1 tablet in the morning and 1 at night. It's a special medicine and very effective. All right, we understand. You should head back quickly. You still have a cold. If you catch a fever again, Jiang Chuan will surely start his nagging. Su Yiqing nodded, waving goodbye to Luo Xinghe and the others before turning towards the girls' dormitory. Luo Xinghe weighed the medicine in his hand and remarked to Zhao Jiaxing, it seems Jiang Chuan has good taste. Su Yiqing appears to be quite wonderful. Zhao Jiaxing nodded in agreement. Fools often have their own blessings. With that, the two of them returned to their dormitory side by side. After administering the medication to Jiang Chuan, he promptly fell asleep on the bed. Lu Ziming, sitting nearby, wore headphones while playing games, opting to use the laptop's keyboard to avoid disturbing Jiang Chuan. Zhao Jiaxing refrained from turning on his desk lamp, choosing instead to read under the bright overhead light, continuing his studies. Meanwhile, Luo Xinghe leaned against a chair in the dormitory, editing the video he had recorded earlier while dining with Gu Qingyan in the cafeteria. Editing videos proved to be quite laborious. A brief 2-second clip he had seen on Douyin required extensive attention to detail. The opening of his video alone took several minutes to perfect. This short video, lasting just over a minute, consumed over an hour of his time before he finally clicked upload. Upon successful uploading, Luo Xinghe exited the video interface to access his personal homepage. His follower count had surged to over 200,000, with notifications perpetually displaying 99, most of which were requests for him to reveal his address, a humorous jest from his followers. Despite being a newcomer, his initial video garnered tens of millions of views, while the second approached nearly 10 million. Thus, his video traffic was exceptionally high. Lacking a star chart, many businesses reached out via private messages with offers for advertisements, all of which Luo Xinghe declined, citing a simple reason: he was not in need of money. Operating this account served two purposes: to reminisce about the present moments with Sister Qingyan in the future, and primarily to bolster her popularity. Therefore, advertising was unnecessary for him. As he reviewed his account status, just before exiting Douyin, a user named Qi Tiandehe, also known as Chu He, sent him a private message. Xinghe, are you coming tomorrow? Luo Xinghe understood that Chu He was inquiring if he would attend the 10th anniversary celebration for his wife. He replied, there's a high probability I will, along with Sister Qingyan. Chu He continued typing, then I need a favor from you tomorrow. What sort of favor? Luo Xinghe asked. I told my wife that we would be attending the birthday party you were hosting for Gu Qingyan, and I would appreciate it if you and Gu Qingyan could assist us in staging a performance. Assist in a performance? Luo Xinghe was momentarily bewildered by Chu He's request. Chu He clarified, it's to pretend that you and Gu Qingyan are the main characters. When the party reaches its climax, I will kneel in the audience and confess my love to my wife. Upon his explanation, Luo Xinghe seemed to grasp the concept. The plan was to initially lead Chu He's wife to believe that the celebration was in honor of Gu Qingyan's birthday, thereby luring her into the ruse. When the atmosphere reached a crescendo and Lin Jiqing was deeply moved, the theme would abruptly shift, unveiling the true protagonist. Luo Xinghe had never engaged in such endeavors before, and he responded, Brother Chu, do you think this will work? Chu He reassured him, no worries. Just treat it as if we are indeed hosting a birthday banquet for Gu Qingyan. I have arranged to reserve the entire Linshan resort for tomorrow. It will be exclusively for our circle. Chapter 87, 1,000 yuan for the young master. The reason I chose you is that you share commonalities with Gu Qingyan, much like the connection between my wife and me. Back in the day, when I first entered university, I was unexpectedly swept into a hasty marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau by my wife. You two have experienced a whirlwind marriage, and she is older than you. So our journeys are parallel, which is why I selected you. Furthermore, I have prepared gifts for both you and Gu Qingyan tomorrow. You may seize the opportunity to express your feelings to her. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer any losses. Chu He eloquently shared this, prompting Luo Xinghe to inquire, does Sister Qingyan know about this? Chu He replied, I just spoke to her. She said to ask you, and if you agree, she will too. All right, Luo Xinghe acquiesced. Add me on WeChat. You don't have class tomorrow afternoon, do you? I have a class, Luo Xinghe responded. Okay. Once your class is over, I will send a car to pick you and Gu Qingyan up. Also, you should invite a few classmates along. Although I have arranged for several extras, it would be better to have a few familiar faces rather than strangers pretending to be your relatives. Luo Xinghe asked, can my roommates come? Chu He replied, that's fine, 5 or 6 will suffice. All right, Luo Xinghe said. Then added Chu He on WeChat from the string of IDs he provided. Chu He concluded, I will share the specific details with you when you arrive tomorrow. Each of your accompanying classmates will receive a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Understood, Brother Chu He, Luo Xinghe replied. After sending this message, Chu He fell silent, presumably occupied with other matters. Luo Xinghe turned off his phone and glanced at Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing, who were engrossed in a game and scrolling through Douyin. Clearly, both noticed Luo Xinghe's gaze and simultaneously turned to him. Xinghe, what are you looking at us for? Luo Xinghe said, I have a proposition for you. Would you be willing to assist with the task? What task? Lu Ziming inquired, assuming it was some form of labor with a modest daily wage of 50 yuan. As many college students were engaged in such part-time jobs, some even earning a mere 4 yuan per hour in the cafeteria. Join me for a banquet tomorrow. Help create a lively atmosphere. I have a brother celebrating his 10th wedding anniversary. Banquet. Even Jiang Chuan, who had been sleeping, turned over and exclaimed, Xinghe, I want to go too. Luo Xinghe replied, forget it. You're in no condition to attend, best to rest in the dormitory. I feel much better after taking the special medicine from the senior. Lu Ziming ignored Jiang Chuan and asked Luo Xinghe, what exactly do we need to do? Luo Xinghe clarified, just be the atmosphere crew. So simple, and we get to eat at the banquet? Luo Xinghe nodded in affirmation. Then I'm definitely in. What about you, Jiaxing? Zhao Jiaxing set down his book, pondered for a moment, and said, if you're all going, I might as well join. Great. The brother mentioned that at the end, each of you will receive a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing those words, Lu Ziming, who had just raised his cup to drink, abruptly spewed the water from his mouth. Jiang Chuan, lying on the bed, straightened up in surprise. And even Zhao Jiaxing furrowed his brow. Xinghe, how much did you say? 10,000. Are you certain it's 10,000 yuan, not 10,000 joy beans? Luo Xinghe chuckled helplessly and reiterated, I assure you, it is indeed 10,000 yuan, not joy beans. Goodness, Jiang Chuan exclaimed, growing more anxious. Despite feeling much better now, I was burning with a fever of 40 degrees. I must earn that money. Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing were too excited to articulate their thoughts. 10,000 yuan represented their living expenses for 7 to 8 months, and for Zhao Jiaxing, it equated to his father's salary for 3 to 4 months. However, Zhao Jiaxing soon regained his composure and inquired, Xinghe, what does your brother do? Luo Xinghe replied, you must be familiar with him. His name is Chu He, the chairman of Qing Tian Group. The chairman of Qing Tian Group, exclaimed Zhao Jiaxing. That colossal conglomerate? Many of the milk tea shops on the street belong to them. Right? I also heard they invested in numerous unicorn enterprises. Luo Xinghe nodded. Indeed, Chu He possessed an extraordinary acumen for business, as nearly every company he chose became a significant player in the market, a talent that had often left his father feeling inadequate. Are you certain you're going? Absolutely. Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing replied in unison. Not only will we enjoy the feast, but we shall also receive a lavish red envelope. So what if they ask us to be part of the ambience? Even if we were to serve, earning 10,000 for a few hours of work is a job one would be foolish to refuse. Moreover, we would have the opportunity to meet the chairman of Qing Tian Group, considering the myriad rumors surrounding him. Seeing that both Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing were determined to go, Jiang Chuan, unable to contain himself, pleaded from his bed, "Xinghe, I want to go too." Yet Luo Xinghe remained resolute, stating, "No, let us see how you feel tomorrow. If you still have a fever, what if you infect others? I took a nap, and I feel much better now. I'm certainly no longer feverish." Jiang Chuan insisted, clutching the thermometer under his armpit. Luo Xinghe rose from his chair and said slowly, "We will decide based on your condition tomorrow. Mingzi and Jiaxing, you two should prepare and choose your outfits. Be spirited tomorrow. We must maintain our dignity. Rest assured, Xinghe." Lu Ziming, brimming with excitement, abandoned his game and immediately began rummaging through his wardrobe for clothes. Luo Xinghe then opened the dormitory door and remarked, "I'm heading home now. Brothers, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Wait, Xinghe, can I go or not? Xinghe, Xinghe." With a clang, Luo Xinghe closed the dormitory door behind him, leaving Jiang Chuan's desperate cries echoing. It was now 8:30, and he intended to first visit Sister Qingyan in the administrative building and wait in her office for her to return home with him. Upon descending, he found the weather splendid. The sky was a deep indigo, the moon hung brilliantly overhead, and countless stars twinkled around him. Luo Xinghe inhaled a breath of fresh air, making his way towards the administrative building under the moonlight. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the building, effortlessly pushing open the grand door. He ascended to the floor where Gu Qingyan's office was located via the elevator. As he stepped out, he encountered Secretary Jean, who was leaving for the day. "Xinghe, you've arrived. Principal Gu is in her office," she said. "Thank you, Secretary Jean," he replied. Secretary Jean smiled at him before stepping into the elevator. Luo Xinghe then proceeded down the corridor to stand before Gu Qingyan's office, gently knocking on the door. A clear, melodious voice echoed from within, "Secretary Jean, didn't I tell you that you need not accompany me anymore? It's quite late, so please hurry home." Chapter 88. "Sit on my lap, it is I, Sister Qingyan," Luo Xinghe exclaimed. "Xinghe?" Gu Qingyan waved her hand, gesturing for Luo Xinghe to take a seat opposite her. "What brings you here? Are you so eager to return home?" "Not exactly." Luo Xinghe scratched his head. "I finished editing the video in the dormitory, and it felt rather dull, so I thought I'd come find you." "It's all right. Sister Qingyan, you can continue your work while I watch." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan set down her mouse, propping her chin on her hand as she tilted her head. "Why do you want to watch me? Is it because you miss me so much?" Luo Xinghe's face flushed a deep crimson at her teasing, and he lowered his gaze. "That might be part of it. Then come and sit on my lap," Gu Qingyan invited, turning her chair towards him. Luo Xinghe was taken aback, his cheeks reddening even further. Seeing his face turn as red as an apple, Gu Qingyan couldn't help but giggle, relishing his bashful demeanor. Such a brother seemed particularly endearing. All right, I won't tease you anymore," Gu Qingyan said, regaining her composure. "Why don't you play with your phone for a bit? There's water over there. Pour yourself some if you're thirsty. Once I finish my work, we can head home together." "Okay," Luo Xinghe nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket and opening Douyin. He began browsing the comments on a newly posted video. "Let us see what my goddess had for dinner tonight. Beef ramen is only authentic when it comes from my place. I'll throw a ton of beef into President Gu's bowl. I've always opposed this marriage. Blogger, every time you post a video, I'll leave a comment. Bro, how did you manage to win over a stunning and wealthy woman like her? You know my stomach is weak. I can only live off soft food." Amused by the humorous remarks in the comment section, Luo Xinghe liked a few comments and replied to some, believing it would enhance fan engagement. So far, it seemed these individuals bore no ill intentions, and there were no deliberate distortions of truth. However, whether Chuhi's team was exerting any influence behind the scenes remained a mystery to Luo Xinghe. After responding to the comments, Luo Xinghe browsed through a few accounts that taught editing, eager to learn additional techniques for future use. He waited in Gu Qingyan's office for over half an hour until she finally completed all her tasks. The intensity of her work intimidated Luo Xinghe. Ever since they had registered their marriage, she had been rising at 7 each morning and working until 7 or 8 in the evening. Often, she would not take breaks even on weekends. As for him, the thought of enduring such a demanding workload was overwhelming. He knew he would surely struggle, at least mentally. Once Gu Qingyan finished tidying up, she led Luo Xinghe to the parking lot, driving them home. On the way, she inquired about Chuhi. "Did Chuhi mention anything to you?" Under the soft glow of the streetlights, Luo Xinghe yawned and nodded. "Brother Chuhi told me that tomorrow he plans to pretend it's your birthday, orchestrating a celebration where I'll commemorate it. Only to reveal the true theme when the atmosphere peaks." With a faint chuckle, Gu Qingyan remarked that fellow Chuhi is only attentive to his wife and children. In the business world, anyone who encounters him typically faces total defeat. I wonder how this lad's mind works. After her playful critique, she turned to Luo Xinghe and added, however, he is quite generous towards his friends. Make sure to extract a good sum from him tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe quickly replied, Brother Chui mentioned that I should bring several classmates along, each contributing 10,000 as a red envelope. Only 10,000? Gu Qingyan shook her head in disbelief. That seems rather insufficient. 10,000 is too little? Luo Xinghe found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the world of affluent individuals like Gu Qingyan, where money appeared to be merely a fluctuating figure. A quarter of an hour later, the two returned home, following their usual routine of bathing, sharing intimate moments, and retiring for the night. Another night passed, and the sun rose as usual. Thursday brought another early start, with the only notable difference being that Luo Xinghe had opted for coffee instead of milk before bed the previous night. By the time Gu Qingyan attempted to intervene, he had already finished his drink. When she inquired about his choice, he claimed to be hungry and confidently asserted that coffee would not affect him. Consequently, he spent the night wide awake, listening to Gu Qingyan's steady breathing, finally succumbing to sleep shortly after 4 in the morning. By 6, he was awake again. When he arrived at class for the early session, his frustration was palpable. Sitting beside Lu Ziming, he lowered his head, yearning for sleep. Yet Lu Ziming had something to discuss and nudged him. Xinghe, don't doze off just yet. What is it? Luo Xinghe lifted his head, the dark circles under his eyes resembling those of a panda. Lu Ziming informed him. Instructor Zhou Yuan mentioned that we should organize a team-building event this weekend or the next to foster camaraderie. He said you have a lot on your plate. So he asked me to relay this to you when you have a moment. Luo Xinghe, still dazed, nodded. Indeed, Zhou Yuan rarely approached him, knowing that he was preoccupied with various matters, leaving most of the trivial tasks to Lu Ziming, the vice-class leader. Luo Xinghe was more like the stabilizing force of the group. Xinghe, did you hear me? After Lu Ziming relayed the message, he observed Luo Xinghe for a while without any reaction, only to find him sitting upright with his eyes closed. All right, no worries. Luo Xinghe mumbled incoherently before resting his head on the desk and drifting off. Lu Ziming, puzzled, asked, What do you mean no worries? Are we holding the event this week or next? Just as he was about to rouse Luo Xinghe, Zhao Jiaxing nearby intervened. Enough. Can't you see his heavy dark circles? He clearly didn't sleep well last night. Let him rest, and we can talk later. Lu Ziming sighed, conceding to the situation, while Lu Ziming was lost in thought. Jiang Chuan seized the opportunity to enter before the class bell rang and promptly took a seat next to Su Yueqing. Lu Ziming turned to Jiang Chuan, saying, Why are you here? Didn't you take a leave? Leave? What leave? With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Chuan declared that the special medicine given to him by his senior sister was remarkably effective, as his fever had subsided almost instantly. Enough about me. What has happened to Xinghe? Why has he fallen asleep upon arrival? Is he unwell as well? Lu Ziming shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Jiang Chuan sighed. He had initially intended to request Luo Xinghe to take him along to the 10th anniversary celebration. It seemed, however, that he would have to wait until Luo Xinghe awoke to discuss it further. Chapter 89. The luxurious venue throughout the entirety of the first class. Luo Xinghe remained in a deep slumber, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Even the thunderous roars outside could not rouse him, a testament to his profound fatigue. At 9 o'clock, He sent several messages via WeChat to Luo Xinghe, inquiring, Xinghe, what is the verdict? Are you certain you can make it? I can send someone to fetch you this afternoon. Everything is set on my end. You cannot let me down. At that moment, He was situated within the Linshan Resort, coordinating the event with his college confidant, Wang Zibo. The entire venue had been meticulously arranged by Chu Hilong in advance. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, a broad winding road ascended, flanked by streetlights adorned with strings of heart-shaped balloons, each exquisitely carved with intricate reliefs of the ancient Greek god of love. The luminous pearls embedded atop the lamps glowed with a soft, enduring radiance. Every 100 meters stood a life-sized statue of Cupid, each masterfully crafted from flawless white marble by esteemed artists. The golden arrow in Cupid's grasp glinted sharply in the sunlight, poised as if ready to take flight. Continuing along the path, the trees on either side were adorned in a dreamlike fashion. Each tree was entwined with carefully coordinated light strips that, when night fell, cast a kaleidoscope of colors. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing the lights to flicker and dance, resembling a resplendent forest of stars. On the expansive hillside, vast fields of tulips flourished in exuberant bloom, their reds, pinks, and purples interwoven to form an immense heart-shaped design. Under the sun's embrace, they reflected a dazzling brilliance. Scattered throughout the floral expanse were exquisite arches, draped in vibrant roses. Adorned upon these arches were photographs chronicling the evolving romance between Chu He and Lin Jiqing, from their youthful campus love to later blissful excursions. Each framed in pure gold, narrating the love story they had shared. Midway up the mountain, a grand open-air theater had been transformed by Chu He and his companions into an auxiliary banquet area. The backdrop constantly projected a montage of love stories spanning a decade between Chu He and teacher Lin, showcasing not only their sweet everyday moments, but also pivotal experiences they had shared, all set to a backdrop of melodious, romantic music. The audience seating, crafted from fine calfskin and complemented by plush velvet cushions, featured a meticulously arranged gift box beside each seat. Each box bore their unique love emblem, containing bespoke commemorative gifts designed by jewelers, each piece a singular masterpiece. Ascending further to the summit, the former viewing pavilion had been reimagined as an intimate candlelit retreat. Surrounding the pavilion were exquisite silk curtains, intricately embroidered with lifelike mandarin duck motifs, showcasing meticulous craftsmanship and vibrant colors. In the mountain stream, countless lotus-shaped water lanterns floated gracefully. Crafted from exquisite glass, each petal crystal clear. Interspersed along the stream were beautifully carved jade stones, inscribed with declarations of love and significant anniversaries, appearing and disappearing with the undulating currents. Chui expended a considerable fortune to arrange this enchanting scene, enlisting over 10 designers and dedicating more than half a year to its creation. Originally, he intended to confess his feelings to Lin Jiqing on their 10th anniversary, but fate intervened with an unavoidable business trip that week, forcing him to postpone by a week. At this moment, Chui found himself at the stage on the mountainside. Above the stage hung a massive banner proclaiming, "Happy birthday, Sister Qingyan. I will love you forever." Beneath this facade, however, lay the true message, "Happy 10th anniversary to my beloved wife. I will love you forever." Wang Zibo completed the final rehearsal and reported to Chu He, "Brother Chu, the rehearsal is nearly complete, and the guys are all here. We just await your sister-in-law." Seated on a small leather chair, Chu He crossed his legs and cracked sunflower seeds, asserting, "We must ensure everything is flawless. When I bring your sister-in-law over this evening, I will draw the car curtains to prevent her from seeing any photos outside. I will reveal everything only when the time is right." Wang Zibo nodded in agreement. "Knowing your sister-in-law, she will surely be moved." "Bah." Chu He spat out a seed husk, then addressed Wang Zibo. "Make the earlier part of the event seem genuine. Let Luo Xinghe also express his feelings to Gu Qingyan. He shouldn't merely play the supporting role. Rest assured, Brother Chu," Wang Zibo confidently assured, "the atmosphere will be vibrant. I will elevate it to the peak when you take the stage." "Very well." Chu He waved his hand dismissively. "Let the brothers take a break. They must be exhausted after such a long duration." Meanwhile, in a classroom at Qingxue College, Luo Xinghe, having slept soundly until 10:20, finally stirred. Stretching lazily, he noticed the teacher at the front was tirelessly lecturing, engrossed in their notes, oblivious to the world around. "What time is it?" Luo Xinghe habitually inquired of Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming, who had been engrossed in a novel, glanced at his phone before replying. "It's 10:20, Xinghe. You've been asleep for almost 2.5 hours. What were you up to last night? Did Principal Gu not let you sleep?" With that, Lu Ziming shot Luo Xinghe a knowing look. Luo Xinghe promptly retorted with a light jab. "What are you thinking, you rascal? I merely had a cup of coffee before bed and was feeling quite drowsy." "Why drink coffee?" Lu Ziming questioned, perplexed. "Because I was hungry," Luo Xinghe reflected. Realizing that he had a housekeeper at home, drinking coffee was indeed unnecessary. Hey, Jiang Chuan, sitting behind Luo Xinghe, noticed him waking up and eagerly volunteered. "Xinghe, I'm ready. Can I go?" Luo Xinghe turned to Jiang Chuan, who wore an excited expression, and asked Lu Ziming, "Is he really ready?" Lu Ziming nodded, acknowledging the sentiment, yet expressed that he still felt somewhat unwell. "What do you mean by not feeling well?" Jiang Chuan interjected. "I no longer have a fever, nor does my throat ache. Surely I am fit to join, Xinghe?" Luo Xinghe waved his hand dismissively, signaling Jiang Chuan to hold his thoughts for the moment. He had just opened his phone to discover a message from Chu He. "Xinghe, why the silence?" As he scrolled through previous messages, Luo Xinghe noticed that Chu He had mentioned the attendance of 5 or 6 classmates. If Jiang Chuan were to abstain, that left only Lu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing. which meant 3 more individuals were still required. Thus, Luo Xinghe turned back to Jiang Chuan and instructed, "You should go." He then glanced at Suyu Qing, who was observing with wide eyes and a look of confusion, and added, "You should join as well." "Where are we going?" Suyu Qing inquired.